how to lift the mood. His eyes drifted towards Aaron, seeking her help. After setting his cup down, he stood up and gestured for her to join him outside. Understanding the cue, Aaron quietly rose and followed him out of the room. As they walked a few paces down the hall, Jianrock stopped and turned to face her. "What did you think of the meal?" he asked, his tone lighter. With a smile, Aaron replied, "It was wonderful, truly." However, Jianrock's expression grew more serious as he leaned in slightly and asked, "But do you really believe I asked you here tonight just to enjoy dinner?" Jianrock gently scolded her, explaining that he hadn't invited her simply to attend a gathering. His intention was for her to help improve the atmosphere, and he was surprised by her apparent lack of awareness. Aaron, taken aback, apologized for her misunderstanding, admitting she had assumed it was just a social event. With a sigh, Jianrock questioned her reasoning and then asked whether her bodyguard had neglected to inform her of Ryu Min's true identity. Aaron, still confused, replied, "Isn't he our majority shareholder?" Jianrock's expression turned more serious. "Yes, but he's also something far more significant. He's a seer," he revealed. Aaron's eyes widened in shock, and she stammered, "A seer?" "Exactly," Jianrock confirmed. "A seer is someone with the rare ability to glimpse into the future." He then pointed out the value of someone with such power, explaining how important it was for them to keep Ryu satisfied. "Imagine how beneficial it would be if he were to share information about the next round," he emphasized. He advised her to use her charm and make an effort to please Ryu, even suggesting she smile and act accordingly to win his favor. His tone became more firm as he encouraged her to do whatever it took to keep Ryu happy. Aaron, however, respectfully refused, explaining that she couldn't simply comply with such demands. At this, Jianrock's expression hardened. He reminded her that he had helped propel her career as an actress and that it was only fair she return the favor by creating a pleasant atmosphere for Ryu Min. Seeing her hesitation, Jianrock pressed her for an answer. Reluctantly, Aaron agreed with a nervous, "Yes, sir." When they returned to the room, Jianrock casually apologized for their brief absence, stating that their business discussion had taken longer than expected. Meanwhile, Ryu and Wonnie sat in awkward silence, unsure of what had transpired. The tension in the room was palpable as Jianrock glanced at Aaron, making it clear that he expected her to follow through on his instructions. Aaron, maintaining her composure, gave a polite smile, while Jianrock observed her closely, intent on seeing how she would handle the situation. As the meal came to an end, Jianrock suggested they move the gathering to a different location. While preparing to leave, he couldn't help but internally question why Aaron seemed reluctant, despite his clear instruction to charm Ryu. However, before he could dwell on it further, one excitedly interrupted, showering Aaron with praise and confessing that he was a big fan of hers. Blushing slightly, he complimented her, saying that she looked even more stunning in person than in her photos. Aaron smiled warmly and thanked him for his kind words. One, still visibly nervous but eager, politely asked if they could take a photo together when she had the chance. She responded enthusiastically, which caused his face to light up with joy, and she graciously thanked him in return for being such a dedicated fan. Meanwhile, Jianrock was secretly messaging Aaron on his phone, noting to himself that one seemed far more enthusiastic about her presence than Ryu. This prompted him to reconsider his initial plan. Moments later, Aaron received a text from Jianrock, informing her of a change in strategy. He suggested that, instead of focusing on Ryu, she should now focus her efforts on getting close to one. Internally, Aaron felt conflicted. She couldn't believe she was being asked to manipulate an innocent fan like one. Despite her discomfort, she remained composed, unsure of how to respond to this new request. Meanwhile, Ryu, who had been quietly observing everything, was fully aware of Jianrock's scheming. Thanks to his mind-reading ability, he had been following the man's thoughts throughout the entire exchange. Jianrock, unaware of Ryu's special powers, was confident that once Aaron won over one, Ryu would naturally follow, making it easier for them to extract valuable information for the upcoming round. As they reached their next destination, Jianrock led the group to an exclusive, private room reserved for double VIPs. The room was lavishly decorated, with a rich, deep red color dominating the interior. It exuded an air of opulence, and the space offered unlimited access to premium drinks, snacks, and music. Taking in the extravagant surroundings, one shyly reminded Jianrock, "I'm still in middle school, so I can't drink." Jianrock, noticing one's nervousness, reassured him with a smile. "Don't worry, there are plenty of non-alcoholic options. You're not missing out." He then directed the bodyguard to arrange for the double VVIP special course and ensure one had suitable beverages. The bodyguard nodded in acknowledgement and exited the room. Ryu chimed in, casually mentioning his own dislike for alcohol. Giant Rock, trying to lighten the mood, encouraged him to at least give it a try, reminding Ryu that he was of legal drinking age. Ryu simply shrugged, then turned to Eren. "Would you mind stepping outside with one for that photo?" he asked. Eren agreed without hesitation, and the two excused themselves, casting curious glances back as they left the room. Once alone, Ryu's demeanor shifted. His tone turned sharp, and his gaze grew intense as he spoke. "Do you think I'm easily fooled, Giant Rock?" His voice carried an underlying threat, instantly putting Giant Rock on edge. The CEO's confident facade faltered as he asked, "What do you mean by that?" Ryu leaned forward slightly, eyes locked on Giant Rock. "You seem to have forgotten that I'm a seer," he stated coldly. "Did you really believe I wouldn't know about your little conversation with Eren?" Giant Rock was visibly startled, his mind racing to piece together how much Ryu knew. Could Ryu have foreseen it in one of his visions? Before he could respond, Ryu continued, his tone unwavering. "You crossed a line, Giant Rock. You tried to manipulate my brother to get to me." The weight of Ryu's words hung in the air as Giant Rock processed the accusation, his expression one of shock. He realized Ryu wasn't merely bluffing, he knew exactly what had transpired. Giant Rock quickly bowed his head, the tension in the room rising. "I apologize, Ryu," he said earnestly. "I acted out of line. I only wanted to help foster a good relationship with Eren, but I never intended to offend you or your family." His voice faltered as he realized how deeply he had miscalculated. "It was foolish of me, and I sincerely regret it." Ryu's eyes never left him, scrutinizing every word. After a long pause, Ryu finally spoke, his tone still firm but less harsh. "I'll let this slide, Giant Rock, since you've acknowledged your mistake. But let this be a warning, don't ever try to use my brother like that again." Giant Rock nodded quickly, his expression filled with genuine remorse, silently grateful that Ryu had decided to forgive his lapse in judgment, at least for now. Giant Rock felt a wave of relief wash over him after Ryu decided to give him another chance. But before he could fully settle into that comfort, the door swung open, and the bodyguard returned. Giant Rock quickly straightened his posture, trying to hide any sign of weakness in front of his employee. With a calm but firm tone, he told the bodyguard, "Leave us for now. I have something important to discuss with Ryu." The bodyguard nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation, and quietly exited, closing the door behind him. As soon as they were alone again, Giant Rock inwardly cursed his missteps. He had thought that everything was progressing smoothly, especially with Eren's presence, but instead, he found himself offending Ryu. Breaking the tense silence, Ryu suddenly asked, "Do you still want information about the next round?" Giant Rock, eager for any help, quickly replied, "Yes, absolutely. Do you know what's coming?" Ryu leaned back slightly, his gaze unyielding. "I came here to discuss round 5, but after your earlier actions, I'm reconsidering whether we should even continue this partnership." Giant Rock immediately apologized once more, his voice filled with sincerity. "I'm truly sorry, Ryu. I hope you won't hold that against me." Ryu nodded but made his stance clear. "If we're going to work together, Giant Rock, there can be no more deception. Complete trust is necessary. And as for the company, you'll need to make sure there's no unnecessary interference or politics. Convince the other shareholders at the meeting. Keep everything in line." Without hesitation, Giant Rock agreed, his tone resolute. "I will. I'll ensure that the shareholders fall in line and that no one interferes." Ryu, now satisfied with Giant Rock's commitment, allowed a small smile to cross his face. "Good. If you hold up your end, I'll make sure the company prospers." He then shifted the conversation back to what Giant Rock had been so eager to know. "As for round 5, it's going to be far more difficult than anything you've faced before." Giant Rock's expression brightened momentarily, glad to finally get the information he sought. But his relief quickly faded as Ryu's words sank in. Ryu continued, however, "Don't worry too much. With the right preparation, you'll get through it." Though the warning about the increased difficulty troubled him, Giant Rock, still processing Ryu's ominous tone, asked cautiously, "What exactly makes this quest so difficult?" Ryu leaned back, his voice calm but foreboding. "The quest requires you to kill 300 orcs. But that's not the issue, it's because the zones are merging." Giant Rock's eyes widened as the weight of Ryu's words hit him. "Zones merging? That means we'll run into players from other zones, like Black Scythe." Ryu nodded slightly, though his expression remained unreadable. "Yes, but you won't be in the same zone as Black Scythe." Giant Rock, still grappling with the implications, asked the question that had been gnawing at him. "Do you know who Black Scythe really is?" Ryu, without giving much away, replied, "I don't know his true identity, yet. But I will find out soon enough." Internally, he smirked, knowing full well that the person Giant Rock was so curious about was standing right in front of him. Then, shifting gears, Ryu added, there's more. You've set your sights on Hwang Yongmin, haven't you? Jianrock froze, stunned that Ryu was aware of his hidden agenda. How do you know that? Ryu's tone sharpened. There's no point hiding anything from me, Jianrock. I told you, my abilities are beyond imagination. Jianrock, taken aback, hesitated before responding. Your rune of the future, it's more powerful than I ever imagined. But what Ryu said next truly shook him. Stop pursuing Yongmin. Jianrock blinked, thoroughly confused. Why should I stop? He's a threat. Why are you protecting him? Ryu remained cryptic. Let's just say if you go after him, you'll end up suffering more than you can imagine. That's all I can tell you. Jianrock sat in silence, contemplating Ryu's warning. He knew Ryu wasn't one to exaggerate, but it was hard to let go of his plan, especially now. As Ryu watched him closely, Jianrock finally gave in, realizing it wasn't worth the risk. Fine. I won't track down Yongmin anymore, he relented, his voice low. With their business discussion wrapped up, Jianrock forced a chuckle, trying to lighten the mood. Shall we return to the party, then? No drinks, of course. Ryu nodded, watching as the tension visibly drained from Jianrock's face. But Jianrock wasn't entirely at ease. He inwardly sighed, knowing that he needed a way to unwind after all this stress. As they headed back, the sound of rain could be heard outside, a distant figure huffing and puffing under the dark, stormy sky. The old man, drenched in blood, stumbled through the narrow alley, fear gripping his every step. His breaths came in shallow, frantic gasps as he limped further, but there was no escape. Finally cornered, he turned around, trembling, to face his pursuer. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed, heightening his terror, and before he could react, a sharp blade sliced through his legs, sending him crashing to the ground. Writhing in agony, with one hand already severed and his legs useless, the man screamed in desperation. But his cries were abruptly silenced as a cold voice warned him, "Shut up, or I'll cut your tongue out." His predator, Jianrock, stood over him, the gleam of his sword reflecting the dim light. Why are you doing this to me?" the old man gasped, barely able to speak through the pain. "What have I done to deserve this?" Jianrock's eyes narrowed, his voice dripping with disdain. "You've got a lot of nerve for a child molester. Do you really need me to spell it out?" The old man's eyes widened in terror as he stammered, "That was years ago. I already served my time, I'm just an old man now." Without a word, Jianrock lifted his sword and brought it down with brutal force, impaling the man's shoulder. The scream that followed was cut short as Jianrock hissed, "If you keep screaming, I'll make sure you die slowly, piece by piece." The man's cries dwindled into quiet sobs, and Jianrock smirked. "At least you've still got enough sense to listen." He crouched down beside the old man, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper. "For someone like you, breathing is a sin. Don't you agree?" As Jianrock spoke, the blade in his hand began to pulse with a sinister, dark energy. Tendrils of shadowy aura snaked from the sword, wrapping around the old man's body. His eyes widened in horror as the darkness crept over his skin, suffocating him, silencing him before he could beg for mercy. The black aura surged, seeping into the man's body, consuming him from within. Jianrock watched in eerie silence, feeling the surge of dark magic flow into him as the old man's life force was drained. Though part of him wished for a quicker end, he knew the ritual was necessary. The dark magic he wielded required the souls of the living, and each death recharged his power. As the old man's body was enveloped entirely in darkness, Jianrock's expression remained cold and detached. "Your life was nothing but filth," he muttered as the last of the man's form vanished into the void. He stood tall, the dark aura fading as it returned to his sword. With a grim satisfaction, Jianrock reflected on his role as a dark knight. Executing scum like the old man felt like a twisted sense of duty, a calling. As much as he loathed the necessity of sustaining his magic, there was an undeniable thrill in dealing judgment to those he deemed unworthy of life. Jianrock let out a breath, feeling the tension slowly ebb away. He summoned his sword, intending to let it feed, but nothing happened. The sword, steeped in dark energy, required living souls, not the lifeless corpses in front of him. Realizing its limitations, he sheathed it with a resigned sigh. A sudden rustle came from behind a nearby trash can. Jianrock quickly moved to investigate, only to find a stray cat staring back at him. He exhaled in relief, silently reassuring himself that his actions had gone unnoticed. After all, he had carefully lured the victim into this isolated alleyway in the early hours of the morning, where no one would see him. But then, a troubling thought crossed his mind, Ryu Min, the seer. If Ryu had glimpsed this moment through his rune of the future, that meant he knew the truth about Jianrock's secret life as a killer. Rather than feeling threatened, Jianrock found the idea strangely exhilarating. Did Ryu approach him, fully aware of his dark deeds? Grinning to himself, Giant Rock called his bodyguard over. "Clean up the mess," he ordered, before leaving the alley with his usual composure. 2 weeks after that night, following the tense meeting with Giant Rock, Ryu spent a quiet day at home. He had no pressing tasks to attend to, and he welcomed the opportunity to rest and gather his thoughts. He knew this period of relaxation was temporary, a brief pause before things escalated again. But today marked the end of his break. While scrolling through a discussion board where players were exchanging information about the rounds, something caught his attention. A new development was on the horizon, and Ryu knew it was time to act. Internally, he noted that the rune of Clone, one of the 5 powerful runes known to exist in the real world, was about to resurface. A small smile forming on his lips as the pieces began to fall into place. The social media was flooded with news. 1.8 billion people who had been drawn into another world were reduced to just 90 million in 3 months. The economy was in danger due to the deaths of the younger generation, and schools across the nation were shutting down. In a corner of the city, a fat man sat reading the news on his phone. His clothes were stained with blood. He was furious because only the 4th round had concluded, and so many players had already died. It felt like a loss to him. According to breaking news, after the 4th round, the number of players killed by other players had suddenly increased. Thousands of security cameras had been destroyed, and the city was now completely lawless. At night, players united and formed an online community against the government, which was increasing anxiety among the citizens. The fat man smiled because he knew that if other players had been in his position, they would have done the same. He picked up his phone, put it in his pocket, stood up, and said, "What's wrong with doing what you want before you die? That's why people shouldn't be pressured so much by rules and restrictions." Then, in anger, he picked up a glass and smashed it on the ground, shattering it into pieces. The anger he had been suppressing exploded because now no one could stop him. With an arrogant smile, he declared himself better than all the other players. The room was filled with corpses, and the fat man began to laugh. "Who should I kill next?" he asked himself. He was a bit nervous but also happy because, for the first time, he had killed someone in real life. However, the feeling he had expected didn't come. Perhaps it was because he had already experienced all of this in the 4th round, he thought. But he was angry because killing ordinary people only gave him 1 stack, whereas hunting players in the 4th round was more efficient, he reasoned. Then he smiled again because he had acquired a new skill called absorption. Whenever he killed enemies, his bar would fill up, and once full, he would receive a random stat boost. The points he gained were proportional to the level of the enemy he killed. The fat man opened the door of the room. He was restless and wanted to kill players because they gave him more stacks. Curious, he took out his mobile phone and remembered that they had mentioned a forum for players. Suddenly, a sinister smile appeared on his face when he got the idea to join the forum and kill players there. This way, he could earn even more stacks. He opened the forum. It was the first online forum in the country created to help players and change the world. The PCW forum was conducting interviews for membership to ensure that only real players could be part of this community. Before joining, the fat man had to fill in personal information, level, class, nickname, zone name, and round number. Only after filling this out would he be accepted for an interview. The fat man found all this very strict because, apart from providing information, he also had to give an interview. But he had no other choice, so he filled out the form. He was confident that no player would even think that a player was killing other players. The next day, following the instructions, the fat man arrived at a place for the interview. According to the interviewer's message, he had to reach the Welcome Cafe by noon, and he could wear anything he wanted. He saw the cafe's signboard, which read, "Welcome Cafe," but he started to get angry because the place was in the middle of a forest, and no buses even came here. He didn't think much and opened the cafe door. In the back of his mind, he thought that if the interviewer turned out to be a fool, he would kill him too. Inside, the cafe was luxurious and more sophisticated than he had expected. 2 people were sitting at a table, talking. One had green hair, and the other was wearing a pink hood. They were the only customers in the cafe. Seeing the fat man, one of them stood up and asked, "Are you here for the PCW interview?" The fat man walked towards them and said, "Yes." The interviewer asked in a soft tone, "What's your nickname?" The fat man replied, "Black Flame Dragon." They shook hands, and the man introduced himself as the interviewer. The fat man started sweating. He was about to ask in surprise when the interviewer asked, "Are you a player?" He laughed and then nodded, saying, "Yes." The interviewer introduced the player wearing the pink hoodie, telling him that his name was Little Cuckoo. He said that Black Flame Dragon and Little Cuckoo could become teammates, so he asked them to greet each other. The fat man greeted him, and he responded, but the fat man was annoyed to see that such a weak-looking guy was also a player. When they sat down, the fat man looked around the cafe's interior and commented that their business might not be doing well because there were no customers or employees. The interviewer confidently smiled and replied that the place was isolated, so they had rented it for interviews. The fat man became curious and asked where the cafe owner was. The interviewer calmly replied that food was also served here, and the owner was preparing food in the kitchen. The fat man's curiosity grew, and he started observing his surroundings more carefully. He noticed that there were no cameras anywhere in the cafe. The overweight man shifted impatiently in his seat before finally asking, "So, when are we starting the interview?" The interviewer glanced at him and replied in a composed tone, "We'll begin shortly. There's still one more participant on the way." Moments later, the sound of footsteps echoed through the room. A tall figure in a sleek black suit entered, exuding an air of quiet confidence. His movements were measured, his expression unreadable. The interviewer immediately straightened up and greeted him politely. "Welcome. May I have your name?" The suited man met his gaze and replied in a calm, steady voice, "Black Scythe." Previously. While browsing on his tablet, the man mentioned that another great player was Little Cuckoo, who always ranked between 4th and 10th. Apart from these two players, there were 50 more players who were in the top 100 in their respective zones. Hearing this, the president's eyes lit up. He realized that he would now have to stay busy conducting interviews. Then he drew attention to my age 30, who was in a deep sleep. Hearing the president's voice, he woke up with a start and for a few seconds couldn't understand where he was. The president got angry and asked, "Were you sleeping? What were you doing last night that you're so sleepy now?" He refused to listen to any excuses and directly ordered him to complete 50 interviews by the next meeting. If he failed, someone else would take his high-level candidate position. Still half asleep, my age 30 promised to complete the task. After that, the president asked Lost Yak if he had contacted the Black Scythe. Lost Yak took out his phone and calmly said that if that had happened, he would have informed him immediately. The president took a deep breath. For him, this was a big loss because if the Black Scythe had joined, he would have directly gotten an executive position. Then he asked Yamti if she could get more articles written by journalists. "We'll need more marketing to bring the Black Scythe into our team," the president said. Yamti smiled and replied, "If there's money, everything is possible." The president confidently said, "Don't worry about money. I'll reward your hard work properly." Yamti was happy to hear this and thanked the president. Just then, Lost Yak's eyes widened in surprise. He immediately said, "Wait, President. A new user has just sent a request to join the forum." The president became curious and asked, "Who?" Lost Yak stammered and softly said, "Black Scythe." The entire hall fell silent. Back to the present, the interviewer greeted Black Scythe with an excited smile and asked, "Did you have any trouble getting here?" Black Scythe nodded and said, "Yes." The interviewer scratched his head nervously and apologized, explaining that this was the most private place they could find. Then he gestured for the others to sit down. The interviewer noticed that Black Scythe was very handsome and thought that he must be quite popular with girls. He pulled out a chair for Black Scythe, and as soon as he sat down, the interviewer explained that they had also come for the interview just like Black Scythe. The fat man clenched his teeth and filled with anger. Just then, Little Cuckoo coughed and greeted everyone. Black Scythe appeared slightly annoyed, yet a subtle glint in his eyes and the faintest smirk on his lips betrayed his amusement. Ryu Min introduced himself as Little Cuckoo. The overweight man standing nearby flinched, his expression laced with unease. Fear gripped him. After all, Black Scythe was the same player who had killed him 5 times before. His fists clenched involuntarily, a surge of frustration boiling within him. He wanted to demand answers. Had they ever crossed paths in real life? What had he done to earn Black Scythe's hatred? Yet, the words remained trapped in his throat. The interviewer, oblivious to the fat man's inner turmoil, looked at him expectantly. "Is something wrong?" he asked. "Aren't you going to introduce yourself like the others?" Lowering his head slightly, the fat man finally muttered, "Black Flame Dragon." At that moment, Black Scythe shot him a sharp, irritated glare. The fat man's heart sank. Did Black Scythe truly not recognize him? He had been convinced that revealing his username would instantly jog the other's memory. But the realization hit hard. Despite being killed by him multiple times, he had never even been significant enough to be remembered. Ryu Min, meanwhile, sipped his milkshake in silence, though his thoughts ran deeper. He wasn't sure why Black Scythe was playing up this whole act, but he knew one thing for certain: this so-called Black Scythe wasn't who he claimed to be. His real username was Ki Rubing Bang, a notorious con artist who had swindled his way through the game, amassing wealth through deception and fraud. He wasn't a well-known figure yet, but in time, he would rise to infamy upon acquiring the cloning rune, a skill he would later abuse to orchestrate countless crimes. Ryu's eyes remained fixed on the man. The harsh reality was that even criminals had gained power in this new world. But in a way, that was a good thing. It meant they were easier to track. He had introduced himself as a fund manager, but in truth, he was nothing more than a fraudster. His real plan? Using the username Black Scythe to manipulate other players into lending him money, only to vanish without a trace. The interviewer then placed a tablet on the table, scanning through the gathered information. Once their identities were confirmed, he leaned forward slightly. "All right," he said, "let's begin the interview." Turning his attention to Ryu Min, he asked, "Why do you want to join PCW?" Feigning nervousness, Ryu responded, "The world isn't safe anymore. I don't feel comfortable going out alone, so I figured it would be best to stay with other players for protection." Satisfied, the interviewer nodded before shifting his focus to the fat man. "And you?" The fat man hesitated for a moment. He couldn't exactly admit that he had come here with the intent to kill other players. Clenching his fists, he forced out a response. "I have the same reason as Ryu," he said, choosing his words carefully. "I can't even attend school anymore, and with the next round approaching, I figured this would be the safest option." Next, the interviewer turned to Blackie. "What about you?" Kim In-ho leaned back, exuding an air of arrogance. "I saw a post on a forum and got curious. That's all," he said dismissively. The interviewer forced a nervous smile. Meanwhile, Ryu instantly saw through the act. Whatever Blackie said was meaningless, he was already in. Then, clasping his hands together, the interviewer's demeanor shifted. A wicked grin spread across his face as he revealed the true purpose of this meeting. "There's one final requirement," he said, his voice laced with amusement. "To pass this interview, you need to kill someone." Ryu widened his eyes, pretending to be shocked. The interviewer, falling for the act, took the opportunity to explain further. "The government has already started cracking down on players. They fear us, which is why they've turned their backs on us. But soon, we'll be the ones in control." His voice grew harsher, filled with conviction. "We're not bound by laws anymore. It's time we show them who really rules this world." Ryu continued playing along, acting as though he was scared. The interviewer studied him carefully before adding, "If anyone here isn't willing to go through with this, you're free to leave. But understand this, if you walk away now, don't expect any help from us in the future." Ryu wiped the cream from his milkshake off his lips, his mind processing the situation. It was clear, anyone who refused would be blacklisted. This entire setup was designed to push them into committing murder, trapping them in this ruthless organization. The fake Black Scythe and the fat man remained silent, lost in thought. Seeing their lack of resistance, the interviewer smirked. "But, there's no one here to kill," the fat man finally pointed out. The smirk widened into something far more sinister. "Oh, don't worry," the interviewer said. "I've already made the necessary arrangements." Outside, the rain poured heavily, drumming against the windows like a rhythmic warning. The interviewer rose from his seat, gesturing for the others to do the same. The cafe owner, noticing their movements, spoke up. "It's still pouring. You've rented the place, you're welcome to stay longer." The interviewer merely offered a polite smile. "We appreciate it, but we're in a bit of a hurry." Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he turned back. "By the way, where's the restroom?" The woman pointed toward the far end of the cafe. "In the corner." And with that, the real game began. The interviewer retrieved his car keys from his pocket, his fingers idly tapping against the metal before he turned toward the cafe owner. "Could you do me a favor?" he asked, his voice smooth and casual. The woman, oblivious to the hidden intent behind his request, offered a polite smile. "Of course. What do you need?" "I'm in a bit of a hurry. Could you bring my car around from the parking lot?" Without a second thought, the woman nodded. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it," she assured him before grabbing a red umbrella and heading outside. The heavy rain drummed against the pavement as she stepped toward the parked car, water splashing beneath her feet. She flicked the umbrella closed and reached for the door handle. But just as she opened it, multiple hands shot out from the darkness behind her. A gasp barely left her lips before a powerful grip clamped around her throat. She struggled, her fingers clawing at the unseen attacker's arm, but her efforts were futile. Within moments, her body went limp. The one who had orchestrated this attack was none other than the interviewer himself. A cruel smirk tugged at his lips as he watched her fall unconscious in his grasp. His plan had worked flawlessly. Inside the cafe, both Ryu and the fat man were left stunned by what they had just witnessed. Ryu's voice broke the silence. "What the hell are you doing?" His tone was calm, but his sharp gaze betrayed his simmering anger. The fat man, visibly shaken, took a step back. Why did you do that? Without acknowledging their questions, the interviewer effortlessly lifted the woman's unconscious body and turned toward them. Quit standing around. Get in the car. His voice carried an unmistakable authority, as if their compliance was expected. Raindrops slid down the woman's limp fingers as he placed her in the back seat. The fat man hesitated, shifting uncomfortably, but ultimately followed Ryu into the vehicle. As the car weaved through the rain-drenched streets, silence filled the air, thick with unspoken tension. The only sound was the rhythmic drumming of raindrops against the windshield. The destination? A desolate, abandoned building on the outskirts of the city. Upon arrival, the interviewer stepped out first, lifting the woman over his shoulder as though she were nothing more than a sack of grain. The others trailed behind as he led them into the dimly lit structure, their footsteps echoing against the cracked concrete floor. He unceremoniously placed the woman on the ground and straightened up, his expression turning cold. Now, he said, his voice sharp as a blade. Who's going to kill her? His gaze landed on the fake Black Scythe, a sinister smile creeping across his face. How about you? Fake Black Scythe barely hesitated before nodding. Fine. But before he could move, another voice cut through the tension. Wait. All eyes turned toward Ryu, who had remained silent until now. The interviewer's brows lifted in curiosity. What is it? Ryu took a slow step forward, his gaze unreadable. Then, in a calm voice, he asked, Can I do it? The interviewer's face lit up with intrigue. He hadn't expected this. Oh? He turned to fake Black Scythe. Would you be willing to give up your turn? Fake Black Scythe merely shrugged. Do whatever you want. As Ryu moved past him, Kim gave a smug grin. Do a good job, he sneered. You're doing me a favor. Ryu turned his cold gaze on him and replied in an emotionless voice, Thank you. I'll make good use of the cloning rune. The smirk on Kim's face wavered. A flicker of confusion crossed his features, but before he could react, Ryu's hand shot out, gripping his throat with unrelenting force. There was no warning. No hesitation. A sickening crack echoed through the empty building as Ryu twisted Kim's neck with brutal efficiency. His body crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Black Flame Dragon and the interviewer were frozen in place, their faces drained of color. The interviewer stumbled back, his voice shaking. You killed him? His eyes darted between Kim's corpse and Ryu, sheer disbelief flooding his expression. Do you even realize what you've done? That was Black Scythe. A legend. His voice wavered with shock and fear. Have you lost your damn mind? Ryu slowly lifted his head, his expression as cold as the grave. His piercing gaze met the interviewer's trembling form. You talk too much, he said flatly. The interviewer felt his heart hammering against his ribs. Those eyes. His breath hitched as a chilling realization settled in. It wasn't just the look of a killer, it was the gaze of a predator. It felt as though an apex beast had just marked him as prey. He instinctively stepped backward, but Ryu was no longer looking at him. Instead, his focus was on something unseen, until, suddenly, a translucent system notification flickered into existence before his eyes. You have killed another player while impersonating them. Activation conditions met. You have acquired a hidden rune, Doppelganger Rune. This rune will automatically bind to your body. A small, satisfied smile played at Ryu's lips. He had obtained the Doppelganger Rune. As for the man who was destined to become infamous in the future, Ryu didn't care in the slightest. Ryu's gaze dropped to the lifeless body on the ground, his expression unreadable. His decision to impersonate Little Cuckoo had turned out to be more advantageous than he had anticipated. The interviewer, now seething with rage, stormed toward him, his voice trembling with fury. Little Cuckoo. Explain yourself. Why did you kill Black Scythe? Ryu, unbothered by the outburst, reached into his coat and retrieved a pristine white mask. With slow, deliberate movements, he secured it over his face. As a strange gleam flickered in his eyes, he replied in an icy tone, Kim was a fool who dared to steal my identity. The interviewer stiffened. His breath hitched as confusion clouded his mind. His thoughts raced, trying to make sense of Ryu's cryptic words, but nothing added up. Meanwhile, Ryu's attention had already shifted. His gaze fell upon the unconscious cafe owner lying motionless on the cold floor. The interviewer's rage flared even hotter. His teeth clenched as he pointed at the woman, his face twisting with frustration. If you were so desperate to kill someone, then it should have been her. Not Black Scythe, he roared. Unfazed by his outburst, Ryu silently walked toward the woman. He crouched beside her, reaching for something discarded on the ground, a crumpled trash bag. With a detached expression, he slowly unfolded it, his voice devoid of emotion as he muttered, Fake Black Scythe was just as worthless as you are. The interviewer's fury boiled over. His chest heaved as he took a deep breath, his fists tightening until his knuckles turned white. His glare burned with pure hatred. Say that again, he snarled, his voice laced with venom. Ryu didn't respond. He simply rose to his feet, his movement steady, calculated. The interviewer, his patience snapped, reached for his weapon. In an instant, a radiant golden sword materialized in his grip, its gleaming blade humming with energy. Still, Ryu remained unfazed. Without a hint of concern, he extended his hand. A deep, ominous energy began to swirl around him, its presence thick with an unnatural darkness. Slowly, the energy coalesced, taking form, his weapon emerging from the shadows. The interviewer's eyes locked onto it, and for a brief moment, hesitation flickered across his face. His body tensed as a wave of unease crept up his spine. Ryu calmly slid his weapon back into its sheath, his gaze still sharp and piercing. Then, in a voice as cold as the void, he repeated, "The interviewer and Kim, both of them were trash." A chill ran down the interviewer's spine. He swallowed hard, his throat suddenly dry. But what truly sent fear coursing through his veins was the weapon Ryu wielded. His breath hitched, his pulse racing. It wasn't a sword. It wasn't a dagger. It was a massive, menacing scythe. Something he had never seen in the hands of any player before. Ryu rested the enormous scythe on his shoulder, his piercing gaze locked onto the interviewer. He didn't speak, but his silence alone was suffocating. The interviewer's breath hitched as realization struck him like a lightning bolt. His mouth hung open in shock, his eyes widening with terror. And then, it all made sense. There was only one player who wielded such a colossal scythe as their primary weapon. A shiver ran down his spine as he pieced everything together. Now, he understood why Ryu had said Kim was impersonating him. The weight of the truth settled in, twisting his stomach with fear. Ryu's voice, as cold as death itself, cut through the silence. "Now do you understand?" he asked, his words carrying an undeniable finality. "Now you realize who the real Black Scythe is?" The interviewer stumbled back, his legs nearly giving out beneath him. His chest rose and fell rapidly as sheer panic overtook him. He had been toying with a monster all along, completely oblivious. Ryu's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. "I'm sorry," he murmured, tilting his head slightly. "I lied." The interviewer's hands trembled violently. His grip on his sword slackened, and before he knew it, the weapon slipped from his fingers and clattered onto the floor. His knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground, overcome with terror. Tears welled up in his eyes as he frantically pleaded for his life. Please, have mercy. I didn't know. If I had understood sooner, I would never have." His desperate cries were cut short. Ryu's eyes remained emotionless as he uttered a single word. "No." Before the interviewer could process what was happening, his world tilted. A sharp pain, then nothing. His severed head tumbled across the floor, rolling aimlessly until it came to an eerie stop at Black Flame Dragon's feet. A deep chill crawled up Black Flame Dragon's spine. His breath hitched as he stared at the decapitated head, its lifeless eyes still frozen in shock. The gruesome sight sent a shudder through his entire body. This is the real Black Scythe, he thought, dread settling deep within his chest. He's on a completely different level. What terrified him even more was that he hadn't even seen Ryu make a move. All he had witnessed was the interviewer's head hitting the ground. By then, the swing had already been executed. Ryu slowly lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Black Flame Dragon. His voice carried an icy finality. "Now, it's just the two of us. Any idea what happens next?" A sinister gleam flickered in his eyes. "If you have anything left to say, now's the time. Your moment has come." Black Flame Dragon forced himself to breathe. His instincts screamed at him to beg for his life, but the memory of the interviewer's swift demise held him back. He knew pleading would be pointless. Instead, he clenched his fists, steeling himself. "I won't waste time begging," he declared, forcing confidence into his voice. Ryu smirked. "Good. Then, as if amused, he added, "Really?" Black Flame Dragon hesitated, then took a steady breath. "There is something I want to ask before I die." Ryu tilted his head. "Go ahead." Black Flame Dragon's voice was steady but filled with curiosity. "Back when we first met, why did you kill me 5 times in the 4th round? I just want to know." Ryu's response was immediate and blunt. "To keep you in check." Black Flame Dragon blinked. "Keep me in check?" His brows furrowed. "But why?" Ryu's expression remained unreadable. "Because out of all the people there, you showed potential. I had to make sure you didn't interfere with my plans." Something in Black Flame Dragon loosened. He hadn't realized it before, but hearing that answer brought an odd sense of relief, as if a burden had been lifted off his shoulders. So that's why. For a moment, he almost felt at peace. Ryu's voice broke through his thoughts. "Any other questions? If I end you now, will you have any regrets?" Black Flame Dragon hesitated. Fear clawed at his throat, but he had already decided, begging was pointless. Instead, he swallowed his terror and mustered the courage to ask one last thing. "Why do you want to kill me?" he asked. "What have I done?" Ryu's expression turned ice cold. "Because you're garbage." Black Flame Dragon stiffened. "Me? What did I do?" Ryu's gaze darkened. "Weren't you here to kill that woman?" Black Flame Dragon hesitated before answering. "Yes, but I haven't actually done anything yet." A flicker of irritation crossed Ryu's face. His voice turned sharper. "You think that changes anything?" Ryu's expression darkened, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. "You haven't done anything? You just stood there and watched, like some useless bystander. Do you think that makes you innocent? Standing idly by while a crime unfolds is just as condemnable as committing it yourself. That's why you don't deserve to walk away from this." Black Flame Dragon clenched his fists, his lips pressed into a tight line. He wanted to argue but found himself at a loss for words. His silence only confirmed his guilt. Ryu exhaled sharply and, after a moment, spoke again. "Fine. I'll give you one chance. Unlike the others, you're not entirely beyond saving. Your biggest crime is your inaction. So, tell me, do you understand what that means?" Black Flame Dragon hesitated before nodding. I understand." Ryu tilted his head slightly. "Good. Then let's make a deal. If you want to walk away from here alive, empty everything you have. Right here, right now." For a moment, Black Flame Dragon stared at him, confused. But when he realized Ryu was dead serious, he hurriedly began withdrawing items from his inventory. His survival meant more to him than any treasure. Ryu's gaze swept over the growing pile of loot, his interest piqued. "Not bad," he mused. "Orange marble stones, yellow marble stones, and even some sellable equipment. Not as valuable as black gold ore, but still a decent haul." Black Flame Dragon, feeling the weight of the situation, quickly added, "That's everything. Even the equipment I was wearing. I swear, I don't have anything left." Ryu eyed the pile and smirked. "If I sold all this, I could easily get 2,000 gold. More than I expected from him." Yet, instead of taking everything, he casually picked up a few marble stones and some equipment, storing them in his inventory. Black Flame Dragon blinked in confusion. "That's it? You're not taking more?" Ryu shrugged. "No need. Keep the rest." It was a calculated move. The gear stripped from the corpses around them wasn't worth looting, it wouldn't sell, and Ryu had already decided not to waste time on insignificant scraps. He had already killed them without hesitation because he knew they had nothing valuable. Still processing what had just happened, Black Flame Dragon cautiously asked, "So, does this mean you're letting me go? You're keeping your word?" Ryu gave a small nod. "Yes. A promise is a promise." Relief flooded Black Flame Dragon's face, and he exhaled deeply. "Thank you. Seriously, thank you." Ryu's tone remained cold as he delivered his final words. "Live differently from now on. Whether you clean up this mess or leave it as it is, that's your problem, not mine." Black Flame Dragon nodded solemnly. "I will." However, Ryu had already decided, he would deal with the woman himself. Black Flame Dragon hesitated before speaking. "I can help." But Ryu immediately cut him off, his voice as cold as ice. "Forget it. How could I possibly trust someone like you? Just leave." Black Flame Dragon lowered his head in submission. "Understood." As he turned away and took his first steps to leave, a deep sense of relief flooded his entire being. "I'm alive," he thought, barely believing it. "I was certain I'd die today, but he actually let me go." Another thought crossed his mind, maybe Black Scythe isn't as merciless as the rumors say. I expected him to strip me of everything, yet he only took a few stones and some gear. Losing a couple of shop-bought items to keep my life? That's a fair trade. Yet, as he walked further, an unsettling emptiness settled in his chest. It twisted and churned, slowly transforming into anger. Was this really fair? Just because I stood back and did nothing, I had to suffer this kind of humiliation? His hands clenched into fists, his frustration growing with each step. Then, almost involuntarily, his gaze drifted back toward Ryu. From behind, the infamous Black Scythe didn't look nearly as intimidating. He seemed vulnerable. Even if he's strong, he's just a person like me. If I attack him from behind, wouldn't he die like anyone else? The thought took root in his mind, spreading like wildfire. Black Flame Dragon felt his grip tighten around his axe, his pulse quickening with anticipation. This is my chance. If I manage to kill him, imagine how much stronger I'll become. His level must be insanely high. My stats will skyrocket. His heart pounded as he took slow, deliberate steps forward, closing the distance between them. He whispered under his breath, "Don't turn around. Just stay still." Then, with a burst of reckless determination, he raised his axe high above his head. Die, you bastard, he roared, swinging with all the force he could muster. The weapon struck true, and Ryu's body collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. For a brief moment, Black Flame Dragon stood frozen in disbelief. Then, realization dawned, and a euphoric grin spread across his face. He burst into laughter, his voice echoing through the battlefield. I did it. I actually did it, he howled with joy. The great black scythe, taken down by a mere level 10 player. You let your guard down, fool. How could you trust someone so easily? But his victory was short-lived. Something felt off. His triumphant grin wavered as a creeping unease clawed at his mind. Why haven't I received any system notifications? He wondered. Normally, the moment he killed a player, the game would alert him to his stat increases. But now, there was nothing, no messages, no stat boosts, nothing at all. Dread pooled in his stomach. Slowly, he turned his head, searching for any clue as to what had gone wrong. Then, he heard a voice, one that made his blood run cold. Why do you look so shocked? His body stiffened. Heart pounding, he turned back toward the voice, only to see Ryu standing a few steps away, completely unharmed. A smirk played at his lips, his piercing gaze locked onto Black Flame Dragon. The sweat drained from Black Flame Dragon's face. His throat felt dry as he stammered, How? I just killed you. His mind raced. Does he have some kind of resurrection ability? Or, am I losing my mind? Desperate for answers, he spun around to look at the ground where Ryu's body should have been. But there was nothing, no corpse, no blood, no sign that a fight had ever taken place. It was as if his attack had never happened. Ryu's smirk widened. What you killed, he said coolly, was just my clone. Black Flame Dragon's eyes went wide with horror. A clone? Ryu gave a small nod. That's right. The doppelganger rune allows me to create an identical copy of myself. It can't fight, but it serves other purposes, and this little experiment has been more valuable than I expected. Black Flame Dragon's face contorted with rage. His fists clenched as he trembled. You tricked me, he shouted, his voice filled with fury. Ryu's expression darkened. His sharp gaze locked onto Black Flame Dragon. Tricked you, he repeated, his tone laced with cold amusement. Are you really trying to play the victim here? Let me remind you, I was the one who nearly got his skull split open by an axe. Who's the real victim? Black Flame Dragon spat, his frustration boiling over. Victim? You were the one who robbed me blind. You threatened me and took everything I had. Ryu remained silent for a moment, his icy stare unyielding. Then, without warning, he raised his scythe. A sudden sense of dread washed over Black Flame Dragon. Something felt wrong. His body stiffened, refusing to obey his commands. His breathing became shallow as panic surged through him. What's happening? Why can't I move? Before the realization could fully settle, a swift flash of steel severed his head clean from his shoulders. His decapitated body crumpled to the ground as his head rolled away, his wide, lifeless eyes still frozen in shock. Ryu exhaled calmly, surveying the now silent battlefield. There were no survivors, except for one. With a flick of his wrist, he activated Trace Eraser. Within seconds, the bloodstains and corpses vanished without a trace. If an outsider were to stumble upon this place, they would never guess that a violent massacre had occurred just moments ago. But one person knew the truth. Ryu turned his attention to the last remaining figure, a woman laying motionless, her head concealed beneath a black bag. The only living witness to what had transpired. He stepped toward her with slow, deliberate steps. I need your attention, he said, his voice steady. The woman didn't move. She remained completely still, her breathing barely audible. Ryu narrowed his eyes. Drop the act and sit up properly. At that, she hesitated, then reluctantly straightened her posture. Though the bag covered her face, he could sense her unease. In a soft, almost trembling voice, she asked, How did you know I wasn't really unconscious? A faint smirk tugged at Ryu's lips. You thought fooling a player like me would be that easy? The woman hesitated for a moment before softly whispering, I'm sorry. Then, shifting uncomfortably, she asked, This bag is really stuffy. Can I take it off now? Ryu's response was immediate and firm. No. Keep it on until I'm gone. She gave a small nod. All right. Without wasting time, Ryu continued, How many customers were in here earlier? Do you remember their faces? The woman thought for a moment before answering. There were 4 of them. One was an older man, probably around 40 or 45. I spoke to him, so I remember him clearly. But the others, their faces are a blur. Ryu studied her carefully, analyzing every word. She wasn't lying, her uncertainty was genuine. That was all he needed to confirm, whether or not she had seen his face. Satisfied, he gave a curt nod. That's all I wanted to know. The woman shifted slightly, her voice carrying a note of unease. So, does that mean I'm safe? It's over now. Ryu's voice was steady but firm. Yes. You can go home without worry. It won't be easy, but try to forget what happened here today. And don't get the authorities involved unless absolutely necessary, it'll only make things worse for you. Retaliation is always a possibility. A shiver ran down her spine, but she nodded in understanding. I won't say anything. Ryu turned slightly, preparing to leave. Good. Now, count to 60 before removing the bag. Not a second sooner. The woman swallowed nervously and began counting in a hushed voice. As she did, the silence around her grew heavy. The only sound was the faint rustling of wind against the bag covering her face. 58, 59, 60. With trembling hands, she yanked off the bag, her eyes darting around in frantic search of the man who had spared her. But the space around her was eerily empty. The ruined store remained, but there were no bodies, no blood, no sign that a violent battle had ever taken place. It was as if everything had vanished into thin air. Her breath hitched. Was it all a dream? She scanned the area once more, desperate for any trace of the mysterious figure who had saved her, but there was nothing. Only an unsettling silence remained. Doubt clouded her mind, and she murmured once more, did that really happen? The truth, lost in the void of uncertainty, would haunt her for a long time. After leaving the scene behind, Ryu returned home. As soon as he stepped inside, Ryu-1 greeted him at the door. Why are you wearing my hoodie? One asked, eyeing him suspiciously. Ryu didn't bother to answer and simply walked past him. Undeterred, one followed and asked another question. Did you eat anything? No, Ryu replied curtly. One sighed. Then at least order something to eat. All right, Ryu agreed. Without another word, he removed the hoodie and tossed it into the trash bin. One, noticing this, frowned. Why are you throwing that away? I'll buy you a new one, Ryu said flatly. He had no intention of letting one wear something he had on while taking another person's life. One didn't press the issue. Instead, with a subdued expression, he muttered, school's shut down, and with all these players running wild outside, I can't even step out of the house. Ryu could sense the frustration in his voice. Wanting to lift his spirits, he casually asked, how about a trip to Everland? One's eyes lit up instantly. Really? We can go. Yeah. Then let's go. One's excitement was palpable. The next day, the two brothers arrived at Everland. It had been ages since their last visit, and seeing one's genuine happiness made Ryu feel at ease. This place is still running, Ryu remarked as they walked in. Most places like this have shut down, but Everland is still operating. As they strolled past a shop, they noticed a family walking out, each of them donning a pair of fluffy rabbit ears. One's gaze lingered on them for a moment before he spoke. I want to try those too. They ended up picking panda ear headbands instead. In the next moment, they both stood there, looking unexpectedly adorable with the accessories. Ryu snapped a few pictures, capturing the rare light-hearted moment. From that point on, one wanted to try everything. They rode the roller coasters, explored various attractions, and even watched pandas playing around in their enclosure. Ryu felt content seeing his younger brother enjoying himself without a care in the world. However, the mood took a subtle shift when one suddenly fell silent. His excitement faded, replaced by a somber expression. Tomorrow. His brother had to return to that game tomorrow. Noticing one's unease, Ryu reassured him, don't worry. I'll be fine. I might sleep a little longer when I come back, but that's all. It's dangerous, yeah, but I know how to handle it. One nodded hesitantly, but the concern in his eyes didn't fade. Seeing this, Ryu patted his head lightly. How about we check out the safari ride next? April 30, 11:50 p.m. Sitting in his room, Ryu-min waited, mentally preparing himself for the transition to the parallel world. His resolve was firm, his mind sharp. Just then, a message notification popped up on his screen. Yuri, Min. It's almost midnight, isn't it? I'm so nervous right now, but I have a feeling things will go smoothly this time. Let's not stress about it and focus on giving our best. Go, fighting. We'll see each other again, alive and victorious. A quiet chuckle escaped Ryu-min's lips as he read her message. She's anxious. That long text makes it obvious. It wasn't surprising. After all, he had warned her in detail about the dangers of the 5th round. But she didn't need to worry. From this point onward, he would be her shield. Starting with the 5th round, the zones were set to merge, meaning he would finally cross paths with Min Yuri. Even if it was just to take advantage of her buffs, he had already decided to ensure her safety. She's looking for the black scythe, but she has no idea that I'm him. As he checked the time once more, he smirked. Oh? It's time already? Then, let's begin. As the clock struck midnight, Ryu Min's eyes slowly closed. In the blink of an eye, his consciousness was pulled away, plunging him into the parallel world once more. As Ryu Min's eyes fluttered open, he was met with a familiar sight. A vast stretch of open grassland spread before him, eerily reminiscent of the battlefield from the very first round. One by one, figures materialized around him, avatars of the remaining players, summoned onto the plains just as before. For Ryu Min, this scene was nothing new. He had witnessed it unfold multiple times. But for many of the others, it was different. The air was thick with tension, and it wasn't just because of the round ahead. The crowd had thinned considerably. Is this really all of us? Someone muttered. There's no way. More players must be arriving soon. Don't kid yourself. Last round, we had about 500 left. Now that I think about it, yeah, the numbers do seem right. It's too quiet, something feels off. As murmurs of unease spread through the group, a familiar presence descended from above. A figure suddenly appeared, a radiant being with gleaming wings, its smile twisted with amusement. Welcome once again, humans. Congratulations on making it to the 5th round. Kihihihi. The angel's tone was light-hearted, but not a single player returned the enthusiasm. Their expressions remained grim, their gazes filled with silent contempt. Of course, none of them had any fondness for these so-called celestial beings. The angels were the ones responsible for throwing them into this relentless death game. Oh my, what's with the long faces? Cheer up, will you? The angel chuckled. You all had quite the time last round, didn't you? Killing each other so enthusiastically, kikiki. Its laughter echoed across the plains, further igniting the players' quiet resentment. Ah, I see. Not in the mood for jokes today, the angel mused, feigning disappointment. Fine, I'll get serious then. Its previously mischievous expression faded, replaced by a more businesslike demeanor. Currently, we have 442 survivors. Originally, this round was supposed to begin with 521, but it seems we're short by almost 80. I suppose some of you decided to settle your differences outside the game as well. A ripple of tension spread through the crowd. The numbers dropped again? Why do they keep decreasing like this? The angel, unfazed by their reactions, continued. Well, whatever happens in your world isn't my concern. However, with only a little over 400 of you left, things might start feeling a bit uneventful. The angel's lips curled into a sinister smile. So, I took the liberty of preparing something special. Are you ready for what comes next? It's time for the zone integration. The moment those words left the angel's lips, murmurs of confusion spread among the players. Many exchanged puzzled glances, struggling to grasp the meaning behind the announcement. Finally, one player stepped forward, raising a cautious hand. Angel, could you clarify what zone integration actually means? The celestial being let out a sigh, as if mildly irritated by the question. You'll understand once I explain. There's no need to overcomplicate things. The player quickly bowed their head. I see. My apologies. To put it simply, zone integration refers to the merging of zones. You may not realize it, but your country alone had hundreds of separate zones. To be precise, 875. Gasps rippled through the crowd. 875? Seriously? We had that many zones? The angel chuckled, as if their astonishment was amusing. Oh, don't act so shocked. Compared to some other nations, this is nothing. Consider this, each zone originally started with around 10,000 participants. Naturally, countries with larger populations had more zones to accommodate their numbers. A few players frowned as the realization dawned on them. Wait a minute. If every zone had its own angel overseeing it, that would mean tens of thousands of angels exist. This was something none of them had truly thought about before. The sheer scale of it all was overwhelming. The angel, clearly entertained by their whispers, smirked. Correct. Each of us is assigned to a specific territory. Took you this long to figure that out? Humans really are slow. Though the angel's words dripped with mockery, no one dared to respond. It was pointless to argue with a being that held absolute authority over them. However, one thought lingered in the minds of the players. One of them hesitantly spoke up. Wait, Angel, you said you were assigned to a territory. Does that mean you didn't create this survival game? For a brief moment, the angel's expression faltered, as if caught off guard. However, the slip was fleeting, quickly masked by a neutral, unreadable gaze. What makes you think that? The angel asked, feigning indifference. One of the players hesitated before responding. It's just difficult to believe that so many angels would willingly cooperate to create a survival game of this scale. There has to be someone pulling the strings. The angel let out a mocking chuckle. Oh? And what if we did come together of our own volition, with no higher power orchestrating things? Would you commend our efforts? Quit overthinking things. Worrying about pointless details will only give you a headache, humans. I apologize. Faced with the angel's sharp retort, the man had no choice but to lower his head in fear. Ryu Min. Unlike the others, Ryu Min wasn't fooled. He had caught the angel's attempt to steer the conversation away, a clear sign that information about the true mastermind was off limits. It was highly unlikely that the angels, known for their arrogance and rivalry, had come together as a unified force to orchestrate this game. And players can kill angels. No, there had to be an unseen hand controlling everything from the shadows. Enough of these foolish questions. Your only concern should be survival, the angel muttered irritably, unwittingly confirming that they weren't the one in charge. Now, let's not waste any more time. We're proceeding with the territory integration as planned. And before any of you start coming up with wild theories, this is happening only because your numbers have dwindled. Don't overthink it. With a mere flick of the angel's wings, the ground beneath them trembled violently. Rumble. What's going on? An earthquake? The sudden shift left the players in shock, but Ryu Min remained unfazed. He knew exactly what was happening. It's not the ground that's shaking, it's space itself. A deafening noise reverberated through the air as the very fabric of reality wavered, twisting and reshaping before their eyes. A deep, resounding hum reverberated through the air as the very fabric of reality distorted. Jagged black fissures emerged, stretching skyward like cracks in a shattered mirror. Then, as if the world itself had been flipped inside out, space twisted and rotated like the shifting faces of a cube. With each seamless turn, new figures materialized, hundreds of unfamiliar players, their bewildered gazes darting around. The heavy sound of merging dimensions echoed across the landscape. The black lines flickered once before vanishing, leaving behind a vastly different scene. The once sparsely populated grassland was now densely packed with people. Is it over? Who are all these people? A tense silence settled over the crowd as they cautiously studied one another, wariness evident in their eyes. Hovering above them, an unfamiliar angel observed the scene with amusement, a smirk tugging at their lips. And with that, the territory integration is complete. The angel gestured grandly. What's with the awkward silence? You're all humans, aren't you? At least greet each other instead of gawking like statues. The players remained stiff, but the same couldn't be said for the celestial beings. A group of 10 angels had gathered in the sky, exchanging stiff pleasantries. Their smiles lacked any real warmth. Olive, how many do you have in your sector? 442. About the same as ours, then. Seems like it. So, who's going to break the news to the humans? Someone needs to explain how things work from here. Ugh, I'll do it. The angel named Olive, the overseer of Ryu Min's territory, lazily raised a hand. Oh? Trying to earn favor with the higher-ups, are we? Another angel teased. Ha, as if. Then why volunteer so quickly? Fine, you do it if it's such a big deal. No thanks, sounds tedious. Well then, Priscilla, you handle it. What? Me? No way, that's too much trouble. Guys, does it even matter? Someone just do it already. Yeah, the boss isn't going to care who explains it. Good point. Alright, Olive, go ahead. Your voice is the nicest among us anyway. Ugh, whatever. The angels, clearly unbothered by the gravity of the moment, treated the responsibility like an unwanted chore. Even for something as straightforward as an announcement, the angels treated it as an inconvenience. With a sigh, Olive flapped her wings and descended to the center of the meadow. Alright, listen up. I assume your respective angels have already informed you? Due to the dwindling number of participants, we've merged multiple territories into one. The crowd responded with silent nods, their expressions tense. At present, 10 territories have been combined, bringing the total number of players here to 4,844. 10 territories merged? Nearly 5,000 people? The realization dawned on them, explaining why the area suddenly felt so crowded. Glances were exchanged, unease creeping in. With unfamiliar faces all around, the thought of continuing the competition alongside complete strangers made their hearts pound. This isn't an isolated case. Other territories have also undergone integration to ensure a sufficient player count. Naturally, that means your territory name has changed. From now on, this region will be designated as CESKS007, consisting exclusively of South Korean players. Ah, so everyone here is from South Korea? At least we won't have a language barrier. But what happens when we merge with other countries? Indeed, this was only the beginning. As the number of survivors dwindled to 500 or fewer, further integrations would take place. Eventually, South Korean players would find themselves competing against challengers from other nations, a scenario some had already anticipated. It's inevitable, Ryu-min thought. And he knew exactly when that moment would come. By round 11, the second zone integration would take place, forcing players to battle against participants from other regions. But that wasn't the only thing Ryu-min expected. He was well aware that the angels had something extra planned for this round. And sure enough. Before we dive into the main quest, let's mark this occasion with a little side game. A side game? The players murmured amongst themselves, intrigued by the sudden change of pace. Each territory had its own representative, correct? But now that we've merged, that system no longer works. So, what do? Simple, we select a new representative for this integrated territory. A new zone representative? Since only one person could hold the title, it meant a competition was inevitable. The rules are straightforward. The 10 former representatives will step forward and battle each other. The last one standing will be declared the leader of this newly unified region. A death match. To claim leadership, they had to eliminate each other. So they have to fight until only one remains? That's brutal. Yet, despite the harsh nature of the challenge, most players didn't seem concerned. In fact, amusement flickered across their faces. This should be fun to watch. I wonder who'll come out on top? The spectacle was about to begin, and for the onlookers, it was nothing more than entertainment. This calls for some popcorn. Since the battle only involved territory representatives, who had no emotional ties to one another, the onlookers treated it as casual entertainment. Of course, the actual participants didn't share that sentiment. Damn it. So we have to fight to the death just to decide on one leader? I never even wanted to be a territory representative in the first place. Hold on. If we die here, do we get resurrected like before? Is there no way to just forfeit? I don't care about being the representative. Expressions of reluctance and frustration were evident on the faces of the 9 representatives. Only one among them remained composed, Ryu-min. Unlike the others, he knew exactly how valuable this position would become. The angels, noticing their hesitation, chuckled. Come now, representatives. No need for such long faces. It's called a death match, but that doesn't mean you'll actually die. Just like before, anyone eliminated will be resurrected once the match concludes. Oh, so we'll be revived again this time? Of course. Despite the angels' reassurances, the representatives still seemed unenthusiastic. The role of territory representative had felt meaningless up to this point, offering no real advantages. However, the angels weren't finished yet. Judging by your reactions, it seems you think this position holds no real benefits. But are you sure about that? Wait, are you saying there's an actual advantage to becoming the integrated representative? Absolutely. The new representative won't just have command authority anymore. Instead, they'll gain domination authority. Domination? What's that? A significant upgrade. Unlike before, where representatives could only issue commands, domination grants direct control over any player within your territory, so long as their level is lower than yours. Regardless of their job class, you can manipulate them however you see fit. As long as their level is lower? That means I could control anyone beneath me. No matter their class. The representatives, who had initially been indifferent, now looked intrigued. Up until this point, most players had transitioned into their job classes, rendering the old command authority practically useless. But this new ability? It erased that limitation entirely. Of course, there are still some restrictions. Domination can only be used 10 times, and if the representative is killed, their authority transfers to their killer. But tell me, isn't it tempting? The ability to control fellow humans as you wish. There was no need for a verbal answer. The gleam in the representative's eyes spoke volumes. They wanted this power. They were willing to fight for it. And Ryu-min was no exception. Up until now, being a territory representative wasn't worth much. But from this round onward? That changes. I must win this match and claim the title. His decision to eliminate Hwang Yongmin in the previous round had been intentional. He knew this moment was coming. Starting from the 5th round, the representative's authority would evolve into something truly useful. And then there was the hidden subquest. Regardless, Ryu-min's goal was set in stone. With my current level and combat prowess, even a 9-on-1 fight isn't a concern. Before the extra game could commence, the angels gathered in a tight circle, their voices buzzing with animated discussion. Not only did this newly integrated zone require a single representative, but it also needed a new angel to oversee and guide its players. Now that the territories have merged, we need to appoint a guiding angel, one of them pointed out. Right? We can't afford to bicker over it like last time, another added. However, despite recognizing the necessity, not a single angel appeared eager to take on the role. It seemed that whether human or celestial, no one was particularly keen on accepting unwanted responsibilities. So, is there anyone bold enough to volunteer? Elu asked, scanning the group expectantly. Silence. Not a single hand was raised. The lack of response was almost comical. Well, I guess I shouldn't have bothered asking, Elu sighed, shaking his head. All right, back to the real issue, Ellen interjected, steering the conversation back on track. Since no one wants to be the guide, what do we do? Any suggestions? The angels exchanged glances before offering their ideas. What if we leave it to chance and roll a die to pick? A game of luck, huh? It's not the most exciting method, but it's fair. Or we could take turns, rotating the roll every now and then. Wouldn't that be unfair? The ones at the end might never get their turn. Besides, these zones will probably merge again soon anyway. As the angels mulled over their options, numerous ideas were thrown into the mix. What should have been a straightforward decision had taken on an air of gravity, their expressions growing more serious with each passing moment. Then, breaking the silence, Priscilla spoke up, her tone laced with amusement. Instead of resorting to a dull game of chance, why don't we tie it to this extra round? She paused, ensuring she had their attention before continuing. The zone representatives are about to battle, right? Let's make it interesting. The angel overseeing the first player to fall will automatically be assigned as the new guide, consider it a penalty for their bad luck. A ripple of intrigue spread through the group. Oh, that sounds exciting. Now that is a fun idea. I like Priscilla's proposal. Anyone else in favor? Count me in. Me too. A smirk played on Priscilla's lips as support for her idea grew. But just as it seemed settled, Olive raised her hand, her expression unwavering. Hold on. Instead of punishing the angel responsible for the first eliminated player, why don't we do the opposite? What do you mean? Someone asked. Simple, Olive said, tilting her head slightly. Rather than forcing the loser's angel to take the role, let's reward the one who oversees the last player standing. The winning angel would be granted a special title, how about Queen? That way, instead of a penalty, it becomes a position of prestige. The decision was made, rather than selecting an angel at random, the one assigned to the human who emerged victorious from the deathmatch would be crowned queen. Unsurprisingly, it was Olive, the angel responsible for the protagonist's region, who had pitched this bold suggestion. Hearing her idea, the red-haired angel, who had previously proposed the penalty system, visibly scowled, clearly displeased by the shift in direction. Some of the angels looked puzzled at first, uncertain what the title, Queen, truly entailed. But the more astute among them quickly filled in the blanks. Being the queen meant absolute authority. Complete submission. Every angel, without exception, would be bound to obey her commands without question. The revelation sparked a ripple of excitement. The idea that their human's victory could directly elevate them to such a powerful position was too thrilling to ignore. Soon, imaginations ran wild as angels pictured themselves in that seat of supremacy, reigning over their peers. What had begun as a playful wager now carried a competitive edge. Applause broke out, Olive's suggestion had taken hold, and it was unanimously agreed upon. Still bristling, the red-haired angel gave Olive a side glance, muttering under her breath, "You must really believe your human has what it takes to win." Smiling without a hint of modesty, Olive replied, "You're not wrong." The red-haired angel smirked, trying to provoke her further. "Well, don't get too cocky. My representatives held the top spot in our regional rankings since the first round. He's not going down easily." Feigning a gasp, Olive gave a theatrical look of surprise, though inwardly, she was stifling a laugh. Rankings? As if that mattered. If her rival only knew the identity of Olive's chosen one, Black Scythe himself, her confidence would surely crumble. But Olive had no intention of revealing that just yet. With subtle amusement in her tone, she turned and asked, "So, do you accept the terms?" Reluctantly, the red-haired angel nodded. There was no valid reason to object. One by one, the remaining angels also voiced their agreement, each secretly placing their hopes on their human champions. Then, one of them chimed in, "Since this brilliant idea came from Olive, why not have her go down and explain it to the players?" Taking the cue, Olive gracefully descended from the sky, her wings unfurling with elegance as she addressed the crowd below. "We will now begin the bonus round to determine the representative of the unified territory," she declared with clarity. "Representatives, please step forward and gather beneath me." At her command, 10 individuals broke away from the watching crowd. Though some exchanged wary glances, they stepped up to the marked area without hesitation. Among them was the protagonist. As they took their places in the center, Olive raised one hand, and in response, the ground began to rumble. The players watched in awe as the land around them transformed. Fire erupted from cracks in the earth, reshaping the terrain. Massive stone columns thrust skyward, encircling the area as if summoned by an ancient power. Bit by bit, the land molded itself into a battlefield, an arena bathed in flames and tension. At the very heart of it all, a grand colosseum stood, towering and oppressive. Fear flickered across the faces of some representatives, but Olive was unmoved. Her smile was serene, her tone crystal clear. "The time has come," she said. "This is a battle to the end. You will fight until only one of you remains standing in this arena." With that declaration, the deathmatch began. If you step outside the arena's bounds, you won't return. No second chances out there, Olive warned, her voice echoing across the Colosseum. So if you value your lives, stay inside. Now, let the match begin. The moment her words rang out, the 10 representatives unsheathed their weapons, tension thick in the air. None made a move just yet, each eyeing the others warily. Among them, however, was a man clutching a gleaming longsword, his ambition burning brightly. In his mind, this was his chance to rise above the rest, to claim the title of king by cutting down every last one of them. He scanned the group, noting how hesitant everyone seemed. It didn't surprise him, they all recognized one another's strength. Still, he scoffed internally. None of these fools are stronger than me. He had reigned supreme in his region's rankings from the very beginning and had no intention of surrendering that top spot. What gave him even more confidence was the powerful rune engraved on his weapon, a dismantling rune. Just one slash, one graze even, and the rune's effect would tear through the target like a curse. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that his blade practically guided itself. It always knew the right point to strike. Thanks to that alone, he had annihilated over 300 players in the 4th round, 312, to be exact. Up in the sky, a few angels watched the standoff with mixed reactions. One of them let out a bored sigh, clearly unimpressed by the delay in action. Another hovered beside her, attempting to hype things up by shouting encouragements. The man with the rune wondered if the angels had some sort of bet going, based on how restless they looked. Regardless, he had waited long enough. This was the perfect moment to put on a show. With slow, deliberate steps, he strode confidently to the center of the arena, sword resting on his shoulder. He turned his gaze from one opponent to the next, searching for someone to serve as his opening act, the first kill that would set the tone for his dominance. His goal wasn't just to win. He wanted everyone, angels and humans alike, to remember his name and fear it. He planted himself in the middle of the battlefield, openly inviting an attack. His expression made it clear, "Come at me if you dare." Then, from the crowd, a lone figure began walking toward him. It was a man wielding a massive, dark scythe, an ominous sight that made the sword wielder's confidence falter for a moment. That weapon, it's not ordinary. Scythes weren't exactly common. Plenty of players had edgy nicknames with "scythe" in them, but the number of people who actually used one was close to none. It was far too large, far too unwieldy, unless someone had the skill to make it dance like a dagger. He squinted to read the other player's nickname. Black Scythe. His heart skipped a beat. No. It can't be. He tried to rationalize it, convincing himself that it was just a coincidence. Maybe someone else had chosen a similar name. But then he remembered, the system didn't allow duplicate nicknames. Each one was unique. There was no mistake. The man standing before him wasn't just some scythe-wielding lunatic. It was the Black Scythe. And in that instant, for the first time since the match began, the confident swordsman felt a chill crawl down his spine. It finally dawned on the swordsman, this wasn't just some skilled opponent. The man standing before him with that ominous Black Scythe was none other than the top-ranked player across every region, Black Scythe. The only player known to have reached level 30. The shift in the representative's demeanor was visible to all. The confidence he'd worn so arrogantly a moment ago crumbled into disbelief and fear. The angels, observing from above, were left stunned by the sudden change in mood. One turned to Priscilla, the red-haired angel responsible for that player, and asked hesitantly, "Wait, isn't that your representative?" Priscilla didn't respond right away. Her eyes were locked on the scene below, and her teeth dug into her nail out of sheer frustration. Her human wasn't moving, he just stood there, frozen, and she couldn't for the life of her figure out why. What the hell was he doing? Then, out of nowhere, Olive burst into laughter, an uncontrollable, almost mocking cackle that echoed through the sky. Priscilla's head snapped toward her. "What's so damn funny, Olive?" she growled. Wiping a tear from her eye, Olive grinned. "Ah, forgive me, really. But it's just too good. Look at your little champion down there, he's trembling while staring at my representative dragging a scythe like he's mowing the lawn." Following her gaze, Priscilla finally took in the sight of the man approaching her representative. The scythe he carried was massive, elegant, and dangerous looking. It made an impression, no doubt. But even so, Priscilla frowned. She couldn't feel any menacing aura coming from him. So what? She snapped. Are you saying my representative is terrified just from looking at yours? Isn't that what it looks like? Olive replied smoothly, her grin widening. Priscilla's irritation only deepened. You're talking nonsense. You really think someone who's held the #1 spot in my region since the very first round would be scared of some flashy scythe? Don't make me laugh. Olive tilted her head, almost amused. In your region, huh? Well, unlike yours, my representative hasn't just been #1 locally, he's never once dropped from the top of the global rankings. A few angels nearby immediately voiced their disbelief. Come on, you expect us to believe that? Is she making stuff up now? But Olive didn't flinch. She calmly pointed down at the scythe wielder's name hovering in the air. If you'd been paying attention to the ranking boards, you'd recognize that name in a heartbeat. Their eyes followed her gesture. Black Scythe. Gasps filled the air. It was him, the name that appeared at the top of every leaderboard every single round. The one no one had been able to dethrone. Silence fell over the angels as they processed the realization. Priscilla, meanwhile, shook her head in disbelief. No. This couldn't be real. If he was truly Olive's representative, then her own player didn't stand a chance. And then it happened. Without a word or warning, Black Scythe moved. His scythe cleaved through the air in a single fluid motion, and before the red-haired representative could even react, he fell, defeated in an instant. There was no struggle. No resistance. Just a clean, merciless takedown. Up above, Olive clasped her hands with a radiant smile. Ah, looks like Priscilla's out. The angels stared, dumbfounded. Their disbelief turned to dread. Down in the arena, the remaining 9 representatives now had a name to associate with the nightmare standing in their midst. Why is Black Scythe even here? Some of them thought in a panic. It didn't take long for the others to realize something terrifying. They stood no chance. If even the strongest of them had fallen in one strike, what hope did they have? One man, particularly shaken, only level 13, felt his legs go weak. His eyes darted between his sword and the approaching figure. There was no way to fight this. No way to win. Black Scythe didn't stop walking. His expression unreadable, he approached the rest, scythe in hand, completely composed. The closest representative panicked and stepped back, trying a different tactic. Hey there, Black Scythe, he called out with a forced laugh. Wow, it's such an honor to fight beside someone as well known as you. Seriously, I'm touched. I might cry, haha. When he got no response, he quickly shifted his tone. Wait. Can we talk for a second? He pleaded, his nervous chuckle fading into desperation. But Black Scythe just kept walking, his silence more intimidating than any threat. Behind Black Scythe, one of the female representatives quietly dismissed the notion of combat. She calmly stowed away her weapons into her inventory, signaling her refusal to fight. The man who had earlier tried to flatter Black Scythe hesitated for a second before raising both hands high, signaling his surrender to the angels observing from above. His bold move quickly inspired others, one after another. Several representatives followed suit, their weapons lowered in defeat. The angels looked down in disbelief. This wasn't how the match was supposed to go. Their expressions twisted into outrage as they processed what was unfolding. The excitement of the showdown, the chaotic clash they had so eagerly anticipated, was unraveling before their eyes. Their game was being reduced to a farce. Enraged, one of the angels floated forward and issued a chilling warning, her voice booming across the arena. Anyone who surrenders will have their heads burst like overfilled balloons, and don't expect resurrection afterward. The threat echoed ominously in the silence that followed. The hands that had once been raised in surrender now slowly lowered. Panic filled the representatives' eyes as they realized that backing out was no longer an option. One of them, a girl with a quiver on her back, retrieved her bow. Others followed suit, drawing swords, gripping axes, and preparing for a battle they knew they couldn't win. There were 8 of them left. And although they understood their odds were abysmal, they still held on to the faint hope that they might succeed if they attacked all at once. Watching them change their stance, Ryu Min tilted his head slightly. So they fear the angels more than me? He mused, his expression unreadable. But the thought didn't bother him, if anything, it amused him. Whether they came one by one or all at once, it wouldn't change the outcome. Their efforts would be crushed just the same. A faint smile curled on his lips, and that smile alone made the others recoil internally. There was something terrifying about his calm, something that made them question if they were walking straight into their own graves. But they couldn't back down now. Driven by pride, fear, and desperation, the 8 top-ranked players from their respective regions launched their assault. A barrage of blades and arrows descended upon Black Scythe. They charged from all directions, trying to overpower him through sheer numbers. And then, he moved. In a single, breathtaking motion, Ryu Min dashed forward, his scythe blurring through the air like a phantom. He weaved through the chaos, zigzagging with inhuman speed. Before the first few attackers even realized he had passed them, their bodies dropped to the ground. The remaining players froze mid-step, stunned by the precision and brutality they had just witnessed. Then, they too became targets. Ryu Min spun his weapon, his dark scythe carving through the air like a reaper's judgment. Those who had hoped to retreat were hunted down one by one, their resistance crushed under his overwhelming presence. Above the arena, the angels fell into an eerie silence. The spectacle had left them speechless. They had expected bloodshed, but not like this. This was a massacre, wrapped in grace and dread. Moments later, the silence gave way to gasps and exclamations as they fully registered what had happened. Black Scythe had cleared the stage. He had won. They exchanged glances, realization setting in. Olive, the angel who had brought forth Black Scythe, was now the de facto victor of their wager. And by the rules they had all agreed to, the rest of them would now serve under her command. Priscilla, flushed with fury, couldn't accept it. "You knew this would happen, didn't you, Olive?" she spat, her voice sharp with accusation. Olive turned toward her, unfazed, the corners of her lips curving in satisfaction. "Of course I did. What, did you think I suggested this out of kindness?" The fire in Priscilla's eyes flared. "You manipulated us. I offered a suggestion. You all agreed without question," Olive replied, folding her arms. "No one forced you. You said it sounded fun, remember? Now that you've lost, you want to play victim?" The other angels stirred, some looking uneasy, but Priscilla stepped forward again, defiance bubbling inside her. "We should never have agreed to this. She tricked us." "Tricked you?" Olive's tone sharpened. "Or outplayed you? There's a difference." Before the argument could escalate further, Olive narrowed her eyes. "Don't do anything stupid, Priscilla. You really want to throw hands in front of the humans? That'd be a new low for us." Priscilla flinched, her fists clenched tightly. "Besides," Olive added in a sing-song voice, "if the head angel hears about you starting a fight, you'll be enjoying a nice long stay in the insect cell." The mere mention of that place made Priscilla recoil as if she'd been slapped. Of all punishments, that was the one she feared most. Her anger remained, but the fire in her eyes dimmed. For now, at least, she would stay her hand. But the tension between the angels was far from over. That place, the insect cell, was the one location Priscilla dreaded more than anything. The moment Olive mentioned it, all the fire in her eyes dulled into resignation. Seeing her so subdued, Olive chuckled softly. "What's the matter?" she said with a smirk. "Changed your mind about fighting?" Priscilla didn't reply. Her silence was all the answer Olive needed. "Well then," Olive said cheerfully, "as the winner, I hereby declare myself queen. And as for you, Priscilla, you can be the guide for our lovely new representative." Priscilla clenched her jaw. "For how long?" she asked through gritted teeth. Olive waved her hand dismissively. "Until I'm in a better mood." With that, Olive turned her attention away, fully expecting obedience. When she noticed Priscilla still rooted to the spot, she raised an eyebrow. "Well? Get moving. Your job starts now." Swallowing her pride, Priscilla reluctantly stepped forward, moving toward the crowd of human players. Inwardly, she cursed her own foolishness for ever agreeing to the wager that brought her to this point. Clearing her throat, she addressed the players in a clear but curt tone. "As you've witnessed, the match has ended, and a new representative has been selected." A system notification had already informed the players of what she said. "New zone representative, Black Scythe. With his victory," she continued, "Black Scythe has been granted a temporary title, Ruler's Authority. This skill enables him to issue commands to players within certain limits." Though she tried to keep her voice steady, her words carried a trace of bitterness. The gathered players, on the other hand, showed nothing but awe. Many had already heard of Black Scythe's exploits. Now, seeing him wield such power firsthand, they understood why opposing him might be unwise. He was level 30, far beyond them, and that alone gave him the right to command. After formally acknowledging Black Scythe's new status, Priscilla turned her attention to the fallen representatives. With a deep breath, she extended her white wings wide, golden feathers detaching and gently drifting down toward the lifeless bodies. Upon contact, each body began to shimmer with a soft, radiant light, gradually restoring color to their pale skin. One by one, the representatives began to stir. Some opened their eyes in confusion, unaware of what had occurred, while others sat up, visibly shaken, recalling only fragments, a shadowy figure, a sweeping scythe, and the sting of defeat. "You were all defeated," Priscilla informed them bluntly, "by Black Scythe, who now holds the position of Unified Region's representative." Her words sank in quickly. The expressions on their faces shifted from confusion to realization, then to reluctant acceptance. There was no room for argument. What had happened was undeniable. Priscilla wasted no time stripping away their former privileges. "The authority you once held as representatives will now be revoked," she announced. "However, this is not the end. Opportunities to regain status may come again." Despite her attempt at reassurance, it did little to lift the atmosphere. Disappointment hung thick in the air. Then, with no fanfare, Priscilla raised her hand, and a translucent window appeared in front of every player, its contents glowing in silver text. Main mission activated. Objective: defeat 300 orcs within the allotted time. Time limit: 10 hours. Secondary objective: acquire 4 equilibrium stones. Survival limit: only 25% of participants will advance to the next phase. Rewards and penalties remain undisclosed. A heavy silence followed as everyone read the message. The challenge was brutal. The numbers alone made it clear, only a quarter of them would make it through. With the looming presence of the orcs and the uncertainty surrounding the mysterious equilibrium stones, a sense of urgency and dread spread through the crowd. Murmurs and anxious whispers filled the air. No one knew exactly what failure would mean. But one thing was certain: this game had just become deadly serious. When the players began murmuring among themselves, clearly displeased by the mission details, Priscilla let out an exasperated sigh. Her golden eyes narrowed as she spoke with sharp sarcasm. "Complaining already? Is it the survival rate that bothers you? Shall I reduce it even further?" The grumbling came to an abrupt halt. Her words, laced with threat, carried more than enough weight to silence everyone. Satisfied, Priscilla continued, her tone dry. "You've had it easy up until now. It's about time things got serious. Don't expect the same mercy moving forward." Her words stirred unease through the group, but not everyone looked worried. A few players exchanged confident smirks, their pride shielding them from doubt. These were the ones who didn't think of themselves as ordinary participants. They believed they had the strength to crush the orcs with ease. Priscilla caught their expressions but said nothing. Let them believe that, she thought. The battlefield would break their arrogance soon enough. As the discussion shifted, a voice from the crowd called out, raising a question that had been on several minds. "What about the secondary mission? Why hide the reward?" Instead of brushing it off, Priscilla turned toward the speaker with an amused look. "Good question. You've probably noticed that unlike before, the secondary objective is actually visible now," she replied. "And that's precisely why the reward is concealed. If I revealed both, where's the challenge?" Ryu Min stood silently among the group, already tired of the cryptic nature of these so-called games. His memory was sharp. He hadn't forgotten that the 5th round's hidden reward had been the Equilibrium rune, one of the 8 essential runes. And only one could be acquired per zone. Of course, he knew that there were alternate paths to obtaining these rare runes, but those methods were even more punishing than the main quests. Just completing the mission wouldn't be enough, only the most qualified could truly earn the rune. Priscilla's voice broke through his thoughts. "To those aiming for the hidden reward, you'll need to collect 4 equilibrium stones," she announced, her tone serious. "Only one person in the entire zone will be granted the prize, and there are only 4 stones to be found." Gasps and nervous glances spread through the players. A former representative raised his hand and voiced the obvious concern. "What if someone can't find all 4? Then the mission's pointless for them, right?" Rather than soothe them, Priscilla's response only intensified the pressure. "Don't worry," she said with a shrug. "You can always take the stones from someone else, by force." That statement caused a noticeable shift in the atmosphere. The players exchanged wary looks. It was no different from how the representative titles were won: elimination through combat. Priscilla confirmed as much. "Yes, it's the same system. If someone holding an equilibrium stone is killed, their stone will drop. But don't get greedy. Only the stone will fall. No gear, no loot, no extras." Then she paused, letting her next words hit harder. "And just so you know, anyone who dies during this phase will stay dead. There will be no second chances." Her warning hung heavy in the air. No revival. No forgiveness. The challenge was no longer about strength alone, it had become a matter of cunning, survival, and timing. The real test was about to begin. After finishing her lengthy explanation, Priscilla ended with a mocking smile and a final message. "Do your best, everyone. I'm looking forward to the results." With that, the angels vanished, leaving behind silence and tension. Watching them go, Ryu Min muttered under his breath, clearly annoyed, "What a bunch of bothersome pests." Now alone with his thoughts, he began to plan. His first priority was to wipe out the required 300 orcs, and then he'd circle back to assist Minuri. Efficient and methodical, that was his style. As he strode through the crowd of players, the atmosphere tensed around him. All eyes followed his movements, but no one dared lift a weapon. Though some had considered attacking him to steal the title of representative, the moment they met his gaze, or even felt his presence, those thoughts quickly dissolved. His overwhelming aura suffocated even the boldest of hearts. When he walked past, players instinctively breathed a sigh of relief, as though a predator had spared them. Elsewhere, a few former representatives gathered and debated their next move. Confused and aimless, one of them suggested an unorthodox idea. Why don't we follow him? Black Scythe always outpaces us anyway. If we trail him, maybe we can pick off the leftovers. Another man looked at him as though he'd lost his mind. Follow him? Are you insane? If he activates his authority as the representative, we could end up bound to him forever. Still, the first man shrugged. Better than wandering blindly. He always finishes first. If nothing else, we can learn something from him, assuming we don't get caught. Though most hesitated at first, fearful of being enslaved, they slowly began to consider the plan. The key, they realized, was distance. If they stayed just far enough behind, they could avoid triggering any control-based skill. But none moved right away. So, with a deep breath, the one who proposed the idea turned and left by himself, choosing to act rather than wait. Eventually, the rest followed his lead, straying from indecision and trailing quietly in the direction Black Scythe had gone. Not long after, Ryu Min arrived at the edge of a crimson forest where an orc village was tucked among the thick trees. Tall tents made of hide stood like domes, and the smell of roasted meat drifted through the air. He slipped through the foliage with practiced silence, his form blending with the shadows. Those following him from a distance crouched in the underbrush, watching as he moved without hesitation toward the village. At the outer edge of the settlement stood a lone orc guard, thick-muscled and towering, who let out a deep, guttural roar the moment he spotted the intruder. But his warning cry was cut short. Black Scythe moved like lightning. In a blur of motion, the massive scythe he carried sliced through the air. A single arc, clean and silent, and the orc's head was already separating from his shoulders. The body slumped forward and collapsed in the dirt with a heavy thud. Without stopping, Ryu Min crossed the threshold into the village. Around him, orcs were tending fires, sharpening blades, and carrying supplies. At the sight of a human stepping into their camp with such ease, they froze, their yellow eyes widening. Then, all at once, they charged at him, weapons raised and war cries echoing. Ryu Min answered their aggression with graceful brutality. His scythe glowed with a sinister red energy as he spun into the crowd. Each swing was precise and devastating. Heads flew, bodies fell. The crimson arc of his weapon seemed to thirst for blood. Two orcs tried to flank him. He didn't even glance in their direction before cutting both down with a single, reverse sweep. The earth beneath him became soaked with blood, but he remained untouched, his expression calm. When the skirmish was over, he walked forward with the same composed stride as before, completely unfazed, as though it had merely been a warm-up. His gaze fixed on the largest tent in the village, situated at the center like a chieftain's hall. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside as if it were his own domain. Time passed. Eventually, Ryu Min emerged from the tent, his scythe resting on his shoulder and his pace unhurried. Whatever business he had within had already been settled. He glanced around once and continued deeper into the village, his mind already focused on the next part of his plan. And from the shadows of the trees, those who had dared follow him watched in awe and dread. Before long, the small group of players who had been discreetly tailing Black Scythe spotted him emerging from the orc settlement. His figure, unscathed and calm, contrasted starkly with the blood-soaked battlefield behind him. Witnessing the ease with which he had decimated the orc village, a few players began to believe that the creatures were no stronger than the gnolls they'd encountered in previous missions. But the one who had originally proposed following Black Scythe wasn't convinced. "Are you sure it looked easy because they were weak?" he asked, narrowing his eyes. "Or was it only because it was him?" His warning gave pause to the others. They realized he had a point. Just because Black Scythe made something look effortless didn't mean it was. Acknowledging the wisdom and caution, they agreed to stay alert. With their confidence bolstered by watching his actions, the group made the decision to strike out on their own and attack an orc settlement. After all, they had numbers, and in their minds, that would even the odds. Still, despite their shared goal, unity among them was shallow. One cloaked figure at the back was already scheming, considering how long he could tolerate being among what he deemed weaklings. Another planned to cooperate only until he determined whether he could survive better alone. A third had a more sinister mindset. He intended to use the others as a living shield if things went south. Eventually, they stumbled upon what looked like a promising target. Towering wooden walls enclosed a sprawling village nestled among the trees. From a distance, it looked 3 times the size of the one Black Scythe had just cleared. The sight filled them with excitement, they believed it to be a treasure trove of kills. But their optimism was short-lived. As they approached, a pair of sharp-eyed orc sentinels positioned in crude towers spotted their movement. Without hesitation, one of the guards lifted a large horn to his lips and blew with all his might. A deep, ominous sound rang out, reverberating through the trees like a war cry. The players froze. They hadn't expected the village to react so quickly. The call to arms hadn't even faded when thunderous footsteps began to echo from within. From behind the village gates, a swarm of armed orcs poured out in droves. The sheer number was overwhelming, dozens at first, then more, until the ground itself trembled under the weight of their charge. In a flash, the players found themselves surrounded. They were a group of just over 10, but now encircled by a horde of bloodthirsty warriors. Each orc wore a twisted grin, their eyes gleaming with savage hunger. The scope of the village suddenly became clear. It wasn't just large, it was massive. Far larger than they had assumed. Reality crashed down on them like a hammer. This wasn't going to be a simple raid. The mage who had first suggested tracking Black Scythe turned to the others, panic creeping into his voice. What do we do now? No one had a solid answer. Only one option seemed viable: fight. And fight they did. The orcs wasted no time. With guttural roars, they charged forward, weapons raised, eager to shred their prey. The players reacted with urgency. A swordsman lunged to meet the first attacker, his blade clashing with the orc's massive, spiked club. The force of the collision sent a shockwave into the air. Yet, the impact caused the orc's arm to jerk backward, opening a brief window. Without hesitation, the player capitalized. His sword struck true, cutting the orc down. The moment ignited something in the group. Seeing one of their own take down an orc stirred hope. The tension thinned just slightly as they realized the orcs weren't as quick as expected. Riding that surge of morale, the same swordsman turned and slashed toward a second enemy, charging with renewed confidence into the fray. With confidence surging, the swordsman drove his blade deep into the orc's chest, grinning as he expected the creature to collapse instantly. But that smile vanished the moment the orc didn't fall. The beast remained standing, barely flinching from the wound. Then, before the player could react, the orc retaliated with brutal speed. To his horror, the player realized his weapon was stuck, wedged tightly in the orc's dense muscle, refusing to budge. What followed was a blur of chaos. With a thunderous swing, the orc's spiked club crashed into the player's side, hurling him several meters away. Just like that, the tide shifted. The rest of the orcs, feeding off the momentum, surged forward with terrifying force. Encircled with no room to flee, the human players were overwhelmed. Screams echoed as one player after another was struck down without mercy. No one was spared. Caught beneath the sheer weight of a charging orc, the very man who had proposed following Black Scythe now lay pinned, his body crushed into the dirt. His breath came in short gasps, fear and regret flooding his mind. Is this really how it ends? Trampled like an insect, he wondered. His thoughts were silenced a moment later when the orc above him raised its weapon and brought it down. His scream, once sharp and loud, faded into nothing. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Ryu Min advanced alone, silent and purposeful. He'd long since noticed the group that had been tailing him earlier. With 20 people moving together, there was no way to go unnoticed. Still, he hadn't paid them much attention. He figured they would be safe, at least as long as they avoided fortified orc settlements. Even for him, villages with sentry towers were trouble. The moment a guard orc sounded the horn, dozens of warriors would swarm the area like a flood. That's why Ryu Min always avoided those high-alert locations. With more than 200 such villages scattered across the map, it was best to choose his targets carefully. Over time, Ryu Min had become intimately familiar with these enemies. Orcs were built differently from humans, their bodies were so tough and tightly wound with muscle that weapons often got stuck if plunged in recklessly. That's why he never relied on stabbing blows. He always aimed for their weakest spot, the head. Even when outnumbered, he struck with surgical precision, his large scythe flashing crimson in the sunlight as he dispatched enemies with clean, efficient sweeps. It didn't matter how many orcs charged at once, if he struck true, none of them stood a chance. After clearing yet another orc village, Ryu Min brought down the final defender, a towering brute who let out a last guttural roar before collapsing beneath the scythe's arc. With the village now silent, Ryu Min checked his quest log. A bright notification greeted him. Quest complete, 300 orcs defeated. He had done it. In just under an hour, Ryu Min had become the first player in the entire region to complete the orc extermination objective. Satisfied, he closed the window and immediately turned his thoughts to Minuri. There was no time to waste. Activating his tracking ability, he focused on her presence and began heading back without delay. Elsewhere, in a different part of the forest, Choi Manji of the Young Explorers Club approached the group's leader, Cho Yang-ho. The man looked worn, his armor scratched and dirty, but he was still standing. "You all right, Young?" Manji asked. Yang Ho nodded, though his breathing was heavy. "I'm fine. Just tired." Still, despite what they'd seen, he didn't fully believe that the orcs were truly that dangerous. His confidence in human strength hadn't yet been shaken, but that belief was about to be tested soon. Though the orcs walked with clumsy, lumbering steps reminiscent of pigs, the members of the Young Explorers Club weren't foolish enough to let appearances deceive them. They had already witnessed the power these creatures possessed in combat. As they regrouped under the canopy of blood-red trees, their leader, Cho Yang-ho, turned to one of his more reliable members. "Mankey, how many orcs have we taken down so far?" Mankey scratched his head before replying, "About 50, give or take." That number immediately caused Cho Yang-ho to frown. They had a strict goal: eliminate 300 orcs within a 10-hour window. At their current pace, they were far behind. Internally, he knew they wouldn't make it if things continued like this. However, the rest of the team didn't seem too worried. They believed they could make up for the slow start in the latter half of the mission. But Cho Yang-ho wasn't so optimistic. He understood that if they truly wanted to succeed, they would need to take risks, starting with a larger orc settlement. But as soon as he floated the idea, Mankey voiced concern. "Isn't that too dangerous?" he asked, glancing toward another member, who quickly agreed. "We struggled with just 3 orcs. A whole village? That's suicide." Another chimed in, suggesting they'd be better off sticking to smaller camps and picking off stray orcs. With nearly everyone expressing the same doubts, Yang-ho chose not to argue. Instead, he let the silence linger for a few seconds before speaking again. "I get it. But if we keep playing it safe like this, we're just postponing failure. We all know how this ends if we stay on this path." His eyes hardened, and his tone dropped. "Even if it's tough, we need to push through. Remember this, there's no future aboard a sinking ship." The gravity of his words sank in, and with no one else objecting, the group pressed forward. Entering deeper into the Crimson Leaf Forest, the outline of a massive orc village came into view. It was the same one they had scouted earlier. From a distance, Mankey was the first to spot a sentry post atop a wooden watchtower. "There's a guard," he said, pointing to a silhouette hunched over the lookout. Cho Yang-ho nodded and immediately ordered the team to circle around the perimeter. They followed a narrow trail along the village's edge, hidden beneath thick foliage and trees that masked their movements. Eventually, they reached the side of the village's outer wall, an uneven wooden barrier built from logs and rope. There, tucked between 2 sections of fencing, was a gap just wide enough for them to squeeze through. Mankey knelt and peered into the village. "Strange? I don't see anyone," he whispered. Cho Yang-ho exchanged looks with the others, then gave a subtle nod. With Mankey taking the lead, the group slipped through the gap and began exploring the village silently, sticking close to the walls and shadows. Walking through the empty paths between tents and wooden huts, Yang-ho asked in a low voice, "Could they all be inside their shelters?" "Most likely," Mankey replied. "Judging by the village's size, we can probably expect around 5 orcs per tent." Cho Yang-ho grew tense. Up close, the village looked even larger than he had imagined, easily big enough to house over 100 orcs. As the gravity of the situation weighed on him, one of the members whispered, "Should we strike 1 tent at a time?" Yang-ho nodded. "That's the best bet? Hit fast, take them out before they react." "I agree," Mankey said. 5 orcs isn't a problem if we surprise them." Without wasting more time, the group positioned themselves around one of the larger huts. Cho Yang-ho raised a hand, signaling for silence, then gestured toward the door. They waited for his signal to begin the ambush. Carefully and in complete silence, Cho Yang-ho led his group through the narrow tent entrance. Inside, they found another wooden door that seemed to separate the inner chamber. Without hesitation, they broke through it, bursting into the room with weapons drawn, only to freeze at the sight before them. There were 10 orcs inside, not 5 as they had anticipated. The orcs, startled by the sudden intrusion, rose from their seats with low growls and sharpened glares. The tension spiked immediately. One of the club members, eyeing their numbers nervously, turned to Cho Yang-ho and asked, "What now?" "We take them down one at a time," the leader responded calmly, keeping his eyes on the nearest orc. As the monsters began to close in, Cho Yang-ho gave a sharp command to target the one on the left. That orc, a hulking brute, lunged forward and swung his club, but it collided with a raised shield. In that brief opening, Cho Yang-ho dashed in and slashed across the creature's leg, cutting deep enough to bring it crashing to the ground. Seizing the moment, Mankey moved in next. With a swift, upward swing, his blade sliced near the orc's shoulder. Their coordination worked perfectly, and within seconds, the first orc was eliminated while the others were still reacting. Suddenly, one of the orcs, a particularly large one with coarse blonde hair, let out an enraged roar. Like a wild boar, he charged through the room with terrifying speed, his mace swinging high. The blow connected with Mankey, sending him to his knees with a pained gasp. The sight ignited something in Cho Yang-ho. Without hesitation, he sprinted forward, his blade aimed with precision. Before the orc could land another strike on Mankey, Cho Yang-ho pierced its weak spot, felling the second beast. Mankey, though injured, was safe, for now. The remaining 8 orcs were now completely alert. They hadn't attacked yet, but the pressure in the room was suffocating. Mankey clutched his side while the rest of the club took stock of their situation. "We can't win this," one of the members whispered, eyes wide with fear. Cho Yang-ho didn't disagree. They were outnumbered, and with one of their own wounded, things weren't looking good. Deciding quickly, he barked, "Retreat, now!" They bolted from the tent, carrying Mankey between them. But what they saw outside made their hearts sink. The clearing they'd passed through earlier, which had been free of danger, was now swarming with more orcs, another 10 at least, and all headed straight toward them. "Where did all of these come from?" someone shouted in panic. "About 10 more," another quickly counted, eyes scanning the crowd of snarling enemies. Panic began to set in. The member supporting Mankey stumbled slightly, muttering, "This is it, we're done." Mankey, groaning in pain, wondered if this really was the end of their journey. But Cho Yang-ho wasn't finished yet. "Raise your weapons," he said coldly, eyes scanning the horde. Some hesitated. A few were already mumbling their final words to each other. One looked to Cho Yang-ho with tears brimming in their eyes. "We can't win. Why are you still fighting?" "Look closely," Cho Yang-ho replied. "Why do you think they haven't attacked us yet?" Confused, the team turned their eyes to the orcs. And then they saw it, smirks. Wicked, amused expressions twisted the faces of the monsters. "They're laughing at us," he said. "They find this amusing. They see us as prey trembling before the slaughter. Doesn't that enrage you?" The silence that followed was heavy. "Do you enjoy being looked down on like this? Treated like insects in a cage? If this is the end, then take at least one of them with you. Let's fall with dignity." His words struck like thunder, lighting something inside their hearts. Slowly, each member raised their sword, a fierce determination replacing their fear. Even Mankey, wounded and barely standing, gritted his teeth and prepared to fight again. The orcs, seeing the humans' change in attitude, stopped mocking. Their expressions shifted to cold focus as they began closing the distance slowly, menacingly. Cho Yang-ho raised his hand once more. "When I give the signal, strike together. Same target." But just as tension reached its peak, a loud explosion echoed across the village. A fiery glow burst from a distant section, lighting up the sky. Startled by the sudden noise, several of the orcs turned away, their attention drawn to the disturbance. Without hesitation, a few sprinted toward the source of the flame, abandoning their prey. The club members turned to look. What was that?" one asked. A fire was spreading in the distance, though they couldn't tell how or why. Cho Yang-ho narrowed his eyes. The chaos had worked in their favor, but not all the orcs had left. The original 8 from the tent still stood their ground. "Their numbers are down," he called out. "Now's our chance." With their leader's voice rallying them, the group lunged forward. Blades clashed and shouts rang out. Fueled by adrenaline and desperation, the team fought with everything they had. When the dust settled, the last orc collapsed to the ground. The players, covered in sweat and blood, stood, barely, but they were alive. One of the members dropped to their knees, panting. "We only survived because of you, Captain." But Cho Yang-ho shook his head. "We all chose to fight. Without you, I wouldn't be standing here either." He turned to Mankey, who sat slouched against a tree. "How bad is it?" "I've had better days," Mankey replied with a strained smile, his eyes wet with tears. "But I'll live." Knowing Mankey needed to rest, Cho Yang-ho instructed the others to hide and remain silent. Despite their protests, he insisted on going alone to investigate the earlier commotion. Moving cautiously between tents, Cho Yang-ho noticed something odd. An eerie stillness had settled over the village. No orcs in sight. The air was heavy but calm. Once he felt safe, he advanced slowly, trying to find the source of the fire. That's when he heard it, a faint sound, followed by a strange glow. He turned the corner and stopped dead in his tracks. Dozens of orcs were strewn across the ground, lifeless. A golden light shimmered faintly from their corpses before their bodies began to dissolve into motes of light, disappearing into the air. Cho Yang-ho walked between them, his face tense with disbelief. Who could have done this? Then, in the middle of the carnage, he spotted someone standing alone. A tall figure with a black cloak and a massive weapon, one that Cho Yang-ho instantly recognized. Black Scythe? As if hearing his name, the figure turned, eyes meeting Cho Yang-ho's. Black Scythe stared at the man's username, eyes widening in recognition. It clicked. That wasn't just anyone, it was him. The player known to the world as the Mercenary King. Ryu Min begins explaining the mercenary class. He says it's a close-range combat class, similar in nature to a warrior. Mercenaries often carry a wide variety of weapons, and their combat skills also resemble those of a warrior. However, there's one significant trait that sets them apart and makes them incredibly powerful: contracts. When a mercenary signs a contract with another person, they gain extraordinary strength and enhancements. Because of this, mercenaries often prefer to form parties, either with people they trust or by entering a contract with a special class holder known as the Mercenary King. The Mercenary King is a unique solo class that allows its user to lead and command all contracted mercenaries. Anyone who signs a contract with the Mercenary King receives various powerful buffs and additional effects. Due to these benefits, there's rarely a reason for anyone to decline such a contract. Ryu Min then looks at the person standing before him and realizes he's face-to-face with Yango, a solo-class Mercenary King. This surprises Ryu Min, as he hadn't expected to meet such a person here. Yango approaches Ryu Min with a nervous smile and greets him. "Hello, Black Scythe." Ryu Min asks, "You know me?" Yango chuckles, replying, "Of course. Who wouldn't know about someone who's always ranked number 1? Internally, Yango is panicking. Damn, I really shouldn't be meeting someone who's ranked first in every zone. He might not take it well if I ask for a handshake. Reading Yango's thoughts, Ryu Min quietly reflects, he doesn't seem like someone who would deceive others. Maybe that's why he qualifies as a Mercenary King. He has the mindset and heart of a true leader. Yango then asks him, "Did you really kill all those orcs alone?" Ryu Min nods. Yango is visibly shocked and says, "You're truly amazing. You live up to your reputation." He then bows deeply and says, "Thank you. Because of you distracting them, I managed to survive. I didn't even know you were here." Yango acknowledges that even if Ryu Min didn't deliberately help them, killing the orcs indirectly saved their lives. Ryu Min replies, "Alright, hurry up and get out of here with your team. I've killed all the orcs in this village, so you don't have to worry about them." Yango, slightly confused, asks, "Wait, how did you know I was with my team?" Just then, he turns around and sees his teammates arriving. Shocked, he says, "What are you guys doing here? I told you to wait." One of them responds, "We thought maybe you'd leave us behind." Yango is taken aback and replies, "I'd never abandon you like that." Ryu Min observes the interaction and thinks, these 4 must be the mercenaries under Yango's contract. They came because they were worried about him. He's already formed a team that truly cares about him. The group then notices Ryu Min, and one of them asks, "What are you doing here?" Ryu Min casually replies, "I just came for a bit of hunting." But when they see the pile of orc corpses around, they realize he has eliminated them all without much effort, even if there were over 100 of them. Ryu Min then urges them, "Leave now. If you're done here, get moving. A boss might spawn soon because of the orc massacre. It could be dangerous." They salute him and say, "Yes, sir. We'll be nearby. It was an honor to meet you, Black Scythe." Just as they're about to leave, they hear a strange sound. One of the teammates with a shield says, "Did you guys hear that?" Another asks, "Hear what?" He replies, "Listen closely." Now even Yango hears it and says, "What's going on here?" Ryu Min calmly answers, "An intermediate boss is spawning. Get out now." Yango is stunned, "An intermediate?" Before he can finish, a huge orc boss jumps into their view. Yango's teammates are horrified. "Is this an orc?" one gasps. But the intense aura and monstrous condition of the creature make it clear, this is no ordinary orc. It's a high-powered warrior. Ryu Min looks at it without fear and mutters, "So you finally showed up? Orc warrior." He regrets not leaving sooner due to dealing with the group, but he knows he has to defeat this boss to obtain a Stone of Balance, a required item for one of his subquests. If I kill this one, I can wrap up this part of the quest and move on to the next trial, he thinks. As the boss advances, radiating fury, Yango stammers, "It looks really angry." He shouts, "Run," but is cut off as the orc swings its massive blade in a furious strike aimed at him. The strike causes a powerful explosion, shattering the surroundings. His teammates scream his name. But just 2 seconds earlier, Ryu Min had jumped in and pulled Yango out of harm's way, saving his life. "Black Scythe, thank you." Yango gasps. Ryu Min replies, "Stay back if you don't want to die." As the orc warrior advances, Ryu Min charges forward. "You think this is fun, huh?" Ryu Min taunts, slashing the orc's leg with his scythe. The orc screams in pain and retaliates with a violent attack, but Ryu Min dodges effortlessly. Jumping back, he grins. "What's the point of powerful attacks if I can dodge every one of them?" Infuriated, the orc launches a flurry of strikes. Ryu-min weaves through them, nimble and calm. I've already cut his neck twice and it didn't go through, this guy's too damn thick, he mutters. Determined, Ryu-min leaps again and spins his scythe into the orc's neck, carving deeper this time. Still airborne, he continues to rotate his weapon rapidly around the orc's throat. Finally, the orc's head is severed. It tumbles to the ground, and Ryu-min stands triumphantly atop the corpse. Thanks to this victory, Ryu-min gains 37.73% EXP, 4,000 gold, and a 2,000 gold bonus. As Ryu-min stepped down from the dead orc's core, everyone looked at him in awe. Did he kill that thing? A new message appeared before Ryu-min, listing the items he had earned. You have obtained Sword Ring Pommel, Orc's Heart, Lesser Azure Mana Stone, Stone of Balance. Subquest Progress, Stones of Balance, 1 out of 4. A faint grin curled at the corner of Ryu-min's lips as he read the notifications. He thought to himself, taking down a boss is miles more satisfying than dealing with those weaklings. The EXP bar that had barely moved throughout the earlier skirmishes now surged upward, an increase of over 37% in one go. That alone would have been impressive, but there was more. Along with the experience boost, he received 4,000 gold, plus an additional bonus payout. Not bad, he mused, but that's not even the best part. Several rare items had dropped as well. The most eye-catching among them was the sword labeled Ring Pommel Sword. Ring Pommel Sword. Type, Weapon. Rarity, Epic. Attack Power, 100. Effect, with every successful strike, gain plus 5% attack speed. Stacks up to 10 times. Durability, 1000. Requirement, usable by regular grade players or higher. A blade distinguished by a loop-shaped guard. Elegant yet deadly, it was forged for relentless pursuit and momentum. Ryu-min stared at the weapon and muttered to himself, shame it's a sword and not a scythe. If the item had been his weapon of choice, there would have been no hesitation. He considered the numbers. His current weapon, the Reaper's Scythe, only had 25 attack power, though the Reaper's rune doubled that when used with a scythe. Even then, it topped out around 50. That meant the Ring Pommel Sword had twice the raw damage. Still, Ryu-min thought, damage isn't everything. Despite the sword's advantages, switching weapons wasn't so simple. He was used to the scythe's rhythm, its sweep, its reach. Even though he started out as a hunter, he had grown comfortable with all kinds of weapons over time. None, however, fit him as naturally as the scythe did. I'll hang on to it for now, he decided. A rare weapon like this will fetch a hefty sum later. He tucked the sword into his inventory, then moved on to the next drop, the Orc's Heart. Orc's Heart. Description, a dense, crimson stone shaped eerily like a heart. Despite its unsettling appearance, it's not biological. Highly valuable for crafting certain unique items. Many discard it out of ignorance, but doing so is a costly mistake. This one's a keeper, he thought. The Orc's Heart was a required material for an upcoming craft he had in mind. Tossing it would be idiotic. He also pocketed a lesser Azure Mana Stone, a decent reagent, and another Stone of Balance, inching him closer to finishing that particular subquest. That boss was worth it, he thought, glancing down at the slain orc warrior. After wrapping up his inspection, Ryu-min turned around, and stopped. Yango stood there, eyes wide, clearly shaken by the display he had just witnessed. In the next second, he composed himself and spoke with deep respect. You're truly something else, Black Scythe. I wouldn't even dream of taking on that creature myself, let alone solo. He gave a sincere bow. Thank you. You didn't just defeat the monster, you saved our lives doing it. I'm not in the habit of letting people die when I can help it, Ryu-min replied simply. Yango hesitated, then asked, did you know it was going to appear? Ryu-min didn't feel like going into the mechanics. After clearing the regular orcs, a mid-boss typically shows up. Nothing unusual. With that, he turned, ready to move on. My business here is done. I'll be leaving now. Understood, Yango replied, bowing again. Thank you once more, Black Scythe. Safe travels. Ryu-min was about to walk off when he overheard a voice behind him. Let's go hunt. Seeing Black Scythe fight lit a fire in me. Their morale had clearly skyrocketed. But before they could move, one of Yango's comrades suddenly collapsed to his knees with a pained groan. Mangy. Yango rushed over in alarm. What's wrong? The injured man clenched his teeth. I can't go on. My body's at its limit. You said you were fine earlier. I said that because I was worried about you, Hyung-nim, Mangy rasped. But now I can't keep up. Yango gritted his teeth, panic settling in. You have to endure. If we can survive until the round ends, we'll get healed when we return. Mangy weakly shook his head. You know it too. If we don't meet the 300 kill quota, we vanish. There's no second chance. I don't have the strength to keep fighting. Please, just leave me behind. A heavy silence fell. Ryumin stopped walking. Yango, usually composed and reliable, was clearly rattled. You can still swing a weapon, right? We'll soften up the orcs, just finish them off. That should count. Mangy looked at his brother, eyes heavy with guilt. But if you focus on helping me, none of you will get enough kills. I'll drag everyone down. I don't want to slow you down, Mangy murmured, voice trembling with fatigue. Please, just go. I don't want you to see me like this. Zhou Yong's face twisted with helplessness as he crouched beside his injured comrade. No, he said firmly, shaking his head. I can't leave you like this. You're losing strength by the minute. How could I possibly turn my back on you now? From a few paces away, Ryumin paused and narrowed his eyes, watching the exchange. He hadn't expected this reaction from Zhou Yong, the famed mercenary king, known for leading vast battalions with unwavering resolve. To see him so visibly distressed over one injured man was surprising. If it were Ryu one lying there like that? Ryumin thought silently, recalling his own brother. He would have reacted the same. That moment of empathy led him to a decision. Looks like you're in a tough spot, Ryumin said as he stepped forward, addressing the group. Mind if I take a look? Zhou Yong and the others turned toward him with expressions of confusion and uncertainty. Ryumin's unexpected offer was met with silence, their hope tempered by skepticism. In their minds, there didn't seem to be any way to save Mangy now. Is there really something you can do? Zhou Yong asked cautiously. Ryumin didn't answer with words. Instead, he knelt beside Mangy and examined the injuries. These are serious, he said, but not beyond repair. He placed a hand over the worst of the wounds and began to chant softly, words unintelligible to the others. Then, a soft green light radiated from his palm, bathing Mangy's battered form in a calming warmth. The group watched in stunned silence as the bleeding stopped and the wound visibly closed. The astonishment was palpable. Mangy looked down in disbelief, his mouth opening but no words coming out. It's gone, he finally whispered, pressing a hand over the newly healed skin. Even the pain, it's just gone. That's right, Ryumin replied calmly. What the others didn't know was that the healing he'd just performed had technically exceeded the skill's intended capabilities. Though the skill, first aid, was categorized as a basic one, Ryumin's intelligence stat, bolstered to an impressive 123, and the bonus 32% skill amplification from the rune, had turned it into something far more potent. Normally, the skill would only treat light injuries or stop bleeding, but in his hands, it could even mend a dislocated shoulder. Try moving your arm, he instructed. Cautiously, Mangy rolled his shoulder. As the pain failed to return and his mobility returned, his eyes lit up in joy. It works. I can move again. It doesn't even hurt. Don't get carried away, Ryumin warned. It's an emergency patch-up, not a full recovery. Push yourself too hard and the injury could reopen. But for now, you should be able to fight without issue. Black Scythe, thank you. I owe you my life, Mangy said with heartfelt gratitude. Zhou Yong stepped forward next, bowing slightly. I'm deeply grateful. I can't thank you enough for saving one of my own. He opened his inventory and took out a crimson mana stone, low tier, but still valuable. The rest of the party followed suit, producing items from their own pouches. Some offered mana stones, others, spare equipment they'd intended to sell. Zhou Yong extended the items toward Ryumin. This might not be much, but please accept these as a token of our appreciation. Ryumin raised a hand, intending to refuse. That's not necessary. But before he could decline further, the gifts were already in his hands. It's not about the value, Zhou Yong insisted. You gave our friend hope when we had none. Whether you accept the gesture or not, know that I won't forget this favor. Someday, I'll repay the debt. In that moment, Ryumin realized he'd gained more than gold or loot. He'd earned the trust and gratitude of the mercenary king, a man whose strength would one day prove crucial. I was going to pick up a basic skill anyway, he thought to himself, but this turned out to be an even greater return than expected. This encounter was bound to leave a lasting impression. Before parting ways, Ryumin looked at Zhou Yong's group and said calmly, well then, take care. I'm sure we'll cross paths again. Min Yuri found a quiet spot and watched the system interface tick down slowly. Time until round ends, 8 hours 55 minutes and 15 seconds. Main quest progress, orcs defeated, 0/300. She got scared as soon as she saw Black Scythe and lost him. Previously, Min Yuri found herself preparing for the upcoming 5th round. Just before stepping into it, Ryumin's words echoed clearly in her mind. The quest involving 300 orcs isn't something you can take lightly, he had warned her earlier. They're not just strong, they come in hordes, and they're relentless. Don't even consider going in alone. So, what are you suggesting? She had asked. Seek out Black Scythe as soon as the territory integration is complete, he replied without hesitation. Don't challenge them without him. And if, for some reason, you can't reach him right away, then wait at least an hour before taking any action. I understand, she had said, nodding in gratitude. Thanks for the warning. Now, with those instructions fresh in her mind, Min Yuri remained patient, waiting calmly as the territory merger completed. She trusted Ryu Min, and intended to follow his advice to the letter. As soon as integration was finalized, she scanned her surroundings, unsure how to even begin finding Black Scythe. Where do I even start? She murmured. But the answer came swiftly and easily. She didn't need to search at all. Among the 10 individuals selected as area representatives for the bonus match, Black Scythe was already present. There he is, she whispered, spotting him immediately. I'll talk to him once it ends. The outcome was clear and overwhelming. Black Scythe dominated the match. The gap in ability between him and the others was undeniable. Well, he is already level 30, she muttered to herself, trying to rationalize the feat. It makes sense. As the match concluded, she began to walk toward him, but as he descended from the platform, her steps faltered. She stopped several feet away, her body refusing to move forward. She didn't understand why at first. What's wrong with me? She asked herself, confused. But the answer was painfully clear. It was fear. An instinctive, visceral fear that gripped her as she remembered the brutal scenes she had just witnessed, enemies mercilessly decapitated by his hand, blood spraying across the battlefield. No matter how much her rational mind told her he was an ally, her instincts whispered caution. Min told me I need to work with Black Scythe, she reminded herself. He'll need my help. He won't hurt me. But by the time she snapped out of her daze and lifted her head again, he was already gone. He left, she whispered in disappointment. I missed my chance. It seemed Black Scythe had already moved on to begin the main quest. Min Yuri now stood alone, weighing her next steps. Min said I shouldn't take on the orcs by myself, but I can't just stand here and do nothing. Left with no other option, she followed Ryu Min's final piece of advice, wait for 1 hour before taking action. Min Yuri released a tense breath as a wave of unease washed over her. Doubt began to gnaw at her confidence. This isn't good, she murmured, brows furrowing. What if I really vanish if I can't kill 300 orcs in time? She had entered this round with her faith placed firmly in Black Scythe, but now she couldn't even catch a glimpse of him. The irony stung. Her hesitation earlier had caused her to miss her chance. Fear had slowed her down. And now she was alone. Realizing this, she shook her head. I can't just stand around waiting. There's no telling if Black Scythe will return to this exact spot. Resolving to act, she moved forward carefully, scanning her surroundings with a sharp gaze. Her footsteps were slow but purposeful. She didn't know where he had gone, but she had to try. I think he might have gone this way, she speculated, glancing down a well-trodden path that stretched through the trees. She followed it, one cautious step at a time. Roughly 10 minutes later, she spotted a faint silhouette ahead, structures in the distance, crudely built and worn by time. From their design, it was obvious, an orc village. Spikes, wooden barricades, and crude tents sprawled around the area. Could he be inside? She wondered aloud, but immediately shook her head. No. That's too reckless. I can't charge in blind. Just as she decided to pull back, her heart dropped. A rustling in the underbrush. A low growl. From the trees beside the path emerged the last thing she wanted to see, an orc. It looked exactly as she remembered from the briefings and the game-like system, green skin, brutal build, and rage-filled eyes. A battle axe rested heavily in its hand, and the creature snarled before charging straight at her. Min Yuri's heart raced. This isn't what I wanted. I was trying to avoid this. But retreat was no longer an option. With no time to lose, she activated one of her core support skills, Bless. A golden light shimmered over her body, amplifying her stats. Her agility, the primary attribute she had poured points into, jumped from 24 to 36. Even her strength, though lesser in focus, rose from 12 to 18. Drawing the gleaming rapier she had received during her class advancement, she readied herself. The blade, light and precise, suited her fighting style perfectly. Fortunately, she had a few things going in her favor. First, the orc was alone. No backup, no ambush, just a direct confrontation. Second, and more importantly, she remembered Ryu Min's advice, orcs are bulky and muscular, but their necks aren't as well protected. That's your best target in a fight. Recalling that tip, her confidence began to build. If she stayed calm, if she focused, she might just pull this off. The orc roared and closed the distance fast, lifting its axe high and bringing it down in a brutal arc aimed straight for her shoulder. Min-Yuri's eyes narrowed. The orc's axe carved a deadly arc toward Min-Yuri's shoulder. But her reflexes kicked in just in time. She twisted her body, narrowly avoiding the brutal swing. "Ha, dodging isn't too hard," she muttered under her breath. Just like Ryu said, these things aren't exactly accurate. With that in mind, she scanned the orc's movements, looking for a weak spot, specifically, its neck. But in the chaos of real combat, it was far more difficult than she'd imagined. There were no target indicators or autocorrections like in a game. If she misjudged and struck the wrong spot, she could easily open herself to a vicious counterattack. As the orc pulled back its weapon for another strike, Min-Yuri maneuvered to the side and saw her chance. She lunged forward, rapier flashing, aiming straight for the neck. But the orc shifted unexpectedly, and instead of piercing its throat, her blade sank into its chest. "Damn," she hissed, gritting her teeth. Still, luck was on her side. The rapier slid in cleanly and came out just as easily. Most players would have panicked. Many weapons got lodged in the dense muscle, making it nearly impossible to retrieve them in time. But not her. Not this time. Breathing out in relief, she remarked, "Glad it didn't get stuck. I was bracing for the worst." She didn't waste time. Keeping her footwork light and swift, she continued to maneuver around the orc, striking again and again, each time aiming for the neck. The beast roared and flailed, but her persistence paid off. On her sixth attempt, her blade finally found its mark. The rapier punched clean through the orc's throat. Blood gushed as the monster staggered backward, then collapsed with a thunderous thud. Min-Yuri exhaled heavily, her body trembling from the intensity of the fight. She bent forward slightly, catching her breath. "That was harder than I thought," she whispered. "But I did it. I really beat an orc alone." As she wiped sweat from her brow, something caught her eye. A figure was moving toward her. She blinked, once, twice, trying to make sure she wasn't hallucinating. "Wait, is that really him?" she whispered, her voice filled with disbelief. The figure's silhouette became clearer as it approached. Cloaked in shadow, radiating a quiet dominance, it was unmistakable. "Black Scythe," she said, barely above a whisper. Relief flooded her. After all the searching, the man she had been desperate to find was finally in front of her. But just as she was about to greet him, he walked past her without a word, his attention fixed elsewhere. Startled, Min-Yuri quickly called out, "Excuse me." She couldn't afford to lose this chance again. The man halted mid-step and slowly turned to face her. His piercing gaze met hers. "What is it?" he asked, his voice curt and unreadable. Min-Yuri hesitated. Her throat tightened, words caught between nerves and urgency. But she swallowed her anxiety and spoke, her voice trembling slightly. "Black Scythe, let's form a team." His brow arched, clearly unimpressed. "Why would I do that?" Min-Yuri knew words wouldn't be enough. So instead of replying, she raised her hand. A radiant light bloomed from her palm, "Bless." The warm glow extended outward, enveloping Black Scythe's form. A soft hum filled the air. As the energy soaked into him, he paused. His expression shifted, not from genuine surprise, but from calculated play-acting. After all, he already knew the truth of her abilities. He'd known everything from the beginning. Feigning intrigue, he glanced at the notification window in front of him. "Huh, what's this?" Min-Yuri smiled, regaining some confidence. "It's my buff skill. Bless. It boosts all stats by 50% and lasts 3 hours." With the aura still shimmering between them, she stood tall, her pride evident. And Black Scythe, playing along with the charade, opened the system menu to confirm what he already knew. Ryu Min gave a small nod, eyes glancing at the buff's effect still lingering on his body. "It checks out," he said calmly. Min-Yuri clasped her hands together, trying to remain composed. "Is that enough of an explanation? My buff skill could be a huge asset in any hunt." Ryu tilted his head slightly, as though weighing the offer. "So you're saying, if I want continued access to this buff, I need to work with you?" She nodded. "To put it simply, yes. I'd like your help with my hunting." Ryu crossed his arms, deliberately drawing out the silence. Then, with a hint of a smirk, he replied coolly, "You do realize I'm the one with the advantage here, right? I could just recruit you as a subordinate." The statement caught Min-Yuri completely off guard. She blinked, clearly not having expected that angle. He narrowed his eyes at her, his voice lowering. "Are you the kind of person who would betray a partner?" "Of course not," she quickly answered. "Good," Ryu said, finally relenting. "Then we'll try this partnership out." His tone softened just slightly as he added, "Since we're going to be cooperating, let's at least introduce ourselves. Black Scythe, level 32. Class, Reaper." Min-Yuri perked up. "Oh. I'm Democracy, just call me Yuri. Level 13. My class is a buffer." Ryu raised an eyebrow. "A buffer, huh?" From what I saw earlier, you seem to handle that orc decently. Are you sure you need help? Yuri scratched the back of her head sheepishly. That was actually my first real fight, and it was harder than I expected. With an exaggerated look of surprise, Ryu chuckled. So it took you almost 90 minutes to score your first kill? Yuri laughed along awkwardly. It wasn't exactly like that. I lost a bit of time waiting around for someone. She couldn't bring herself to say it outright, but she had been circling the area in hopes of finding him again. Well, either way, Ryu said, glancing at the system clock, we're short on time. Yuri gave a serious nod. Yeah. I've only managed to take down one orc so far. I've got 299 to go. Then let's pick up the pace, Ryu offered. Yuri looked at him curiously. How do you propose we do that? I'll weaken the orcs to the brink, he replied matter-of-factly. You move in and finish them. As long as you land the final hit, the kill will register as yours. In gaming terms, he was giving her the chance to last hit, an efficient method to rack up numbers quickly. Yuri's eyes lit up with confidence. I can do that. You've already seen what I'm capable of, I won't mess up the finishing blow. Then we've got nothing to worry about, Ryu said, turning away. Let's move. But just as he began walking, Yuri called out, wait. He stopped and turned, calm and composed. Something wrong? She hesitated, her brows furrowing. I really appreciate your help, but I can't help but wonder. Will tagging along interfere with your own mission? Ryu looked at her with an expression bordering on amusement. Don't worry. I've already finished the main quest. That simple answer brought visible relief to her face. Then let's do this, Yuri said, her voice steady now. And with that, the two moved forward, one step closer to hunting down the remaining 299 orcs. Yuri wasn't entirely sure whether Black Scythe would accept her proposal to team up, but here they were, moving through the forest together. She still couldn't believe it. The elusive figure she'd been searching for was now walking beside her. Though uncertain how they'd handle the orcs as a team, she knew she'd soon find out. Their walk hadn't lasted long before danger emerged. 3 orcs stomped into view, snarling as they caught scent of the 2 humans. Yuri immediately took a step back and raised her rapier in a defensive stance, her nerves flaring. Just as she prepared to face them, Ryu calmly extended his arm in front of her. Hold up, he said coolly. Without waiting for a response, he advanced. His scythe arced low with a fluid motion, the blade slicing through the air with terrifying speed. Thick green legs were severed effortlessly, the orcs crumpling to the ground as their massive upper bodies crashed into the dirt. Then, with a second swing that moved faster than Yuri could follow, Ryu's scythe carved through the air again. This time, it was their arms that were cleaved from their bodies. All 3 orcs, now reduced to head and torso remnants, writhed in pain and let out tortured howls. Now, Ryu said, his voice emotionless, finish them. Yuri hesitated. Despite their helpless state, the sight of the mutilated orcs made her pause. It was the first time she had seen such brutality up close. Ryu looked back at her. Why are you stopping? I'm sorry, she stammered, pushing past her hesitation. Taking a deep breath, she walked toward the fallen orcs. One by one, she delivered the final blows, her rapier piercing through each creature's exposed throat with swift, calculated thrusts. Moments later, a series of notifications filled her vision. You have slain an orc. Experience gained, 2.35%. Gold obtained, 40. Yuri's eyes widened, stunned at how fast it had all happened. That's it, she whispered in disbelief. I got 3 kills just like that? It felt surreal. Having faced one orc alone earlier, she knew how physically demanding and dangerous they could be. This, however, felt completely different. There had been no real risk, not when Black Scythe had neutralized them so efficiently. They're not like goblins at all, she muttered. They're supposed to be strong, but this wasn't hard. A realization hit her then, she wasn't getting stronger. She was standing behind someone overwhelming. Her eyes drifted toward Ryu again, this time with growing admiration. The way he moved, how effortlessly he dismantled such fearsome enemies, it was like watching a force of nature. Let's keep going, Ryu said casually, already walking ahead. Yuri followed, feeling a mix of awe and renewed motivation. She was in the presence of someone truly extraordinary. After Yuri finished off the incapacitated orcs, she couldn't help but look at Ryu with renewed admiration. Watching him dismantle enemies with such composure and efficiency made her realize how fortunate she was to have crossed paths with him. When he said, "Let's move on," she nodded eagerly, responding with an enthusiastic, yes. They continued through the forest, pressing deeper into orc territory. The pattern quickly established itself. Ryu would dart in first, targeting legs and arms with precise, sweeping strikes that crippled their foes, leaving them helpless on the ground. All Minuri had to do was step forward and deliver the finishing blow. It was like a systemized production line of death. I had no idea hunting could be this smooth, Minuri commented in disbelief. If an orc had seen this, it might have died from shock before the scythe even touched it. Ryu didn't respond, though a faint smirk threatened to break through his neutral expression. After a while, he asked, "What's our current count?" Minuri puffed her chest out a little with pride. 52, and it's only been 30 minutes. That's pretty amazing, right? To her, it was a feat worth celebrating. But to Ryu Min, it was far from impressive. In the past, eliminating over 300 enemies in under an hour was standard procedure for him. By comparison, this pace felt leisurely. Still, he acknowledged that most of their time had been spent wandering between spawns. The real challenge wasn't fighting, it was finding the targets. His eyes scanned the thinning monster population. These orcs are scattered too widely, he thought. Taking them down is easy, but locating them is inefficient. Ryu Min's mind quickly turned toward a better solution. If I keep dragging her around like this, we'll just waste more time. I need to accelerate this process. But if I take Minuri in a orc village, it could be dangerous for her. I can't fight and protect her at the same time. He remembered the orc shaman. A special type of monster with the ability to summon other orcs. If they could find him, the hunt would become far more productive. It was a shortcut that allowed him to avoid combing the entire field for scattered groups. Coincidentally, their current route naturally aligned with the direction of the shaman's lair. It was a perfect opportunity. They pressed on. Along the way, Minuri's spirits stayed high. At this pace, we might hit the 300 mark within 3 hours, she said brightly. Ryu glanced sideways at her. 3 hours? That's too long. We'll finish it within 1. She blinked in confusion. 1 hour? Did I hear that right? Yes. Under an hour, he confirmed without a shred of doubt. Minuri stared at him, stunned. Wait, seriously? How's that even possible? Ryu finally unveiled a portion of his plan. By using the orc shaman. I won't kill it, just exploit its summoning ability. That way, we don't need to search for orcs. They'll come to us. It was a clever strategy, manipulate the summoner to keep producing enemies, allowing them to rack up kills quickly without wasting time between fights. However, something nagged at Minuri's curiosity. She furrowed her brow and asked, "But, how do you even know about the orc shaman? This is your first time here, isn't it?" Ryu didn't miss a beat. "I came across it once before I ran into you," he replied smoothly. "That's how I know its location." It was a complete fabrication, but his delivery was flawless. Minuri accepted it without further question, her thoughts drifting instead to the efficiency of his methods. "So that's how he does it," she murmured to herself, eyes gleaming with admiration. And so, the two of them advanced toward their next objective, a single goal in mind, to crush the quota in record time. Minuri found Ryu Min's explanation convincing enough to ease her concerns. Then, with a steady voice, he assured her, "I'll make sure nothing puts you in danger." His calm confidence made her heart stir slightly. Her initial surprise faded, replaced by a soft smile. "You're more thoughtful than I expected," she said, almost playfully. "Maybe that old saying is true, you don't really know someone until you've spoken with them." Before long, the pair reached a secluded village nestled in the wilderness. It was a humble place, made up of small wooden huts with straw roofs, barely more than 5 buildings total. Not a single orc patrolled the area. Minuri tilted her head in confusion. This is where a boss is supposed to live? It looks too tiny. Despite the peaceful appearance, Ryu Min remained cautious. He knew better than to judge by appearances. The quaint little hamlet was nothing more than bait. A trap, deliberately designed to appear harmless so it could lure in players with their guards down. In a previous regression, he had seen what lay behind the curtain of deception. While circling behind the village in that timeline, he'd come upon a gruesome pile of corpses, players who had walked into the trap unprepared. All of them had fallen victim to the orc shaman, a cunning creature who relied on deceit rather than strength. It wasn't bravery that defined the shaman, it was cowardice masked as cleverness. Yes, Ryu Min could end him easily. But that wasn't the plan. The shaman's summoning ability made him far more useful alive, for now. "Follow me," Ryu said, motioning for Minuri to stay close. They moved through the village, passing a few small, empty huts. The silence was eerie, too quiet. Minuri looked around with growing unease. "There's no sign of any orcs. Are you sure this is their territory?" "That's because the orcs don't actually live here," Ryu replied calmly. "Only the shaman stays here, hidden inside." Eventually, they arrived at a slightly larger structure. Though it shared the same thatch design, its size and subtle details set it apart. Ryu gestured toward it. "That's the place. The shaman waits inside, listening for intruders and preparing ambushes." Min Yuri's eyes widened. Wait, the orcs lay traps. He's not just any monster. As a boss, he has some intelligence. These small huts? They're just part of the bait, Ryu explained. This whole village is a facade to draw players in and kill them. Min Yuri looked concerned. Then, are we caught in the trap too? Ryu nodded. From the shaman's perspective, yes. But that works in our favor. Do you have a plan? She asked, her tone serious. We'll turn the trap on him, Ryu said. It's simple. When players enter that larger hut and steps on red carpet there, they trigger a hidden zone. That alerts the shaman, and he summons a horde of orcs, usually 10 to 20, to swarm the intruder. It's almost impossible to escape once they've surrounded you. He gave a small smile. But if we can bait the trigger without getting caught, the summoned orcs will believe they missed their target. Then they'll send out scouts to track us down. And we'll be waiting for them, he added. Min Yuri hesitated, then offered, I'll be the one to go in. Ryu raised an eyebrow. By yourself? She nodded. There's no need for both of us to walk into a trap. It'll look suspicious if we both go in. Besides, I understand the plan and I want to contribute. Let me do this. Ryu studied her expression for a moment, then gave a small nod. All right, I'll wait here. With a determined breath, Min Yuri turned toward the hut and pushed the door open. The hinges groaned as she stepped inside, the musty scent of aged wood meeting her nose. The interior was dimly lit, devoid of movement or noise. Each step she took echoed off the floorboards, magnifying her presence in the silence. She soon arrived at a wide-open space, large enough to accommodate 24 orcs. This must be it, she whispered to herself. The trap point Ryu mentioned. Her thoughts flashed back to his instructions. The orc shaman is inside, listening. He only reacts to sound, doors creaking, footsteps entering. Once you step onto the red carpet, he thinks he has you and summons his minions to trap you inside. The trick is to only go as far as the carpet, make some noise, then leave. Once the summons fail, scouts will be dispatched to re-engage us. That's our real target. Min Yuri's eyes landed on a faded red rug stretched across the center of the room. Heart pounding, she took a careful step onto it, letting the sound of her footfalls carry through the hut. Then, without hesitation, she spun around and walked straight out, never once glancing back. As she stepped into the open air again, she exhaled sharply and muttered, that wasn't so bad, but it still made me nervous. Ryu Min was standing nearby, arms crossed casually, eyes on the door. You all right? He asked. She gave him a small grin. Yeah, I followed the plan. Reached the carpet and everything. Good, he replied with a nod. That's all we needed. Still unsure, she glanced back at the hut. Will the orcs really send scouts? Ryu didn't answer right away. We'll know soon enough. Just wait. Almost as if on cue, the door creaked open behind them. Just as they waited in silence, the door creaked open. 6 orcs stepped out, their heavy boots thudding against the ground. Their orders were clear, track down the humans who had fled moments earlier and lead them back into the trap. That was when Ryu Min calmly emerged from the shadows, his scythe already drawn. Looking for someone? He asked coolly. Before the orcs could even react, the steel edge of his weapon blurred through the air. One orc collapsed instantly, its limbs severed in an instant. The gruesome thud of flesh and bone echoed as the others instinctively reached for their axes. They were too slow. With a flurry of precise, ruthless strikes, Ryu disabled the rest, arms and legs cleaved cleanly before their weapons could even leave their belts. Once the orcs lay helpless, writhing or unconscious, Ryu stepped back without another word. His part was done. Now it was Min Yuri's turn. With a flick of her rapier, she elegantly dispatched the downed enemies. Each thrust and slash was clean, efficient, and without hesitation. As the final orc gurgled its last breath, Min Yuri let out a sigh, brushing a strand of hair from her cheek. That's the last of them, for now. Ryu nodded, then said, let's draw out the next group. Min Yuri looked at him, eyebrows raised. You think they'll really fall for the same trick again? They might have some wit, Ryu replied with a dry chuckle, but their memory is no better than a goldfish's. Without another word, Min Yuri turned on her heel and slipped back into the hut. Again, she triggered the trap. Again, a group of orcs emerged, only to be swiftly dismantled by Ryu and finished off by Min Yuri. Their teamwork grew sharper with each repetition, as though they'd trained together for years. Strike after strike, trap after trap, the process repeated. In time, the bodies of summoned orcs were piled beside the huts, a grotesque monument to their growing synergy. Finally, as the last orc fell, Min Yuri's voice rang with excitement. Black Scythe? That makes 300. Ryu Min opened his status window and gave a satisfied nod. Right on time. 1 hour. Min Yuri clapped her hands with a laugh. Can you believe it? We caught 248 in just 1 hour. That was amazing. Her voice softened as she added, really, thank you. I wouldn't have managed this without you. Ryu offered her a small smile, his expression genuine. Glad to hear it. So, how much did your level go up? Beaming, she replied, I'm at level 19 already. Just 10,000 experience left until level 20, he said, half to himself. Once she ranked up, she'd unlock more powerful abilities, skills that could significantly strengthen their partnership. Then he looked at her and said, what if I help you get there right now? Surprised, Minjuri shook her head. You don't have to go that far. I do, Ryu said plainly. I need a buff from you before I take down the High Orc. It's the only way I'll have a shot at setting a new record. The 5th round's High Orc was no ordinary boss. It was an elite enemy, dangerous enough to rival a mid-tier boss, and under stricter kill conditions. Time was critical. If he wanted to beat the record, everything had to be perfect, including having the right support. But before he could explain further, Minjuri lifted a hand gently to stop him. You've already helped me so much. You don't need to do more. Ryu arched a brow. So, are we done hunting together? What? No, she replied quickly, almost flustered. After everything you've done? I wouldn't dream of walking away now. This time, I'll be the one helping you. He smiled. Then help me by reaching level 20. Let me handle the rest until then. She didn't respond immediately. Instead, she stood in thoughtful silence. There was no irritation in her eyes, only quiet contemplation. She glanced at him and murmured inwardly, I can't believe someone like Black Scythe is looking out for me like this. Finally, she looked up at him with a soft smile, grateful, touched, and more determined than ever. All right. I'll reach level 20. Let's finish this together. Minjuri gave a sheepish smile, brushing her hair behind her ear. It's a little embarrassing to say, but I'll be relying on you. Ryu Min gave her a casual nod, already turning back toward the village. Let's get back to it, then. But just as they were about to resume their hunt, a low rumble echoed behind them, faint at first but quickly growing louder. They both turned instinctively, gazes sharpening. A group of 5 men emerged from the edge of the treeline, their weapons drawn but held cautiously at their sides. They didn't look like monsters, these were players. One of them pointed abruptly and called out, Hey, over there, isn't that Black Scythe? The moment they recognized Ryu Min, their steps halted, tension freezing them mid-motion. It was as if they'd stumbled across a predator while strolling through a peaceful glade. Then another voice piped up from their group, tone laced with surprise. Wait, there's a woman with him. Their wary expression softened slightly, giving way to confusion and curiosity. The men exchanged quiet, uncertain looks. Eventually, one of them stepped forward and raised a hand half-heartedly. Hello? Ryu didn't respond. His eyes narrowed as if he were looking at something unimportant and mildly irritating. His silence was heavy and intentional. Another tried to break the ice, speaking with caution. Are you doing something here? But none of them were really focused on the conversation anymore. Their attention had shifted to the heap of orc corpses stacked beside the huts. Wait a second, one murmured. All of those were taken down by them? A realization began to settle among them. The carnage wasn't caused by random chaos. It was the result of coordinated, efficient slaughter. And the culprits were right before them, Black Scythe and his companion. Seriously, that many orcs in one tiny village, one of the men muttered, confused. This doesn't add up. Another squinted at Minjuri, curiosity quickly turning into speculation. Who's the girl? A teammate, he whispered under his breath. Since when does Black Scythe work with anyone? A different man leaned closer and commented with a smirk, weird, her face is a mix, but her body's definitely something. Didn't think he was into that kind of thing. While they didn't speak these thoughts aloud, the judgments and crude comments swirled freely in their minds. They thought themselves untouchable, as if they could mock anyone in their heads, even someone as dangerous as Black Scythe. They had no idea how wrong they were. Ryu slammed his scythe on the ground. Ryu Min's eyes sharpened. His voice cut through the tension like a blade. If you're not here for something important, get lost. The men were taken aback. One blinked rapidly, confused by the sudden hostility. Excuse me? Ryu turned to face them fully now, his gaze frosty and his voice tinged with irritation. I said, leave. Don't waste my time. The curt dismissal stunned them. What really stung, however, was his use of casual speech, completely disregarding the usual formality strangers owed each other. One of the men scoffed, offended. What's with that tone? Who gave you the right to speak down to us? Yeah, another added, puffing up slightly. It's rude to be so informal when you've never met someone before. You may be first-rank player. Minjuri's expression remained unreadable, but internally, she scoffed. Are they insane? They are arguing against Black Scythe. Black Scythe gave the man a sharp cut on his forehead. If you value your life, get lost now. A heavy silence settled over the group. No one dared to reply. They had made a mistake, a serious one. After that, the group ran off. Another chimed in with an apologetic nod toward Ryu Min, sorry to have bothered you. Without waiting for a response, the group ran off swiftly, retreating down the path they had come from. Ryu Min didn't move a muscle as he watched them leave, his gaze following their every step until they disappeared behind the thickets. He wasn't just watching, he was reading them, tapping into their surface thoughts. They're not retreating for good, he thought. They're hiding. Observing. They're curious about my methods, especially the way I've been handling the orcs. He could practically feel their eyes still on him from a distance, their withdrawal a calculated move to avoid confrontation while gathering intel. Fine. Watch if you must, Ryu Min mused inwardly. It makes no difference to me. As long as I meet my objective, your curiosity changes nothing. His attention drifted from the Treeline back to Minjuri, who had remained silent through the encounter. It was time to resume their task. I should deal with the boss soon, he muttered to himself. But first, I'll make sure Minjuri reaches level 20. Turning to her, he said, let's get back to it. However, Minjuri didn't move immediately. Instead, she tilted her head and looked at him curiously. Minjuri stared at him for a second longer, then slowly nodded. Ryu offered a small reassurance. Don't worry about them. Let them waste their time watching. Just stay focused, we'll keep hunting. Meanwhile, further off in the woods, the 5 men who had been dismissed stood clustered behind a large boulder, partially concealed by brush. I think we're far enough away now, one whispered. Another glanced back cautiously. What now? Are we just going to watch? A third gave a low chuckle. Of course. I mean, aren't you at least a little curious? Black Scythe isn't exactly known for letting others see how he works. I was wondering the same, another added. How did he manage to summon or attract so many orcs in one tiny village? The 5th member crossed his arms, eyes fixed on the direction they had come from. We keep our distance, observe from the shadows. If we're careful, we won't get caught. A smirk formed on one man's lips. Afraid you'll get squashed like one of those buzzing pests? Not even a little, he replied with mock bravado. Let's get closer. Driven by their shared curiosity and a reckless sense of daring, the group began inching forward, weaving through trees and underbrush, careful not to make a sound. There, he's still over there, one of them whispered as they approached a low hill. From their vantage point, they spotted the edge of a modest cottage nestled at the heart of the ruined village. And beside it, just as before, stood Black Scythe and his companion, ready to resume their grim task. From this distance, we should be safe from his detection, one of the observing men whispered, crouching low behind a bush. Their eyes stayed fixed on the scene ahead, where Ryu Min, standing outside the small thatched cottage, faced off against a fresh wave of orcs that emerged from the nearby shadows. Without hesitation, he moved like a silent reaper, his blade slicing through limbs with chilling precision. Severed arms and legs hit the ground with dull, sickening thuds, quickly forming a grotesque heap. And just as suddenly as it began, Ryu Min stepped back, as if signaling that his role was done. He stood there like a conductor whose final note had been struck, withdrawing from center stage. Watching in hushed awe, one of the men murmured, "Why isn't he finishing them off?" The answer came moments later when Minjuri dashed forward, rapier glinting in the light. She pierced through the weakened orcs effortlessly, ending their suffering with swift jabs. Another observer furrowed his brows. Is he helping her level up? What kind of tactic is that? A third one muttered, baffled. What's he trying to gain from this? It was hard for them to process. The Black Scythe, widely known as the top-ranked player, someone they had always associated with ruthless efficiency and solo dominance, was now taking time to assist a woman in grinding experience. The notion itself felt absurd. One of them scoffed under his breath, just what kind of charm does she have to earn that kind of treatment? They continued watching, feeling the weight of disparity. While they often struggled to take down a single orc and burn through potions in the process, here was a pair dispatching dozens in elegant synchronization, barely breaking a sweat. A sense of bitter envy crept in. He's making it look so damn easy, another added through clenched teeth. But as they continued watching, something else caught their attention, something more subtle. Hold on, one said, narrowing his eyes. Look closely at that woman, doesn't something seem off about her? One of the hidden men furrowed his brows and pointed quietly toward the cottage. Do you see that? He whispered. Every time she steps into that thatched house, the orcs come pouring out right after her. The others turned their attention toward the cottage, watching as Minjuri once again stepped out, trailed by a new group of snarling orcs. It had happened multiple times by now, not just once or twice. It was a consistent pattern. They follow her, he added, tone low and tense. Like moths to a flame. I've been keeping count, at least 30 have emerged so far. Someone else muttered, doesn't that seem suspicious? How could so many orcs be packed into such a tiny house? Another, glancing between the pile of slain orcs and the quaint structure they'd come from, made a grim deduction. If each of those corpses came from that single cottage, then we're looking at hundreds, maybe 300 or more. A third man ran a hand over his mouth in disbelief. It's not natural. The only explanation I can think of is, that place isn't just a building. It's a spawn zone. The group fell quiet as the idea sank in. That's gotta be it, someone eventually agreed. A hidden orc respawn point. It's the only thing that makes sense. Otherwise, this entire scene would be impossible. In the game-like world they lived in, areas that continuously regenerated monsters weren't unheard of. But finding one hidden within a nondescript village cottage? That was something else entirely. Then anger stirred among them. A frustrated voice hissed, so that's why they drove us off earlier. They didn't want competition for the spawn point. They're farming the orcs for themselves. Another slammed his fist into his palm. Bastards. They're hogging all the experience and loot. Though their fury simmered, they knew better than to confront Ryu Min head-on. As the Black Scythe, his power was unmatched, and his reputation brutal. Let's just wait, one of them finally said through clenched teeth. Once they clear out, we'll move in and take over. Simple as that. The others nodded reluctantly, each of them burning with resentment but lacking the strength to do anything about it. So, they hunkered down and waited, not realizing that this decision, to stay and watch, would end up sealing their fate. Back near the cottage, Minjuri was practically beaming. Her cheeks were flushed with excitement, and her grip on the sword was tighter than usual. Black Scythe, she called out, eyes shining. I hit level 20. It had taken her less than 20 minutes. A rapid ascent no ordinary player could hope to match. Ryu Min looked over at her with his usual calm. Congrats. She nodded enthusiastically. I even unlocked a new ability, Bless. Its effectiveness jumped up from 50 to 60%. Ryu raised a brow. Can you try using it on me? Sure, she said with a grin. Just a second. She raised her hand, and a warm, golden glow began to radiate from her palm. The light gathered, shimmered, then surged forward toward Ryu Min like a wave of divine energy. As it enveloped him, a translucent system notification appeared in front of his eyes. As the newly activated skill surged through him, a notification blinked across Ryu Min's vision. Bless, activated, all stats increased by 60%. Duration, 2 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. An emerald light enveloped his mind and body, flooding his senses with strength and clarity. It felt like being wrapped in raw, divine energy. Minjuri stepped closer and proudly announced, that was my latest buff skill. She then raised her hand again, this time casting another spell. A wave of wind-like energy flowed from her fingers as she said, this one's called Swift. It boosts both your attack and movement speed by 60%. Swift, activated, attack speed plus 60%, movement speed plus 60%. Agility increased by 40. Duration, 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Though its effect didn't last nearly as long as Bless, Swift was by no means trivial. A speed enhancement of this magnitude, even for half an hour, was a powerful edge, especially when coupled with a significant agility bonus. It wasn't just a buff, it was a combat accelerator, a true game changer. Ryu nodded in recognition. That's a solid skill, he said, already calculating how it would shorten his kill times. I'll keep it refreshed every 30 minutes, Minjuri chimed in cheerfully. No need to worry about its short window. Good. In that case, let's wrap up the grind here and go after the orc shaman next. Minjuri hesitated for a moment. Isn't it still efficient to farm here? These orcs keep coming. It is, Ryu admitted, but we can't camp here forever. There are stronger bosses we need to take down. We move when the job is done. She looked up at him, eager. Then, is there anything I can do to help when we fight the boss? His voice grew sharp, more command than suggestion. Don't get in the way. I'd rather you stay safe than become a burden. Minjuri wasn't offended. Instead, she smiled faintly, sensing the concern buried under his strict tone. Got it. I'll be careful. Before heading toward the cottage again, Ryu Min took one final glance to the side, toward the 2 o'clock direction, without turning his head too obviously. A faint smirk crossed his lips. They're still there, he thought. The same 5 men he had previously sent away were now crouching in the distance, thinking they were hidden. But they had no idea he'd sensed them long ago. The rune of inner thoughts allowed him to pick up faint traces of their intent and emotions, like reading whispers in the wind. So, he mused internally, they're still bad-mouthing us. Even now. He let out a silent exhale, not of frustration, but of resolve. He had already devised something, an improvised little lesson. A subtle test of character. A way to expose their cowardice and ill intent. With the corner of his mouth lifting ever so slightly in a sly grin, Ryu turned back to the cottage and pushed open the door. Minutes later, the silence shattered, literally. The wooden door exploded outward, cleaved in half by the violent slash of a scythe. Ryu Min stormed out, his cloak whipping behind him, the blade of his weapon trailing energy. Orcs came running after him. Ryu Min burst through the doorway, his movements sharp and deliberate. Minjuri, keeping a wise distance so as not to get caught in the chaos, gasped the moment she laid eyes on him. "Why is he running?" she whispered in disbelief. This was the Black Scythe, the man who had effortlessly torn through waves of orcs like they were nothing more than twigs. To see someone like him fleeing was both shocking and puzzling. What kind of threat could drive him to retreat? Even the 5 men were stunned to see him running. He is Black Scythe, why is he running? Then they realized. Trailing closely behind Ryu was a towering orc, its appearance immediately distinguishable from the rest. It radiated a presence that was darker, more commanding. This one wasn't a grunt. It was the orc shaman. A guttural roar burst from the shaman's mouth, and in a flash, 24 orcs manifested around Ryu as if summoned by dark magic. They encircled him like a trap snapping shut. One of them asked, "What's with the orc in mask?" Other replied, "Maybe it's the boss orc, and he is summoning orcs." Minjuri's heart skipped a beat. "He's completely surrounded," she murmured anxiously. "Should I jump in to help?" She hesitated, her grip tightening around her sword. But then her eyes narrowed with clarity. "No, this is Black Scythe we're talking about." She knew better than anyone that Ryu wasn't someone who allowed himself to be cornered by accident. With the kind of agility and speed he possessed, evading 20 orcs would have been child's play. He wouldn't stay put unless he had something in mind. "This has to be part of his strategy," she concluded, eyes sharp. As if to prove her right, Ryu didn't flinch. Instead, he danced through the encirclement, weaving in and out of enemy reach. His scythe struck with swift precision, each move calculated to redirect or disrupt. Minjuri couldn't help but marvel. He's deflecting and dodging them all? It's like watching a masterclass, she thought, filled with admiration. Then the orc shaman summoned more orcs, but Ryu was handling all of them well. Dodging, deflecting, and killing them one by one. 20 orcs, armed with brutal axes, came at him in unison, but Ryu didn't falter. He flowed between them, dodging with a rhythm so precise it looked like he was dancing. "Unbelievable," one of the observers gasped. "How's he avoiding all that? He's not human." But just as all began to spread among the group, someone barked out urgently, "This isn't the time to stand around." "Huh? Why not?" another asked, startled. "Look." The first man pointed. "That boss, the shaman, he's wide open from behind. If we move now, we might be able to land a surprise attack and snatch the kill." "Are you serious? You want to steal the boss from Black Scythe?" another asked, hesitating. "This is our shot. He's too busy fending off the orcs. There's no way he'll notice right now," one said with confidence. "And if he finds out later?" someone asked nervously. "We just say we were trying to help," the man said with a smirk. It looked like he was in trouble, didn't it? Their greedy logic convinced the group, and they crept forward, circling around the battlefield toward the shaman. Minjuri watching Ryu, but then her attention shifted. From behind the orc shaman, figures began to creep into view. Her expression darkened as recognition dawned. It's them. The same 5 men they'd encountered earlier had reappeared. This time, they moved with purpose, weapons at the ready, eyes locked on the shaman. Minjuri frowned as she pieced it together. They're trying to snipe the shaman while Ryu keeps the rest busy, she realized grimly. It wasn't just opportunistic, it was an outright attempt to steal the boss he was clearly targeting. That shaman's his, she thought, her tone serious. They have no idea what they're meddling with. Few moments ago, Minjuri hesitated before speaking, her voice laced with concern. "Black Scythe, am I slowing you down? I mean, with everything going on, am I in your way?" Ryu, who had been checking the cooldowns of his skills while casually surveying the area, looked up at her, his expression as calm and unreadable as ever. "No," he said plainly. "I've already cleared the main quest." Minjuri blinked, caught off guard. "You already finished it?" Ryu gave a slight nod, as if it wasn't anything worth making a fuss over. "Now I'm just wrapping up the side objectives. I've already collected 1 stone of balance." Minjuri's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, you're serious? You've already got 1? "I am after the bosses, I killed 1 orc warrior," Ryu said. The weight of that single word, already, hung in the air like a thunderclap. In present, 5 men. Their weapons were drawn, their footsteps cautious, but just as they closed in, everything turned pitch black. A shroud of darkness blanketed their vision, plunging them into confusion. "What the hell?" someone gasped, trying to keep his voice down. The group instinctively covered their mouths, but it was already too late. The orc shaman's head snapped around, alerted to their presence. He immediately backed away, sensing the danger. "Damn it," one of the men hissed. He noticed. The shaman, perhaps enraged at the failed ambush, raised his axe skyward and bellowed a warcry that shook the air. As the veil of darkness lifted, the group was met with a chilling sight. 20 orcs stood before them, summoned in an instant. "No, this is bad. We're screwed," one of them cried. Following their leader's orders, the orcs charged without hesitation, axes swinging. The men screamed in terror. "Help! Somebody!" Unlike Ryu, they had no skills, no speed, no experience to handle such a coordinated assault. They had struggled even against 5 orcs earlier, and now they were facing 4 times that number. The attack was brutal. Steel clashed against flesh, and the battlefield filled with the screams of men who had thought themselves clever. From afar, Ryu stood calmly, his expression unreadable. The panic, the bloodshed, it hadn't surprised him in the slightest. "So they took the bait," he murmured to himself. He had planned for this. Ryu could have easily dispatched the orcs back in the house. Instead, he faked a retreat, putting on a performance to see if those men would succumb to temptation. It was a test, not of skill, but of character. And they had failed. "I knew it," he said quietly. They couldn't resist the opportunity. The moment they made their move, Ryu had cast Night of Death, enveloping the area in darkness. When the light faded, the aggro had shifted to them. The shaman no longer focused on Ryu, he turned his fury toward the backstabbers. The result was clear, all 5 had perished without landing a single blow. Ryu felt no remorse. "They tried to use my struggle for their gain. If they had shown restraint, they'd still be breathing." He had even given them a chance to walk away, by asking them to leave earlier. But greed had sealed their fate. Now, with the dead lying behind him, Ryu tightened his grip on his scythe and stepped forward. As the shaman spotted him returning, the massive creature let out a roar and lifted his axe once more. The summoned orcs charged, weapons raised. But this time, Ryu made no move to dodge. As they crossed into his range, his scythe blurred through the air. A flash of motion, then silence. A spray of green blood erupted into the sky as the orcs dropped to the ground, cut down in an instant, unable to even complete their attack. Ryu stood in the center of it all, unfazed, his weapon dripping, his presence radiating cold finality. No matter how many orcs surged toward him, the outcome remained unchanged. Each one was effortlessly cleaved down before they could even raise their weapons. Their bodies fell apart mid-charge, as though they had stepped into a vortex of invisible blades. To anyone watching, it would have looked like they were being fed into a high-speed shredder, an execution so fast it was almost imperceptible. Amidst the carnage, Ryu muttered to himself, "Yeah, the attack speed really has gone up." He felt it clearly. With the effects of the blessing buff and the swift passive stacking together, and an additional 50% speed bonus granted by nightfall, his strikes had become blindingly fast, nearly undetectable by the eye. The orc shaman, wide-eyed in disbelief, watched as his summoned kin were annihilated without resistance. Driven by desperation, he began casting again, gripping his staff tightly to conjure more reinforcements. But before the spell could even take shape, Ryu's silhouette flashed through the darkness like a whisper of death. "Rest in pieces," Ryu said coldly as his scythe cut a perfect arc through the air, severing the shaman's head in a single, clean motion. A system alert immediately appeared before his eyes. System message. "You have defeated, Orc Shaman. Experience gained, plus 37.73. Gold obtained, 4,000. Level up. Item acquired, Marble of Eternity. Item acquired, Mystic Wooden Totem. Item acquired, Lesser Blue Magic Stone. Subquest progress, Stone of Balance, 2/4. Among the dropped loot, Ryu's eyes were drawn to one item in particular. Item, Marble of Eternity. Classification, Necklace. Rarity, Epic. Description, a necklace set with a cloudy white bead said to trap the souls of fallen enemies. Effect, each monster kill grants 1 stack. Every 100 stacks consumes 1 durability and grants plus 1 stat point. Durability, 1000 by 1000. Restriction, usable only by regular grade or higher. Ryu narrowed his eyes in thought. It was reminiscent of the Flame Dragon's absorption rune, though this one required kills rather than absorption. The principle was straightforward. For every 100 enemies defeated, 1 stat point could be earned, up to a total of 10 points before the necklace would break from wear. Not bad at all, Ryu murmured. It's basically a permanent stat booster. Still, he frowned slightly. The limitation was clear, the item was consumable. Once its durability hit 0, it would vanish. But what if I had a way to restore its durability, he mused with a grin. Then I could raise my stats infinitely. Hell, even 100 points. And he knew such a way existed. Somewhere in the upcoming 8th round, a special rune could be obtained, one capable of restoring item durability. If he could pair that rune with this necklace, the potential gains were limitless. Just then, Minjuri's voice rang out nearby, tinged with confusion and curiosity. Black Scythe? Where are you? But Ryu didn't respond. Having activated the power of the Reaper rune earlier, his figure had been cloaked in shadows so dense that even when standing still, he was virtually invisible. With a silent breath, Ryu finally deactivated the Night of Death, a skill. The darkness around him dissipated, and his silhouette gradually reappeared under the faint moonlight, calm, composed, and already thinking several steps ahead. Ryu had erased those 5 men dead bodies using his skill before undoing the Night of Death. Just then, the shifting interplay of shadow and dim light finally led Minjuri's gaze to settle on a familiar silhouette. Her voice, both relieved and mildly exasperated, echoed out. There you are, Black Scythe. I've been running around looking for you. Ryu turned slightly, gesturing toward the orc shaman's decapitated corpse that still lay warm on the ground. As you can probably tell, I've been preoccupied. Minjuri, however, didn't seem the least bit surprised by the aftermath. Her expression remained calm, as though this level of devastation was to be expected from him. So you've managed to eliminate him, she said. But, didn't you see anyone else nearby? I thought I heard shouting. It seemed like someone might have been trying to steal the shaman's kill. Ryu shook his head lightly. Can't say I noticed anyone. Her brow furrowed with suspicion. That's strange. It really sounded like people were screaming. Ryu fell silent. There was no need to elaborate on what had actually happened, on the evidence erased in the blood-soaked soil. Some truths were best left buried. Instead, he changed the subject. Let's move on. We should clear the next boss before time catches up with us. They soon made their way to the 3rd target, the orc archer. Compared to the grueling fight against the shaman, this battle was over in the blink of an eye. Ryu didn't waste time. With rapid, precise cuts, he sliced the archer to pieces in mere moments. Then came the familiar chime of the system alert. System message. You have defeated /orc archer. Experience, plus 37.73%. Gold earned, 4,000. Acquired, agile archer's boots. Acquired, rusted arrowhead. Acquired, lesser green magic stone. Subquest progress / stone of balance, 3/4. Ryu's gaze swept over the loot, though one item drew his attention more than the others, the Marble of Eternity. This epic-grade necklace had more than proven its worth, steadily accumulating stacks from every monster he had slain. For every 100 kills, a stack could be converted into a permanent stat increase, at the cost of 1 point of durability. Not only that, but the agile archer's boots he had just obtained offered a notable bonus, plus 10 to agility. A significant improvement over his current pair. With that in mind, he quickly decided to attempt a fusion upgrade. Pulling out an old green magic stone from his inventory, he paired it with the newly acquired lesser one. System alert. Item combination successful. Result, agile archer's boots, plus 4 agility bonus. With this enhancement, his agility stat received a further boost. Pleased, Ryu took a moment to reflect. He had now cleared all the mid-tier bosses in this zone. All that remained was the final enemy, the High Orc. Unlike the others, this final boss followed a different rule: the faster the kill, the greater the reward. This one's got to go down fast, Ryu muttered to himself. The quicker I finish, the better the loot. He remembered his previous best time, 43 seconds. A frustrating benchmark he had never managed to beat, not even across 99 regressions. But this time, he had an advantage: Minjuri's buffs. With renewed confidence, Ryu decided to hold off on fighting the High Orc for a bit longer. He wanted to take full advantage of the time he had left to grind levels and stats using the Bead of Eternity while its durability still held. Driven by that plan, he launched into an all-out massacre. Orcs fell before him like wheat under a scythe. He didn't slow down, didn't pause. By the time he stopped, his kill count had reached an astonishing 2,415. System message. Time remaining, 30 minutes 41 seconds. Ryu took a deep breath. Time to switch strategies, he thought. I don't think I'll be able to hit the next level before time's up. He was currently sitting at level 39. Just one more level would grant him access to a new set of skills, but realistically, the clock was against him. Still, he didn't feel disappointed. He had pushed himself hard, hunted relentlessly for nearly 7 straight hours, and wiped out thousands of enemies. That effort hadn't been in vain. Minjuri had stuck with him the entire time, and he'd even left her more than 100 orcs to slay, giving her enough to level up too. On top of that, her buffs had helped him immensely. But what truly satisfied Ryu was the 9 stat points he'd managed to acquire through the bead of eternity. One more kill, and this thing's durability hits 0, he noted, checking its stats. Durability, 1/1000. To make sure he could use it again in the future, he needed to stop now and later restore it using a rune he'd gain in the 8th round. Just then, Minjuri approached and asked, "Are you done hunting?" Ryu gave a short nod. "This should be enough." She smiled. "Then it's time to take down the final boss. Any clue where it might be?" "We'll have to look for it," he replied. Their eyes briefly met. Then, without warning, Ryu stepped back and said quietly, "Let's part ways here." Minjuri blinked. "What? You've followed me long enough," he said, his voice steady. "You've done enough, and I'm used to moving alone." Minjuri's eyes dimmed with a faint sadness as she murmured, "So, this is where it ends, huh?" Her expression clouded over, a subtle blend of disappointment and resignation painting her features. Though the words were never spoken aloud, her inner thoughts wavered. Should I ask if I can stick around until we clear the final boss? No. I shouldn't. Staying beside him any longer would probably just get in the way. This is the right moment to step back. Her reasoning was firm, even if her heart resisted. Deep down, she knew parting here was the smarter choice. Ryu Min, aware of her lingering thoughts, said nothing. He could sense the emotion behind her silence, but the danger that lay ahead made it clear Minjuri didn't need to be dragged into a fight that only he was prepared for. The High Orc wasn't just another target, it was a menace. Still, Minjuri stepped closer, extending her hand toward him. "Let me refresh your buffs before you go," she offered softly. With a faint glow, the blessing and swift enchantments wrapped around him once more. She smiled lightly. "I'm really grateful," she added. "If you hadn't been there during the hunt, I doubt I'd have managed on my own." As she finished speaking, she pulled something from her inventory, a crystal glowing faintly with magical energy. "This dropped while I was hunting earlier," she said, holding it out. "It's a mana crystal. I'm not sure if you'll need it, but, here." Ryu glanced at the crystal, then at her. "You can keep it," he replied simply. But she shook her head with quiet insistence. "No, I've already gotten what I needed, just the experience was enough for me." Even without reading her thoughts, her honesty was clear. Yet her inner monologue drifted into Ryu Min's awareness unintentionally. "I actually found 2. I need to give one to Min, and I can't let Black Scythe walk away empty-handed. I owe him too much for everything." Unaware that both names, Black Scythe and Min, referred to the same person, Minjuri's sincerity touched Ryu. A faint smile curved at the edge of his lips. "You've helped me as well," he said. "So quit trying to repay me." Minjuri blinked in confusion, caught off guard by his perceptiveness, as if he had somehow seen straight through her. Taking the mana crystal from her hands, Ryu nodded once more. "Then I'll accept it." "Thank you," he said. With that, he turned and began walking away, his pace swift and determined. "Let's meet again," he added, without turning back. Minjuri watched his figure shrink in the distance, unable to fully grasp what had just passed between them. But for Ryu Min, there was no time to waste. The clock was ticking, and the final challenge stood ahead. Distance from target 1,121 meters. Of all the foes in the 5th round, the High Orc towered above the rest in both strength and menace. Its monstrous power was no exaggeration. Under normal conditions, even a group of 20 players at level 20 would be crushed beneath its blows. Realistically, perhaps only 100 players working together, throwing their lives at it repeatedly, might stand a chance. But such a coalition had never formed, not in any timeline. That's why Ryu felt secure. As long as the round hasn't ended, he murmured to himself, no one's crazy enough to attempt it. This was a boss no one else dared to touch, not unless they wanted to court death. In his early regressions, even he hadn't considered facing it head-on. The first time he encountered it, he had merely been on his way to complete a subquest, and ended up paying the price with his life. 4 times. But each death taught him something, its patterns, its timing, the mechanics of the time challenge. And from the 5th try onward, the High Orc had never killed him again. With every round, he refined his strategy. Every attempt brought faster execution. Eventually, he brought his record time down to 43 seconds, his personal best. "This time," he whispered, his eyes sharpening, "I'll break that record." Fueled by the renewed swiftness buff, his legs surged forward with blinding speed. At full stride, he could now cover 100 meters in 7 seconds, a level of mobility most players could only dream of. His mind honed in on one objective. The High Orc wasn't confined to a static location, it wandered the field freely, unlike other bosses tethered to specific coordinates. That made tracking it a challenge, one Ryu had overcome by unlocking a key skill. He activated it now. System message. Skill activated, tracking. Target, High Orc. Status, target located. Distance, 321 meter. His heart thudded once in anticipation. There it was. The battle to set a new record, and maybe change fate, was about to begin. Tracking wasn't a privilege reserved only for players, monsters, too, could be marked and followed. As long as the user remembered the target's appearance and name, the skill worked just as effectively. While many assumed tracking was designed solely for locating bosses, its utility extended far beyond that. It was just as effective on regular monsters. As Ryu Min closed the gap between himself and his target, the outline of the High Orc gradually came into view on the distant horizon. The moment it entered his line of sight, he exhaled with visible relief. Good. No one's gotten to it yet. If I act fast, I can. But before he could finish that thought, he froze mid-step. His eyes narrowed. Something was wrong. The High Orc wasn't idly roaming. It was already in combat. A group of players had engaged it, and it wasn't going well. The monstrous orc had lifted a man into the air, gripping him by the torso. With a sickening crunch, it crushed him like a dried twig, tossing aside the broken corpse. The remaining players stood frozen, terror rooting them to the spot. Ryu Min's expression hardened. There were 5 of them in total, a makeshift party hastily formed out of necessity rather than camaraderie. Strangers, really. They joined forces after realizing that slaying 300 standard orcs alone was nearly impossible at their level, which hovered around 12 or 13. Their alliance had been born from shared desperation. Over the course of 6 grueling hours, they had chipped away at their objective. Each kill had brought them closer to their goal, and when the last orc fell, they were finally able to relax. A few even smiled, relieved they had completed the mission. Whether they made it into the top rankings or not was uncertain, but for the moment, they could breathe. One of them stretched and said, "We've come this far. It'd be a waste to stop now. How about hunting a bit more?" "Yeah," another replied, nodding. "If we push just a little further, we might hit level 20. The decision was unanimous. Their earlier hardships had faded, replaced by confidence and hope. Orc after orc fell beneath their weapons, and soon, they reached the milestone. Each of them unlocked a new skill, boosting their morale and feeding their growing self-assurance. They continued to hunt together even as time began to dwindle. Then someone suddenly paused mid-swing and pointed. "Hey, what's that?" The others turned. Not far ahead stood a towering orc unlike any they had seen before. It was massive, well over 3 meters tall, with a body like chiseled stone, muscles bulging beneath thick, sinewy skin. It held no weapon, yet exuded a terrifying aura of raw strength. "What the hell?" one of them muttered. "That's not a normal orc." "Could it be a boss?" another guessed. A day ago, that word would have been enough to send them running. But now, drunk on their recent successes and bolstered by their newfound powers, the group brimmed with a dangerous overconfidence. One of them grinned and said, "Wanna give it a shot? There's 5 of us, we should be able to take it." "Wait. Are we sure?" one asked hesitantly. "Well, bosses drop good loot, right?" another chimed in. "If we manage to take it down, we split the rewards evenly." The group nodded in agreement, and with shouts of determination, they advanced toward the creature. Their cries caught the High Orc's attention. Its head slowly turned, golden eyes locking onto the charging group. In that instant, every member of the party felt it. This wasn't a boss they were about to hunt. This was death itself. The High Orc let out an alien, guttural growl that sent shivers down their spines. Then it lunged with terrifying speed, landing before them with a seismic impact that shook the ground. Before anyone could react, the beast struck. Its fist whipped through the air like a cannonball. One man's head exploded on contact, reduced to pulp in an instant. Another was struck across the back, his spine snapping in half with a sickening crack. 2 were dead before they could even lift a hand in defense. The remaining 3 stood paralyzed, their thoughts clouded by fear. Fingers hovered over their skills, but their minds screamed run, and their bodies refused to listen. The High Orc took a step forward. It wasn't a fight anymore. It was a slaughter in the making. The High Orc's rampage didn't stop with just 2 kills. In a matter of seconds, 2 more of the party members were torn apart. Both fell with horrified expressions frozen on their faces, gaping mouths wide open as their chests were pierced straight through by the monstrous creature's fists. The last survivor stood trembling, paralyzed not just in body but in soul. His legs felt like glass, his breath ragged. I'm going to die here," he muttered, eyes wide with terror. Panic gripped his chest like iron, suffocating any thought of escape or retaliation. The mere presence of the High Orc had reduced him to a trembling wreck. The monster turned toward its final victim, the corners of its lips curling into what almost looked like a cruel, mocking grin. It didn't need to speak to be understood, its expression said it all. "You're next." Raising its massive fist, the high orc prepared to end it. But the blow never landed. In a blink, the behemoth's body collapsed like a toppled statue. Its head separated cleanly from its shoulders and bounced against the blood-soaked ground. The final player stood frozen, not understanding what had just happened. From behind the fallen corpse, a faint breath escaped Ryu Min's lips. He had arrived in silence, the shadows concealing his approach, and with a single clean stroke of his scythe, he had decapitated the boss in one fluid motion. He hadn't been sure if it would work, it was a gamble. But it paid off. A notification window promptly appeared before his eyes. Boss defeated, High Orc. Kill time, 1 second. New record achieved. Messages rapidly followed. Experience gained, plus 54.79%. Gold earned, 8,000. Bonus gold, 4,000. Level up. Current level, 40. Items acquired. High Orc's Gold Gauntlets. High Orc's Fang. Passive skill enhanced. Seal of Death, damage increased from 120% 140%. Night of Death, range expanded from 500 meter to 1,000 meters. New skill unlocked. Unique skill, Moonlight Destruction, Reaper exclusive. Description. Charge for 1 second to release a devastating crescent-shaped AoE dealing 1,200% base damage. Type, Hybrid, Physical and Magical. Night bonus, damage x 1.5 under moonlight conditions. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Requirement, must be wielding a scythe. A glint of satisfaction crossed Ryu Min's eyes. "I've finally obtained it," he murmured. The Reaper's ultimate offensive ability. Unlike other classes, the Reaper class was notoriously limited in offensive skills, most of their toolkit focused on buffs, debuffs, and utility. Having a single attack skill meant it had to be used wisely, there was no room for error. If it missed, there were no backup options. It was all or nothing. However, Moonlight Destruction was built to land. Its wide, sweeping arc practically guaranteed a hit, especially against groups or large enemies. When used right, it could turn the tide of any battle. Another notification followed. Acquired. Low-grade purple mana crystal. Stone of Balance. Subquest progress, Stone of Balance, 4 out of 4. Subquest complete. Reward, Rune of Balance. Now this was the real prize. Ryu Min's gaze sharpened as he reviewed the details. Rune of Balance. Effect, when the difference between your highest and lowest pure attribute is 10 or less, all base stats are doubled. Note, applies only to raw attribute points, gear bonuses or temporary effects are excluded. It sounded simple but was incredibly restrictive. For example, an average level 20 player might have stats like Strength, 30, Agility, 14, Intelligence, 3, Luck, 3, the disparity, 27, rendered the rune useless. But a player with more balanced distribution, say Strength, 20, Agility, 10, Intelligence, 10, and Luck, 10, would meet the criteria and have all stats instantly doubled. Ryu Min had anticipated this. His stat growth had been carefully planned with this very rune in mind. Current pure attributes. Strength, 27. Agility, 26. Intelligence, 18. Luck, 28. He had purposefully kept intelligence the lowest to maintain the required spread. His raw stats were unusually high for his level, partly thanks to the Marble of Eternity, which granted bonus attribute points. "Well then," he said with a grin. "Let's see what I'm working with now." He opened his updated status window, and his eyes widened slightly. Strength, 374. Agility, 518. Intelligence, 614. Luck, 374. All stats over 300, he said under his breath, astonished. He hadn't just grown stronger, he had shattered the limits of what most players at his level could even imagine. The Rune of Balance had worked perfectly. Ryu Min's staggering stats were no coincidence, they were a direct result of the synergy between multiple power sources. The blessings from Minjuri had boosted him by 1.5x, while the Rune of Slaughter doubled his output, and the newly activated Rune of Balance multiplied it again by another factor of 2. All these layers combined made his current numbers unbelievable, especially for someone only at level 40. But the surprises didn't stop there. His player grade had just been upgraded from regular to expert. This new classification unlocked access to features previously unavailable, such as the player trading system. It allowed the transfer of gold between players, assuming both parties had the feature enabled. However, Ryu Min wasn't particularly interested in trading with others, that function was of little value to him. Still, the real reward had just been claimed. You've defeated the 5th round boss, High Orc. Kill time, 1 second. This particular boss operated under a special rule, time attack. The faster one eliminated the boss, the higher the reward. Because you defeated the boss in under 10 seconds, you've earned the maximum bonus, 100,000 gold. Ryu Min narrowed his eyes at the notification and muttered, "This will be more than enough to learn every common skill I've yet to unlock." He was about to move on when something else caught his eye. Another set of messages had appeared, blinking subtly at the edge of his vision. You've established a new time attack world record. Your performance will be immortalized in the Akashic Records. Reward, unique item selection voucher. Ryu Min blinked, startled. "Wait, what's this?" he said aloud. This was his first entry into the fabled Akashic Records, a list that documented legendary feats across all timelines and regressions. He hadn't expected any special bonus for a record kill, but here it was, in his inventory, a glowing voucher labeled Unique Item Selection Voucher. Ryu raised a brow. "So I can actually choose any unique item?" he whispered, half in disbelief. Without wasting time, he tapped on the voucher. A system prompt unfolded before him. Please select a category for your unique item. 1. Weapon. Shield. Helmet. Armor. Gloves. Boots. Necklace. Ring. Huh? They're letting me pick the item type too. He rubbed his chin in thought, narrowing his gaze. As for weapons? I plan to forge my own when I return, so I don't need one now. What I need is utility, something helpful for my current run, not just raw power. His fingers hovered over the interface, debating. Then, a realization clicked into place. A helmet, that might just work, he muttered, before pressing option 3. Meanwhile, a short distance away, the lone surviving member of the 5-man party stood rooted in place, eyes locked on the fallen corpse of the High Orc. His mind was reeling. Did I just survive that? He thought, breath ragged. Am I really still alive? The sight before him was surreal. That towering beast, the very one that had casually crushed his companions like ants, was now lying motionless in the dirt. And it wasn't by luck. It was defeated. Beheaded. And it had taken only one blow. 1. The man's eyes drifted toward the figure responsible, the infamous Black Scythe, now standing quietly where the High Orc had once stood. A strange mixture of fear and admiration gripped his heart. Is this how strong Black Scythe really is? Before he could muster the courage to speak, to perhaps thank the man who'd just saved his life, Ryu Min turned and vanished from view, melting into the forest shadows with effortless grace. The player stood there, mouth half open, watching the place where he'd once stood. I didn't even get to say thank you. His voice was little more than a whisper, carried away by the wind. As the countdown for the 5th round expired, the players were automatically summoned to a central gathering point. Just as they began arriving, a radiant, otherworldly presence shimmered into view, an angelic being hovering effortlessly with majestic wings. With a teasing smile, the angel addressed the weary group. Well? How did it go? Managed to complete the quest? She asked mockingly. I see the crowd has thinned considerably. Surely you didn't let yourselves fall to something as pathetic as orcs? Or perhaps you turned on each other fighting over kills. But no one responded. Their silence was heavy, not from shame, but exhaustion. Battle-worn and mentally drained, none had the strength or will to exchange words. Unbothered, the angel, Priscilla, fluttered her wings, and a translucent screen of light unfurled before them. Let's take a look at your results, she announced. All eyes turned toward the glowing panel. And when the names and rankings appeared, expressions of shock, disbelief, and awe spread like wildfire among the crowd. All zone rankings. First, Black Scythe, level 40, Reaper, 1 hour 0 minutes 6 seconds. Second, Dumb Idiots, level 25, Shaman, 2 hours 30 minutes 21 seconds. Third, Heavenly Demon, level 24, Dark Knight, 2 hours 47 minutes 21 seconds. Zone C ESKS 007 rankings. First, Black Scythe, level 40, Reaper, 1 hour 0 minutes 6 seconds. Second, Democracy, level 21, Buffer, 2 hours 55 minutes 38 seconds. Third, No Pain No Gay, level 23, Warlock, 3 hours 19 minutes 12 seconds. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Level 40? Are you serious? Someone muttered in disbelief. Most couldn't even react properly. The gap was too immense, the performance too surreal. While many stood slack-jawed, a few nodded in grim understanding. After all, Black Scythe had maintained his iron grip on first place since the beginning. This wasn't luck. It was consistency. Domination. Yet Ryu Min, the man behind the title, didn't appear particularly impressed. The string of achievements had started to feel routine. Congratulations. You have secured first place in your zone. Congratulations. You have secured first place overall. Your current standing, first in both your zone and the overall rankings. Zone reward, intermediate epic necklace selection voucher. Overall reward, special reward selection box. As always, the same cascade of rewards followed. It was becoming familiar. But then, a new message drew his full attention. Achievement unlocked, 5-time consecutive overall champion. Title earned, the one ahead of all. Effect, all experience gained is increased by 1.5x. A faint smirk tugged at the edge of Ryu's lips. Finally. The title I've been aiming for. This title wasn't for prestige, it was a strategic necessity. With a 50% increase in experience gain, Ryu Min's leveling pace would now accelerate even faster, granting him a valuable edge in future rounds. I need to grow fast. Opportunities like this don't come twice, he said to himself. With that settled, it was time to claim his reward. Please select one of the following epic necklaces. Necklace of the Skeleton Knight. Necklace of the Java Tribe. Necklace of Resilience. Most would be clueless here, left to guess based on names alone, but Ryu Min had done his homework. He'd studied each of these items through his prior regressions and knew exactly which one he needed. No hesitation. Option 2. He tapped the Java Tribe necklace, and it instantly materialized in his inventory. Necklace of the Java Tribe. Type, necklace. Grade, epic. Description, a mystical relic of the otherworldly Java Tribe, pulsing with arcane energy. Effect, +3 to all stats, plus 35% resistance to abnormal status effects. Durability, 1000 by 1000. Requirement, minimum regular rank. Ryu examined the glowing accessory with a thoughtful gaze. Raw strength isn't everything, he murmured. What I need now isn't just power, it's protection. He had seen it countless times before, formidable players crumbling under the weight of status conditions. Poison, confusion, charm, there were monsters in later rounds that could incapacitate even the strongest warriors in seconds. They may not have shown up yet, but they will come, he muttered. And when they do, I'll be ready. Prepared, leveled, and equipped, Ryu Min stood at the edge of the next chapter, his power growing faster than ever. Items that offered resistance to abnormal status effects were notoriously rare, and highly prized. In acquiring the Java Tribe's necklace, Ryu Min had secured a powerful piece of insurance. If he ever found himself in a position where he no longer needed it, he could easily sell it for a small fortune. After all, any seasoned player who had experienced the horrors of paralysis, confusion, or poison would pay dearly for protection against such conditions. Having finalized his necklace selection, Ryu Min's focus shifted to the final reward he'd been granted, the special reward selection box. A new message unfolded before him. Please select one of the following special rewards. 3x experience boost, valid for round 6 only. 6,000 gold. Information regarding round 6. Ryu skimmed the options. No stat bonus this time, huh? Just a pure EXP multiplier, he mused. But that was more than enough. Between the 3 choices, there was no real competition. He already knew what round 6 entailed, thanks to prior regressions, and gold wasn't an issue. His current balance exceeded 220,000. An additional 6,000 wouldn't even register. Option 1, he confirmed. Triple experience for the next round, that's what I need most. Just then, the radiant being Priscilla hovered back into view. Her angelic features twisted into a mockingly sinister smile. Well then, everyone, she called out sweetly. I trust you've all seen your rankings? Her voice carried a venomous lilt as she continued. In that case, it's time to deliver judgment. A deadly silence fell over the crowd. There were 1,585 players who cleared the main quest in this round. But only the top 212 ND performers will be allowed to move on. The rest? She snapped her fingers. Will be eliminated here and now. Gasps rang out across the crowd. Panic spread like wildfire. No, wait. Please. Angel, don't. Have mercy. But it was too late. The remaining players, ranked below the 1,211 spot, were already marked. Light flared. Screams echoed. And one by one, bodies crumbled into dust. As Priscilla looked on with cold detachment, she scoffed. Pathetic. Groveling, shrieking, begging like vermin. Humans really are insects. Watching the carnage unfold, Ryu Min narrowed his eyes. TCH. You're no better, he muttered quietly. I've seen angels crawl and whimper before, beneath my feet. For a brief moment, Priscilla's gaze flickered toward him. There was something different in her eyes, something tense. A flicker of wariness. Still, she murmured, glancing across the now much smaller crowd, I didn't think any of you would manage to complete the sub-quest, but it appears someone did. She didn't name Ryu Min, but her eyes told the story. System message. Round 5 complete. Total survivors, 19,327,557. Zone C ESKS 007 remaining players, 1211. Priscilla spread her wings, her voice rising once more. That concludes the 5th round. Rest while you can. Your consciousness will soon return to your home dimensions. She gave a final, mocking smile. The next trial, round 6, will begin promptly at midnight, June 1, 2022. And with that, the angel vanished. After the results of round 5 were finalized. Ryu wake up. After that, he had a meal with his brother and then Ryu Min sat down to take care of some long overdue crafting. Opening the item combination interface, he began to load in the various rare materials he'd gathered during the past 10 hours of slaughter. This time, he wasn't aiming for an ordinary enhancement, he was determined to forge a unique grade item. For the primary catalyst, Ryu selected Reaper's Scythe, his current weapon, which had served him well up to this point. He gently detached the embedded low-grade orange gemstone from the hilt. If this works, he murmured, it'll evolve into something far beyond an epic-grade weapon, perfect for someone at the expert level. Next, he filled the remaining slots with supporting materials. Orc's heart, still warm from battle. Mysterious wooden totem, pulsing faintly with latent magic. Corroded arrowhead, etched with traces of ancient curses. High Orc's molar, a grotesque but potent relic. But Ryu wasn't done yet. From his inventory, he withdrew one final item, a chunk of black gold ore, an exceedingly rare enhancement material he took from Huang Yongmin in a previous round. This will be the game changer, he said, slotting the black gold ore into the final submaterial space. With this, I'm not settling for epic. I'm going straight to unique. With all components in place, he hovered over the combine button and pressed it. A blinding light surged from the screen. A brilliant flash bathed his surroundings as a deep chime echoed, signaling the completion of the process. System notification, combination successful. Item created, Death Scythe. Type, weapon. Grade, unique. Description, a legendary scythe whispered to have once belonged to the Grim Reaper himself. Wherever this blade moves, the shadow of death follows. Attack power, 300. Effects, all stats plus 10, skill damage plus 10%. Durability, 3000/3000. Requirements, expert rank or higher. A proud grin tugged at Ryu Min's lips as he admired his new weapon. Finally, he said to himself, gripping the scythe with both hands, I've moved past that starter junk. This is worthy of the name Black Scythe. But his to-do list wasn't over yet. With the enormous gold reserves he'd amassed, over 220,000 in total, it was time to bolster his arsenal with a few practical abilities. Opening the skill store, he browsed the available common skills. Though they weren't flashy or offensive, they offered vital enhancements no serious player could ignore. Area Scan creates a localized minimap that displays enemies and terrain. Enhanced Vision, sharpened sight and awareness, better than any normal human. Basic Resistance grants a passive 15% resistance to abnormal status effects. Dexterity boosts skill execution accuracy by 20%. With more than enough gold on hand, Ryu Min didn't hesitate. Let's not be stingy now. He purchased all 4. In silence, he reviewed his purchases and upgraded equipment. The new scythe glowed ominously by his side. The newly learned skills would act as the foundation of his survival moving forward. Slowly, everything was falling into place. After acquiring all 4 practical common skills from the store, Ryu Min glanced at his gold balance. Still got 14,000 left, he muttered. Despite combing through the shop's inventory one more time, nothing else struck him as worth the investment, at least for now. With better items, especially epic tier gear, expected to appear in the upcoming days, saving his remaining gold felt like the wisest move. Besides, thanks to unlocking the trading function, even unused funds would prove valuable down the line. Alright, he said to himself, let's sort out these mana stones next. Opening his inventory, Ryu Min began merging the lower-grade stones, combining them to form more efficient versions. Once refined, he embedded them into his equipment, boosting his power incrementally. After ensuring every slot was filled and his gear was optimized, he equipped his full loadout and opened his status window to assess the final result. Name, Ryu Min. Alias, Black Scythe. Rank, Expert. Level, 40. Class, Grim Reaper. Titles: Time Regressor, hidden. First Angel Slayer, hidden. Challenger of Retribution, hidden. The One Who Leads, hidden. Attributes: Strength, 106. Intelligence, 150. Agility, 136. Luck, 106. Common skills. Tracking. Detection. Trace erasure. First aid. Area scan. Enhanced vision. Basic resistance. Dexterity. Exclusive skills. Seal of death. Night of death. Moonlight slaughter. Runes. Rune of slaughter. Rune of the reaper. Rune of illumination. Rune of inner thoughts. Rune of the doppelganger. Rune of balance. Remaining stat points, 0. All 4 base stats now stood in the triple digits, even without any temporary buffs. This was purely due to his base growth and the rune of balance, which doubled his stats so long as their difference remained within 10 points. And once I add Minjuri's buffs and bless, he thought, my stats will spike even higher. Plus, with Rune of Slaughter active, his raw power would double again. Ryu-min nodded in satisfaction. I've reached the peak of my current potential. Now it's time to move forward with the Mong Rock operation. I'll need Hang Yong for that. His thoughts turned to the player he had subtly manipulated across several rounds. Wonder if that guy's still alive, Ryu mused, and without delay, activated tracking. Tracking activated. Target, Hang Yong Min. Face and name matched. Target is currently alive. A quiet chuckle escaped him. Perfect. Looks like I can still use him one more time. Despite Hang Yong's past bullying, Ryu had been quietly steering him to survive up to this point. But this would be the final round he'd involve him. In real life, that guy would never believe how much of his fate depended on someone he used to treat like dirt. The following day, Minjuri sat at a cozy cafe, seated alone at a corner table. The ticking clock above made her heart race. She was waiting for Ryu-min. Her hands wrapped around the warm cup in front of her, trying to steady her nerves. Why did he want to meet me? What could it be, she wondered, a flicker of hope sneaking into her heart. She quickly shook her head, catching herself spiraling into wishful thinking. Don't get carried away. Keep it cool. Don't let your feelings show. Still, her cheeks flushed lightly, and her heartbeat betrayed her efforts to appear calm. The cafe door creaked open, and there he was. Ryu-min stepped in, scanned the room, then approached with a relaxed smile. You're already here. Hope I didn't keep you waiting, he said casually. Minjuri straightened up in her seat, smiling back, trying not to seem too eager. No. I only just got here myself. In truth, she'd been there early, perhaps too early, but she didn't want him to know that. As they sat in the soft hum of background music, an awkward silence hung in the air. Why does it feel weird all of a sudden, she wondered, avoiding eye contact. Is it because of my silly daydreams earlier? Ugh? Ryu eventually broke the silence with a gentle question. So, how was round 5? Did you run into the Black Scythe? Minjuri, relieved by the change in topic, eagerly leaned into the conversation. Yes, just like you predicted, we ended up hunting together, she said with a bright expression. Honestly, I wasn't sure someone ranked that high would bother teaming up with me. But once he saw what I could do, he agreed. Ryu-min gave a casual smile, keeping up the act. Told you, he said knowingly. Once he saw the quality of your buffs, there's no way he'd turn you down. Encouraged, Minjuri continued with excitement. And it really paid off. The hunt went smoother than I ever imagined. It was the most comfortable run I've ever had, and for the first time, I actually came in second place in my zone. Feigning admiration, Ryu raised his brows and let out a low whistle. Second place? Not bad at all. What did you get as a reward? With a proud smile, she brought up her inventory screen and displayed her prize. I got a mid-tier rare necklace that boosts agility. Want to take a look? Ryu leaned in to examine the item and gave a well-practiced expression of interest. Wow. Looks nice. Of course, in a game world teeming with epic-grade gear, a rare-tier necklace barely earned a glance. But Minjuri's happiness was genuine, and that was what mattered. What do you think? She asked, watching him closely. Does it suit me? Ryu gave a polite nod. Yeah. Looks great on you. Then came the unexpected part. Minjuri took the necklace out of her inventory and extended it to him. Here. I want you to have it. I wouldn't have earned this without your advice, so it's only fair. Surprised, Ryu waved his hand, declining the offer. No need for that. You earned it through your own effort. Why give it away? She insisted with a small smile. It really wasn't that hard. Like I said, hunting with the Black Scythe made everything easier. Ryu tilted his head. Then why not gift it to him instead? Minjuri let out a soft laugh. You think someone like him needs a low-tier item like this? Come on. That kind of gear's completely beneath someone at his level. He nodded with a chuckle, agreeing internally. Fair enough. Even if he sold it, it wouldn't be worth much. Once again, he gently declined. Thanks, but no. I haven't even reached the regular rank yet. Something like that wouldn't help me right now. Minjuri blinked, visibly surprised. Wait, you haven't reached regular rank yet? What level are you, then? Ryu exhaled lightly, feigning frustration. 19. I barely managed to kill 300 orcs on my own in the full 10 hours. Though she didn't say anything, her expression soured slightly. Her thoughts flickered behind her eyes. Clearly, she found it hard to accept that someone with a prophetic skill was stuck at such a low level. Well, I guess prophets aren't meant for frontline combat, she offered diplomatically. But in her mind, she wrestled with something that didn't quite sit right. A prophet who can see the future is already broken, but if someone like that also had top-tier combat power? That would just be too much. It would break the entire system. What she didn't know was that the very man she was thinking about, Black Scythe, was sitting right across from her. Then, without warning, she asked something Ryu Min didn't expect. Minjuri glanced at Ryu Min curiously and asked, by the way, Min, how does a prophet even fight? Ryu gave a sheepish chuckle and scratched the back of his head. Well, I use magic. It's honestly nothing impressive, I'm kind of embarrassed to show it. Minjuri was quiet for a moment, clearly thinking. Then, doesn't that mean you don't really need this agility necklace? She asked, lifting the item she had shown him earlier. Wouldn't something that boosts intelligence help more? That's true, Ryu nodded, but even magic users benefit from a bit of agility. Not for casting speed, but for movement and dodging. A little survivability goes a long way. Of course, none of that applied to Ryu Min, he wasn't a mage at all. But he kept up the story. Still, he firmly turned down the necklace once more. With a sigh, Minjuri relented and tucked it back into her inventory. Well, she said, a little deflated, how about this instead? From her inventory, she retrieved a small, faintly glowing red mana stone, the lowest grade available. I picked this up while we were hunting. It's probably not worth much, but it's just a little thank you. Please accept it, she said, holding it out to him. Ryu Min could sense that she had intended this gesture for him long ago, even before now. It warmed him more than he expected. Thanks for thinking of me, he said softly, accepting the stone. The sincerity in his voice clearly caught her off guard. Her cheeks flushed, and she stammered, I didn't do it just for you. I mean, you've been helping me all this time, so I thought I should show some appreciation. Her flustered explanation brought a gentle smile to Ryu Min's lips. I appreciate it either way, he said. And since you've given me something, it's only fair I return the favor. Minjuri blinked. Huh? Really? What kind of favor? Information, he said with a grin. About round 6. For a second, she seemed mildly disappointed. But that passed quickly, and she lit up with enthusiasm. Seriously? I'd love that. As he began explaining the details of the upcoming round, her expression gradually shifted from curiosity to surprise. Her eyes widened especially when he mentioned one particular player. So, you're saying I should try to team up with the Black Scythe again? She asked. Definitely, Ryu confirmed. He already knows what your buffs can do, and since you worked well together in the last round, I doubt he'll say no. Minjuri gave a slight nod, then mumbled, I just didn't think I'd be working with him again so soon. Isn't that a good thing? Ryu teased gently. I guess, she said with a shy smile. He was unexpectedly kind. Not as intimidating as I thought. Sure, a bit arrogant, but I suppose that comes with being at the top. Ryu Min raised a brow, amused at her backhanded compliment of himself. He also seemed really perceptive, she added. Like he could read people better than most. It's hard to explain, but it felt like he understood what I was feeling. Well, I do have the rune of inner thoughts, Ryu thought, amused by how effective it truly was. She saw Black Scythe as confident, empathetic, and strong, qualities that most would aspire to, yet Ryu knew how much effort and failure it had taken to get there. I may seem like I've got it all together, he thought to himself, but I failed over and over, 99 times, to be exact. This round is my final shot. I can't afford to fail again. He turned to look at Minjuri as if to commit the moment to memory. She has to be on my team. Her and the American priest. The rest? I'll figure out. Just then, Minjuri noticed his quiet stare. Min? Are you alright? You're zoning out, are you nervous about the next round? Yeah, a little, Ryu admitted, snapping out of it. I'm not exactly strong, after all. That statement would have sounded absurd to anyone who knew the truth, but he had to maintain the prophet persona. Minjuri, unaware, gave him a sympathetic look. If only our zones were connected? I'd help you without question, she said earnestly. But I'm sure we'll see each other again soon. Yeah, Ryu smiled. Until then, stay strong. She pumped her fist in determination. You too. Ryu chuckled to himself, wondering how she'd react when she discovered that the black scythe she admired was the same man sitting across from her. The next day, Ryu Min was back in his car, cruising toward the corporate building where he had arranged a meeting. Originally, the Heavenly Demon had invited him to lunch at a hotel restaurant, but Ryu had declined. He wanted the meeting to happen on his terms, inside the company's walls. This meeting's not just about business, Ryu thought, his gaze fixed ahead. It's about control. He'd already built credibility as a prophet. That was no longer in question. He was confident that Heavenly Demon, known for placing growth above all else, would be fully on board with whatever venture Ryu proposed. This wasn't just about generating wealth. To Ryu Min, money was simply a means to an end. If I can get this company behind me, he thought, I can acquire any item, anytime. No more waiting. No more grinding. Just steady power growth. And for someone racing against time, that was the only thing that mattered. Expanding the company wasn't just a strategic move for Ryu Min, it was a calculated step to tighten his connection with Heavenly Demon and, more importantly, gain access to the elusive priest. The financial windfall that came along with this plan? Just an added bonus. When Ryu arrived at the corporate headquarters, the bodyguard at the entrance greeted him with notable respect. Please wait here, sir. I'll escort you to the executive office. His tone and body language were professional but unusually polite, clearly acting on direct orders to treat Ryu with the utmost care. After a brief elevator ride, the doors opened to a lavishly decorated office. Heavenly Demon welcomed him with a booming voice and open arms. You're here, major shareholder, he said cheerfully, gesturing to a plush seat in front of his desk. Please, make yourself comfortable. Though the enthusiasm in his tone was exaggerated, Ryu Min didn't mind. It was obvious that Heavenly Demon was trying to stay on his good side. Major shareholder and prophet, the man continued, chuckling awkwardly. Was the trip here too much of a hassle? Not at all, Ryu replied calmly. It was quite comfortable. Have you eaten yet? I was hoping we could have lunch together. Ryu shook his head, his tone firm but polite. There's something more important than sharing a meal right now. Heavenly Demon's expression immediately shifted to interest, his eyes gleaming. Don't tell me. Are you here with news about round 6? Ryu Min almost chuckled. You're so eager, it's written all over your face, he thought. It was clear Heavenly Demon was nervous that the prophet might withhold information this time. Reading the room, Ryu said, of course. I came to share everything I know about the 6th round. The tension eased slightly in Heavenly Demon's shoulders. Have you seen it already? I have, Ryu confirmed. Just then, the bodyguard returned with tea and silently placed a cup in front of him. Though he maintained a neutral expression, Ryu could tell he was carefully listening in on every word. Ryu sipped the tea, then leaned back in his chair. I'll tell you what's coming next, he said. But in return, I'd like us to hold an emergency shareholders meeting. Heavenly Demon blinked in surprise. An emergency meeting? Yes. It's time to discuss the next phase of our partnership. We'll be changing both the company's name and its business focus. The moment Ryu brought up actual business matters, the mood turned serious. Information about future rounds might have been valuable, but long-term financial strategies carried equal weight for someone like Heavenly Demon. What do you need from me? He asked, straightening his posture. I need your vote, Ryu replied. If we bulldoze through the changes without convincing the rest, it could create unnecessary friction. Better to make sure the others are aligned, at least on the surface. Heavenly Demon grinned, clearly enjoying the challenge. Leave it to me. I'll make sure no one causes trouble. But I take it you've already anticipated resistance? I have, Ryu said. Based on what I saw, some of the older shareholders, those in their 30s and up, won't be happy about the shift. Heavenly Demon leaned in, curiosity evident. What kind of industry are we talking about here? Even the bodyguard, standing nearby, visibly perked up. Ryu Min smirked inwardly. The business I'm aiming to launch. Ryu Min's voice carried enough weight to instantly capture the attention of the two men sitting before him. Both instinctively straightened in their seats, their gazes fixed on him with anticipation. We're going to create a specialized open marketplace, exclusively for players. An open marketplace? One of them echoed with a puzzled frown. You mean like auction, F-market, or Kuang? Ryu Min nodded. Exactly that. But instead of conventional goods, this platform will revolve around in-game items. The difference is that only registered players can access and trade on it. Wait, are you saying players will be able to sell their items for real money? They'll have the choice, Ryu clarified. When listing an item, the seller can decide whether to accept cash or offer it in exchange for another item. I can understand the bartering part, Ma Jiangrock said slowly, his brows furrowed, but why would players even need cash? Ryu Min smiled slightly, as if expecting that question. Some do. They just don't have the right channels to convert items into money, yet. Yet? Ma Jiangrock's eyes narrowed. Are you implying that'll change later? A spark of approval lit in Ryu Min's eyes. Sharp, as expected. Yes. I've seen glimpses of what's coming. Eventually, once players surpass level 40, they'll gain access to something crucial, the gold trading function. Instead of relying on cash, they'll begin exchanging gold among themselves. Gold? Ma Jiangrock muttered, startled. Since neither of them had reached level 40, they had no way of knowing such a feature even existed, let alone that gold could be freely traded between players. At level 40, Ryu explained calmly, players unlock a function that allows gold transfers. With the right infrastructure, we can create a secure platform that facilitates these exchanges. We act as the middleman, ensuring safety, and take a cut in either cash or gold. Ma Jiangrock leaned back in his chair, folding his arms as he mulled it over. A marketplace exclusive to players? Not a bad concept at all. There was undeniable appeal in the first-mover advantage. No one had claimed this space yet, which meant they could secure dominance early and set the rules. Still, he kept his expression unreadable, preferring to proceed with caution. But realistically, he said, do you think players will actually use it? Ryu Min nodded with confidence. We're now in the 5th round. Players have gathered a sizable number of items, many of which they don't need. But monster-dropped gear can't be sold to NPC stores, so these players are stuck with excess loot and no outlet. So what you're suggesting, Ma Jiangrock said, tapping the table, is to give them that outlet, a place to exchange items freely when their inventories start overflowing? Exactly, Ryu replied. Plus, most players are now past level 20. They've unlocked the item fusion feature, and naturally they're curious to try different combinations. Now imagine if there was a place where they could instantly search and buy the materials they need. There'd be plenty of interest, Ma Jiangrock admitted, nodding slowly. Especially if the platform was easy to use. Right, Ryu agreed. Which is why now, while we're still in the early phase, is the perfect time to launch this. Ma Jiangrock's skepticism had visibly melted into intrigue. He could already envision the possibilities. He's right. The demand is there. If we develop a reliable system and market it properly, it could explode. As his mind raced through implementation strategies, one idea surfaced. What if we introduce an auction feature, he suggested. Instead of flat pricing, allow people to bid. That way, rare items will drive competition and fetch higher prices. I like it, Ryu said with an approving nod. It would definitely increase engagement. Also, Ma Jiangrock added, in the beginning, we should eliminate all listing fees. Make it free to upload items to attract as many users as possible. Then implement a tiered benefit system. Players who trade frequently earn perks, like reduced commissions or special badges. Ryu Min smiled, clearly impressed with the proactive thinking. Looks like he's already on board. Good. This wasn't just a viable business, it was a visionary one. In time, the gaming world would revolve around players, and with this system in place, they would have the first and only marketplace tailored to their needs. For Ryu Min, the benefits extended far beyond profit. With this platform, I can secure any item I need in the future. Not just equipment, but rare fusion materials and relics others don't yet understand. I'll corner the market before anyone else even realizes what they're holding. The seeds of a revolution were being sown, and Ryu Min would be the one to reap the rewards. If we can secure the materials, creating not just unique grade but even legendary and divine level items will become a reality, Ryu Min thought. With the industry decided as a social market, Ma Jiangrock asked, have you given any thought to the new company name? Do you have any suggestions? Ryu Min turned the question back to him. But Ma Jiangrock quickly shook his head. I'll refrain from offering input here. In times like these, it's better to follow the vision you've already seen. And above all, aren't you the true leader of this company now? Haha, Ryu chuckled modestly, not disagreeing, because the statement wasn't wrong. In that case, he said, leaning back in thought, how about this, Player Place? A name that signifies a space created for players. Player Place, or PP for short? Ma Jiangrock repeated aloud. The abbreviation sounds catchy. It feels right. Truth be told, he wasn't entirely sure how good the name was, but if it came from the prophet's mouth, it must be brilliant. Actually, I have another idea in mind as well. Want to hear it? Ryu asked. Of course. I'd love to. Ma Jiangrock's eyes sparkled as he launched into an energetic discussion about business strategies. Ryu Min mostly listened, acting as the final decision-maker, giving nods of approval or quiet judgment depending on what he heard. Their conversation grew so intense, even the quiet ticking of the office clock disappeared beneath their voices. Hours passed unnoticed, until Ma Jiangrock glanced at the window and blinked. "Oh, it's evening already? Would you care to have dinner together?" "I'll have to pass," Ryu Min said with a gentle smile. "My brother's waiting at home." "Ah, I see." Ma Jiangrock looked visibly disappointed. Clearly, he had been enjoying their discussion. "How long do you think it'll take to build and launch the platform?" Ryu asked as he stood. "At best? A month," Ma Jiangrock replied. "We could go live after the 6th round." Ryu Min gave an approving nod. "That timeline works for me. By the way," he added, "it's time I share the 6th round's details with you." "That's music to my ears," Ma Jiangrock grinned. Even on Sangcheol, standing nearby with a stoic expression, leaned in slightly to catch every word, feigning indifference. Ryu Min outlined everything, key elements, vital strategies, and important warnings for the 6th round. Once he was finished, Ma Jiangrock leaned back, brows raised in admiration. "So, cooperation will be essential again. That was very informative. Thank you for the insight, Prophet." "No need to thank me," Ryu replied. As he politely bowed in appreciation, Ma Jiangrock couldn't help but smile to himself. As expected, securing the Prophet was the best decision I've made. Thanks to him, everything's aligning perfectly, both in the real world and the game. He was oblivious to the fact that Ryu Min could read every single one of those thoughts like an open book, thanks to the rune of inner thoughts. But Ryu made no sign of it. "Let's proceed with what we discussed today," Ma Jiangrock said, rising from his seat. "I'll convene an extraordinary shareholders meeting soon to push through the agenda. You'll need to be there to present the plan. Will that be all right?" It meant speaking in front of a crowd and explaining the project, but Ryu Min didn't hesitate. "I'll be there." "Great. We'll contact you with the meeting date." "Director on?" "Yes, sir." "Take the Prophet home. Also, stop by CO Aaron's house on the way and share the round 6 details with her." A few days later. As midnight struck, Ryu Min opened the store interface with anticipation. Today's featured item. Tattered vagabond garments. Type, armor. Grade, epic. Defense, 1. Effect, attack speed plus 30%, movement speed plus 30%. Durability, 1000 by 1000. Requirement, must be at least regular rank. Description, dirty and ripped clothing that barely functions as armor, but comes with surprising perks. Ryu Min's eyes lit up. Finally, an epic-grade item worth looking at. While the armor's defense was laughable, the speed buffs it granted were extraordinary, perfect for an aggressive, high-mobility build. The cost? A steep 20,000 gold. To most players, this would be considered outrageous. 20,000 gold for something with a defense stat of just 1? It's ridiculous. But for Ryu Min, who was sitting on an enormous gold stash, the price barely made a dent. Others may hesitate, but I can afford to be bold. This one's mine. Until the player-exclusive market is established, there's no choice but to depend on whatever the system store offers. Ryu Min knew this well. But he also understood something most didn't, that once the social trading platform was up and running, the era of relying on the store would come to an end. Players would flock to the market instead, buying and selling whatever they needed directly among themselves. At that point, any material needed to craft unique, legendary, or even god-tier items would be right at my fingertips. Stores only stocked up to epic-grade equipment. Anything beyond that, legendary or divine, could only be crafted through a complex synthesis system. But there was a catch: the right combinations were nearly impossible to figure out without guidance. And that's where I have the advantage. Ryu Min had memorized almost every important combination formula, thanks to the design scrolls he had studied over countless regressions. Without those design scrolls, even I wouldn't have known how to craft higher-tier gear so quickly. Designs, simple information items that revealed exact recipes, would become invaluable later on. When players eventually discovered their usefulness, demand skyrocketed. It's not easy figuring out combinations through blind trial and error. There are too many possible materials to test. That's why, once the existence of design items became widely known, nearly 3/4 of players began hunting for them. Some of those design scrolls sell for outrageous prices, millions in real-world currency, just for a single crafting recipe. If someone came across a formula for a god-tier weapon, even the most cautious investor would throw money at it without hesitation. And if they didn't want to use the design themselves, they could always resell it to another desperate player. But for me, those designs are pointless. I already know them all. The value of the knowledge Ryu Min carried wasn't something that could be quantified. It wasn't just valuable, it was potentially infinite. At this rate, I should be able to craft my first god-grade item before round 11 even begins. With a quiet, confident smile, Ryu Min lay back on his bed. He needed rest. The extraordinary shareholders meeting was scheduled for 10 a.m. the next morning. As a major shareholder and the de facto executive voice of the company, there's no way I can miss it. With that final thought, Ryu-min closed his eyes. Outside, the world continued to move. But in the dark corners of the city, unseen forces were also beginning to stir. The next morning, extraordinary general meeting. The hum of low conversation filled the building as shareholders streamed in. Each one of them had invested in Heavy Demon Consulting, and each one carried a thick dose of skepticism. Please take a company info pack and make your way to the front rows, Sang-cheol said, standing at the entrance and handing out slim folders. The brochures included everything from past performance data to updated financials and company strategies. But the shareholders barely gave them a glance. Their attention was fixed entirely on the raised podium ahead. They had all seen the shareholder meeting notice and its agenda. One item stood out more than any other. The shareholders meeting unfolded with expected turbulence, yet it never spiraled out of control. Questions flew in rapid succession, some skeptical, others outright critical, but Ryu-min held his ground with poise. Each inquiry was met with a calm, logical answer. There was no fumbling, no panic in his voice, only clarity. Even as doubts were hurled at him like arrows, Ryu stood unshaken, addressing each one with surgical precision. Gradually, the crowd's fervor waned. The barrage of questions began to thin out. The once rowdy shareholders, who had entered the hall with clenched jaws and raised brows, were now silent. Any further questions? Ryu asked, his gaze sweeping the room. No one responded. The air, which had earlier buzzed with tension, was now still. Shareholders exchanged glances as if wordlessly agreeing. What more is there to say? He's already laid it all out. Though most had initially doubted him, especially because of his youth, it became clear to everyone that Ryu-min wasn't someone easily flustered. The most taken aback, however, wasn't the shareholders. It was Ma Jiangrock. He'd observed Ryu closely from the sidelines, astonished by the young man's composure and command over the room. If there are no objections, Ma Jiangrock finally announced, we'll now proceed with the vote on the special resolution. To pass, the motion required a 2/3 majority, at least 67%. But with Ryu-min holding a commanding 31% and Ma Jiangrock, the so-called Heavenly Demon, possessing 20%, their combined support already ensured success. The remaining shareholders, while officially casting votes, were more for show, there to preserve the image of unity and legitimacy. Is there anyone opposed to changing the company's name and industry? Ma Jiangrock asked, scanning the room. Silence. With no dissenting voices, he smiled broadly. Then I declare that the proposal has passed unanimously with 100% approval. Though the decision had been made, the atmosphere remained tinged with uncertainty. Some shareholders nodded quietly while others exited the hall deep in thought, still trying to process what had just happened. As the crowd began to disperse, Ma Jiangrock made his way over to Ryu-min. Major shareholder, he said with genuine admiration, you handled that flawlessly. Not even a trace of hesitation. Ryu let out a soft laugh. I ran through a few scenarios in my head at home. I guess it helped. In truth, he hadn't rehearsed a single line, but his performance had subtly lowered Ma Jiangrock's guard. We've got the green light now, Ryu continued, his tone more businesslike. All that's left is building the site and setting up the infrastructure. I'm leaving that to you. Of course, Ma Jiangrock replied without hesitation. Leave everything to me. You just focus on surviving the next round. There was a flicker of concern in his voice, a trace of unease about Ryu's well-being. The prophetic abilities were too valuable to lose. If Ryu-min fell in the next round, it would be more than a business setback, it would be a disaster. Ryu picked up on this unspoken anxiety instantly, reading it as easily as a book. He's worried if I die, the prophecies will stop flowing. Understandable. Then, as if brushing away the seriousness of the moment, Ma Jiangrock offered, would you care to join me for lunch at the hotel? Sounds good, Ryu replied with a relaxed smile. Let's eat. With that, another major step had been taken, smoothly and successfully. But as they walked toward the elevator, Ryu-min's mind drifted elsewhere. Now that today's tasks are complete, there's only one question left to solve. A slow, calculating grin crept onto his face. How should I make use of Hwang Yongmin next? It was Sunday, the day of the regularly scheduled meeting for PCW, the group Ryu had once infiltrated under the alias Little Kodal, and where he had previously eliminated the imposter claiming to be Black Scythe. As the virtual meeting room filled, a lively female voice suddenly rang out. Hey everyone! Good to see you all, said Yami, full of energy and cheer. But her enthusiasm was met with an eerie silence. Puzzled by the lack of response, she blinked and looked around at the other video feeds. The somber expressions on everyone's faces made her pause. What's with the mood? Did something happen? She asked, her tone shifting from bubbly to concerned. One of the members finally spoke up, his voice low. You must not have heard yet, Yami. We've lost 2 of our officers. Her eyes widened. Wait, what? Who? Another voice answered flatly, my age 30 and jam made of honey. No contact from either of them since the 5th round. All signs point to, well, they didn't make it. That explained the heavy atmosphere. Yami nodded slowly, her lips parting slightly in realization. So someone really did die. Still, something about it struck her as strange. Sure, they were teammates, but we only ever talked online. Were people really this emotionally attached? Or? She narrowed her eyes and thought, could it be for show? Trying to score points with the chairman? The chairman, the elusive leader and founder of the PCW circle, was practically treated like royalty. In any corporate or guild-like structure, it wasn't uncommon for people to align their emotions with those of their superior. And he was the type who always seemed deeply affected whenever a member passed away. So that's it. They're just playing their part. Fine. 2 can play at that game. Yami sniffled, wiping away imaginary tears as she put on a performance of her own. I can't believe this. My age 30. And jam. It's just so tragic, her voice cracked, trembling as she fought back crocodile tears. Oh no, Yami, please don't cry, one of the officers said, visibly moved by her feigned sorrow. If you cry, I might start crying too. Their voices softened in response, expressions changing to mirror hers. Amazing, she thought. Never underestimate the effect of a woman's tears. She smirked internally, watching them fall right into step with her display. Humans really are such cunning creatures, but I can't let anyone outmaneuver me here. Just then, the chairman entered the meeting. He paused upon seeing the group. Huh? What's going on here? Why is everyone crying? Before anyone else could respond, Lost Yak jumped in, seizing the moment. His tone turned cold, direct. Chairman, it's about my age 30 and jam made of honey. They're gone. The chairman's face changed instantly. He drew in a slow breath, then covered his eyes with one hand. Not again. Why does this keep happening? It was his usual reaction whenever someone died, somber and genuine. Whether out of grief or guilt, no one could say for certain. But he always seemed to take it personally. He finally looked back up and added, still, we should be grateful the rest of you made it through. A quiet sigh escaped him. Our officer counts down to 6 now, he muttered. We're bleeding members every round. Someone cautiously spoke up, Chairman, shouldn't we consider bringing in replacements? I'd like to, he replied, but we're short on qualified candidates. The ones who applied last time? Haven't heard a word from them since. He was, of course, referring to the trio of officer hopefuls, including the fake Black Scythe who had already been taken care of by Ryu Min. Lost Yak furrowed his brows. You mean those 3 still haven't contacted you? The chairman shook his head. I've tried reaching out to them multiple times. Still nothing. Could it be they didn't survive round 5 either? Another asked. Well, I can't speak for the others, the chairman said, but I know one of them made it through, Black Scythe. He came in first. This revelation stirred curiosity. Then why the silence? Why apply for officer rank and then vanish? Beats me, the chairman admitted. Maybe he changed his mind. Or maybe. Someone interrupted, suspicion rising in their voice. Maybe the person who applied wasn't the real Black Scythe to begin with. The possibility hung in the air like a dark cloud. And if that's the case, the voice continued, he might have died during the 5th round, and we just assumed he was the real deal. The room fell silent once more, this time tinged with unease and uncertainty. The chairman sat in silence for a moment, mulling over the conversation, before nodding slightly. A scammer pretending to be Black Scythe? That does make a certain kind of sense. But just as the mood began to settle, one of the officers blurted out without thinking. Still, I doubt someone like Black Scythe would ever lower himself to join a group like this. The words hung in the air like a slap. Realizing his mistake, the man's eyes widened, and he quickly clamped his mouth shut. But it was too late. The chairman turned to him slowly, his once calm expression now frosted with disapproval. A group like this? What exactly do you mean by that? The room tensed. Our community, PCW, was built to unite players, helping one another through cooperation in a world where even alliances sometimes fail. We're not some throwaway guild. We're pioneers of this era. The officer stammered, I didn't mean it like that, Chairman. I was just. But the chairman wasn't listening. His voice turned icy. You're no longer an officer as of this moment. In fact, you're expelled. Permanently. The man looked stunned. What? Please, Chairman, I was just. We don't need anyone who mocks our foundation, the chairman interrupted coldly. In times like these, people who plant discord are as dangerous as monsters. As the dismissed officers' protests echoed in the background, the chairman raised a hand, signaling it was over. Blacklist him. If a new age dawns and we rise with it, he won't be part of it. Just like that, one more officer was gone. Only 5 remained. Now, the chairman continued, as if nothing had happened, shall we resume the meeting? Everyone present sat a little straighter, their expressions tense. If it wasn't clear before, it was now. The chairman's word was absolute. One wrong sentence could cost you your seat. Suddenly, Lostyak made a startled noise. The chairman turned toward him. What is it? Lostyak looked slightly flustered. A new application just came in. Someone wants to join the PCW. Now? The chairman asked. Yes, and the applicant's nickname is Black Scythe. The entire room stirred with interest. Black Scythe? The chairman echoed. He applied again? Lostyak shook his head. No, sir. It's not the same person as before. The previous Black Scythe's registered name was Kim In-hong. This one's using the name Hwang Yong-min. The chairman tapped the armrest of his chair thoughtfully. Could be another impersonator. Or it might be the real one, just under a different alias. What do you want us to do? Lostyak asked. Simple, the chairman said, his voice cold and precise. Pay him a visit. Go to the address on the application. And if it turns out he's not the real Black Scythe? The chairman's reply came like a knife. Then he'll answer for his deception. No one makes a fool out of us and walks away unscathed. Meanwhile, far from the tension of the PCW conference room, Ryu Min sat in the glow of a monitor inside a quiet local internet cafe. The rows of gaming PCs buzzed faintly behind him. But Ryu had his focus fixed on one goal. He had submitted an application to PCW, under the name Hwang Yong-min. This time, there'd be no slip-ups. No real name verification. PCW didn't require identity confirmation, making it a haven for fake aliases and shadow moves. Exactly the kind of place he needed. Ryu smirked to himself. I'm not doing this out of vanity. It's strategy. Someone had been impersonating Black Scythe within PCW, and that deception had already cost lives and trust. But Ryu Min didn't intend to set the record straight. No, he had a better idea. This wasn't just a gamble, it was a calculated opening move. By submitting Hwang Yong-min's real home address during the application process, complete with precise villa unit and lot number, Ryu Min ensured that the PCW's leadership would come knocking. An interview, a home visit, a confrontation, whatever they planned to do to verify the identity of Black Scythe, it would lead them straight to the door Ryu had opened for them. Smirking to himself, Ryu muttered. No matter where they run, I'll know. I can track anyone, this is my domain. Such was one of the benefits of being a seasoned player in this transformed world. While others relied on brute force or information brokers, Ryu wielded tracking skills that made secrets meaningless. Every step they took, every move they made, he could see it all. He understood why the PCW leadership behaved the way they did. They thirsted for dominance, craving control in a world spinning into chaos. But their methods, coercion, violence, and manipulation, were a different matter entirely. They pressured players into killing others, enslaved non-players, and erected walls between those with power and ordinary civilians. That divide wasn't just reckless, it was dangerous. It was a crack in the foundation of society, one that could tear civilization apart if left unchecked. And that was exactly why Ryu couldn't stand idle. They needed to be stopped, no, reshaped. He didn't want to destroy PCW. It was already too significant to throw away. Despite being in its early stages, it had quickly grown into the most powerful player organization in the country. In future, over 30% of all players will join it, and with that came scale, reach, and influence. Sure, some of their actions bordered on terrorism, but in terms of raw power and potential? No other group came close. So why burn it down, when I can turn it into something useful? That thought had seeded the plan currently in motion. Trying to build his own organization from the ground up would eat up time he didn't have. What he needed was an existing structure. A throne already built, just waiting for a new king to claim it. And that throne? It belonged to the chairman of the PCW. Ryu Min's eyes gleamed as the thought solidified. The man in that seat isn't important. What matters is the seat itself, the authority, the infrastructure, the influence. By taking over the chairman's role, Ryu could turn the most dominant player organization into a tool for his own goals. It was the perfect shortcut. And Hwang Yong-min? He was nothing more than a lure, a false trail to provoke action from the current executives. Once they took the bait, the real game would begin. Ryu grinned, his pace steady and confident as he moved toward Hwang Yong-min's residence. The web had been spun. Now, all he had to do was wait for the spider to arrive. The sharp jingle of the bell above the door pierced the quiet as Hwang Yongmin stepped into a modest lottery shop tucked between a row of aging storefronts. Behind the counter, the middle-aged shopkeeper barely glanced up, too absorbed in his newspaper to notice the brewing tension. It wasn't until Yongmin slammed a worn-out backpack onto the counter that the man's head snapped up in surprise. Yongmin's voice was low, firm, and cold as steel. "Empty the register. Now. Put all the cash in the bag unless you want this to get ugly." The owner blinked, unsure if he'd heard correctly. His expression was a mix of confusion and concern. Yongmin didn't wait for a reaction. With a sharp motion, he swung his fist into the nearby wall. The thud echoed through the small space, louder and heavier than any normal punch should have sounded. It left a dent in the plaster, a harsh reminder that this wasn't just an angry man. This was a player. "You think I'm joking? Move it." Realization dawned in the owner's eyes as he backed away from the counter. A player? That kind of power isn't normal. It's impossible to fight back, especially in a country where guns are practically non-existent. Flustered, the owner stammered, "All right. Please, just don't hurt me." He began pulling cash from the register, stuffing bills into the open backpack with trembling hands. But Yongmin wasn't satisfied. "That's it? Don't play dumb. I know you've got a safe. You think I came here not knowing how this works?" Terrified, the owner hesitated. It's been a rough month. Lottery ticket sales were paused, and I mostly sell snacks and drinks." Yongmin slammed his hand down again, this time on the counter. "Did I ask for an essay? Get the money from the safe. Now." Without another word, the shopkeeper scurried to the back and returned moments later with a second bundle of cash. It was significantly more, about 10 million won. Yongmin inspected it quickly, then zipped up the bag. "This'll do," he muttered. But just as he turned toward the door, he stopped and looked back, his voice low and venomous. "If you even think about calling the cops, remember this, I'll break out, and I'll come back for you. Understand?" The shopkeeper nodded silently, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Yongmin slipped into a nearby alley and kept to the shadows, navigating his way through narrow backstreets. When he finally paused, he leaned against a wall, exhaled, and let a crooked grin spread across his face. "Not bad. Should be enough to get me by for a month," he whispered to himself. In the real world, maybe he could scrape by like this, living off stolen cash and staying low. But in the other world, the world of trials and death, things were different. And the 6th round was fast approaching. That grin faded quickly. Damn it. If only I didn't have that damn penalty. The stat reduction that came with his failure had crippled him more than he liked to admit. It wasn't just his power that had been sapped, it was his drive, too. "I took down over 300 orcs," he muttered bitterly. "And I still feel like I might not survive next time." The weight of the future pressed heavily on his shoulders. He clenched his fists and cursed under his breath. This is all because of him. A cold flame burned in his eyes as he spat out the name that haunted his thoughts. Black Scythe? You bastard. He could still see the faces of the friends he'd lost, still feel the sting of defeat, the shame, the humiliation. Ever since that encounter, everything had spiraled out of control. Now reduced to a petty criminal, he stood in a dirty alley with nothing but a bag of stolen cash and a heart full of resentment. It's all his fault. Yongmin screamed into the empty alley, his voice raw with rage before disappearing into the city once again. As Hwang Yongmin let out a furious scream in the alleyway, it startled a stray cat nearby, which darted away in fright. Glaring into the night, he muttered, "If I ever run into that damn Black Scythe in real life, I'll break every bone in his body." Still fuming, he made his way back to his apartment complex. But as he reached the front of his unit, he froze. Someone was already standing in front of his door. "The hell is this?" His voice was a mixture of confusion and irritation as his steps slowed. The man standing there was a stranger, calm, still, and watching him. "Who the hell are you?" Yongmin demanded. The man didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked coolly, "You're Hwang Yongmin, aren't you?" Yongmin's eyes narrowed as he scanned the stranger's face for clues. "And who wants to know?" The man smiled, a disarming expression that made Yongmin even more suspicious. "I thought so. Judging by your reaction, I guessed right." "You a cop or something?" Yongmin asked. At that, the man laughed. "A cop? Why, have you done something worth arresting you for?" He tried to step inside, but Yongmin blocked his path, growling, "Back off. I don't know who you are, and I don't let weirdos into my place." "My apologies," the stranger said politely, "my name's Lost Yak. I'm an interviewer from PCW. You submitted a membership application earlier today, didn't you?" Yongmin frowned, baffled. "What the hell are you even talking about? Are you high?" Lost Yak's expression turned more serious. Then let me ask you directly, are you the player known as Black Scythe? Youngmin stared at him like he'd lost his mind. Black Scythe? Me? Lost Yak blinked. There was no trace of recognition or guilt in Youngmin's face. He asked again, more cautiously this time. So you're not the one who applied under that alias? Of course not. What kind of dumb joke is that? Youngmin snapped. And what's this PCW or whatever? Realizing he had made a mistake, Lost Yak sighed and gave a small bow. My apologies. Looks like there's been some confusion. I'll be on my way. Confusion? Hold on, Youngmin snapped, stepping in front of him. You show up at my door, accuse me of something, then just try to walk off? You'd better explain what this is about. Lost Yak paused, then reluctantly explained, it appears someone used your name and address during the application process. Whoever they are, they impersonated you. What? Youngmin's eyes widened with rage. Someone used my identity? Who the hell would do that? A calm voice cut through the tension. That would be me. Both men turned at the same time. A masked figure stood at the end of the hallway, his presence quiet but commanding. Youngmin's face twisted in confusion. Who the hell? Lost Yak immediately stepped forward. So you're the one who used Huang Youngmin's personal details? The masked figure gave a small nod. Are you insane? Youngmin barked. Who the hell do you think you are, showing up here claiming that? The masked man didn't answer verbally. Instead, he reached into thin air and retrieved something. A massive scythe materialized in his grip. The blade was jagged and imposing, the weapon far too large to be carried by an ordinary person. For a moment, time stood still. Both Youngmin and Lost Yak could only stare. Then, the man spoke. Does this answer your question? Lost Yak's jaw clenched. His eyes narrowed in scrutiny. A scythe that massive could only belong to one person. In the player world, very few dared to wield such a weapon. There was only one known name that matched the image before him, Black Scythe. Still, Lost Yak remained cautious. Could this be another imposter? He thought. He's smaller than I expected, not even 170 centimeters, I'd say. His voice is lighter too. The real Black Scythe should be stronger, more intimidating, right? His eyes scanned the masked man's build, posture, and voice. It all felt off. But across from him, Huang Youngmin's expression had gone pale. Unlike Lost Yak, Youngmin had met the real Black Scythe, and he remembered him vividly. That chilling aura. That stillness like a blade about to be drawn. And most of all, the eyes. Those calculating, icy eyes behind the mask. Youngmin backed up a step and muttered to himself, no doubt about it, it's him. It's really him. Though the body was smaller and the tone softer, none of that mattered. You could change your voice, your clothes, even your build, but that atmosphere? That intensity? It was unforgettable. It was Black Scythe. It's him, it's really him. The words barely escaped Huang Youngmin's lips, his voice trembling. As he stood before the masked figure wielding that infamous, massive scythe, his body began to react instinctively. His skin prickled with goosebumps, and his hands twitched, opening and closing involuntarily. It was the uncontrollable reaction of prey encountering a natural predator. Just moments ago, Youngmin had been grumbling about how he'd cut Black Scythe in half if they ever met face to face. But now that the man himself stood in front of him, the truth hit like a ton of bricks. Let's be honest, that was all talk, he admitted inwardly. The level gap alone makes the idea ridiculous. There's no way I could fight him, let alone win. Yet what puzzled him more than the fear was the confusion. Why? Why did he come here? What could he possibly want with me? Why use my name? There's no reason for someone like him to be involved with someone like me, right? In an effort to suppress his nerves, Youngmin kept flexing and curling his fingers, a repetitive motion that only made him look more anxious. Lost Yak noticed his fidgeting, but his focus shifted back to the masked man in front of them. His earlier skepticism had begun to waver. I wasn't convinced at first, Yak thought, scrutinizing the scythe wielder. But if this guy really is the Black Scythe, then someone like me, barely level 20, doesn't stand a chance. My only option would be a sneak attack. But before he could even entertain the idea further, the masked man spoke. You didn't come alone, Ryu Min said calmly. I can sense others nearby. You might as well tell them to step out. Lost Yak stiffened in shock. He knew? Even that? His respect for the stranger skyrocketed. Just moments ago, he had been uncertain about this man's identity. But now, Lost Yak was sure of one thing, whether he was truly the Black Scythe or not, this man wasn't someone to be taken lightly. And as if confirming his suspicion, two men emerged from the shadows. Well, we've been made, one said with a sheepish grin. How'd you spot us? They were clearly surprised, having thought they'd stayed hidden. What they didn't know was that Ryu Min didn't even need detection skills. His awareness went beyond what they could grasp. But before they could get too close, Ryu's tone turned cold. "Stop right there," he warned, his voice sharp like a blade. "Take another step, and I'll cut you down." Big words, one of them scoffed. "You think you can threaten us alone?" Another narrowed his eyes and asked, "Are you really the Black Scythe?" Ryu lightly twirled his scythe, the glint of the blade catching in the light. "Doesn't this weapon answer that question for you? We've heard of Black Scythe and that he uses a weapon like that, but how can we be sure?" "Anyone can carry a scythe," one muttered. Ryu let out a quiet sigh, clearly growing tired of the runaround. "Then why ask, if you weren't going to believe the answer?" Despite that, they continued pressing. "We want to hear it straight from your mouth." "Fine," Ryu said, eyes unblinking beneath the mask. "I'm Black Scythe. Satisfied?" Just as the words were spoken, one of the executives, who had a truth rune equipped, suddenly received a system notification. The target is telling the truth. His expression immediately shifted. He turned to the man beside him. "It's confirmed. The system says he's telling the truth." At those words, a hush fell over the group. Every pair of eyes turned toward the masked figure, their previous doubt replaced by a silent, uneasy realization. So it's true. He really is the Black Scythe. What followed was a strange quiet, filled with awkward stares and tight gulps. Even the man who had previously spoken with such bravado now seemed to shrink under Ryu's gaze, his earlier cockiness dissolving into an awkward silence. This wasn't just some random player pretending to be famous. This was the real deal. Just moments ago, the man who had taunted Ryu stood frozen, his expression twisted as if he'd bitten into something rotten. Regret clawed at him as realization dawned. "Crap, what the hell did I just say?" he cursed silently. He couldn't believe he'd opened his mouth so recklessly, especially in front of someone like him. Was that stupid comment loud enough for Black Scythe to hear? No, maybe not. He's just standing there silently. Nervously, he stepped forward, forcing a polite smile. "Hello there. It's an honor to finally meet you, Black Scythe." But instead of returning the greeting, Ryu pointed his massive scythe directly at the man's throat. "This isn't the time for pleasantries," he said coldly. "Didn't you want proof that I'm the real one? Then let's settle it right here, with our skills." The color drained from the man's face. "What? You want to fight? Here?" It was insane. Challenging someone nearly twice his level wasn't bravery, it was suicide. He swallowed hard, immediately realizing Ryu hadn't forgotten the earlier insult. This wasn't just about proving identity, it was about payback, served cold and in public. "He's trying to humiliate me," the man thought. "I need to apologize before it's too late." He dropped to a slight bow and said quickly, "I sincerely apologize for what I said earlier. I didn't mean any disrespect, truly." "Oh?" Ryu said with a tilt of his head. "Then how does that prove anything? You wanted to confirm my identity, right?" One of the other executives tried to step in. "There's no need for a duel. We already confirmed it, he's telling the truth." Ryu turned his gaze toward the man with the truth rune. "How exactly did you confirm it?" "I have a rune that detects lies, it verified that you were telling the truth earlier," he explained nervously. "I see," Ryu murmured. "Still, I can't let that insult slide." He raised his scythe slightly. "Let's do this. If you manage to block my attack, I'll consider your rudeness forgiven." "Wait, please, there's no need to go that far," the man stammered. But before he could say another word, a terrifying sound echoed through the hallway. The next moment, his head hit the floor and rolled to a stop at his colleague's feet. The remaining executives froze, stunned into silence. Lost Yak instinctively wanted to yell, "What the hell is he doing?" but clamped his mouth shut. One wrong word, and he might be next. The rune user stared at the corpse in disbelief. "I didn't even see him move. Just what kind of gap is this? You asked me what I was doing?" Ryu replied coldly to the man who dared speak. "I'm simply proving who I am, with my skills." No one spoke. The weight of the moment suffocated them. They hadn't just lost a fellow officer. They had lost a valuable executive in the real world, someone they couldn't easily replace. And now, the man who caused it stood calmly before them, his white mask hiding the madness in his gaze. They looked at each other, silently reaching a mutual conclusion. "This man, this monster, we can't let him join us. Not someone this dangerous." Even though they originally approached him to offer an executive position, everything had changed. "He's unstable. The chairman would never accept a killer like this. It's too risky." Then came the next inevitable thought. "If we can't recruit him, we have to eliminate him." Their eyes locked in agreement. One of them gave the slightest nod. "We'll act like we're surrendering. Lower his guard. Then we strike." But before they could even carry out the plan, a dark chuckle echoed from Ryu's mask. "You're planning an ambush, aren't you?" he asked, his voice mocking. They stiffened. "What are you talking about?" one bluffed. "I saw it all in your eyes earlier," Ryu said, his tone like ice. "You're trying to act weak, then strike while I'm distracted. Classic move." Then he asked, "Do you know why I used Hwang Yongmin's name to apply to your cafe?" No one answered. "I'll tell you," he said, lips curling behind the mask. "I did it to draw you out." The executives. Their eyes widened. What do you want from us?" one of them finally asked. Ryu's tone turned deadly. "It's simple. I want you dead." No one laughed. It wasn't a joke. He had already shown what he was capable of. One of the men, usually calm and logical, tried to step forward and reason. "Look, maybe we can talk this out. There's no need for further violence. We didn't mean." But before he could finish, his body crumpled to the floor, headless. Now only 3 remained: Hwang Yongmin, the man with the truth rune, and Ryu Min, the Grim Reaper himself. The man with the rune was now paralyzed with fear. "He planned this from the start. This wasn't a coincidence. He lured us here just to kill us." "Why?" the man gasped. "Why are you doing this? What grudge do you have against us?" Ryu narrowed his eyes. "You're seriously asking that?" Then he said, "You murdered innocent people during your ridiculous recruitment trials. You made executions a part of your interview process. You and your little group turned death into entertainment." The man shook his head. "That's not true. They weren't innocent. They mocked players, they looked down on us. They got what they deserved." Ryu's voice dropped to a growl. "You enforce harsh rules on others, but justify yourself when it's convenient. That's hypocrisy. You don't even know me." "I don't have to," Ryu replied. "My rune shows me enough. I can see what's festering inside." And with that, the man's head was severed like a grape plucked from a vine. Ryu's voice cut the silence. "Monsters who prey on civilians don't deserve to breathe." Hwang Yongmin trembled uncontrollably as Ryu turned to him. "There's no need to shake," Ryu said. "I'll send you to join your friends shortly." But something changed in Yongmin's expression. His fear morphed into confusion, then into shock. "How do you know my friends?" he asked. Ryu's eyes gleamed behind the mask. "Why wouldn't I?" he said with a low chuckle. "I used to hang out with your little group. Though to be precise, you dragged me into it." Yongmin froze. That voice, that tone? Ryu reached up and pulled the mask from his face. "I'm Ryu Min," he said softly. "The guy you used to bully." Yongmin's jaw dropped, his knees nearly buckling. He recognized that face. That memory. And in that moment, he realized, this wasn't revenge born in the other world. It had begun long before that. Hwang Yongmin stood rooted to the spot, his limbs frozen as though carved from stone. His lips moved, barely able to form the words. "Ryu Min? You're the Black Scythe?" As he muttered the name in disbelief, fragmented memories from his past began rushing back, images of a timid, hunched boy who once flinched at every raised voice. That scrawny, bookish outcast, and now, standing in front of him, exuding lethal confidence, was that same boy, except draped in the aura of death. His mind couldn't reconcile the two. "It can't be, no way," he stammered. "You, Ryu Min, the same weakling?" Despite blinking several times, he couldn't deny what he saw. The face beneath the mask was unmistakable. It really was him. Ryu gave a slight nod, almost amused. "Hard to believe, huh? That the guy you used to push around is now the one holding your life in his hands?" He chuckled softly, the sound cold and hollow. "To be fair, even I didn't expect this back then." Yongmin's lips quivered. "So, you've been lying to me this whole time? Pretending to be pathetic?" But Ryu's eyes narrowed. "Lying? When did I ever say I was weak? You just assumed it." Before Yongmin could respond, a sudden blur, then pain. A scream choked in his throat as he looked down to see blood spurting from where his arm had been moments before. His right arm was gone. What the hell? The agony brought him to his knees, and he clutched the stump in a desperate attempt to stop the bleeding. Ryu stood over him, his voice laced with icy contempt. "I don't like being called a fool. Especially not by scum like you." Yongmin tried to scream, to curse, to beg, but all that came out was a strangled sob. "Shut it," Ryu snapped. "Keep whining and I'll rip out your tongue too." But then, in a surprising move, Ryu bent down, producing a healing item from his inventory. With a flash of light, the bleeding stopped. "Oh, don't thank me," he said, smirking. "You're still missing an arm. But hey, you can live with one, can't you?" Yongmin sat there trembling, stunned by the sheer cruelty. Ryu's tone turned contemplative. "Isn't it funny? You used to mock me like it was nothing. And now look at you." Tears welled in Yongmin's eyes, not from the pain, but from something deeper. Shame. Confusion. Terror. He stared up at Ryu, desperate for understanding. Is it really you? The same Ryu Min I used to know? The expression on Ryu's face was unreadable. Then he said quietly, no. That Ryu Min doesn't exist anymore. Raising his scythe like an executioner ready to deliver justice, Ryu prepared to finish it. No! Wait! Youngmin cried, his voice thick with desperation. Min, please. I've made mistakes, I know. I'm sorry. I was wrong. The massive weapon hesitated in midair. Ryu's gaze pierced into him like a blade. Are you really sorry? Or are you just scared? Both. Youngmin blurted. But more than that, I want to make it right. Oh? Ryu tilted his head, curious. And how exactly would you do that? I can be useful, Youngmin said quickly. Let me be your personal assistant. I'll follow your orders without question, scouting, baiting enemies, handling errands, you name it. Just don't kill me. Ryu appeared to ponder the offer, stroking his chin as if weighing the idea. Youngmin held his breath, praying that he'd won a second chance. But then Ryu shook his head slowly. No, it won't work. Youngmin's stomach dropped. Why? I can do anything you want. I swear. You're a snake, Ryu replied coldly. I can see it in your eyes, you're already looking for a chance to strike me from behind. Youngmin's pupils dilated. How does he know? You think I'd let a mutt who tries to bite its master stay by my side? Ryu asked, raising his scythe once again. Please, just one more. Your value ends here, Ryu said. With one clean arc, the scythe tore through the air, and Youngmin's head hit the floor, his eyes still wide with disbelief. So ended a life woven with betrayal, arrogance, and cowardice. Ryu stood silently over the corpse, voice cold and unshaken. In past timelines, I let you live, stupidly thought you could change. He exhaled, almost in amusement. Back then, without the rune of inner thoughts, I fell for your cheap apologies. And what did I get? A knife in the back. He looked down at the lifeless body. Never again. His eyes glowed briefly as he activated a skill, and the bodies, including Youngmin's, dissolved into nothing, as if they'd never existed. Not a soul had witnessed the execution. As the area returned to silence, Ryu resealed his scythe, slipped his mask back on, and adjusted his cloak. His job was done. Youngmin and the PCW executives, wiped clean. The path toward the chairman's throne was clearing. Though it wasn't just one step closer, it was several major leaps forward. Ryu gave a faint smile. Now, maybe I should drop by his house. Would be rude not to. With that, his figure vanished into the night, like a shadow that had never been there. The next morning, the virtual meeting room of PCW was abuzz with activity as members trickled in one by one. Among them, Yami arrived with her usual bright demeanor and greeted warmly, "Good morning, Chairman." But the chairman didn't return the smile. His expression remained cold and his response was curt. "Come in, Yami." The tension in the atmosphere was palpable. Yami casually glanced around and frowned. Something was off. "Wait," she asked, puzzled, "where are the other executives?" She was referring to several high-ranking officers who were never known to be tardy. Yet today, their seats remained conspicuously vacant. The chairman let out a long, tired breath before answering. That's exactly why this emergency meeting was called. He paused for a moment, then delivered the news with a grim tone. "They've been killed." Yami's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? They're dead?" She quickly scanned the room again, as if hoping they'd suddenly appear and this was all just a misunderstanding. But the empty chairs told the truth. "Have you tried reaching them?" she asked. "Maybe they're just unreachable for now?" "We've already attempted direct contact," the chairman said with a shake of his head. No response. "We suspect they were ambushed during a field interview assignment." Yami's mind raced, and a name surfaced almost instinctively. She looked up and asked, voice tense, "Was it him?" The chairman gave a slow nod. "Yes. Black Scythe. That name alone was enough to silence the room. He's targeting us now. Specifically, our upper ranks," the chairman clarified. "Though the victims were all executive level, it makes no difference to him. They were part of PCW. Yami clutched her hands together as the weight of the news settled on her. "I love bread and popering too," she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The chairman replied, "Both were among the casualties." Yami lowered her gaze in sorrow. "But why? What could they have done to deserve such a fate?" The chairman gave a bitter chuckle. "Murderers don't always need a reason. Sometimes it's about ego. Or maybe, he views our organization as a threat to his position." Yami nodded slowly. She understood all too well, some individuals, when faced with rising power structures, felt compelled to destroy rather than join. "So," she said, looking up again, "this was all a setup? He infiltrated us just to strike down our leadership." "That's the conclusion we've reached," the chairman confirmed. A look of disappointment clouded Yami's face. And to think I was once excited to meet Black Scythe in person? I feel like a fool now. He's nothing but a monster. The chairman leaned forward, his voice firm. Had we let him in as one of our own, it could have led to an even worse catastrophe. I might have been next. There was a bitter edge to his words, the kind that only came from loss. He clenched his fists and declared, from this point on, Black Scythe is to be treated as our sworn enemy. We will not rest until justice is served and the fallen are avenged. Yami, equally resolute, replied, yes. We can't let this go. But, are we absolutely certain he's the one behind all this? The chairman gave a sharp nod. We have witnesses. People who saw him with their own eyes. He turned his head and called out, Lost Yak, come forward and brief Yami. Give her your report. At that cue, a figure slowly stepped into view. The tension in the room deepened. All eyes shifted to Lost Yak, who bore the burden of being one of the few survivors, and perhaps the last person to speak with Black Scythe before the bloodshed began. With a somber expression, Lost Yak calmly recounted his tense confrontation with Black Scythe to the gathered executives. His voice was steady, hiding the deeper thoughts running beneath the surface. Once the debriefing ended, the chairman silently exited the room, and Lost Yak turned toward Yami with a faint nod. Yami, until next time, he said in a composed tone. Yes. Please rest, you've had a long day, she replied gently. Once everyone had left and silence settled in the room, Lost Yak let out a quiet breath. Now alone, he murmured under his breath, luckily, they didn't suspect a thing. Without hesitation, he pulled up his equipment interface and tapped a button. As the digital sound of removal echoed, the illusion shattered. The artificial gray skin and distinctive features of Lost Yak melted away, revealing the true face beneath. It was Ryu Min, his real identity now laid bare, if only in private. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Maybe I should have pursued acting instead, he joked to himself. His gaze then shifted to the item he had just unequipped, the assassin's mask. Item, assassin's mask. Category, helmet. Grade, unique. Description, a delicate, nearly invisible mask highly coveted by professional assassins. Known for its astonishing 99.9% success rate, it can flawlessly replicate the face, skin tone, voice, and build of any player the wearer has eliminated. Effect, upon uttering the command, disguise, the mask mimics a fallen player's entire appearance with precision. Defense, 1. Durability, 3000 by 3000. Requirement, can only be worn by players with an expert rank or higher. Ryu Min had acquired this unique helmet by selecting it as a reward from the last time attack event, using a special item ticket. Although it lacked any meaningful defensive power or stat boosts, its value was unmatched when it came to infiltration and covert operations. Taking on the form of someone I've killed gives me an overwhelming advantage, Ryu said, almost admiring the sinister efficiency of the mask. And the benefits went far beyond mere deception in battle. The mask was perfect for intelligence gathering, sabotage, and manipulation. For an assassin, it was the ultimate disguise. He chuckled darkly. There's no easier way to assassinate someone than by posing as their trusted ally. This very principle had guided his actions today. Disguised as Lost Yak, Ryu had taken out key members of the organization from within. By replacing one of the executives, he gained access to their inner circle. Now, if I wanted to, I could even impersonate Huang Yongmin, he said thoughtfully. But for the moment, I'll stick with Lost Yak's identity. He paused and added with a sardonic grin, if the choice was mine, I'd eliminate the chairman himself, wear his face, and control the entire organization from the shadows. Unfortunately, that plan was doomed from the start. The assassin's mask could only replicate the appearance of other players, not NPCs. And as it turned out, the chairman was not a player at all, despite being the leader of a player-heavy organization. An ironic flaw. Moreover, the chairman was under constant protection, especially from someone as formidable as Yami. Her abilities presented a serious threat to Ryu's current strength. I can't counter her powers, not yet, he admitted. Until I can, I'll continue to play the role of Lost Yak. With no immediate meetings or missions lined up, he had a rare opportunity to rest, or better yet, handle something important. There was one item in particular that needed attention. A mysterious necklace, the Marble of Eternity. This item granted permanent stat increases every time the user killed a monster. However, with each kill, its durability dropped by a single point. Once that durability reached 0, the necklace would shatter and disappear permanently. That was its fatal flaw. But there was a loophole. If one possessed the skills to restore its durability, the Marble of Eternity could become the ultimate stat farming tool. And Ryu Min had just the skill for it. As a blacksmith with a high-level repair ability, he could restore its durability endlessly. Theoretically, that meant he could keep gaining stat boosts forever. It's practically designed for someone like me, he said with satisfaction. With this, I can push my stats far beyond the limits. And so, while the world believed Lost Yak was simply resting, Ryu Min was preparing for his next step, one that would make him even more terrifying. With his objective clear, Ryu Min wasted no time and swiftly began preparing for his journey overseas. Scene transition, Cotswolds, England. Far removed from the bustling cities and modern distractions, nestled deep within a forested corner of the Cotswolds, lived Russell Daniel, a young man who had left behind traditional education 6 years ago. While others pursued degrees and careers, Russell had chosen a far more rugged path. He had secluded himself in a humble, weather-worn cabin, dedicating himself entirely to the ancient art of blacksmithing. The rhythmic clanging of metal against metal rang out through the still woods, the unmistakable song of steel being forged. At that moment, Russell was meticulously crafting a long dagger, nearly 15 caddies in weight. With each hammer strike, the red-hot iron gradually took form under his skilled hands. Once satisfied with its shape, he took a whetstone and honed the blade with practiced precision, only to then reheat the edge in his blazing forge. When the metal glowed the perfect shade of orange, he plunged it into a water trough with a sharp hiss, locking in its deadly sharpness. "Done," he murmured, gazing at his creation with a faint, nostalgic smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Would be nice if I could sell at least one a day." But the smile faded as quickly as it had come. The truth was bleak, business had completely dried up ever since the mysterious appearance of the angel. Customers had vanished like smoke, and his beautifully forged weapons remained untouched, collecting dust. Still, Russell wasn't entirely shocked. "I had a feeling this would happen eventually," he muttered under his breath. Blacksmithing had always been a difficult trade, and making a living off it was never guaranteed. The cost of raw materials alone was enough to eat away at what little profit he managed. Until now, he had held on through sheer persistence, but he was reaching a breaking point. His savings were nearly gone, and the thought of leaning on his parents for support filled him with guilt. Maybe it's time to rethink this path, he admitted to himself. Becoming a blacksmith had been his lifelong dream, his identity, even. But the grim reality gnawed at him. Was it even viable anymore? He pondered, his thoughts drifting to the game's 20th round. If he could clear that final stage, he'd earn one wish as a reward. That single wish could change everything. "I can't give up now," he told himself firmly. A man has to stick to something. His eyes steeled with renewed resolve. He would reach the 20th round and claim that reward, no matter what it took. Fate had even given him a sign, the blacksmith class in the game. It couldn't be a coincidence. Though the class offered no direct combat advantage, one of its passive skills allowed him to increase any weapon's damage by 150%. That alone gave him hope. But that hope didn't fix his most immediate problem: he was broke. "No matter how determined I am, it won't pay for food or firewood," he sighed. Reality hit him like cold iron. He needed money, and fast. Blacksmithing could wait, for now. With a heavy heart, he decided to take on other work temporarily. He'd head down from the mountain and look for any job that would get him through this rough patch. Once he earned enough to survive, he would return to the forge. Because deep down, he knew, no matter how long it took, the fire in his heart for smithing would never go out. As Russell wiped the sweat from his brow and prepared to return to his cabin, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching through the underbrush. His instincts sharpened. He turned quickly, expecting to see a wild animal, but instead, he found a person. Not just any person. A young man, clearly of Asian descent, was calmly walking toward him through the trees. It was a strange sight. This deep into the Cotswolds, visitors were rare, let alone ones who looked like they had nothing to do with the countryside. Russell narrowed his eyes. "A traveler? Out here," he muttered to himself. "That's unusual." He considered ignoring the man, but curiosity won out. Stepping forward slightly, Russell called out, "Hey, are you lost or something?" To his surprise, the stranger answered in fluent English. "You're Russell Daniel, aren't you?" the man asked with a knowing smile. The skilled blacksmith everyone's forgotten about. Russell's expression darkened. "Who wants to know?" he asked sharply, defensive now. "Who are you?" The young man gave a disarming grin. "I take it your reaction means I've found the right person." Russell frowned. "I don't serve many customers these days, and none from Asia. So how exactly did you hear about me?" The man shook his head. "I didn't hear about you. I saw you." That threw Russell off. "You saw me? What, like in a dream?" The stranger gave a chuckle. "Close. I'm what you might call a prophet. I can see fragments of the future." Russell blinked. The conversation had taken a bizarre turn. "A prophet? You're joking, right?" He would have dismissed the claim entirely if the man hadn't continued. Russell Daniel. Level 21. Class, Blacksmith. Designated Zone, CEUKE008. Correct? Russell went stiff. That information, his zone, his level, even the class he had never spoken aloud to anyone. That's impossible, he thought, eyes wide. He hadn't told anyone those details. Not even in casual conversation. Could he actually be telling the truth? He looked at the stranger again, this time with a mixture of wariness and wonder. You can really see the future? I can, the man replied confidently. I've never heard of a class like that. That's because it's not a common one, the prophet said calmly. In the other world, there are rare classes, some of them one of a kind. Prophet is one of those. I'm the only one who has it. Russell paused. His heart was telling him to be cautious, but his mind couldn't dismiss the evidence in front of him. All right, he said, folding his arms. Why did you come all this way, then? To make a deal with you. A deal? The stranger gave a slight nod. I'd like you to repair an item for me. In exchange, I'll give you something invaluable, information about the 6th round. Russell blinked. The 6th round? He felt a sudden jolt of interest. Knowing what lay ahead could give him a massive edge. And repairing an item? That was child's play. All it would take was a single skill cast. But he wasn't the type to jump into agreements blindly. That's quite a generous offer, Russell said cautiously. A bit too generous. Why go through all this trouble just for a simple repair? What's the real catch? The young man smiled again, not insulted in the slightest. That's just like you, Russell. Always careful. Always skeptical. Then he added, almost offhandedly. Truthfully, I'm not just here for a repair. I'm here because I want to work with you. Not just once, I want us to help each other. Russell raised an eyebrow. You came here, to make friends? Exactly, the man replied without hesitation. I've seen what happens to you in the future. You reach the peak of your craft. You become the greatest blacksmith the game has ever known. Russell's lips parted, but no words came out. Me? The greatest, he repeated in his thoughts. Is he serious? The idea sounded impossible. But the way the man spoke, there was no doubt in his voice. And the knowledge he had already shown, it was undeniable. So let me get this straight, Russell finally said, you'll give me real intelligence about the 6th round, in exchange for fixing one item? That's it. He stared into the stranger's eyes, looking for any hint of deceit. That still sounds like a one-sided deal. You sure you're not hiding anything? The man laughed softly. You always were like this. Trust doesn't come easily to you. He leaned in slightly. But know this, you've made it to the 15th round on your own, without anyone's help. That's impressive. But from here on, the difficulty spikes. You won't survive the later rounds alone. You need an ally. He paused before continuing. If you work with me, you'll not only survive, you'll thrive. You can live the life you've dreamed of as a blacksmith. Just moments ago, Russell was ready to dismiss everything this stranger said as madness. But now? He couldn't ignore the truths he had already heard. Not when the man even knew his deepest wish. After a long silence, Russell finally spoke. What do you want in return? The prophet smiled warmly. Just mutual support. We help each other. Nothing more. Unlike the more specialized and rare classes such as the Buffer, Mercenary King, or Dark Knight, the blacksmith class was considered a common one. There were countless blacksmiths scattered across the world, plenty who could step in to replace someone like Russell without a second thought. However, for Ryu, things were different. He had a very specific reason for making the long journey deep into the mountains of England in search of this particular blacksmith. It all came down to one undeniable fact: Russell wasn't just another blacksmith. The tales of Russell surviving all the way to the 15th round weren't just exaggerated rumors, they were absolute truth. Against all odds, Russell had not only endured the brutal challenges of the rounds but had risen to become one of the strongest blacksmiths in history. Ryu muttered to himself, his expression calm but filled with quiet resolve. Even though he never reached the absolute peak or maxed out his level, he still stood as the last blacksmith alive in the end. If I can build a good relationship with someone like him, it could prove invaluable in the future rounds. And, as an added bonus, having Russell nearby meant there was someone capable of repairing the marble of eternity, whose durability had been steadily wearing down. Glancing thoughtfully at Russell, Ryu could sense the man's hesitation. Russell's eyes flickered with uncertainty, torn between cautious trust and deep-rooted doubt. It was at moments like these that Ryu's mastery of English, refined through countless regressions and timelines, proved useful. With fluent confidence, he broke the silence. What I'm asking isn't anything excessive, Ryu said evenly. All I need is your help maintaining my gear and occasionally using your support skills when necessary. In return, I'll share information about the next round with you. That information will help you grow faster, letting you make up for the opportunities you missed in the past. Russell paused, his gaze steady but conflicted. The offer was tempting, knowledge of future rounds was a priceless advantage, but there was still one obstacle: trust. Ryu Min, Russell thought, studying him quietly. He sounds sincere, but can I really take him at his word? After a moment of contemplation, Russell exhaled and spoke cautiously. I appreciate that you're valuing my future, he admitted, but I'm still not completely sure I can trust you. So here's my suggestion, let's make this conditional. I'll decide whether to continue this arrangement after I see the results of round 6. Ryu simply smiled, unfazed. That's perfectly fine. I'm not asking you to sign any binding contract, he replied confidently. Deep down, he knew once Russell witnessed his predictions unfold, the blacksmith would naturally gravitate toward him, just like others had in the past. All right then, Russell said, picking up his tools, before we talk more, let me handle your equipment first. After that, you can share the details for the 6th round. Fair enough, Ryu nodded, reaching into his inventory. With a soft glow of light, he produced the Marble of Eternity, its durability bar hanging by a single point, 1 by 1000, ready to crumble with the slightest damage. Russell didn't even need to examine the item's details. The moment the bead landed in his hands, his instincts kicked in, and he activated his repair skill. The bead pulsed with a faint brilliance as cracks vanished and its surface gleamed like new. It's done, Russell said calmly, handing it back. Ryu checked its information. The once critically worn-out necklace now displayed a perfect status, durability 1000 by 1000. A satisfied smile tugged at his lips. Perfect. Now I can start stacking power again, he murmured under his breath. Meanwhile, Russell watched quietly, still respectful enough not to peek at the bead's details despite his curiosity. Any other blacksmith might have been tempted, but Russell had always adhered to his professional ethics. A craftsman respects a client's privacy. Thank you, Ryu said sincerely, tucking the fully repaired necklace away. This really helps. Russell gave a short nod before leaning forward slightly. Now then, he said, his tone steady but laced with curiosity, how about you share that information about the 6th round? Ryu Min leaned back slightly, his tone calm but unwavering. Of course, he began, the 6th round is a quest, one unlike anything you've faced before. With that, he began explaining, laying out the intricacies of the upcoming round, its hidden mechanics, the threats that lurked within it, and the mistakes that could cost someone their life. Every new piece of information made Russell's pupils tighten and widen in rapid succession, his usually composed expression betraying his surprise. If what you're saying is accurate, Russell muttered, almost to himself, then I need to recruit as many strong allies as possible. That would be wise, Ryu agreed with a slight nod. The monsters in that round are unlike anything you've seen. Their strength is overwhelming. Russell gave a reluctant nod, but deep down, skepticism still gnawed at him. As much as the information sounded convincing, the notion of someone predicting the future felt too fantastical to fully believe. Catching that flicker of doubt in the blacksmith's eyes, Ryu thought quietly, he won't believe it now. Not until he experiences it firsthand. But after the 6th round, he'll understand, he'll have no choice but to trust me. Breaking the momentary silence, Russell crossed his arms. So, does that mean our deal is done? Yes, Ryu said with a calm smile. Then, almost as an afterthought, he added, although, if you don't mind, I'd like to purchase a few materials from you. Russell blinked. Materials? Yes, Ryu replied casually. Do you, by any chance, have black steel powder? Russell stiffened in shock. What the? He thought, his eyes narrowing slightly. How could he know about that? The blacksmith had been cautious throughout their exchange, but this time, his composure cracked. He hadn't told anyone about the rare materials stored in his inventory. For someone to know, to pinpoint, that specific item was beyond comprehension. You, Russell muttered in disbelief. You even knew I had that? Did you see inside my inventory? To Russell, it was impossible, unthinkable, that anyone could know the contents of someone else's storage. But before he could question it further, Ryu calmly continued, sell it to me. I know you're struggling financially, looking for work, right? I'll pay you generously for it. Russell froze again, stunned speechless. He knows that, too? In reality, Ryu wasn't prophesying, he was simply reading Russell's surface thoughts with his ability. But to Russell, the distinction hardly mattered. Russell rubbed the back of his neck, his face heating slightly. I can't believe I doubted you earlier. I thought maybe you were just trying to trick me. I'm sorry for that. Truly. No need to apologize, Ryu said with a shrug. Whether you believe me or not doesn't change what I see. The future is the future. Russell's gaze hardened slightly. If he's been this accurate so far, then he won't be wrong about the 6th round either, he thought, finally accepting the reality before him. After a moment of silent contemplation, he exhaled and looked up. You need black steel powder, right? Then take it. I'll give it to you. Ryu tilted his head, a trace of surprise flickering in his eyes. You're giving it to me? Just like that? Russell offered a small, almost sheepish smile. I've already gotten more from you than I've given. I'm not the kind of man to take advantage of someone's goodwill. So yes, take it. With a quiet sigh, he reached into his inventory and materialized the shimmering, coal-black powder, holding it out. Here. No need to hesitate. Accepting the item, Ryu glanced at its information window. Black steel powder. Category, material. Description, a fine black metallic dust faintly infused with magical energy. A spark of satisfaction crossed his expression. He's just giving away a god-tier crafting material. Ryu thought. Strictly speaking, this is compensation for the information I gave him, but he has no idea how valuable this really is. After round 11, sure, it'll be easier to find, but right now? This is a rare treasure. Are you absolutely sure about this? Ryu asked, one brow raised. This material is worth more than you realize. Russell shrugged nonchalantly. I'm fine with it. Honestly, I don't even know what it's used for. Only you, he gave a faint smile, the so-called prophet, would know its real value. And besides, I'd rather not pry. Asking for more after what you've already done for me would just make me greedy. That simple, genuine statement made Ryu smile. Russell's unspoken principle, to know when to stop and not overstep, was a rare strength in people. Reaching into his coat, Ryu pulled out a black leather bag and handed it over. Then take this. Russell blinked in confusion but accepted it. Opening the bag, his jaw nearly dropped. Inside was a neat stack of bills, 20,000 pounds, clean and crisp. That's payment for the repair job, Ryu explained casually. I figure that should cover the cost, right? Russell stammered, quickly regaining his composure. And more than enough, he muttered, almost under his breath. Then, as the realization sank in, a flood of relief washed over him. With this much, I won't need to find another job. When he looked up again, his expression had softened, his earlier tension fading into something closer to genuine warmth. Still, Russell said hesitantly, are you sure it's okay for me to accept such a large sum of money? Ryu leaned back casually, meeting Russell's cautious gaze with his usual calm confidence. It's perfectly fine, he said. That money isn't just for the repair work you did, it's also for the material you gave me. Actually, if we're being honest, I wouldn't even consider it a waste to pay you millions for something like that. But, he let out a quiet chuckle. I figured too much at once might just make you uncomfortable. Russell blinked, clearly taken aback, and Ryu continued before the blacksmith could argue. And one more thing, don't just blow through that money on food or small expenses. Russell tilted his head, curiosity flickering in his expression. Then, what should I do with it? Open an overseas stock account, Ryu instructed smoothly, his tone leaving no room for hesitation. Invest about half of what I gave you into a Korean company called Player Place. It's still flying under the radar right now, but soon, it's going to explode. If you make the investment now, you won't ever need to worry about finding a job for the rest of your life. Whether you take my advice or not, though, is entirely your choice. Russell stared at him for a long moment, weighing his words, then slowly nodded. I believe you, he said, voice firm. Your predictions have been flawless so far, Prophet. And, besides, this is money I didn't even earn myself. The least I can do is trust the person who gave it to me. Seeing Russell's genuine resolve, Ryu finally allowed himself to relax. Good, he said with a faint smile. Then I suppose my business here is done. Russell Daniel, good luck in the 6th round. He paused mid-turn, as though remembering something. Oh, and, do you have a phone? Of course, Russell replied, pulling it from his pocket. Perfect, Ryu said. I'll give you my number. Save it. You might need it sooner than you think. Oh, I forgot to ask, what's your name? Russell asked. You can call me Ryu, Ryu Min replied. Days slipped by, and soon, that familiar, foreboding moment arrived again. June 1st, midnight. As the world around him shimmered and twisted into the otherworldly battlefield, Ryu opened his eyes, his calm demeanor unwavering. Round 6, he muttered under his breath, surveying the strange terrain. This one's a cooperative round. I'll need to form a party. Min Yuri. If there was anyone he needed in this round, it was her. She was sharp, competent, and dependable, an asset to any party. But there was a catch. This round requires 5 people, he murmured to himself. No exceptions. I'll need to fill the rest of the slots, even if they're just placeholders. Before he could dwell on it, a familiar voice cut through the distance. Black Scythe. He turned to see Min Yuri approaching with an easy smile, waving as she closed the distance. It's nice to see you again, she said brightly. How have you been? Ryu raised an eyebrow, his lips curving slightly. You're talking like it's been years. It's only been a month. Still, she said with a playful grin, a month feels like a long time, doesn't it? Her smile was warm, unguarded. After their teamwork in the previous round, all the initial tension between them had long since faded. As Ryu glanced around, though, he noticed eyes turning toward them, whispers rippling through the gathered players. Who's that woman? Why is she talking to him? Wait, isn't that democracy? I swear I saw her in the rankings announcement last round. Yeah, she was second place. Damn, to be on such good terms with Black Scythe. I'm jealous. He ignored the attention. Being at the top of the rankings came with its annoyances, whispers, stares, endless speculation. The cold charisma he projected made him seem untouchable, almost inhuman, and though it deterred most people from approaching, Min Yuri didn't seem to care. Did you defeat the final boss in the last round? She asked, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. I did, Ryu said simply. Wow, she said, her admiration genuine. And even with the time limit, you finished it so quickly. Then, she hesitated briefly, then added, have you completed the subquest? The one about collecting balance stones? I've already completed it, he said with a shrug. And no, before you ask, I'm not going to tell you what reward I got. Her eyes widened in shock. How did you know I was going to ask that? Just a hunch, Ryu replied evenly. She let out a small laugh, shaking her head. I've always thought this, but you really do have incredible insight, Black Scythe. Her words hung in the air for a moment, and then she realized what she'd just said. Her face flushed pink. Ah, she stammered, flustered. That was presumptuous of me, wasn't it? I am sorry. What's there to apologize for? Ryu asked, his voice calm, almost reassuring. And, thank you. For the compliment. Her heart gave a small flutter at the unexpected kindness. He's considerate, yet still carries that overwhelming presence, she thought, cheeks still warm. He really is fascinating. Before she could say anything more, two figures approached, people Ryu immediately recognized, Seo Aaron and Nsang Cheol. Black Scythe, Seo Aaron greeted with a polite smile, though her eyes flicked briefly toward Min Yuri before settling on him. It's been a while. And who, she added with a deceptively light tone, is this? Ryu's response was cool, almost indifferent. I don't think that's something I need to explain, do I? Seo Aaron smiled as if she accepted the response, but beneath that polite exterior, her thoughts churned. Why is he smiling at her, and not me? Trying to ignore the twist of disappointment in her chest, she kept her composure. What do you want from me? Ryu asked, his tone sharp enough to cut through the growing tension. Of course, he already knew why they were here, but he played along anyway, curious to see how they'd respond. Seo Aaron and Nsang Cheol exchanged a quick glance, silently debating how much they could reveal. The prophecy had made it clear, their success in this round hinged on forming a party with Black Scythe. But admitting that openly would raise too many questions. Finally, Nsang Cheol stepped forward, his expression earnest. Black Scythe, he said, voice steady, we'd like to form a party with you. Ryu arched a brow. A party. With me. Yes, Nsang Cheol said quickly. We know we're not strong enough to keep up with you, but we'll do everything we can to stay out of your way. We promise not to cause you any trouble. Their sincerity was obvious. The prophecy had told them this was the only way to secure their survival, and they weren't about to miss their chance. Ryu tilted his head, pretending to think it over, though his decision was already made. In truth, whether they joined or not didn't matter much, there were plenty of other players eager to team up. But having them around could be useful, especially with Nsang Cheol likely to report this development to the heavenly demon. Building a positive image won't hurt, he thought. Outwardly, however, he maintained an air of hesitation, letting the silence stretch just long enough to make the two players sweat. Finally, Nsang Cheol broke, blurting out a desperate offer. We're not asking to join for free. I have information about round 6. If you accept us, I'll share it with you. Ryu's lips curved into the faintest smirk. Information I gave you myself, he mused silently. I don't need it, he said flatly. Nsang Cheol froze, clearly stunned. What? Why not? Wouldn't it help to know how to clear this round ahead of time? Ryu's gaze was cold but steady. I'll handle my strategy on my own, he said. I don't rely on information I can't verify. Watching Nsang Cheol's flustered reaction, Ryu couldn't resist. Tell me, he said with a faint, teasing smile, where exactly did you get that information? Nsang Cheol hesitated for a moment, his words stumbling out awkwardly. Wait. Ryu leaned back slightly, his tone calm but sharp. The intel about round 6. The one you just mentioned. Where did it come from? That question instantly put the bodyguard on edge. Revealing the prophet's existence wasn't something he could do lightly. The heavenly demon's wrath was nothing to joke about, and exposing the source could endanger everyone involved. So, Sangcheol froze, struggling to come up with an answer. Noticing his hesitation, Ryu's eyes glinted as he spoke again, his voice smooth but laced with intent. Can't say it, huh? I'll make you a deal. Tell me where the information came from, and I'll let you join my party. For a moment, it almost sounded tempting. But the bodyguard clenched his fists, lowering his head with a bitter expression. I'm sorry. I can't. It wasn't easy for him to refuse. Joining the Black Scythe's party was a rare chance, maybe even a dream for someone like him. Yet the secret he held wasn't his alone to tell. Ryu, however, only smirked faintly as if he had expected that answer. Inwardly, he thought, as I figured, he won't say a thing about the prophet. He's too afraid of what the heavenly demon might do if the secret spreads. Still, Ryu wasn't bothered. Not in the slightest. On the other hand, Sangcheol was frowning deeply, his shoulders slumped. Damn it. I blew it, he muttered to himself. Now what am I supposed to tell Ma Jiangrock? The whole plan was to get into Black Scythe's party, and I messed it up. But before he could spiral any further, Ryu spoke up, his voice calm but decisive. Fine. You can join the party. The bodyguard blinked in shock. Huh? Seriously? You're letting me in? But why? Simple, Ryu replied. You didn't sell out your source, even when offered a benefit. That makes you trustworthy enough. I don't work with rats who squeal on their allies for a reward. It dawned on Sangcheol then, if he had exposed the prophet, things could have gone very badly. Realizing this, he let out a silent sigh of relief. Thank you, Black Scythe, Sangcheol said, bowing his head with genuine gratitude. His companion also expressed thanks, clearly pleased with the unexpected turn of events. Their attention, however, soon shifted toward Min-Yuri, standing quietly near Ryu. The two seemed curious, glancing at her repeatedly as if wondering what connection she had to the infamous Black Scythe. Ryu caught on immediately. She's a buffer, he explained casually. Our relationship is strictly contractual. A contract relationship? A buffer? They exchanged puzzled looks. How had she even met someone like Black Scythe? What kind of contract was this? Their curiosity piled up like an overflowing stack of questions, but in the end, they decided to ask about the contract first. Yes, Ryu confirmed simply when they inquired. Such contracts exist. The short response killed any chance of prying further. His tone made it clear he wouldn't elaborate no matter how much they asked. At that point, Co Aaron shifted her gaze toward Min-Yuri, offering a friendly smile. Hello. I'm Co Aaron. It's nice to meet you. Min-Yuri blinked in surprise. Oh. Democracy here. Wait, Co Aaron? As in the Co Aaron? Did you change your appearance or something? Co Aaron nodded lightly. Yes, that's me. Min-Yuri's eyes widened in amazement. Really? No wonder your face looked so familiar. And the name? I was curious. Oh my god, this is incredible, I'm such a huge fan. My father watches every single drama you star in. He adores your acting. He's like, the biggest Co Aaron fan ever. Co Aaron chuckled softly at the outpouring of enthusiasm and responded with her usual composure. Thank you. I appreciate it. While Min-Yuri continued to gush excitedly, Sangcheol shot another cautious glance at Ryu. Are you really okay with me not giving you the details about round 6? I mean, it could help. Ryu's expression hardened, his voice turning cold. I don't need it. Keep your information. I don't like owing people favors. The blunt rejection stung. Sangcheol had been ready to trade information for an alliance, but if Black Scythe wasn't interested, there was nothing he could do. Maybe, Sangcheol thought to himself, maybe I can quietly give him a heads up if things go wrong during the quest. At least then it wouldn't feel like a wasted opportunity. The two women kept chatting casually, their voices blending with the background noise of the gathering players. Sangcheol came closer slightly and asked with a curious smile, by the way, Democracy, is your class a buffer? Min-Yuri nodded confidently. Yes, I'm a buffer. Don't worry, I'll make sure to buff everyone later when we get into action. Oh, really? That's interesting, Co Aaron replied, her expression brightening. My job has something similar to a buff skill, too. I'm a summoner, so I can cast protective shields through my fairy summons. Min-Yuri's eyes widened slightly, a mix of surprise and fascination flashing across her face. Wait, you're a summoner? You actually have summons? Co Aaron chuckled lightly and nodded. That's right. My profession is summoner. Right now, I can call out up to 3 different creatures. I'll show you what they look like a little later. Before the conversation could continue, the tall man who had been quietly standing nearby spoke up in a polite but firm tone. Excuse me for interrupting, but I think proper introductions are in order. My name is Sangcheol. Minyu turned to him, smiling politely. Ah, I see. Nice to meet you, Sangcheol. I noticed you earlier and thought you seemed familiar with Black Scythe. Sangcheol gave a small nod. Yes. We've received help from him before. He saved both of our lives during a dangerous situation. Oh. I see, Minyu murmured, her gaze shifting toward Black Scythe. She studied him quietly for a moment, her thoughts swirling. So, he's even rescued people in danger, she thought to herself, her instinctive sense about him growing stronger. Once again, she felt that beneath his cold exterior, Black Scythe had an unexpectedly warm and humane side. As more participants slowly gathered at the meeting point, a dazzling burst of light illuminated the area. Out of that light stepped Priscilla, her presence commanding everyone's attention. With an almost playful smile, she greeted them. Hello, humans. Have you all enjoyed your month of rest? She glanced around the assembled players before continuing in a cheerful yet slightly mocking tone. For this round, we have exactly 1,010 participants, a perfect number, don't you think? Now, shall we get down to business? Almost instantly, a glowing message window materialized before every player's eyes. Round 6 objective. Task, defeat 1 boss within 6 hours. All areas participants, 16,120,590 achievers, 0/8,060,295. Current area, C ESKS 007 participants, 1,010 achievers, 0/505. Murmurs broke out among the crowd. What's this about defeating a boss? One player asked, his tone filled with both curiosity and concern. Is this the round where a boss finally appears? Another player frowned. Defeat a boss? On our own? That sounds impossible. How are we supposed to take down something that powerful by ourselves? Priscilla let out a soft, amused chuckle, her eyes glinting mischievously. Calm down. Of course, you won't be able to take the boss down alone. That's why teamwork is going to be necessary this round. Teamwork, another player echoed skeptically. What do you mean? How are we supposed to work together with strangers? That, Priscilla said smoothly, is where the party system comes into play. This round introduces a new feature, forming parties. To create one, you'll need exactly 5 members. A party allows for seamless cooperation and coordination between its members. And here's something you'll appreciate, when you're in the same party, you won't be able to harm each other. A man in the crowd raised his eyebrows, sounding almost relieved. So no accidental friendly fire? That's a relief. Priscilla's smile turned slightly wicked, her tone dripping with mock sweetness. Exactly. No need to worry about accidentally injuring an ally, or being betrayed by one of your own. Isn't that convenient? She then added, but don't misunderstand, attacks from other parties or from monsters will still deal damage. Only attacks from your own party members will be nullified. The players exchanged looks, slowly nodding in understanding. With a well-coordinated party of 5, the challenge didn't seem as impossible as it had at first glance. Now, another important detail, Priscilla continued smoothly. When your party defeats monsters, the experience points and gold are automatically divided evenly among all members, regardless of who lands the final blow. However, there's a range limit. If the distance between you and your teammates exceeds 100 meters, you won't receive your share. One player tilted his head thoughtfully. So EXP and gold are split equally no matter what? That actually sounds fair. Another raised his hand to ask, what about loot? How are items divided? Priscilla's smile sharpened as she explained, unlike experience and gold, items are distributed based on contribution. The system calculates your overall involvement in the fight. Let's say 2 players contribute 70% and 30%, respectively, to killing a monster. The one with 70% contribution will have a 70% chance of obtaining the item, while the other will have a 30% chance. So basically, the harder you work, the better your odds of claiming the loot, one player said, nodding in understanding. Exactly, Priscilla replied with a satisfied smirk. Another player, clearly trying to confirm, asked, so even if someone's contribution is low, they still have a chance of getting an item, if luck is on their side, right? That's right, Priscilla said, her tone light but her grin sharp. Effort improves your chances, but luck can still favor anyone. Priscilla's eyes gleamed mischievously as she continued, her voice carrying through the crowd. That's right. Even if your contribution is as little as 1%, you still have a chance to receive an item drop, though, of course, the probability would be extremely low. A player raised a hand hesitantly, his voice tinged with concern. "Excuse me, Angel, how exactly is contribution calculated? Is it just about dealing the most damage? Wouldn't that put players with lower damage output at a disadvantage?" Priscilla chuckled lightly, her smile sweet but sharp. "A good question. While dealing more damage usually translates to higher contribution, it's not solely based on damage output. The system considers multiple factors: support actions, crowd control, healing, even life-saving maneuvers. So, a player who spends the fight strengthening allies with buffs or healing still earns contribution. Everything is measured and judged fairly." One of the nearby players' eyes lit up, his voice filled with relief and excitement. "Wait, so just buffing teammates counts toward contribution? That's amazing." From the side, Ryu listened silently, his expression unreadable. "Parties, huh?" he thought to himself. "A nuisance, but one I can't avoid this time." As if reading his thoughts, Priscilla clapped her hands lightly to draw everyone's attention. "Oh, and one more thing. If you don't form a party, no matter how many monsters you kill, the kills won't count. The system strictly enforces party formation this round. So yes, solo players, your options are limited." The collective groan from the crowd was immediate, but Priscilla wasn't done. "Still, don't think of this as a disadvantage," she added, her smile as radiant as ever. "The benefits of a party are significant. You can coordinate attacks, watch each other's backs, and share rewards. Most importantly, once your party defeats a single boss, all 5 members will automatically clear this round." A stunned voice rose from the group. "All 5 members? Really? Everyone in the same party passes together?" "Yes," Priscilla confirmed, her expression unchanging. "But remember, only 101 bosses will appear in this area. Which means only 505 of you can survive this round." The unsettling realization spread like wildfire through the crowd, but before panic could fully bloom, Priscilla clapped her hands together again, as if concluding a performance. "And that," she said cheerfully, "wraps up the explanation of the party system. See? Nothing too complicated. Just form a 5-member party, work together, and defeat a boss. Simple, right?" Ryu's lips curled ever so slightly at that, though there was no humor in his eyes. "Simple?" he mused silently. "Hardly. It's never as simple as she makes it sound." Priscilla gave a playful wink as her form began to glow, her presence fading into a cascade of radiant light. "Do your best, humans. Defeat your boss, clear the round. Oh, and one last note, there are no subquests this time. Focus on your main objective. Good luck." And with that, the so-called angel vanished, leaving behind only a faint shimmer in the air. The moment she disappeared, someone muttered bitterly, "Easy quest, huh? Yeah, right. This boss is going to be a nightmare, mark my words." Others grumbled in agreement, their voices filled with frustration and dread. They all knew that venting their anger at Priscilla was pointless. The angel never appeared again until the end of a round, and every curse or insult hurled her way would always fall on deaf ears. A sharp tone sounded in the player's ears as the system interface updated. Quest timer activated. Time remaining, 5 hours 59 minutes and 53 seconds. The countdown began. 6 hours to form a proper 5-member party, hunt down the boss, and defeat it, or face inevitable death. Almost immediately after, another message popped up in bold letters. Party formation protocol? To form a 5-member party, hold hands with your desired teammates and simultaneously recite the party formation command. Reminder, boss kills will not count unless you are in an official 5-member party. The atmosphere instantly shifted. "We need to form parties, now," one player said urgently. "Yeah," another agreed. "No point risking it. No party, no progress. Anyone looking for members? I'm level 20, warrior class," someone called out, raising his hand above the crowd. "Looking for solid DPS and a healer. Let's make this quick." The area turned chaotic in seconds, the once empty field now resembling a noisy marketplace. Players called out their levels and classes, frantically scanning for reliable partners while groups hastily formed around them. Amid the commotion, Sang Cheol, the ever-vigilant bodyguard, stood quietly beside Ryu, his sharp eyes narrowing slightly. The prophet was right, he thought grimly. Everything is happening exactly as foretold. A 5-member party is essential to survive this round. His gaze shifted briefly toward Black Scythe, who stood as composed and unreadable as ever. Sticking with him was the right decision, Sang Cheol reassured himself. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. "Mr. Black Scythe, we should." "Wait," Ryu interrupted curtly, his tone even but commanding. "It's a 5-member team. That means we still need one more." Minuri glanced between them with an inquisitive look. Then, who should we bring in for the 5th slot? Let's leave that to Mr. Blackscythe, Sangcheol replied immediately, his voice steady. He's the strongest among us. He should make the call. Everyone turned their attention to Ryu, who pretended to think it over, though in truth, he had already decided. There was someone he had been meaning to recruit, someone nearby, close enough that the invitation would be smooth and natural. The entire field was buzzing as players scrambled to form parties. Voices rose above the noise. I'm level 20, warrior class. Anyone want to team up? One man shouted, raising his hand high, scanning for takers. All around, players discussed levels, professions, and strategies, trying to form their survival groups. Yet in hushed tones, many whispered the same thought: whoever manages to join Blackscythe's party will practically have their life guaranteed. To them, it was like winning the lottery. But before he could act, a nervous-looking player stepped forward, forcing a polite smile. Mr. Blackscythe, the player stammered, would you, by any chance, consider joining our party? The world seemed to still for a moment as Ryu turned his gaze on the man, his expression cold and unwelcoming. His reply was sharp as a blade, leaving no room for negotiation. No, he said flatly, his eyes narrowing. Go away. Don't waste my time. The player flinched under the weight of his voice, his face paling as if cold water had been poured down his spine. His legs wobbled slightly, his courage crumbling in an instant as he backed away in silence. The rejected players walked away with slumped shoulders, their faces burning with embarrassment. One of them muttered bitterly under his breath, he didn't even hesitate, just shot us down like we were nothing. Damn, I was hoping to get on Blackscythe's good side, but that was humiliating. Ryu Min had no interest in the frantic bargaining. His eyes were calm, focused. He already knew who he wanted. This isn't just about filling slots for a temporary quest, he thought to himself. The real goal is the last round. I need companions who will grow alongside me, not just cling for survival. In his past regressions, he had accepted anyone, strangers, wanderers, whoever was available, just to make up the numbers. But this time was different. Now, with knowledge of the future, he was determined to choose carefully. Even as one after another approached him with hopeful expressions, begging to join, Ryu dismissed them coldly. The allure of the blue chip was too strong. Every player knew that if they could ride under Blackscythe's banner, survival was almost assured. But his rejections were swift, merciless, and absolute. Word spread quickly, Blackscythe isn't accepting anyone. And soon, the hopeful crowd thinned, players retreating with crushed expectations. Damn, won't he accept anyone? One man grumbled. He's being too picky. At least listen before saying no. Another pointed toward Ryu's side, where Seo Aaron, Minyuri, and Sangcheol stood. Doesn't matter, those three are already with him. Their survival's guaranteed. Lucky bastards. The players who had been brave enough to approach him retreated, and those who hadn't dared before didn't even bother now. The area around Blackscythe cleared, leaving him and his companions with space, though the air was thick with envy. His party members themselves grew curious. Who is he going to pick for the final spot? They wondered silently. Sangcheol, the bodyguard, thought with a twinge of regret, if only Chairman Ma was in this section, if he were here, I'd have recommended him without a second thought. Minyuri, too, had someone in mind. If Ryu Min were here, I would have begged for him to be chosen. But fate had scattered them into different zones. Just then, a group approached. At the front was a man who spoke with confidence. Mr. Blackscythe, what a pleasure to see you again. It was Cho Yango. Ryu Min's lips curved faintly as he replied, I didn't expect to see you here. Honestly, I thought you wouldn't make it past the 5th round. Yango let out a hearty laugh. Really now, aren't you underestimating me a bit too much? Taking down 300 orcs was nothing but a warm-up. And it wasn't mere bragging. He had cleared the quest ranking 125th out of the 1,211 survivors who had made it through round 5. I'll admit, though, Yango added with a grin, your battles back then inspired me. Watching you fight gave me the drive to push harder and finish faster. Is that so? Ryu replied mildly. At that moment, another stepped forward, one of the men Ryu had personally saved during the chaos of that quest. His name was Mankey, and he bowed his head with deep gratitude. Mr. Blackscythe, I owe you everything. When you treated my shoulder back then, you gave me another chance to live. Without you, I wouldn't be standing here today. Ryu's sharp eyes flicked toward him. And yet you still managed to handle 300 orcs with that injured body? Mankey gave a sheepish smile, his voice trembling with sincerity. It was only thanks to you. You're the reason I had the strength to fight. I'll never forget it, you're my savior. Cho Yongho's eyes softened as he looked at Ryu with a friendly expression. Are you still searching for someone to complete your party? He asked. Ryu gave a short nod. That's right. Then you already have 4 members, Cho Young-ho continued with a smile. Just one more, and your party will be full, correct? Exactly, Ryu replied. Cho Young-ho quickly raised his hand as if to clarify. Don't get me wrong, I'm not here to ask to join you. Our team has already finished forming. I figured as much, Ryu said evenly. He had already noticed the golden chains wrapped around the wrists of Cho Young-ho and his mercenaries, clear proof that their party of 5 had been completed. In that case, Ryu asked bluntly, if you're not here to request entry, what's your reason for seeking me out? Cho Young-ho chuckled lightly and replied, nothing complicated. Out of goodwill, I wanted to greet you, and to make a suggestion. A suggestion? Ryu raised an eyebrow. Yes, Cho Young-ho said. Our party and yours, what if we form an alliance? The words hung in the air, but Ryu wasn't only listening. He was reading the intent behind them. In Cho Young-ho's mind, there wasn't a trace of greed. His thoughts revealed themselves clearly. I'm not trying to take advantage of him. I only want to lend some support, especially after what he did for Mankey. This is the least I can do in return. Aloud, Cho Young-ho added, we're not asking for items or experience points. If we cross paths with the boss, we'll give you priority. We simply want to lend our strength. Please don't be suspicious of our intentions, we mean it. Ryu could tell there was no deceit. This wasn't someone looking to cling to him for survival, but a man who genuinely felt indebted and wanted to repay it. For a moment, silence stretched between them. Cho Young-ho began to shift uneasily, as if worried he had been misunderstood. Then Ryu finally spoke. I refuse. The answer landed like a hammer blow. Cho Young-ho blinked in shock. What? Why? Is it because you think we'll slow you down? You don't need to worry about that. We won't ever get in your way. And if... Ryu cut him off sharply. It's not about being a burden. I just don't like unnecessary complications. I understand your intent, and I appreciate it. But still, I'll decline. I see, Cho Young-ho said quietly, his shoulders slumping. That's unfortunate. We truly did want to help. I'll ask for help when I really need it, Ryu answered, his tone firm but not unfriendly. That small concession brought a flicker of relief to Cho Young-ho's face. Really? You'd call for us if the situation demanded it? Yes. Then, is that a promise? Cho Young-ho pressed, searching his eyes. I already said yes, didn't I? Ryu replied with finality. At that, Cho Young-ho broke into a relieved smile. Good. That's enough for me. Since we have an understanding, we'll take our leave. May fortune be with you. And remember, if you need us, just say the word. He gave a respectful nod, and with his party in tow, he turned and departed. Once they were gone, Sang-cheol, the bodyguard, spoke up. Mr. Blackscythe, it's about time. You need to decide who will take the last spot. Ryu's lips curled faintly. I've already made my decision. He slowly raised his hand and pointed toward someone standing off to the side. All 3 of his companions followed his gaze, their curiosity sharpening as they tried to see who it was. You, Ryu called out firmly. Come here. The person he singled out froze on the spot, eyes wide in disbelief. For a moment they didn't move, as though unsure Ryu was truly addressing them. Then, with hesitant steps, they began to walk forward, looking both nervous and overwhelmed at being chosen. Ryu's sharp eyes fixed on the man he had just called over. You've been watching me for some time now, haven't you? Ryu asked coolly. The man flinched at being confronted and fumbled for words. That's, well, I wanted to party with you, Mr. Blackscythe. Ryu studied him for a moment, then asked bluntly, your level and class? Level 23, the man answered nervously. Dark Mage. Ryu gave a faint shrug. That doesn't matter much. Then, with a decisive tone, he added, I'll take him as our final member. The announcement stunned everyone present. Sang-cheol, Minjuri, and Seo Aaron all exchanged bewildered looks. Why him? Of all people, why pick someone the others had already turned away? But no one was more shocked than the man himself. His heart thundered in his chest as disbelief filled his thoughts. Blackscythe chose me? He actually wants me in his party? Ryu, however, was quietly satisfied. The man in front of him wasn't just some ordinary player. In another timeline, he would eventually become the leader of a cult that revered Blackscythe like a divine being. If I forge a connection with him here, this man could become a fanatically loyal follower in the future. The man's nickname was ridiculous, no pain, no gay. His real name, however, was Hyo Taisik. Alright then, Ryu said firmly. This will be our party. The 5 of them stood together, silently reciting the formation command. In the next instant, golden rings etched with strange characters materialized around their wrists, the symbol of an official party. Hyo Taisik stared down at the ring on his wrist, nearly trembling. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine I'd be standing here, forming a party with him. The scene shifted to the past, unveiling the miserable life of Hyo Tae-suk. Tae-suk lived in constant despair. His gloomy demeanor and frail appearance made him the perfect target. Wherever he went, classmates snickered, whispered, and pointed fingers. He was mocked for being weak, and that mockery quickly turned into open bullying. Some people might claim that bullying culture had faded from schools, that things had changed from the old days. But the truth was far different. The cruelty still remained, only wearing a different mask. The school gangsters of the past hadn't vanished, they had simply evolved. The so-called shuttle system, where the weaker kids were forced to run errands and provide money or goods, was still very much alive. At first, Tae-suk couldn't believe what was happening. He felt stunned, embarrassed, and humiliated. It was the kind of thing he thought only happened in TV dramas, never in his own life. Why me? He asked himself over and over. What did I ever do to deserve this? Believing he must have done something wrong, he tried to change himself, to fix whatever it was that attracted their cruelty. He studied their reactions, tried to be more agreeable, tried to disappear into the background, but none of it mattered. It didn't take long before reality hit him. No, it's not about me. They're not doing this because of something I did. They're doing it because I'm easy to push around. I'm just prey. That realization was crushing, but Tae-suk clung to one desperate hope. If I can just endure until graduation, if I can just hold on until high school is over, maybe then it will stop. That fragile thread of hope became the only thing that kept him moving forward. Day after day, he endured their harassment, swallowing his pride and hiding his pain. But soon, he learned that he had overestimated himself. He wasn't as strong as he thought. One day, as he stood cornered by the usual group, their sneering voices echoed around him. "Hey, bastard. Didn't I tell you to bring money every single day?" one of them demanded. "I am sorry," Tae-suk stammered, his voice trembling. "I live with my grandmother, we don't have much money." "Oh? What's this?" another scoffed, feigning surprise. "So, you don't even have a father or a mother?" "Wait, are you saying that grandmother of his is actually his mom?" one laughed cruelly. "Huh. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. You little piece of trash," they jeered, bursting into laughter at his expense. Tae-suk clenched his fists, but no words came out. The leader stepped closer, his eyes gleaming with malice. "Don't give me excuses, idiot. You'd better bring the money anyway. I don't care how you get it, steal it, beg for it, sell yourself for it, whatever. Just make sure you have it." The words cut deeper than any blow, and Tae-suk could do nothing but lower his head. "Yeah, kid. Because of you I don't even have money for smokes. When your granny dies, are you gonna bury her with you?" The insult about his grandmother snapped something inside Hyo Tae-suk. It was like a switch flipped, reason and restraint fell away. "You bastards," he shouted, finally lashing out at them. That single outburst changed everything, and not for the better. "Get that lunatic," someone barked. "Just scorch his forehead a little. I'll give whoever does it a smoke break." From then on the cruelty escalated. They invented excuses to punish him, hauled him about on trumped-up accusations, beat him, threatened him, shook him down for cash. The abuses multiplied. The torment wasn't mere teasing anymore, it became a deliberate, sustained campaign to break him. It was the kind of suffering that might even make devils turn away. School stopped being a place of learning and became a daily nightmare. There were moments when Tae-suk thought the only relief left would be to end it all. Death began to look like an escape rather than something to fear. But whenever he let those thoughts near, one image rose up and shoved them back: his grandmother. If he died, who would care for her? Who would repay the years she'd spent picking through trash to scrape by, cooking, patching, and loving him when no one else did? The idea of abandoning her twisted something in his chest: guilt, shame, a fierce, incandescent loyalty. "You can't do that to her," he told himself. "You promised you'd study hard. You promised you'd get a degree and make things right for her. You owe her that." So he swallowed the dark thoughts and forced himself to continue. He would endure. He would keep breathing, keep pretending, keep surviving, because walking away would mean betraying the one person who had given him everything. Hyo Tae-suk endured. Day after day, he clung to the one promise he had made to himself: to survive, persevere, and repay his grandmother's love. And when 3 years of relentless bullying finally passed, when he stood at graduation without giving in to despair, he felt a small flicker of pride. "I made it. At last, freedom." But in 2022, the world shifted. Angels descended, and the great upheaval began. Every month became a desperate struggle for survival. And just as he thought he had escaped one hell, another found him. His grandmother's health began to crumble. By the time the second round came, she collapsed. The ones who tormented him didn't stop, even in the face of his grief. See that? Didn't I say the old hag would die of shock if you laid a finger on her? Ha, I told you I'd bury you and that wrinkled hag together. That was the moment the last thread of restraint inside him snapped. Without hesitation, Tae-suk plunged an arrow into the shoulder of the nearest thug, black mana bursting from him like a curse. A shadowy arrow tore through the air and lodged itself in another bully's eye, rotting it instantly. The bullies were dumbfounded. They hadn't realized it yet, but they had just provoked a player with class. The same miserable boy they treated as prey had awakened power they couldn't begin to grasp. Small-minded, cruel people remained the same no matter the world. Their mistake was believing sheer numbers would guarantee victory. They never saw the danger until it was too late. By the time Tae-suk regained his senses, it was already over. A body lay sprawled in a pool of blood, staining his grandmother's tiny home. Money, he muttered, his voice breaking and twisting, slurring into something unsteady. From then on, his speech never returned to normal. His words came out broken, like his heart. He built walls around himself, isolating his feelings, closing himself off. But inside, he forged a single purpose. They say the final round can grant any wish, then I'll wish for her. I'll bring my grandmother back, and we'll live in peace. That was all he wanted. Not his parents, who had abandoned him. Not recognition from anyone else. Just his grandmother's smile again. From that moment, his survival was no longer for himself, it was for her. He devoted everything to mastering his class. And dark mage power was nothing to scoff at. Soon, he was claiming first place in his region without fail. But no matter how far he climbed, there was always someone standing higher. Black Scythe? How is someone that strong already? The first time Tae-suk saw that name at the top of the rankings, curiosity sparked. That curiosity soon grew into something else. And when he witnessed Black Scythe with his own eyes, the man who cut down 9 players in the zone representative selection match in the span of a breath, he was spellbound. That wasn't just strength. It was overwhelming, absolute. It was art. If I had power like that, no one would have dared bully me. Grandma, she'd still be alive. Regret tore at him, regret for his weakness, for his helplessness. And beneath that regret, a desperate longing bloomed. I want to be like him. I want to be strong like Black Scythe. What began as curiosity became admiration. Admiration deepened into yearning. Could I talk to him? But what would I even say? For Tae-suk, Black Scythe wasn't just another player. He was something closer to a god. Just being in the same area as him felt like standing before a divine being. His heart pounded, his thoughts raced. And before he could stop himself, the words slipped out of his trembling lips. I'm in a party with Black Scythe. Even as he said it, he couldn't believe it was real. To fight alongside the very man he revered, it felt less like reality and more like a dream come true. Ryu broke the silence. No pain, no gay. Yes? Tae-sik responded quickly. Now that you're part of this group, introduce yourself properly. Hyo Tae-sik swallowed hard, hesitating at first, then managed to steady his voice. I'm no pain, no gay. Level 23, Dark Mage. My combat skills are black arrows and black chains. His delivery was shaky in the beginning, but by the end, he had gained confidence. Minjuri smiled warmly and said, "It's nice to meet you, no pain no gay. I'm Minjuri, a level 21 buffer. I'll do my best to support everyone." Afterward, Seo Aaron and Sang Cheol gave their own introductions. Once everyone was finished, Ryu looked over the group. Good. Now that the introductions are out of the way, shall we begin hunting? Hold on, Minjuri interjected quickly. Before we move, let me cast buffs on everyone first. She lifted her hands and began chanting, her skills wrapping her party members in waves of glowing light. Bless. Swift. One by one, the enhancements flowed into them. The moment the effects took hold, the party members widened their eyes in astonishment. My attack speed, it's nearly 60% faster. And my movement speed too, this is incredible. They could hardly believe it. Ryu, however, remained unshaken, his expression calm as always. Sang Cheol glanced at him and remarked, "So this is why you always keep Miss Minjuri by your side, isn't it? Having a buffer like her makes all the difference." Minjuri blushed, smiling bashfully. "Oh, come on, you're embarrassing me." Watching this exchange, Seo Aaron's lips tightened ever so slightly. Seo Aaron stepped forward with quiet confidence and said, "I'm a summoner as well. I can also imbue my summoned creatures with buffs through my incantations." The air shimmered as golden dust swirled, forming into 2 delicate, fairy-like beings that sparkled like fireflies in the night sky. Their wings glowed faintly as they hovered near, exuding a warm, protective aura. Then, with a deep rumble, the ground shifted, earth and stone gathered together, gradually shaping into a humanoid figure. Within moments, a full-sized stone golem stood before them, towering and imposing. Min Yuri's eyes lit up in awe. "Oh my gosh, what are those adorable little creatures?" "They're fairies," Co Aaron explained, her voice carrying a hint of pride. "Protective summons. They specialize in shielding allies. At first, they had no offensive capabilities, but when I reached level 20, a third fairy manifested, one that can actually cast attack spells." "Wow, that's incredible. And what about that big one made of stone?" Min Yuri asked, still brimming with curiosity. "That's my golem," Co Aaron replied. "I earned it at level 20 as well. It can't provide buffs like the fairies, but it's perfect for pulling monster aggro. I usually summon it in advance so it can tank." Min Yuri clapped her hands together with delight. "That's amazing. You have both a tank and support skills. You're really impressive, Uni." Though showered in Yuri's admiration, Co Aaron's eyes were fixed on one person alone. Turning toward Black Scythe, she asked with a hopeful look, "What do you think? Don't I bring something worthwhile to the team?" Her expression carried both pride and a silent plea, waiting for acknowledgement. But Ryu Min hardly glanced her way. Instead, he looked ahead, expression cool and unreadable. "Let's move out," he said simply. The brush-off left Co Aaron stifling her frustration, her desire for recognition unfulfilled. Still, she followed as Ryu took the lead, with the rest nodding and falling in line behind him. Not far back, Hyo Tae-suk, no pain no gay, watched the team with uneasy determination. A buffer and a summoner, both of them are really skilled. "I can't drag the group down. I need to prove my worth too." His steps were quick, his nerves taut. But as they walked leisurely, he grew more unsettled. Why is everyone so relaxed? With a generous 6-hour time limit, the group only needed to defeat one of the 101 boss-class monsters scattered across the battlefield to clear the round. There was no urgent need to rush, and so the others moved at a steady, unhurried pace. Still, Tae-suk couldn't shake his doubts. Wouldn't it be better to strike quickly? If we get to the boss first, shouldn't we aim for the top spot? But unaware of the prophecy surrounding the rounds, he couldn't comprehend why there was no real benefit to rushing the fight. Then, suddenly, "There's the boss!" The shout came from nearby. All heads turned toward the commotion, and a collective gasp followed. From the shadows of the trees emerged a monstrous figure, a centaur, towering and broad-shouldered, with the muscular upper body of a man fused to the powerful frame of a horse. In its grip, a massive double-edged spear gleamed menacingly. "That's ours. If we kill it, we'll take first place," a player roared, rallying his team. Without hesitation, the rival party charged. Steel clashed against the beast's weapon as the centaur swung fiercely, forcing the players back with its overwhelming strength. "He's too strong, spread out, don't clump up," someone barked. "Go for its back. Aim for the rear legs," another commanded. Obediently, one of the players darted behind the beast, only for disaster to strike. Thud. The centaur's hind legs lashed out in a devastating kick, catching the unlucky attacker square in the chest. The man was hurled 10 meters into the air before crashing down and tumbling another 3. He groaned in agony, but he was alive, barely. "Titch, idiots," Ryu muttered under his breath, clicking his tongue. "Going for the rear like that? Foolish." Still, the remaining players pressed on, fueled by anger. "This bastard's going to pay. Everyone, now!" Their combined skills rained down on the monster. Fire, ice, blades, and bolts of energy struck in tandem. The centaur roared in defiance, but it was soon overwhelmed by the barrage. With one final cry, the beast collapsed. We did it," one of them shouted triumphantly. "We're first place. We finally cleared the quest before anyone else." "Wasn't that easier than we thought?" another added, laughing in relief. Their party rejoiced, cheering and congratulating one another. Watching from afar, Tae-suk felt his chest sink. "Damn it, the top spot's gone. We missed our chance." Instinctively, his gaze shifted toward Black Scythe. Surely, if anyone would be frustrated by losing first place, it would be him. After all, hadn't Black Scythe always stood at the top? But to Tae-suk's surprise, Ryu Min's face showed no disappointment at all. His expression was cool, calm, and completely unconcerned, like none of it mattered in the slightest. As time ticked by, the cheers from the rival party slowly died down. Confusion crept in. "Wait, why hasn't the quest completion message appeared yet?" one of the players asked, his excitement giving way to unease. "Could it be?" another muttered, a hint of dread in his voice. Just then, Ryu's lips curled into a faint smirk. "So, they finally caught on," he thought. "They didn't actually kill a boss at all. It was just another monster in the field." To weaker players, such creatures might feel like mini-bosses, something at the level of elites. But to Ryu, the centaur was nothing more than a trash mob. For a 5-man team, it was challenging but manageable. The real threat, however, was something entirely different. Hidden somewhere in the field lurked the true boss, a minotaur, massive and brutal, with the body of a man and the head of a raging bull. Unlike the centaur, the minotaur demanded overwhelming strength to bring down at least 20 players, all around level 20, fighting in perfect coordination. In short, you'd need 4 full parties working together. The angel had indeed announced there were 101 bosses spread across the field. But what she didn't say was just as important. She never once claimed that only bosses existed here. That omission was intentional. Ryu observed the field with a cold calmness. From my perspective, it's just another bulky monster with slow swings, but to anyone else, it's a death sentence. Most teams probably came in thinking, it's a 5-person party quest. With just us, we can kill the boss first and take the top spot. He scoffed inwardly. What a foolish notion. Even level 30 players would struggle here. Maybe, just maybe, someone at level 40 could handle it. That's why the angel made it clear this boss wasn't to be attempted solo. They crafted the trial to mislead, making everyone believe 5 people could take it down, when in reality you'd need 4 full teams. This deception was the real trap of round 6. Nothing in the angel's words explicitly promised a 5-man party could actually kill the boss. She simply left the crucial details unsaid. So that's their plan, Ryu mused. Hand us only half the truth, keep us blind, and let desperation do the rest. She's clearly just carrying out her orders from above. That was also why the time limit was 6 whole hours. Not to rush toward the Minotaur, but to grind through mobs, gather levels, and prepare before facing the true challenge. And as for rankings, they weren't determined by who landed the first kill, it all came down to clear speed. Whoever finished the boss fight fastest would secure first place. With that in mind, Ryu and his companions didn't rush forward like the reckless teams did. They knew better. Only one person didn't understand, the Hyo Tae-suk. Since he hadn't heard the prophecy, he still thought everything was straightforward. Finally, Ryu started his method acting. He broke his silence, turning to his allies. Let me explain the plan. That centaur wasn't the boss monster it seems. For now, we're not touching the boss. Instead, we'll focus on hunting centaurs and using the time to level up. We'll keep at it for about 5 hours. The no pain no gain blinked. But, why? What's the reasoning? Ryu looked at him steadily. Didn't you just see how those level 20 players struggled against centaurs? If mobs this week give them so much trouble, what do you think will happen against the real boss? Charging in recklessly is pointless. And who's to say there aren't more traps waiting for us? Realization dawned on no pain no gain. Ah, I see. So you mean, it's better to prepare first? Exactly, Ryu said. Besides, think about this, what if we kill the boss too early, like I did in the first round, and then get sealed in that pillar of light? We'd waste the remaining time, gaining nothing. Far better to hunt mobs, collect experience and gold, and then challenge the boss when the moment is right. The Hyo Tae-suk nodded slowly. So the idea is, power up first, then face the Minotaur later. That's right, Ryu confirmed. But, what if we lose the chance to claim the top spot? Hyo Tae-suk pressed, still uncertain. It doesn't matter, Ryu replied firmly. Even if someone else snatches first place, we'll come away with more strength and resources. 6 hours of hunting is far more valuable than wasting them sitting inside a pillar. Hearing this, the Sang-chul fell silent, filling his expression. Unbelievable. He pieced it all together exactly as the prophecy foretold. It's like he can see through every trap before it even springs. Finally, the Min-yuri said, understood. Then, should we all group up and start clearing centaurs together? Maybe decide roles and positions first? But Ryu shook his head. His voice was sharp, unwavering. No need for that. Leave the monsters to me. I'll handle them alone. Everyone froze, disbelief etched across their faces. What? You'll fight them by yourself, Black Scythe? Co Aaron blinked in surprise and asked, what? You're going to fight alone, Black Scythe? The thought weighed on everyone. A monster that even a full 5-member party struggled against, could one man really handle it by himself? Hyo Tae-suk, however, didn't doubt. Of course, if it's him, it's possible. With Black Scythe's level and strength, it's not impossible at all. Still, he couldn't help but wonder what role the rest of them were supposed to play if Ryu decided to go solo. As if reading their minds, Ryu spoke up. You don't need to worry. All of you just stick close to me. Hunt alongside me, collect experience and gold. Think of it as a free ride. His voice was calm but absolute. In other words, I'll carry this run. But in exchange, I'll take all the item drops from contribution calculations. That's my only condition. You'll still level up and earn plenty of gold without any risk. So, what do you say? The terms were blunt, but undeniably fair. None of them could argue against it. Who would refuse free experience and money, even if it meant giving up a few items? The group glanced at one another before nodding. All right. We're fine with it. Ryu inclined his head slightly, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Good. That's the smart choice. You won't regret it. Truthfully, this arrangement was more convenient for him. Fighting alongside people who weren't on his level would only slow him down. This way, he could hunt freely without distraction. He tightened his grip on his weapon, the black blade of the death scythe gleaming faintly. Centaurs are nothing more than trash mobs to me, he thought coldly. Then he raised his weapon and said aloud, "Shall we begin?" In the next instant, Ryu shot forward like a streak of lightning. The group scrambled, eyes wide. He's too fast, we have to follow him. Even though they activated their speed-boosting skills, the distance between them and Ryu only grew. How is this possible? The bodyguard muttered, struggling to keep pace. Just how high is his agility stat? Even No Pain No Gain, who had always taken pride in his own speed, felt utterly humbled. Compared to Black Scythe, his sprint was like a kitten chasing a tiger. By the time they managed to close in, Ryu was already face to face with his prey. The centaur bellowed, lifting its weapon. But its cry ended halfway. Ryu's scythe carved through the air in a blur, and the centaur's head separated cleanly from its body. Thud. The monster collapsed before it could even register what had happened. Kill time, 0.3 seconds. The others froze, stunned into silence. What just happened? Someone whispered. That was only one strike, another muttered. No one had expected the centaur to be felled in a single blow. Even as they tried to process what they had seen, Ryu activated his tracking skill. A system message flashed before his eyes. Target, centaur located. And just like that, he moved again, diving into the hunt. He was like a reaper in motion, swift, efficient, unstoppable. A killing machine disguised as a man. Minutes bled into half an hour. Ryu finally paused, scanning through the stream of messages flooding his vision. Centaur defeated. Experience acquired. Title effect, plus 1.5x experience. Experience, 0.89%. Gold obtained, plus 60. Current kill count, 172/100. Rune of Slaughter effect, all stats increased by 100%. Ryu narrowed his eyes. 172 kills in 30 minutes. Not bad at all. With 2,000 centaurs roaming this field, I could probably wipe them all out within the 6-hour limit. But I suppose I should leave some for the other players. His gaze flicked to another notification. Marble of Eternity, current stacks, 11. Right. Just like before. All I need to do is keep hunting until the durability drops to 1. Then, when I return, I'll ask Russell to repair it. As he was turning these thoughts over in his mind, the sound of heavy footsteps reached his ears. When he glanced back, he saw his party members stumbling toward him, out of breath and clearly worn out from the relentless chase. The sight pulled a faint smile from him. If you're tired, take a breather, Ryu said lightly. Their faces brightened immediately. Really? Thank you. They collapsed onto the ground, grateful for the respite. Co Aaron and No Pain No Gain, both having the lowest stamina among the group, didn't even bother with dignity. They lay flat on their backs, gasping for air. No Pain No Gain groaned. Damn it, just keeping up with him is exhausting. And here I thought a 100-meter radius would be plenty of space, but it's not enough at all. The bodyguard gave a small nod and said, yeah, that's true. They did say that. But his expression betrayed a different emotion. It wasn't worry but rather a sense of pride and satisfaction. After all, they had gained a level in barely half an hour. Minjuri's eyes widened in awe as she turned toward Ryu. Min, Black Scythe, you're really incredible. The speed at which you hunt is just unreal. Ryu tilted his head slightly, a playful edge in his tone. What? You don't like it? Catching the teasing in his words, Minjuri quickly waved her hand, flustered. No, not at all. Just keeping up with you is enough for us to level up. It's actually amazing. At that moment, Hio Taisik cut in with a grin, joining the exchange. So this is what they call getting a free ride, huh? Black Scythe, you're probably doing 10 times the work compared to us. But Ryu Min, as usual, brushed it off with his calm, indifferent attitude. Not really. If anything, it looks like you guys are putting in more effort than me. That casual remark made the whole group break into laughter. Their tension melted for a moment as they chuckled and caught their breath together. But their light-hearted moment didn't last long. From the distance, a group of people began approaching. It's Black Scythe, wow, it really is him, one of them exclaimed in surprise. Hio Taisuk muttered, they are heading our way. As the newcomers neared, the laughter of Ryu Min's party gradually faded. Their smiles stiffened, replaced with wary glances as they quietly assessed the approaching group. One of the players stepped forward and greeted Ryu politely. "Hello, Mr. Black Scythe. What a fortunate encounter, it's not every day you run into someone like you here." Ryu's response, however, was anything but warm. His voice carried a sharp chill. "Okay. And what exactly do you want?" The player cleared his throat, trying not to lose his composure. "We're gathering a raid party to take down the boss monster in this area. Would you consider joining forces with us?" Ryu's answer came without hesitation, his tone firm and resolute. "I'm not interested." The blunt rejection took the man aback. His confident smile faltered, and confusion crept into his expression. "Wait. Black Scythe, maybe you don't fully realize just what you're dealing with here. That boss isn't your average monster." He pointed toward the distance. "Do you see that creature over there?" All eyes shifted in unison. Standing far off was a massive beast, a hulking minotaur. Even from such a distance, the creature radiated an oppressive aura, its powerful muscles rippling as it exhaled a hot, misty breath. "That monster," the player continued gravely, "is the boss we have to face. And believe me, he's not an easy opponent." Ryu's gaze sharpened as he asked coolly, "How are you so certain? Have you actually fought it yourself?" The player quickly shook his head. "Not directly. But we witnessed another team attempt a solo raid. They were utterly crushed, it was a complete massacre. Watching them fail made it clear to us that parties need to work together if there's to be any chance at victory." But Ryu's reply was as curt as ever. "Then handle it yourselves. We're not joining." Still unwilling to give up, the man pressed again. "But wouldn't it be wiser to combine our strengths? We'd even allow you the privilege of landing the final strike. Please, at least give it some thought." Before he could finish, Ryu's cold voice cut through his words like a blade. "This is the third time. Don't make me repeat myself." The intensity of his aura pressed down on them, leaving no room for negotiation. The player felt a chill run down his spine, and he bowed his head in defeat. "Understood. My apologies." Reluctantly, the group backed away, returning to the gathering of other players who had been watching from nearby. Conversations immediately broke out among them. "It looks like Black Scythe won't be joining us," the rejected player announced grimly. Another asked in disbelief, "Did you at least try to persuade him properly?" "We did," he answered with a sigh. "But he flat out refused. Said they could manage on their own." A third player frowned deeply. "That's ridiculous. Without Black Scythe, there's no way we can take that monster down." Someone else exhaled heavily, voicing his doubts. "I don't know, maybe he's wary of the boss's strength. Or maybe," he trailed off, shaking his head. "Well, whatever the case, it looks like we'll have to attempt this ourselves. That was the plan from the start, anyway." The others exchanged uneasy glances, then gave reluctant nods. Resolving themselves, they began preparing for the battle ahead. Their gazes turned toward the Minotaur, who now stood looming at nearly 6 meters tall. Each heavy step it took echoed like thunder across the ground, making the earth tremble beneath its massive hooves. From afar, the creature hadn't seemed all that terrifying. But now, as they closed the distance, its overwhelming presence was undeniable. The closer they got, the more its colossal frame seemed to blot out everything around it. Do you really think we can beat that thing?" one player muttered, his voice laced with fear. "We've got nearly 20 fighters," another reassured him, though his eyes betrayed lingering doubt. "If we work together, we should stand a chance." But uncertainty still lingered among them. Suddenly, the Minotaur's nostrils flared, and its head swung in their direction. It had sensed them. The players froze on the spot, every muscle tensing. Then, with a roar that shook the air, the monster's eyes lit up with primal excitement. Its hooves struck the ground like war drums as the towering beast lowered its horns and charged straight at the group. The 20 players charged forward as one, clashing head-on with the towering Minotaur. Weapons flashed, spells erupted, and the battlefield became a storm of desperate survival. Each strike and swing carried the weight of their lives as they faced the beast's overwhelming presence. From a short distance away, Ryu stood still, his eyes calm and calculating as he observed the chaotic fight unfold. He tilted his head slightly, his mind already analyzing. How long will it take them to bring it down? He mused inwardly. He harbored no doubts about the outcome. The Minotaur, despite its intimidating bulk, wasn't nearly as invincible as it looked. Its attacks were heavy, but lacked precision. Its swings were slow, clumsy, even easy enough to predict if one had sharp reflexes. Ryu noted this with cold detachment. If all 20 strike together, he thought, that monster doesn't stand a chance. Its strength lies only in its absurd durability. From the Minotaur's perspective, however, humans were nothing but insects, fleeting nuisances buzzing around. 20 flies, even if persistent, were still flies. At least, that's what it seemed to believe as it bellowed and swatted at them like gnats. The battle dragged on. 3 minutes passed, then 5, the fight stretching with no conclusion in sight. The beast's resilience was monstrous. Still, Ryu merely watched. He knew that once the players brought it down, their morale would surge, and their focus on the hunt would sharpen. Finally, after more than 7 exhausting minutes, the fight reached its peak. Fireballs burst against the Minotaur's thick hide, arrows clattered uselessly, and one player groaned. "It's too sturdy." A warrior hurled a heavy axe that buried itself deep in the creature's chest, drawing a pained roar. That small victory spurred the rest on, and they swarmed together, overwhelming the monster with sheer numbers. Yet the beast was not without retaliation. It seized one unfortunate player in its massive hand and crushed him like a rag doll. Still, the momentum was against it. A roaring fireball soared through the air and exploded against the Minotaur's body. With a final agonized bellow, the monster stumbled, then collapsed heavily to the ground. "We did it," someone shouted breathlessly. "We actually killed it." Cheers erupted from the surviving players. But amid the victory, silence fell briefly as they realized the cost. 3 of their comrades had been slain in the fight. "Who landed the last hit?" one asked curiously. "It didn't feel like our group." Another player quickly claimed credit, grinning with pride. "It was us. Our team landed the final blow, we're the ones who finished it." As voices rose in celebration, a sudden phenomenon silenced them. A radiant column of light descended from the heavens, enveloping one of the 4 squads that had joined the battle. A translucent barrier enclosed them like a cage of shimmering glass. "It looks like we're the ones who survived," a player from within the light said with satisfaction. "I checked my quest window, it clearly shows success." Someone asked nervously, "But, do we really have to stay inside this thing until the timer runs out? More than 5 hours trapped here." "Yes," another replied, sighing. "It seems so. At least we can rest early. But, it feels like we're wasting time, doesn't it? Winning this early is great, but being stuck here makes me uneasy." Meanwhile, players from the other squads who hadn't secured victory exchanged glances. One of them muttered, "Let's move. We'll need reinforcements from other parties." Their eyes inevitably flicked toward Black Scythe and his companions for a moment, but they quickly dismissed the thought. Everyone knew it was pointless, nothing they said would convince him to cooperate. With reluctant acceptance, they turned and departed. Ryu, who had been watching quietly, finally addressed his group. "This is better. If we had killed the boss too soon, we'd have wasted the remaining time." The Manjuri nodded knowingly. Exactly as Black Scythe predicted. Taking it slow and killing it later is the right strategy. Without betraying a hint of emotion, Ryu stood and gestured. "We've rested enough. Let's keep moving. Stay close to me." Once more, Ryu resumed his relentless centaur hunt, while other teams across the field pooled their strength and focused only on boss raids. In one of those groups, players were chatting after their own victory. "After killing the boss, does this make us the 50th team?" one asked. "No idea," another admitted. "The rankings aren't visible anyway. Who cares? We've beaten the boss, that's what matters. We survived." "True," someone else said, already laying down. "Let's just rest until time runs out." Though trapped, they were safe within their shimmering prison. Monsters ignored them entirely, the Minotaur's corpse lay still, and they felt like unseen specters, untouchable, yet bound. But their sense of relief didn't last. Suddenly, a shout rang out. "Hey, look over there!" Every head turned in the same direction. And from the shadows, a lone figure emerged. A man carrying a massive scythe, his presence distinct and impossible to mistake. It was Black Scythe. With every swing of Ryu's scythe, another centaur head tumbled to the ground, rolling lifelessly across the dirt. His movements were so precise and fluid that it looked less like a battle and more like a grim harvest. Among the players watching from the safety of their shimmering pillar, one of them whispered in disbelief, "Wait, that's Black Scythe. He just killed that centaur in a single strike." Another added quickly, "That's exactly what you'd expect from someone already at level 40. Though the onlookers were stunned by his overwhelming display of strength, none of them felt bitterness or jealousy. They were already satisfied with their own victory. They had slain the Minotaur, survived the ordeal, and now had nothing left to worry about. For them, there was no need to compare. What left them confused, however, was Ryu's focus. He wasn't heading toward the boss monster at all. Instead, he seemed to care only about hunting centaurs, one after another. "Why isn't he aiming for the boss?" one player asked aloud, frowning. "Wouldn't it be smarter to kill it quickly and relax inside the barrier like us?" Another shook his head knowingly. "Not really. They've already missed the top 50 rankings. Since they can't take a leading spot anymore, they're just grinding experience and gold. That's probably why he's ignoring the boss entirely. I suppose that makes sense, someone else murmured. Still, it's kind of disappointing. I really thought he'd go for first place again. A fourth player shrugged with a smug grin. Even Black Scythe can't dominate the rankings forever. Everyone reaches their limit eventually. The group that had already cleared the boss hunt reassured themselves with these thoughts, basking in their supposed superiority over Ryu and his party. But what they didn't realize was that their triumph wasn't as glorious as they believed. Their record, taking 11 minutes and 30 seconds to bring down the Minotaur, was actually the slowest clear time of all the top 50 parties. Meanwhile, Ryu continued to carve his way through the field, never slowing down, never pausing. He was relentless, a machine of death, cutting down centaurs one after another. But then, in the middle of his charge, his footsteps came to an abrupt halt. A system message had appeared before his eyes. Target, centaur, cannot be located. Ryu narrowed his eyes and muttered under his breath, so, they're finally all wiped out. He opened his kill counter. Kill count, 1920/100. Time remaining, 20 minutes and 43 seconds. Nearly 1,920 kills in about 5 hours and 40 minutes, he thought to himself. Much faster than I originally estimated. Before he could reflect further, a voice reached him from behind, broken and breathless. One of his companions, gasping for air, asked, "Black Scythe, is it finally time to rest?" Ryu glanced back, his expression unreadable, and replied in a low, decisive tone, "Yes. The hunt is finished." Then, gripping his scythe firmly, he added, "All right," Ryu Min said calmly, his voice cutting through the quiet aftermath of the battle. "Let's move on to the boss." Minjuri blinked, looking around at the field littered with the remains of defeated centaurs. "Wait, are we done with mob hunting already?" Ryu nodded. "Yeah. There aren't any centaurs left. That means it's time to take down the boss." Sang Chiol, the bodyguard, widened his eyes. "Huh? Hold on, everyone, check your levels." His tone carried both disbelief and urgency. The group quickly opened their status windows. In an instant, expressions of shock spread across their faces. "Our levels, they've skyrocketed," someone exclaimed. CO Aaron gasped, scanning her stats in disbelief. "It was level 20 before, but now I'm 34. "I'm in the same situation," Sang Chiol added, still sounding stunned. "From 20 to 34, what the hell just happened?" Minjuri's jaw dropped. "Mine jumped from 21 to 35. Even the no pain no gain chimed in, eyes wide. "I was level 23, now I'm 36. As their astonishment filled the air, Ryu Min murmured under his breath, doing the math in his head. So everyone gained about 13 to 14 levels, he could hardly blame them for being shocked. After all, crossing from the 20s into the 30s was no small leap. Ryu glanced at his own status screen, his eyes narrowing as the numbers came into focus. His level had climbed from 40 all the way to 54, a massive jump even for him. Of course, he knew exactly why. The triple experience buff from the round bonus and his special title, which increased all gained experience by another 1.5 times, had multiplied his growth rate. With over 1,000 kills to his name in that hunt alone, it wasn't surprising. His inventory had swelled with loot, 19 magic stones, 9 pieces of ordinary equipment, piles of miscellaneous drops, and even rare ingredients needed for a god-rank crafting recipe. Ryu's eyes drifted to one particular item glimmering faintly in his inventory. Glimmering horsetail, he read softly. Its description floated before his eyes. Category, material. Description, as the name implies, the tail of a horse that shimmers faintly with residual magic. A gentle flow of mana can be felt emanating from it. Ryu smiled faintly to himself. This is the real treasure, he thought. More valuable than everything else I picked up. He couldn't hide the satisfaction tugging at his lips. All the grueling effort, the endless battles, it had all been worth it. 2 more items, he whispered. That's all I need. Just then, Minjuri's startled voice rang out. Everyone! You need to see this, our gold count just exploded. CO Aaron's eyes widened as she opened her currency tab. She's right. I've got 115,000 gold. Since they were all in a party, the loot had been shared evenly among them, though the exact amounts varied slightly depending on each member's luck stat. Ryu glanced at his own total and gave a low whistle. 150,000 gold. His absurdly high luck, over 350 points, had once again proven itself, granting him far more gold than the others. Sang Chiol laughed awkwardly, staring at the mountain of virtual wealth. What are we even supposed to do with all this money? It feels wrong to have this much. The rest of the party exchanged confused looks, clearly at a loss. That's when Ryu stepped in, his voice steady and practical. If you don't have anything specific to spend it on, focus on long-term investments, he advised. Buy utility skills from the store, things like perception enhancement, tracking, night vision, and basic resistance. Those will always pay off. As for the rest, save your gold. And if you find something useful in the daily items section, grab it before it rotates out. Minjuri smiled brightly. Understood, Mr. Black Scythe. I'll follow your advice. The others nodded one by one, their respect for him plain in their expressions. His calm confidence and deep experience made his words carry more weight than any lecture could. As his teammates eagerly explored the store, purchasing new abilities and tools with their hard-earned gold, Ryu Min simply stood back, a faint grin on his face. The first phase of their progress was complete, and the true challenge, the boss, awaited them next. Ryu Min wasted no time. Activating his tracking skill, he muttered, "Track, Minotaur." A blue shimmer pulsed before his eyes as the system responded instantly. Tracking activated. Target, Minotaur. Current distance, 198 meters. They're close, Ryu said, his tone calm yet decisive. Let's move. We'll finish this with the boss. Without hesitation, he led the way, his pace steady but brisk. The others followed behind him, their excitement barely contained. After cutting through the thicket, they finally caught sight of the towering Minotaur in the clearing ahead, its muscular frame radiating raw power. But they weren't alone. 3 other teams were already gathered nearby, watching and waiting. "Oh, look," one of the players from another group said. "Black Scythe's finally on the move." Another grinned eagerly and called out, "Hey, Black Scythe. Team up with us. Let's bring the boss down together." Ryu didn't even hesitate. He simply shook his head. "No," he replied coolly. "I'll take down the boss myself." A brief silence followed before laughter erupted among the players. "Are you serious?" one of them scoffed. "Taking on the boss alone? Don't get ahead of yourself. Even with your skills, you're still just one man. This isn't some field monster, it's a boss that requires 20 people working together to barely defeat it." He muttered under his breath, "If he actually manages to kill it solo, that would mean his strength rivals 20 of us combined, ridiculous." The thought alone was enough to make their pride flare. To them, it wasn't just arrogance, it was an insult. The player smirked and shouted back, "You're more conceited than I thought, Black Scythe." Ryu's gaze turned icy. His expression didn't change, but the cold intensity in his eyes made several people flinch. "You're underestimating me too much," he said evenly. "Do you really think I can't handle it?" "Well," the player stammered, "we've got numbers on our side." Ryu's lips curved into a faint, mocking smile. "Numbers mean nothing," he replied. "Even if you swarm me, 1,000 flies are still just flies." The crowd murmured, a mix of anger and disbelief spreading among them. "What, did he just call us?" someone muttered. Ignoring their indignation, Ryu walked forward, the faint metallic ring of his scythe echoing through the tense air. His party watched in stunned silence. "Black Scythe, wait!" Minjuri called out in alarm. Ryu didn't look back. "It's fine," he said. "I'll finish this quickly." He gripped the death scythe tightly, its blade reflecting the faint gleam of the moonlight filtering through the trees. The crowd instinctively parted before him, opening a path as if compelled by his presence, like waves splitting before a ship's prow. The atmosphere shifted, anticipation thickened in the air. "Stay back," Ryu warned without turning. "If anyone gets in my way, they'll die with the boss." A chilling silence followed. Inside, Ryu's thoughts were sharp and focused. "I should avoid revealing my ultimate skill if possible, but maybe this is the perfect chance to show them what I'm truly capable of." Most players here had no real idea how powerful Black Scythe was. They assumed his higher level meant a small gap in power, something they could eventually close. "They've seen glimpses of my strength before," Ryu thought, "but they still don't understand. Once they watch me take down a boss that needs 20 people, alone, none of them will ever doubt me again." He inhaled slowly. "Let's make this quick." As he stepped into position, murmurs rippled through the onlookers. "Is he really going to solo it?" one whispered. "This should be good," another chuckled. "At least it won't be boring anymore." Ryu stopped about 30 meters from the beast. The Minotaur, sensing a challenger, let out a low, guttural snort. Its massive nostrils flared, and its crimson eyes locked on Ryu with primal fury. The ground shook as it pawed at the dirt, preparing to charge. But Ryu didn't flinch. He planted his feet firmly and lowered his stance, gripping his scythe with both hands. "What's he doing?" someone muttered from the sidelines. "That posture, is he charging a skill?" Ryu ignored the chatter. His eyes remained fixed on the Minotaur as he murmured to himself, "The system doesn't start timing until the attack connects within a set range. Right now, I'm still in prep mode. Once he enters my reach, I'll aim straight for his throat." He exhaled slowly, narrowing his gaze. Be patient. The Minotaur bellowed, lowering its head and launching forward like a raging bull. Dust and rocks flew up from the impact of its steps. At that instant, moonlight energy flared to life around Ryu's scythe. The air darkened as shadows twisted and merged into an eerie haze. "Night of death," he whispered. Darkness spread across the ground like a living veil. His body glowed faintly within it, silver and black energy intertwining. Then came the next command. Moonlight slaughter. His scythe sliced upward in a smooth, crescent motion, like the curve of a rising moon. A sharp gust of wind followed, and then, silence. A faint thud broke it. Something heavy hit the ground. The dark mist slowly lifted, revealing the truth. Gasps erupted. "Wait, look at that," someone shouted. "The Minotaur's head, it's gone." Sure enough, the boss's colossal head lay several feet away from its body, its thick neck cleanly severed. Even 20 coordinated blades wouldn't have cut through it so effortlessly. Every player in the clearing stood frozen, eyes darting between the fallen beast and Ryu Min, who stood unmoved, his scythe dripping with faint traces of black light. "He killed it, in one strike," someone whispered. "No way. That's impossible. It doesn't make sense, what kind of stats does he even have?" Ryu silently lowered his weapon, his expression unreadable. Inwardly, though, a small thought echoed in his mind. "Yes, my stats are far beyond what you could ever imagine." The instant the Minotaur's colossal body collapsed, the familiar chime of a system notification echoed in Ryu Min's ears. System message. You have defeated the Minotaur. Experience gained, 3 times bonus applied. Item acquired, bull leather. Item acquired, blueprint, Minotaur armor. Because they were in a party, similar messages flashed across his teammates' interfaces as well. However, the total experience and gold earned weren't particularly impressive, likely due to the group's large size splitting the rewards. Ryu let out a quiet laugh under his breath. "The gold's not much," he murmured to himself, "but every single item drop belongs to me." His lips curved into a satisfied smirk as he opened his inventory and scrolled through the list of newly obtained loot. His eyes quickly fell on one particular item, by far the best among them. Bull leather. Category, material. Description, a high-grade hide taken from a Minotaur. Its durable nature makes it ideal for crafting armor. Commonly used as a primary component in creating Minotaur armor. And right below it, another item glimmered faintly in his inventory window. Blueprint, Minotaur armor. Category, consumable. Description, a rare schematic detailing 6 separate material combinations required to forge the unique equipment Minotaur armor. Note, the blueprint vanishes upon use. It is advised to copy or memorize the combinations beforehand. Ryu studied the description and nodded thoughtfully. As expected, the bull leather must be one of the required materials, he mused. The blueprint reveals the recipe once it's used, but it disappears right after. Best to memorize or jot it down before that happens. He closed the menu and smirked faintly. Not that I need to write anything down, I've got everything stored in my head. In truth, Ryu had no real intention of crafting the armor. The Minotaur armor was designed exclusively for tank-type classes, its defensive bonuses far outweighed its offensive potential. Ryu, however, already had another armor set planned, one that suited his combat style perfectly. Even so, he decided to keep the blueprint tucked away. Unique item schematics like this often sold for a fortune in the market. Satisfied, he turned to rejoin his team. The moment he approached, all eyes were on him. His party members stood frozen, wide-eyed, their jaws practically on the floor. Their expressions were a mix of awe and disbelief, though none seemed particularly surprised that he had slain the boss in a single hit. Still, the sheer spectacle of it had left them speechless. Among them, however, one reaction stood out. No Pain No Gain was staring at Ryu Min with an oddly dazed expression, his eyes dreamy, lips slightly parted, like someone struck by infatuation. Ryu blinked, visibly uneasy. "What's with that guy?" he thought, furrowing his brow. "Why's he looking at me like that?" No Pain No Gain's face practically glowed with admiration, bordering on obsession. It was the kind of look one gave a crush, not a team leader. Ryu exhaled slowly, fighting the urge to sigh. "I guess it's inevitable," he mused wryly. "He's probably turning into one of those die-hard followers, but I should really keep my distance before rumors start flying." Even though the man's name alone was enough to prove he was straight, that dreamy, love-struck stare was enough to make anyone feel uncomfortable. "Damn," Ryu muttered under his breath, shaking his head. "What the hell is wrong with this guy?" As the dust from the battle settled, a brilliant pillar of light descended from above, wrapping Ryu Min's party in a radiant glow. The system's message echoed in their minds, confirmation that they had cleared the stage. They had successfully passed the round. The only uncertainty that lingered was their official ranking. One by one, the monsters fell, and before long, the sixth round came to an end. Then, with a soft flutter of wings, the angel appeared once more, her radiant presence contrasting sharply with the chilling curve of her lips. Priscilla's smile was deceptively sweet, but her tone carried venom. Well then, she began in a sing-song voice, for those teams who failed to slay their bosses. Her smile widened, almost maliciously. There's no need to worry. You won't be waiting long. Confusion flickered across the players' faces before her next words struck like thunder. You will be immediately eliminated. The field was filled with screams. No, wait. Please, Angel. Just a moment. But their pleas went unanswered. The divine figure merely watched as those who failed began to vanish one by one, their forms dissolving into shimmering fragments of light. Once the cries had faded, Priscilla clapped her hands together lightly. Now then, she said cheerfully, shall we see who our top performers are? A massive screen materialized in the air, glowing with divine script as the Round 6 rankings were displayed. Round 6 results. First place, Black Scythe and 4 others, 1 second. Second place, Heavenly Demon and 4 others, 3 minutes and 21 seconds. Third place, Stupid Idiots and 4 others, 9 minutes and 7 seconds. Then another scoreboard appeared for a different region. First place, Black Scythe and 4 others, 1 second. Second place, Kim Sanu and 4 others, 5 minutes and 31 seconds. Third place, Rice Parasite and 4 others, 5 minutes and 58 seconds. Priscilla folded her arms, speaking with casual authority. Oh, and before you start complaining, the names shown here are credited to the highest contributing human in each team. A murmur rippled through the crowd as the players processed the results. Then outrage followed. What? Why isn't our team first? We clearly killed the boss before Black Scythe's team did. Yeah, they took way longer than us. Hearing their protests, Priscilla let out a light, mocking laugh. Who, she said in a playful tone, told you that your ranks were based on who finished first? The players fell silent. As you can see, she continued with a smirk, the ranking isn't determined by order of completion, it's based on how long it took to defeat the boss. One of the players groaned, realization dawning. Ah, so that's why our team's in last place. Priscilla nodded dramatically. Exactly. And by the way, she added with feigned sympathy, the longest recorded time was, let's see, 11 minutes and 30 seconds. She clicked her tongue, shaking her head in theatrical disappointment. Honestly, I can't imagine how someone could take over 11 minutes to kill a single cow. Truly pathetic. Her laughter rang in the air, sharp and cruel. Humans really are inferior creatures, aren't they? But then her gaze flicked back to the list, and her expression changed. Now, let's see the fastest time recorded. Her voice stopped abruptly. The number on the screen blinked. 1 minute, she said at first, squinting as if she had misread it. A nearby player called out, Angel, the time seems off. Priscilla frowned, glancing back at the display. What are you talking about? The time, the player said. It's not 1 minute. Priscilla leaned closer. Her eyes widened as she processed what she was seeing. It's not 1 minute. Her expression froze. It's 1 second. For a brief moment, the angel stood completely still, her confidence shattered. A drop of cold sweat traced down her cheek as the weight of her mistake sank in. She had misread the result, and done so in front of every surviving human. The players gawked in disbelief while Priscilla's perfect composure faltered. Oh, 1 second, she whispered, half to herself. That's impossible. But she quickly forced a strained smile, trying to recover. Well. It seems a 1 second record is possible after all. Perhaps the boss was just weak. Her excuse, however, only made things worse. The contradiction was obvious. Moments ago, she had proudly boasted about the Minotaur's overwhelming might, and now she was desperately downplaying it. The humans looked on in stunned silence, while Ryu Min merely smirked faintly under his breath. A 1 second victory. A single strike. And a record that even an angel couldn't comprehend. Then Priscilla turned toward the players and continued with her usual bright tone. Now then, let's distribute the rewards for the top 3 ranks. Keep in mind, only the player with the highest individual contribution will be eligible to receive them. At that very moment, a golden light enveloped Ryu, followed by a system notification materializing before his eyes. System message. Congratulations. You have achieved first place in your zone. You have achieved first place overall. Black Scythe is ranked first in both zone and overall rankings. Zone reward, high epic helmet selection voucher. Overall reward, special reward selection box. A faint smirk curved across Ryu's lips as he muttered under his breath, a high epic helmet, huh? Not bad. Another notification immediately appeared, listing the options available for selection. Choose one of the following high epic helmets: Angel's Ring, Minotaur's Bullhide Helm, Hermes' Feathered Helm. Ryu scanned through the choices thoughtfully before nodding to himself. The feathered helm seems like the best fit for me. Its stats are too tempting to pass up. When he selected the third option, the detailed item description materialized before him. Item information. Name: Hermes' Feathered Helm. Category: Helmet. Grade: Epic. Description: a helmet inspired by Hermes' legendary feathered cap. While not the original artifact, it allows the wearer to use invisibility at will. Defense: 180. Effect: Agility +10. Skill: Invisibility, usable. Durability: 1500/1500. Requirement: Expert rank or higher. The defining feature of Hermes' feathered helm was its invisibility ability, one of the most coveted skills among assassins. Normally, only those who reached level 20 in the assassin class could naturally obtain it. Yet this helm allowed anyone, regardless of class, to use it freely, without any reduction in potency. However, it wasn't without drawbacks. The invisibility granted by the helm did not silence movement or sound, meaning that footsteps, breathing, or weapon noise could still be detected by anyone using the perception skill, a common ability that sensed hidden presences. Additionally, the skill could only be sustained for 30 minutes, and once deactivated either voluntarily or by taking/inflicting damage, it would trigger a 30-minute cooldown before reuse. In short, the effect was powerful but situational. Despite its limits, Ryu knew the potential of this skill went far beyond stealth missions. The system confirmed. Skill acquired: Invisibility. You can now use the skill Invisibility for 30 minutes. Cooldown: 30 minutes. Ryu's eyes gleamed faintly with amusement. Perfect, he murmured. To others, invisibility was merely a trick of survival or ambush. But to Ryu Min, it was a key piece of a much larger plan. He already had a specific rune in mind, the Rune of Concealment, an artifact obtainable in the later rounds. If he could successfully fuse that rune with this helm's ability, it would create an unparalleled combination, a strategy so efficient that it could make him virtually untouchable. His plan was simple yet brilliant. Acquire the Rune of Concealment. Pair it with Hermes' feathered helm. Once done, the result would be a broken synergy, granting him near-perfect stealth, an ability that could turn the tides of any battle and make Black Scythe truly live up to his name. Afterward, another shimmering notification unfolded before Ryu. This time, the special reward selection box awaited his decision. System message. You may choose one of the following special rewards. Please touch the desired option. Material item selection ticket. 14,000 gold. Information about round 7. Ryu didn't even hesitate. His thoughts immediately dismissed the third option. Information about round 7? Pointless, he mused quietly. My greatest weapon isn't curiosity, it's the experience I've gained from living through 99 regressions. There's nothing that Intel could tell me that I don't already know. That left him with two realistic choices. Between gold and rare materials, the answer was obvious. Gold can be earned anytime. But rare crafting materials, that's a different story. Without a moment's delay, Ryu selected option 1. A golden glow appeared in his inventory, and the material item selection ticket materialized in his possession. The moment he activated it, another list appeared before his eyes. Please choose one of the following materials. Broken ironwood branch. Bubbling elixir. Tough magic shell. Angelic golden powder. Ryu chuckled softly as he examined the options. To anyone else, these would be meaningless words. Without knowing their applications, this list might as well be gibberish. But for me, his eyes narrowed. The choice is crystal clear. Among these 4 items, one stood out, a material of god-tier rarity. He tapped the fourth option without hesitation. The system chimed again. Item acquired: Angelic golden powder. Category: Material. Description: a fine dust shed from an angel's radiant hair. And no, it's not dandruff. A faint grin tugged at Ryu's lips. Perfect. With this, I only need one more material before I can craft a god-tier item. But he knew there was no need to rush. That final material wouldn't appear until after round 8, so his excitement could wait. Moments later, the system displayed the final notice for everyone in the zone. Round 6 complete. Total survivors remaining, 860,295. Zone, C ESKS 007 survivors, 505. All surviving players will return to their original bodies shortly. Round 7 will commence at midnight, July 1st, 2023. Congratulations on surviving. As Ryu's vision blurred, his surroundings faded into white light, signaling his return to the real world. The moment the heavenly demon opened his eyes in reality, he heard knock at his door. As he opened the door, Sang Cheol was standing and burst into Heavenly Demon's room, breathing heavily. Heavenly Demon turned with mild surprise. "Department head on? What's got you so worked up? You just returned." The bodyguard nodded rapidly, too excited to hide his grin. "So?" Heavenly Demon asked with a knowing smile. "How much did you level up after tagging along with Black Scythe? Was it really the 6-hour non-stop hunt you mentioned before?" Having received the same prophetic revelation earlier, Heavenly Demon already suspected that Ryu Min, Black Scythe, was special. Still, he waited for confirmation. "How many levels did you gain that you came running here like this?" The bodyguard practically blurted it out. "From level 20 to level 34. Heavenly Demon's expression froze. 14 levels? Are you serious?" "Completely," the bodyguard said, his tone bubbling with disbelief even as he grinned ear to ear. "It's insane how much I leveled up. I didn't think it was even possible." Heavenly Demon crossed his arms, processing what he'd just heard. 14 levels in 6 hours, that's absurd. How did that happen? Black Scythe did everything, the bodyguard admitted. He handled every single monster himself. We could barely keep up with his pace. Heavenly Demon nodded slowly. "And in return, he took all the loot, right?" "Of course," the bodyguard said with a chuckle. "But honestly, I don't regret it at all. I've never gained experience this fast before, it's completely worth it." Heavenly Demon leaned back, still impressed. "I see. Even I didn't expect that much improvement." He smirked faintly. "I never thought Director On would surpass me in level." The bodyguard tilted his head. "Chairman, what's your current level?" 29, Heavenly Demon replied calmly. The bodyguard went silent immediately, realizing that anything he said next could bruise the chairman's pride. He smiled awkwardly and decided to keep quiet. But Heavenly Demon, noticing the hesitation, chuckled under his breath. "So even CO Aaron might have surpassed me now, huh?" He smiled thinly, thinking, "Looks like I need to step up my game." Then, he turned serious again. "Tell me something, Department Head On. Did Black Scythe really defeat the boss that fast? The rumors are saying it took him just a second." The bodyguard nodded firmly. "It's true. He finished off the Minotaur in a single strike." Heavenly Demon's eyes widened slightly. 1 second? So that's why his team cleared their zone faster than anyone else. "Exactly," the bodyguard replied. "He used a skill I've never seen before. The moment he moved, it was like lightning, one flash, and the Minotaur's head was already on the ground." He paused, his expression filled with awe. Honestly, it didn't even look human. Heavenly Demon's lips curved into a faint, thoughtful smile. "So that's the strength of Black Scythe?" Heavenly Demon, who had always taken pride in his rank as one of the top 3 players in the world, couldn't mask his astonishment when he heard the full account. "One skill, 1 second to kill the Minotaur," he muttered, his eyes widening slightly. "That's unbelievable." His voice carried a mix of admiration and disbelief, but beneath it all, a trace of bitterness crept into his expression. As silence filled the room, he clenched his fist slightly and thought to himself, "So this is the gap between me and the world's #1? Even though Heavenly Demon possessed powerful Dark Knight abilities that were among the strongest of his class, the reality in front of him was undeniable. Black Scythe, Ryu Min, was operating on an entirely different level. Will I ever reach that height? Even when I hit level 40, will I be able to stand before him with the same presence? The thought left a faint sting in his pride. For someone like him, who had never accepted being second best, the realization that his subordinates now surpassed him in level was difficult to swallow. His pride rebelled against the idea of falling behind, but that very feeling lit a spark within him. "No," he decided firmly. "Instead of wallowing in frustration, I should focus on catching up. I've been too complacent. It's time to push harder, to climb again." With newfound determination glinting in his eyes, Heavenly Demon broke the silence and turned to the bodyguard, who had been sitting quietly, aware that he might have unintentionally bruised the chairman's ego. "I really should thank Black Scythe," Heavenly Demon said with a faint, self-deprecating chuckle. "I've been getting lazy lately, but thanks to him, I've regained my motivation. Besides, he's the reason Director On and CO Aaron were able to level up so quickly. We owe him for that much." The bodyguard nodded cautiously. "Then, should I find a way to express our gratitude personally?" Heavenly Demon shook his head. "No need. You already sacrificed valuable items for the sake of your experience. That's more than enough. Expressing gratitude is my responsibility, as your chairman." He leaned back slightly, his tone returning to its composed authority. "Instead, let's reach out to the Prophet. We should find out when we can meet Black Scythe again." The bodyguard hesitated. Chairman, do you think the prophet even survived the last round? Heavenly Demon smirked. Instead of wasting time wondering, we'll find out faster by confirming it ourselves. And if I'm not mistaken, contacting the prophet falls under your division's duties, doesn't it? Realizing his oversight, the bodyguard bowed his head. You're right. I was being careless. I'll verify it immediately. Heavenly Demon's tone softened. No need to apologize. Just report back to me once you've confirmed. Oh, and one more thing, did you manage to pick up the skills I recommended last time? Yes, the bodyguard replied, straightening. As you advised, I've acquired both the tracking and erasing traces skills. A pleased grin crossed Heavenly Demon's face. Good. We'll be putting those to use soon. I've got some pests that need cleaning up, it's been a while since we've done fieldwork together. The bodyguard raised an eyebrow. You intend to start now? It's nearly dawn. It's fine, Heavenly Demon replied casually, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. No one will be harmed outside. Besides, what better time to relieve a little stress? The bodyguard nodded silently, though he could sense that his superior's mind was already plotting their next move. Elsewhere, No Pain No Gain lay awake, staring at the ceiling, his thoughts completely consumed by one person, Black Scythe. Even hours after the round's end, he couldn't shake the image of that single, devastating strike, the Minotaur's head rolling across the ground. The sheer power, precision, and calm dominance of it had seared itself into his mind. Black Scythe, he's not human. He's something else entirely. A strange mix of admiration and awe filled his chest, bordering on reverence. Someone like me can't even dream of being compared to him. He's like a god. He turned onto his side, frowning faintly. But then, how can I ever be of use to someone like that? He doesn't need help from anyone, not from me, not from anyone in this world. For a long moment, he felt hollow, useless even. But then, an image flickered in his mind, Min Yuri. His eyes widened slightly. That's right, she was different, he whispered. Even Black Scythe relied on her buffs during combat. She had a contract with him. Min Yuri, the mysterious woman who provided Ryu Min with continuous enhancements. So even a godlike man like him needs someone to assist him, No Pain No Gain realized, though the thought brought little comfort. His expression darkened again. My class isn't support type, he murmured. I can't buff, can't heal, can't enhance, so what can I even do for him? He chuckled bitterly, his gaze distant. Not in the game world, not even in reality. He doesn't need my strength. But then, another thought struck him, quiet, yet profound. What does a god truly need? His lips curled into a faint, almost reverent smile. Faithful followers. And as that unsettling conviction formed in his mind, somewhere else, Ryu Min stirred in his sleep, his expression twitching as a sudden chill ran down his spine. He shuddered, frowning in confusion. Why do I feel like something creepy is happening right now? He sat up, rubbing his arms as goosebumps ran along them. He couldn't explain it, but an unshakable feeling washed over him, like someone, somewhere, had just started worshipping him. Ryu's phone suddenly buzzed, the screen flashing with an international number. He picked up, and a familiar voice came through, breathless with relief. It's me, Russell Daniel. Is this Mr. Ryu? Ryu answered calmly, yes, this is Ryu. Russell practically burst with gratitude. Mr. Prophet. Thank you, seriously, you saved my life. Ryu raised an eyebrow. What happened? I'll tell you everything once I get there, Russell said quickly. Ryu blinked in surprise. You're coming to Korea? Yes. I already booked a flight. I hope this isn't a bad time, Mr. Ryu. Ryu Min thought, this never happened in previous timelines. But Ryu reassured him, not at all. I've been wanting to meet you anyway. I'll wait at the airport. The next day, Ryu stood by the arrival gate. Soon enough, Russell appeared, waving enthusiastically with a big grin. Mr. Ryu, he called out, hurrying over. Welcome to Korea, Russell, Ryu greeted, shaking his hand firmly. They strolled toward the parking area together. Ryu casually said, let's go. I'll drive. While cruising along, Ryu asked, anywhere special you want to check out? Russell thought for a moment. Honestly, I'd prefer someplace quiet. I want to talk properly. Ryu glanced at the time. Already lunchtime. Want to eat first? Absolutely. I've been dying to try real Korean food, Russell replied excitedly. In that case, Ryu said, turning the wheel, I'll take you to my favorite place. He led him to a serene Korean restaurant tucked inside the Heavenly Demon's Hotel. Thanks to Ryu's earlier reservation, they were shown to a table right away. Russell looked around in amazement. This place feels unreal. Is it some kind of Korean-style retreat? Ryu shrugged with a small grin. Something like that. The courses began arriving, beautifully arranged dishes, each more elaborate than the last. Russell's eyes widened at every plate. This is unbelievable, he breathed. I've never had a spread like this in my life. Ryu laughed softly. Glad you like it. Don't hold back. It's my treat. Alarmed, Russell shook his head. No, no. Mr. Ryu, I can't keep letting you pay. Allow me this time. Ryu teased him lightly. You sure? This restaurant charges quite a bit. Russell puffed out his chest, the confidence of a wealthy man boosting him. How much could it possibly be? Relax about the bill. Instead, how about you fix one of my items again? Russell perked up instantly. Durability repair? Of course. Hand it over. He took the bead of eternity, restored it to perfect condition, and placed it back in Ryu's hand. Thanks, Ryu said. I'll cover the bill. Russell shifted awkwardly. I just feel like I still haven't repaid you properly. Ryu-min waved off Russell's worries with an easy tone. It's fine. But earlier, you mentioned something about almost dying. What exactly happened? Oh, that. Russell exhaled dramatically before recounting the incident. He explained how he followed Ryu's earlier suggestion and joined a party, hunted diligently for 6 hours straight, and eventually confronted the dungeon boss. The fight had gone sideways, forcing him into a desperate escape. If I hadn't leveled up beforehand like you told me to, he admitted, I honestly think I would have died. Ryu gave a satisfied smile. Glad my advice helped. Did you gain many levels? Russell lit up. I'm level 29 now. Hearing the number, Ryu mentally noted, he's already at the heavenly demon growth range, impressive. Russell, being a blacksmith, wasn't naturally built for combat. His real strength lay in fortifying equipment, boosting damage, and patching up gear mid-hunt. He was like a walking support buff for any team. But then Russell's mood dipped a little. Still, there are moments when I feel like I don't belong there. How can I call myself one of the top blacksmiths? It feels unreal. Ryu answered with steady assurance. If you put in the work, you can reach the top. And with me helping you, you can go even further. Russell laughed, half embarrassed, half energized. Just hearing that gives me courage. With a profit backing me, what could possibly scare me? Ryu nodded. Yeah. Did you buy shares in the company I mentioned? Of course. Russell replied proudly. I opened an account right away and put in over half of what you told me. Good choice, Ryu said. With that move, you won't need financial help from me anymore. But Russell's uncertainty crept back. Are you absolutely sure the company will perform well? Positive, Ryu said without hesitation. That's why I pushed you to invest. Russell tilted his head. So, what does the company actually do? Ryu stared at him. Hold on. You invested without checking? Russell scratched his cheek, sheepish. I trusted your predictions. If you said it would prosper, I figured it was safe. As they were finishing the last of their food, Ryu suggested, want to take a look at the company? It's pretty close. Yeah, let's go, Russell agreed. After paying the bill, they headed out and drove to the headquarters of the Heavenly Demon's office. When they arrived, Ryu gestured to the building. We're here. Russell stared at the signage, where the old Heavenly Demon Consulting board had been replaced with Player Place. Ryu noted silently, looks like the preparations are almost wrapped up. Being one of the top executives, Ryu practically ran the entire operation. Whether he showed up unannounced or not, no one would dare question him. So this, Russell said, pointing toward the structure, is where I put 70% of my fortune? I mean, your money, not mine. Ryu corrected him smoothly, it's yours. Use it however you want. Russell brightened immediately. Only a prophet would be that generous. You're practically an angel. His exaggerated foreigner-style praise made Ryu laugh. These days, calling someone an angel can sound more like an insult than flattery. Oh? I didn't mean those angels. Russell looked genuinely puzzled. Ryu continued, but with only 30% of your funds left, will you be all right? It'll be tight, Russell admitted, but I can make it work. I'll withdraw some cash later, Ryu said casually. 10,000 pounds should help you stay comfortable, right? Russell responded almost instantly, absolutely. Ryu quirked an eyebrow. You're not even going to pretend to turn it down? Russell just grinned and chuckled awkwardly. He then lowered his voice. But, is it okay to walk into the company like this? Don't we need an appointment or something? It's fine, Ryu replied. I may not hold the official CEO title, but this place is practically mine. Russell froze mid-step, his eyes going wide. Hold on, the company you told me to invest in, this one right here? Ryu nodded casually. Yes. I'm the real owner. Russell's jaw practically hit the floor. And once Ryu shared the longer version, the chain of events leading up to the company's acquisition, Russell was left staring at him, utterly dumbstruck. You actually earned that much from the lottery? He asked, voice cracking in disbelief. Ryu gave an unbothered shrug. Enough to rival a Powerball jackpot. So you're basically the top shareholder, the actual boss of the whole place? That's correct, Ryu replied smoothly. And we're only getting started. We didn't just rebrand the company, we've completely restructured our direction. What we're planning next is on a much larger scale. Russell exhaled in awe. I knew it, a prophet turning into a billionaire overnight? It makes too much sense. Investing here was the smartest thing I've ever done. And technically, isn't this all your money? Ryu gave a warm, amused laugh as Russell shrank a little in embarrassment. Think of it as your own. Use it as you wish. With that, he guided Russell deeper into the building and toward his office. Come on, Ryu said. I'll explain what this company actually does. Russell waved the idea aside. Do we even need an explanation? If the profit went all in, the results are guaranteed. Still, Ryu said firmly, you poured a significant amount of your funds into this place. You deserve to know what we're building. The type of business we're entering will excite anyone with even a passing interest in gaming. A sly glimmer ran through his eyes as he pushed open the office door. Inside, the workspace buzzed quietly. Familiar faces, former employees from Heavenly Demon Consulting, sat scattered around, working or whispering to one another. Several of them stared, wide-eyed, at Ryu and the foreigner trailing behind him. Ignoring the curious stares, Ryu walked ahead toward the executive room. Standing directly in front of the CEO's office was the bodyguard, firm, straight-backed, and immovable as a marble statue. Ryu slowed, puzzled. Why is he guarding the door like a palace soldier? Is someone inside? A client, maybe? Before he could speak, the bodyguard snapped to attention, his expression flickering with surprise. Major shareholder, Mr. Ryu Min. What brings you here today? Ryu offered a polite nod. Sorry for showing up without notice. I brought a foreign investor who'd like to see the company firsthand. The bodyguard's gaze slid toward Russell. His eyes narrowed slightly, clearly analyzing him, wondering if the young man was a player. Ryu asked, is the CEO in right now? Yes, sir, the bodyguard answered. However, he is currently meeting with someone. A client? Ryu raised an eyebrow. The bodyguard merely stood there, solid as a mountain, not moving aside or offering any further clarification. Ryu narrowed his eyes internally. So he's been instructed not to admit anyone. Even me? The prophet himself gets stonewalled? Ridiculous, but considering this guy's personality, it adds up. If the CEO ordered him to jump off the roof, he'd probably salute and ask which direction. A flicker of curiosity passed through Ryu. Who could be visiting? To find out, he simply dipped into the bodyguard's thoughts. The moment the man's mind opened, a single clear line floated up. Terrible timing. Mr. Ryu walked in right when the CEO's fiancée showed up. Ryu's eyes widened slightly. His fiancée? That woman is here? Ryu Min lingered patiently in the hallway until the office door finally swung open. Heavenly Demon stepped out first, followed closely by a poised foreign woman. The moment Heavenly Demon spotted Ryu, his pupils tightened in surprise. Ah, Prophet Ryu Min, you're here? Without calling ahead, he stammered. Ryu's reply was calm but edged just enough to sting. So I'm only allowed in if I book a slot now? Heavenly Demon reacted with a strained laugh, rubbing the back of his neck. No, that's not what I meant. I must have phrased things poorly earlier. I apologize if it sounded restrictive. But Ryu, inwardly, wasn't buying any of it. What poor phrasing. He's clearly been treating me like some fragile ornament. Acts all respectful in public, but deep down he thinks I'm harmless. Not surprising, my job title doesn't exactly scream strength, and aside from foresight I don't look threatening. No wonder he always worries I'll die every round. Trying to ease the lingering awkwardness, Heavenly Demon added. You're one of the highest-ranking figures in this company. You're free to drop by whenever you want. We just usually schedule appointments, and since you came suddenly, I commented without thinking. Ryu let out a small, polite smile. Is that how it is? Nice save, Ryu thought privately. At least you're still within my control. His gaze then shifted toward the woman next to Heavenly Demon, a graceful foreigner with striking composure. So we finally meet, the world's only priest. Her name surfaced in his memory, Christine Craig. She wasn't just another support class user. She had survived all the way to round 15, an astonishing feat for her class. Ryu had already marked her as one of the select few he planned to escort to round 20. Priests were as essential as buffers, every one of their skills held tremendous value. And her level 60 ability, Resurrection, was unrivaled. The power to bring back the dead within 10 minutes changed everything. Even with restrictions, a second life tilted the odds of survival heavily. I didn't expect to run into her this early, Ryu thought. Originally, he planned to approach her slowly, using Heavenly Demon as a bridge. But things had shifted. This meeting wasn't supposed to occur at this stage. If Russell hadn't flown in seeking him, Ryu wouldn't have visited the company at all. He trusted Heavenly Demon to handle preparations anyway. But even with the timeline altered, Ryu knew this encounter was destined sooner or later. Whatever happens, I need to recruit Christine. She's essential. Ryu turned to Heavenly Demon and casually asked, "By the way, who is she?" Heavenly Demon paused, glancing awkwardly between them. "Oh, she's my, friend. Christine Craig." Ryu almost laughed internally. Friend? Not even close. She's the fiancée he arranged a marriage with for a green card. Her family's wealthy too. And he tells me not to hide things from him? Yet here he is hiding his marriage plans. Hypocrite. Still wearing a friendly expression, Ryu stepped toward Christine and greeted her in flawless English. "Nice to meet you, Christine. I'm Ryu Min, one of CEO Ma Kyung-rak's business partners." The effect was immediate. Heavenly Demon blinked, stunned. Ryu's pronunciation was so natural it could pass for a native speaker. Christine, equally startled, stared at him in open surprise, clearly not expecting such polished English from him. Christine extended her hand with a graceful smile, greeting him warmly. "Pleasure to finally meet you, Ryu Min. I honestly had no clue CEO Ma was working with someone of your caliber." Ryu's lips curved into an easy smile. "Oh? And here I thought CEO Ma would have mentioned that he had such a stunning fiancée." That single sentence jolted the Heavenly Demon like he'd stepped on an invisible Lego. He froze for a heartbeat, his thoughts spinning. Fiancé? Wait, did I ever say that? Did he somehow dig up that information? How does he always know everything? Realizing it would be foolish, no, downright dangerous, to play games with the prophet again, he quickly composed himself and accepted the truth of the situation. Clearly, pretending otherwise would only dig him a deeper grave. He cleared his throat and bowed his head slightly. "I owe you an apology, prophet. I had no intention of hiding anything from you." Ryu lifted a hand reassuringly. "No need to beat yourself up. I get it, introducing your fiancé can feel like a big step." Heavenly Demon nodded gratefully, only to flinch when Ryu added in a quietly disappointed tone. "But I do wish you would have trusted me a bit more." That subtle hint of dismay stabbed him harder than any blade, and he mentally cursed himself. Great. Fantastic. Wonderful. Why did I think lying, or even omitting, was a good idea? Ticking off the prophet must be the dumbest thing I've done this week. Ryu's calm voice echoed behind her. "One moment, Christine." Heavenly Demon and his bodyguard exchanged baffled looks, wondering what he intended to say. Christine mirrored their confusion. "What is it?" she asked cautiously. Ryu replied, "It concerns the upcoming round. You'd be wise to stay alert." Ryu glanced at him knowingly. "Mr. Ma, there's no reason to hide who I am. And wouldn't it be better if your fiancé knew what's waiting in the next round? Her safety matters too, doesn't it?" He spoke in Korean deliberately, giving Heavenly Demon one last chance to choose how much to reveal. But truthfully, the choice had already been ripped from his hands. If he refused, he would look uncaring about Christine's survival, and also risk irritating the prophet even further. Neither option was appealing. He bowed his head. The prophet is right. If it concerns her well-being, keeping it secret wouldn't be right. Then he turned to Christine. "Can we step inside for a moment? There's something important we need to discuss." Though initially bewildered, Christine could sense the weight in their voices and nodded, accepting his request. Just before they moved indoors, Ryu addressed Russell. "Russell, stay out here for a bit." Respecting Ryu's wish without question, Russell and bodyguard remained at their post while the others headed inside. Ryu led the Heavenly Demon and Christine into the CEO's office, closing the door behind them. The room's polished interior amplified the tension. Christine, wearing a politely expectant expression, gestured lightly as if encouraging her fiancé to speak first. Heavenly Demon cleared his throat. "Christine, earlier, I didn't properly introduce him. This man here is my business partner, the other CEO of our company." Mid-sentence, he turned his head toward Ryu, silently asking for permission to go further. Ryu gave him a calm nod, granting approval. Taking that as his cue, Heavenly Demon continued, voice steady but respectful. "And in addition to that, he possesses a special class. He's a prophet, someone capable of reading the future." Christine blinked, her brows lifting in disbelief. "A prophet? What exactly is that supposed to mean?" Her tone carried genuine confusion. Seeing the skepticism written all over her face, Ryu stepped in. "What the chairman told you is accurate," Ryu said evenly. "My class allows me to perceive fragments of what's ahead. For example, I already know how the 7th round is structured and can give strategies for it. Christine's eyes narrowed slightly. You can see the future? That sounds a little unrealistic. Heavenly Demon immediately supported Ryu with an earnest nod. Everything he predicts has been correct. Not once has his guidance failed us. She looked at him in surprise. So you've been relying on him all this time? Yes, he admitted without hesitation. His insights have allowed us to prepare early for every round. Christine shifted her gaze to Ryu again. Then why, reveal this now? Why tell me of all people? Ryu folded his arms. Because I intend to give you information about the 7th round. Her reaction was instant, her mind jumped straight to the issue of compensation. Without expecting payment? Her response hinted at a background where nothing came free, her instincts almost automatically measured value. Ryu shook his head. I'm giving it to you with no strings attached. There's nothing you owe me. Christine looked unconvinced at first, but eventually she let out a slow exhale. If you're confident enough to share future predictions, I'm willing to hear them. Ryu tilted his head. You still don't believe it completely. Instead of continuing directly, Ryu gestured toward Heavenly Demon, letting him be the proof, he said, yes, Mr. Ryu's words never been wrong. Ryu's relayed the message. For the 7th round, you must not be deceived by temptation. Whatever you encounter, resist it. Burn that warning into your memory, never forget it. Christine waited, expecting more, and Heavenly Demon asked quietly. Prophet, is that everything? Ryu's expression darkened. That is the extent of what I can disclose. Saying more would put everyone at risk. The important part is simple, do not fall for temptation. Memorize it as though your life depends on it. A heavy pause followed before Ryu spoke again, his voice carrying a new weight. Actually, there's one more reason I asked to meet. Christine straightened, sensing the seriousness. When the 11th round comes, Ryu said, you'll be in danger. Your life may genuinely be in jeopardy. Christine stared at him, stunned. Me? I'll be in danger? Don't panic, Ryu replied. When things reach the worst point, a rope will appear to save you. As the private jet soared through the clouds, Christine sat silently, unable to shake the lingering confusion clouding her thoughts. She kept turning the entire meeting over in her head. Her fiancé's business partner, someone she assumed was a quiet, unassuming Asian man, turned out to be far more mysterious than she ever expected. Every revelation clung to her mind like damp fog. Was she troubled because Heavenly Demon had kept his partner's identity as a prophet hidden? Or was it the fact that for the entire 6 months of their engagement, he had hoarded every shred of information about the rounds, leaving her clueless? But even that wasn't what disturbed her the most. No, the real shock came from that ominous prophecy. A life-threatening crisis. In the 11th round. A rope descending to rescue her. She exhaled sharply, muttering under her breath. If my father had been there, that prophet would have been in serious trouble. And the pastor? He might have thrown holy water at him for being too dramatic. And yet? Someone is going to save me? Her mind drifted back to the exchange in the office. Ryu's voice echoed in her memory. A rope will come down to rescue you. She had asked him, what does that even mean? His reply had been maddeningly vague. It means someone will save you. And who is that supposed to be, she had demanded. Ryu had only shaken his head. That part, I cannot reveal. Now, thinking back, it felt even stranger. She rubbed her temples. You can't tell me who's coming? And I'm supposed to believe you're a real prophet? Who talks like that? Just as Christine was sinking deeper into her thoughts, an announcement crackled through the cabin speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be touching down at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in just a few minutes. The voice snapped her out of her daze. She blinked, lifted her head, and realized with surprise that the plane was already descending. Time had slipped past her without her noticing. After landing, she collected her luggage and stepped out through the arrival's gate, only to see a face she recognized immediately. Standing there with a polite smile was Jeffrey Bishop, the young deacon from her church. Christine, he greeted brightly, I hope your trip to Korea was pleasant. Oh, Mr. Bishop, she replied. I didn't expect you to come all the way here to pick me up. His smile widened. The pastor insisted. He said it wouldn't do to let you return without a proper welcome. Suppressing a quiet sigh, she followed him toward a sleek black van parked outside. The vehicle pulled away from the airport and began winding through Dallas, eventually heading toward the outskirts of the city. Their destination soon appeared, an immense church complex crowned with a towering sign that read Shiningwood Church. This wasn't just any church. It was the megachurch, home to over 100,000 members, a religious titan so influential that even the state's governor stepped lightly around it. They finally stopped beside the main building. Christine disembarked, her steps echoing faintly as Jeffrey led her down a quiet hall. He paused before a large office door and tapped twice. "Father," he called, "Christine has arrived." A deep voice answered, "Send her in." Jeffrey opened the door, and Christine stepped inside. Sitting at the massive desk was a man radiating authority, resolve, and the kind of stern presence that could cow most people with a single glance, her father, Nathan Watson. "So," Nathan began without hesitation, "you met your fiancé in Korea?" "Yes," she replied calmly. "And he is your fiancé, correct?" "He's tidy, well-presented," she answered thoughtfully. "And he seems like a decent man. Has he ever spoken to you disrespectfully?" She shook her head. "No. He's never been rude. Honestly, he doesn't seem like the type to mistreat me. He's courteous." A satisfied grin formed on Nathan's face. "As he should be. My daughter deserves nothing less." Then he leaned forward. "Has your relationship progressed at all?" Christine lowered her gaze. "We're not exactly at that point yet." Nathan's eyebrows shot up. 6 months, and you two aren't any closer?" A wave of frustration washed over her, and her voice turned somber. "How can we even call it dating? We're only pretending, going through the motions without real feelings." Her father didn't budge. "Even so, bear with it a little longer. Osung Group is one of the most powerful conglomerates in Korea. A marriage into that family is a blessing in every way. I understand what you're saying, but," she stopped herself, swallowing her irritation. They had circled this argument so many times that even repeating it felt pointless. Nathan sensed her unspoken protest and cut in. "You might not care for him now, but affection can grow. People can become closer than they ever expected, sometimes even inseparable." Christine gave a faint, weary smile. "I don't know, overly tidy men bother me. People who look too perfect always seem like they're hiding something." Nathan dismissed her concerns immediately. "Such thoughts are childish. You're a daughter of the faith, yet you still have much to learn." She stared at him. "Because I'm your daughter, right?" That remark left a brief, heavy silence hanging in the room. Nathan cleared his throat, eager to move on. "Let's change the subject. What has your fiancé been doing lately?" "He's preparing a business project," she replied. "A business project?" Nathan scoffed lightly. Even in a world ruled by divine forces, people cling to earthly ambitions. Christine shot him a sideways look. "You're not exactly free of earthly ambitions either, father." He puffed out his chest proudly. "I am different. I am chosen by God." Her next question was quiet but piercing. "Do you honestly believe all of this is truly God's will, and God's power?" Before he could answer, a gentle glow blossomed from Christine's palm, a warm, comforting light that illuminated the room. It was a priest's basic skill, heal. Nathan's eyes widened, astonishment overtaking his stern expression. "Ah, yes. My daughter truly carries the blessing of the angels." Christine let out a dry, almost playful smirk, whispering inwardly, "Grace of angels, yeah, right." She had tried countless times to explain to her father that the celestial beings weren't as benevolent as people assumed, but her warnings never managed to pierce his unwavering faith. Nathan, oblivious to her inner sarcasm, continued. "Is your fiancé making proper use of his abilities these days?" "Yes," Christine replied. "What level has he reached now?" "He just hit level 29. He's consistently in the top 2 or 3 in his region." Nathan let out a pleased chuckle. "Surpassing Jeffrey's level already? Then he's not lacking in talent." Christine added, "His preparations for the new business are progressing pretty smoothly. He wants to launch a kind of social marketplace for players. He mentioned it'll open in a few days." Nathan nodded approvingly. As expected from the heir of a conglomerate. He has a talent for spotting valuable opportunities. Did he come up with the idea himself? "No," Christine replied. "He has a partner. Someone who calls himself a prophet." Nathan blinked. "A prophet? What do you mean?" "I can't recall his name, but that partner says he's a prophet-class player. Apparently he can see the future. He even shared what he claimed was information about the 7th round, though honestly, it sounds like nonsense. I'm not sure any of it is real." Nathan leaned back, considering this with an intrigued look. "A friend with foresight?" He murmured inwardly. "Interesting." Then he spoke aloud. "In times like these, nothing is more alluring than the ability to glimpse tomorrow. Why don't you try getting closer to this friend of his?" Christine shook her head skeptically. "I doubt it's worth anything. Even if he can supposedly predict things, there's no proof he's accurate. He mentioned I'd be in danger in the 11th round, but his prophecy was so vague it could apply to anyone." To Nathan, however, this sounded less like nonsense and more like an opportunity he absolutely could not afford to ignore. "I want to meet this alleged prophet," he declared. "You don't have to," she insisted. His predictions probably won't come true. It doesn't mean anything. Nathan narrowed his eyes. Are you sure Mr. Ma wasn't lying to you? I don't think so, she answered. He looked like he believed it himself. Maybe the prophet got lucky once? When someone gives predictions without specifics, it becomes easy to pretend they're right. Her father leaned forward. So, you don't believe in prophecies at all? No, she answered firmly. There's no reason I would ever be in danger. And she wasn't speaking blindly. Christine possessed the Rune of Life, an ability that granted her experience and stat bonuses whenever she healed the wounded or saved lives. Because of this, she leveled rapidly from the moment she awakened. Plus, as people began to recognize the tremendous value of a skilled priest, entire crowds of players, particularly tanks, gathered to protect her wherever she went. At this point, she traveled with dozens of human shields. Danger? Practically non-existent. Nathan still wasn't convinced. Don't become complacent. Even among those who follow you, someone could betray you. Christine dismissed the concern lightly. You don't need to worry. Don't forget, I'm the zone representative. Under my dominion, no one dares to disobey me. That's exactly why you must stay alert, he warned sternly. Power of that scale makes you a target. Prepare for anything. Yes, father, she replied, ending the topic. As Christine stepped out of the office, Nathan immediately called out. Jeffrey, come in. The young deacon slipped inside. Yes, Pastor. My daughter's fiancé has a business partner who claims to be a prophet. He's been saying absurd things about Christine being in danger. Find out if there's any truth to his claims. Jeffrey placed a hand on his chest with zealous devotion. In the name of Jesus Christ, I will carry out your command. Once he left, Nathan's expression darkened. Whoever this fool is, he thought coldly, he's been filling my daughter's head with unnecessary fear. I need to know his intentions. And if his prophecy turns out to be fake, I'll personally make sure he sees what hell truly looks like. Ryu signed into the PCW chat under his alter ego, Lost Yark, entering the virtual conference room where their usual gatherings took place. He discovered he had shown up ahead of schedule. The place was quiet, empty, and honestly, kind of boring. Before the silence could swallow him whole, Yami popped online. Ah, welcome, Yami, Ryu greeted. Yami blinked in surprise. Lost Yark? You're early today. Ryu replied, had nothing better to do, perfectly mimicking Lost Yark's tone and speech pattern. Even the rhythm of his words was identical. He smirked to himself. I've already nailed Lost Yark's personality. Yami won't suspect a thing. Moments later, the chairman entered the chat. Oh, chairman. You're here, Yami said cheerfully. Ryu echoed, greetings, chairman. Good to see you both, the chairman responded, though his smile carried a lingering sadness. After all, only 2 executives besides him were left now. Well, he continued, shaking off the gloom, let's begin. Last time we agreed we'd pick new executives, correct, Lost Yark? Yes, Ryu replied promptly. Did we find any promising prospects among the applicants? We've narrowed it down to 30 candidates, Ryu said, sorted by their levels and the zones they specialize in. No member with name Black Scythe among them, I hope? That's right, Ryu assured him. If any had, I'd have reported it immediately. And what about other notable names? The chairman asked. Anyone using aliases like Heavenly Demon or Idiot Fools? Ryu shook his head. None. I checked thoroughly. In that case, the chairman said, we'll choose our new executives from those 30. Yami, I'll leave the interviews to you. Select 5 candidates, only from the ones who passed the assassination assessment. Understood, chairman, she said. Good. Moving on. His expression hardened. A member of the National Assembly has been stirring trouble again, criticizing players non-stop. Ryu nodded. Yes, I saw that in the news. Lee Songhyun, right? Exactly. Once our executive group is finalized, we'll decide how to handle him. He's trying to twist legal interpretation to suppress players, despite not being one himself. Ryu held back a laugh. A man who doesn't even play daring to act like the voice of players, what a joke. The meeting continued until every item on the agenda had been addressed. When it wrapped up, Ryu exited the chat and checked his phone. Player Place, their official marketplace, had exploded in activity. Thousands of players had started listing their gear and materials, desperation clearly driving the sudden flood. The market was overflowing with items, especially fusion materials and heaps of mana stones. Perfect timing, Ryu mused, grinning. With so many players pressed for cash, it was the ideal moment to scoop up mana stones in bulk, especially those needed to refine higher-tier stones, even the coveted top-grade ones. I need every ingredient required to craft the unique items I've planned, he murmured to himself. Unique gear could be forged in 3 main ways: carving them out of monster parts, earning them as special quest rewards, or creating them through fusion, the most efficient route available. And thanks to having the fusion recipes etched solidly in his memory, Ryu had zero difficulty performing them. Deerwood roots, dark steel ore, orc canine bones, troll vertebrae. Ryu tossed every rare ingredient imaginable into his digital cart. After reviewing the list, he muttered, "With this haul, I should be able to forge at least 3 unique grade items, maybe more." Most materials were surprisingly cheap, hovering around 500,000 won or less, so he simply added the entire stock without hesitation. Without hesitation, he put in one massive order, every unique crafting material and every mana stone listed on Player Place, even those with known recipes valued over 2 million won. He bought the entire stock. All that's left now, he thought with a satisfied smile, is to wait for the delivery. 2 days later. When Ryu-1 stepped out of the apartment, trash bag swinging lazily from his hand, he froze. His jaw practically hit the floor. A mountain of sealed parcels towered in front of the door, stretching from the entrance to the railing. "Ha! What kind of eldritch nonsense? Hyung! What is this?" he yelped. Inside, Ryu-min heard the panicked shriek. Ryu-1 pointed at the cardboard Everest. "Hyung, did you order all this? What did you do? Start an online store?" Ryu-min stepped outside, surveying the absurd pile with a calm nod. They finally showed up. "So it was you," his brother sputtered. "Why does our hallway look like a courier warehouse?" "It's fine," Ryu said coolly. "These are materials for players." Understanding dawned on Ryu-1. "Oh, game stuff. That explains nothing, but okay." They cracked open box after box, slicing through tape like 2 overworked warehouse workers. Each package held exactly what Ryu had requested, a total of 105 deliveries, every item neatly arranged. Ryu clapped his hands. "Perfect. Time to start crafting. First up, magic stone fusions." He gathered the mountain of mana stones he had purchased, plus his own stash, and began combining stones of identical colors over and over. With just 16 low-rank stones, he noted, you can transmute them into one top-tier stone. System notifications flooded his vision. Fusion complete. Created, highest grade red mana stone. Created, highest grade orange mana stone. Created, highest grade yellow mana stone. Created, highest grade purple mana stone. Soon he had 7 different highest grade stones, each one glowing with its own brilliant hue. Grinning, Ryu said, "Nice. Now to embed these bad boys." He slotted the stones into every piece of gear he owned. Weapons, helmet, armor, gloves, boots, necklace, rings, nothing was left untouched. More messages flared. Fusion successful. Damage plus 116% applied to Death Scythe. Strength plus 32 added to Hermes' feathered helm. Luck plus 32 granted to Wanderer's linen robe. All stats plus 6 attached to Ring of Resistance. Fully equipped, Ryu's stats leapt through the roof. Strength, 206. Intelligence, 284. Agility, 244. Luck, 2002. He exhaled sharply, thrilled. Beautiful. All my core stats are above 200, and that's without Slaughter Rune or any blessing buffs. Then a new alert materialized. You have equipped 7 highest grade magic stones of different colors. Rainbow effect buff activated. Another set of notifications. Rainbow effect, status ailment resistance increased by 50%. Ryu's eyes gleamed. Of all existing threats, abnormal status effects were the most troublesome to him. With this buff alone, half of that danger vanished. A flat 50% boost, that's insanely good, he said, practically glowing. Stack that with Java's necklace's 35%, the Ring of Resistance's 35%, and the base 15% resistance from the universal skill, that puts me at roughly 82.1% status protection. He chuckled proudly. This kind of power boost wasn't something just anyone could achieve. The rainbow effect only activated when a player wore 7 different top-grade stones. Lower grades didn't trigger a thing. Most players can't even craft mid-tier stones, he mused. Mana stone gain is too limited. I doubt anyone else has top-tier stones yet. After all, he had hoarded every single stone available. Sure, more stones would trickle into the market over time, and eventually players would try to buy and trade them, but by then, prices would explode. Even now, the cheapest stones cost more than 2 million won, Ryu said. And that's just the bottom-tier ones. Give it a little time and they'll hit 20 million easily. With rising scarcity, the value would only skyrocket. And for now? He alone stood at the top, fully geared, fully buffed, and absurdly ahead of everyone else. After finishing his magic stone upgrades, Ryu stretched his shoulders and said, Well, time to move on to the next big step, unique item crafting. Creating unique grade items wasn't some mystical ceremony. The process was simple in theory. Take the base equipment you want to upgrade, toss it together with the correct auxiliary materials, and the system reforges it into a superior version. The catch? You weren't forging brand new gear, just amplifying what already existed. Ryu glanced at his stacks of ingredients, then shook his head. I've already gathered the necessary parts, but it's too early to waste them. Better to wait until I get higher tier equipment. Might as well upgrade something worthy. At that moment, he was sitting comfortably at level 54. Reaching 60 wasn't far away. And once he hit that milestone, his gear grade would jump to master, unlocking a new catalog of items inside the store. It'll be smarter to pick up master grade gear first, he muttered. Then I can upgrade those instead of my current stuff. He opened his inventory again and glanced over the newly purchased materials. Mid-scroll, his eyes widened. Hold on, wait, what is this? His incredulity made perfect sense. Right there on the screen was something he never expected to appear so early in the game's timeline. A material used for crafting legendary items. The listing glowed on the Player Place app. Item, fragment of immortal skin. Category, special material. Details, a torn scrap of flesh from a creature rumored to be the immortal. Price, 1,000,001. Inquiries, allowed. Chat, allowed. Transaction method, in-person only. Location, Suwon. Ryu leaned back, stunned. That's the stuff needed for a legendary class combination. He had ignored this material during his mass purchase spree for one very solid reason. No one should logically have access to legendary components this early. Not impossible, but practically unreachable. There's only one place where a piece of immortal skin could drop right now, Ryu thought. The boss of the 5th round, the High Orc. And that wasn't a foe anyone could casually defeat. The High Orc was notorious for being stronger than even the boss of the 6th round, the Minotaur. The idea that someone already defeated it was ridiculous. Could someone actually have beaten that monster and gotten this as a drop, he wondered. Luck might have helped, but luck alone isn't enough. You'd need enormous skill. He ran through the list of possible candidates. And then one name floated to the top of his mind. It can't be him, can it? A certain individual came to mind, someone who might be strong enough, might have the rune of drop, and might use this item as bait. In-person pickup only, Ryu mused. If that's the case, I should message them and confirm. Before clicking the purchase button, he opened the chat window. Chat log. Ryu, hello, are you the one selling the immortal skin fragment? Seller, yes, that's me. Ryu, you listed it at 1,000,001, and you said inquiries are allowed, right? Seller, normally, no, but I'll make an exception this time. What are you thinking? Ryu, how about 900,000? Seller, that's a bit tight, but fine. It's not a big. Ryu, oh, wait. I misspoke. Could you reduce it by 100,000? So, 800,000. Seller, are you messing with me? Ryu, why? The price isn't fixed. And honestly, I'm not even sure this item is useful. Seller, then why are you trying to buy something you don't understand? Ryu, I want to experiment. That's what everyone buys materials for. But my wallet is crying, so, discount? Ryu, hello? Ryu, hello? Ryu, you there? Seller, fine. 800,000. Cash only. Can you come to Suwon? Ryu, of course. Seller, come to this address. The moment the location popped up, Ryu's lips curled into a knowing grin. So it is the guy I suspected. Even with a 200,001 discount, the seller was still willing to go through with the deal, clear evidence this was bait meant to lure in victims. A little early for us to meet, Ryu thought, pulling on his coat, but if I don't intervene now, more people are going to fall for this trap. Plus, he still needed that legendary material. At the very same moment, Ju Songtak, the seller who had been chatting with Ryu, leaned back and burst out laughing. What the hell is wrong with this guy, he scoffed. He actually had the nerve to demand a 20% discount on an item I listed for 1,000,001. The more he thought about it, the more absurd it felt. This wasn't some random trinket. It was a drop obtained only after defeating the 5th round boss, the High Orc. Sungtake's expression darkened as memories surfaced. That monster nearly sent me to the afterlife, he muttered. Who would have guessed the High Orc was that insanely strong? He had survived by a razor-thin margin, barely clinging to life. And now some nobody was trying to swallow the fruits of that nightmare for a measly 800,001? His jaw tightened. So you really want to die that badly, huh? A twisted grin spread across his face. When has any meeting of mine ever ended peacefully? Truthfully, he had intended to kill the buyer regardless. But this one? This one irritated him. If we do meet, he growled under his breath, you won't be getting a gentle ending, you little rat. Just then, a faint, ragged wheeze echoed from below him. Please, spare me. Sung-taek froze, then looked down. The man lying at his feet was drenched in blood, barely breathing. Sung-taek let out a laugh. Wow, impressive acting. What's this? You're still alive? The man trembled. Please, save me. Sung-taek's eyes narrowed. Save me? That's a little too casual, don't you think? In one smooth motion, his dagger flashed. The blade pierced straight through the man's throat. Blood sprayed. The wheezing stopped. Sung-taek clicked his tongue. You scared the hell out of me, you idiot. Saying nonsense like that. He wiped the blade clean, unfazed. And anyway, he added coldly, that buyer is already dead the moment he steps in here. This wasn't empty bravado. If the buyer truly showed up, Sung-taek would kill them without hesitation. After all, the item had never been for sale. It was bait. Why go this far? Sung-taek answered himself with a grin so warped it looked carved onto his face. Because it was fun. Or rather, because life had always been unbearably dull. As a child, nothing interested him. Sports bored him. Games bored him. Watching other kids play only made time crawl. In middle school, he decided to study, thinking effort might spark excitement. He ranked first in every exam. Then studying became boring too. When he stopped trying, his grades dropped. His parents scolded him relentlessly. Those were the good days, he recalled fondly. With that same smile, he had killed them. He was young. The law couldn't touch him. And he didn't stop there. One by one, people disappeared. No witnesses. No evidence. Then the angels descended. The otherworldly game began. Finally, something interesting. He thrived in it. He even acquired the rune of drop, showering him with rare and absurdly powerful items. He awakened as a shaman, a class perfectly suited to cruelty. Round 4 had been his favorite. Not monsters but players. Pure chaos and pure slaughter. He wanted more rounds. More collapse. More screams. Sung-taek gazed down at the corpse again, eyes glinting. What if I stuff this body into the trash container near the alley, he mused. And when the buyer arrives? I detonate it using corpse explosion. He turned away from the body, laughter bubbling out of him. Hurry up and come already, he muttered gleefully. I've prepared a present just for you. Footsteps echoed. Slow, come. One person stepped into the narrow alley where the trap had been meticulously prepared. It was Ryu. Disguised as Hwang Young-min. A crooked grin slowly crept across Ju Sung-taek's face. Everything was going exactly as he'd imagined. The plan was simple, elegant, and deliciously cruel. The moment the target stepped within 10 paces, he would trigger the corpse hidden inside the trash bin. The explosion would tear through the alley, shattering bone and nerves alike. While the victim writhed in agony, Sung-taek would calmly cast Curse of Terror, forcing him to collapse to his knees, trembling in pure fear. After that, a clean slice across the throat. Quick. Efficient. Boringly effective. But Sung-taek chuckled to himself. No, I won't finish it that fast. Crossing him came with a price, and he intended to collect every last coin, with interest. With those thoughts bubbling inside his skull, Sung-taek remained motionless in the alley, eyes glued to the approaching figure. Yes, just a little closer, he muttered excitedly. 5 more steps. Unaware of the deadly setup waiting for him, Ryu continued forward at a steady pace. The distance between them shrank rapidly. Sung-taek silently counted. 4 steps. 3. 2. Just one more. And then. Ryu stopped. Right at the edge. Not a single step further. Sung-taek's face twisted as if he'd bitten into a lemon soaked in betrayal. What the hell, he thought furiously. Why stop now of all times? The distance between them was just enough to speak comfortably, but just outside the blast radius. Ryu didn't move. Instead, he raised his voice. Hey, are you the seller? Sung-taek forced a smile. Yeah, that's me. Ryu tilted his head. Then what are you doing standing all the way over there? Aren't we here to trade? Ryu even gestured, motioning him closer. Sung-taek nearly lost his mind. Damn it, he cursed internally. One more step and you're done. But he couldn't move. If he stepped closer, he'd be caught in the explosion too. Corpse explosion didn't discriminate. Friend, foe, idiot, everyone burned the same. He clenched his teeth. I could drop the explosion and just walk up, he reasoned. Cast Curse of Terror directly. But the thought made him grimace. Too plain. Too boring. That wasn't the masterpiece he'd envisioned. Ryu called out again. So? Are you coming or what? Sung-taek hesitated, then cleared his throat. Could you come over here instead? He said awkwardly. I've got a leg injury. Even to his own ears, it sounded painfully fake. But there was no other option. Just one step closer. That's all he needed. Unfortunately, the buyer might as well have been glued to the pavement. Instead of approaching, Ryu crossed his arms and frowned deeply. "Oi," he snapped. "You think you're the only one with leg pain? Mine hurts way worse after coming all the way out here." Song-tak stiffened. I have a disability," he said hastily. "That's why moving is difficult." Ryu squinted at him. "A disability? Both your legs look perfectly fine to me." The buyer still showed zero intention of closing the distance. Song-tak's irritation skyrocketed. That bastard, he thought angrily. Does he have any idea what's going on? No. Impossible. Who in their right mind would suspect a bomb inside a clothing donation bin? Then why wouldn't he just take that final step? Ryu suddenly raised his voice, annoyance dripping from every word. "You jerk. Do you even want to make this deal or not?" Song-tak blinked. What are you talking about?" Ryu pointed accusingly. "You keep hesitating. That means it's obvious, you're trying to lure me in and rob me, right? That's why you keep insisting I come closer." His tone sharpened. "Isn't that right, you scumbag?" The accusation hit like a slap. Song-tak was momentarily stunned. When was the last time someone talked to me like that, he wondered, stunned by the audacity. His pulse thumped louder. "Calm down," he told himself. "Don't let this idiot throw you off." Still, he had to fix this misunderstanding. After all, just one step forward, and everything would finally be over. For a split second, Song-tak was certain of one thing. He could force this guy to his knees whenever he wanted. Trying to keep his temper in check, he spoke aloud, "You've got it all wrong. This isn't what you think." Ryu immediately snapped back, "Not what I think, you bastard?" Song-tak frowned. "Watch your mouth." Ryu scoffed. "Rude or not, you're still trash. Do you really expect me to be polite to someone trying to bait me with a fake deal and mug me?" "I never lied," Song-tak shot back, genuinely irritated. Feeling wronged, he opened his inventory and pulled out the very item he had listed, the fragment of immortal skin. The moment the item appeared, Ryu's aggressive posture loosened. "Ha," Ryu muttered. "You actually have it." Inside, Song-tak finally breathed out in relief. "Good. Now I've got him. With this," he thought, "I can finally get him to step closer." Yet something felt off. Just moments ago, the buyer had been spewing insults like a machine gun. Now he was smiling, way too pleasantly. Why is he grinning like that? Before Song-tak could process the unease crawling up his spine, a sudden rush of air brushed past him. Then, nothing. No sensation in his arm. A heartbeat later, his arm, the one holding the material, fell to the ground and landed right beneath his foot. The pain hit a moment late. Arg! The scream tore out of him as the delayed agony surged through his body. His mind scrambled to make sense of what had just happened. When did he get this close? He thought wildly. There was distance. I'm sure there was. He turned his head. There stood someone holding a weapon. He snapped his gaze back. The smiling Ryu was still right there. His throat tightened. Words barely escaped his mouth. There are two of you?" Ryu replied calmly, "Nope. Just one." Confused and horrified, Song-tak looked again, and the figure he'd seen earlier vanished in the blink of an eye. Only the armed man remained. It felt unreal. Like watching a ghost disappear. In truth, Ryu had used a clone to steal his attention, but Song-tak had no way of knowing that. What just happened?" Song-tak croaked. Ryu tilted his head. "Do I really need to explain that too?" With a casual motion that felt downright insulting, Ryu picked up the fragment of immortal skin from the ground and slipped it into his inventory as if it had always belonged to him. Song-tak stood frozen, his brain refusing to catch up. This damn bastard." Snapping back to himself, he finally shouted and activated Curse of Terror. It was the very first skill shamans learned upon advancement, a fear curse that made enemies collapse in terror. He had subdued countless players with it. Once cast, no one had ever resisted. But this time, a system message flashed before his eyes. Opponent resisted fear. Curse of Terror failed. Song-tak's eyes widened. Failed? He stared at the message, stunned. In all 6 rounds he had survived, he had never seen those words even once. Ryu smirked. "Don't look so shocked. With an 18% success rate, it failing most of the time is pretty normal." Song-tak barely managed to gasp. What are you?" He never got his answer. A fist slammed into his chin. His vision spun as his body nearly slipped into a near-death state. Then suddenly, warmth spread through him. The pain vanished. His broken body knit itself back together. Internal damage, external wounds, gone. What did you do?" he stammered. Ryu replied flatly, I healed you. I wasn't done hitting you yet. Another punch landed. Before Songtak could even turn his head, a second blow smashed into his face. 1-2. His legs gave out. He staggered backward and collapsed onto the ground. His consciousness wavered, fading in and out, but strangely, the pain was gone. And that terrified him more than anything else. Songtak came back to his senses yet again. This bastard, he thought, teeth clenched. He had no idea how things had spiraled to this point. Despite being armed, despite having skills meant to dominate other players, he was getting beaten senseless, over and over, by Ryu's bare fists alone. Every punch landed with ruthless precision. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. If only I could use Curse of Terror again. The cooldown was 1 full minute. He spat blood and muttered under his breath, just 1 more minute, just 1 damn minute. Time felt unbearably slow, each second stretching like torture. But no matter how long something seemed to last, it always ended eventually. And for Songtak, that moment finally came. A system message appeared before his eyes. Cooldown for Curse of Terror has ended. His lips twisted into a feral grin. You're done now, you bastard, he roared. But before he could activate the skill, a blinding surge of pain exploded through his eyes. His vision went white, his balance shattered, and he staggered back, completely disoriented. Ryu's voice cut through the chaos, cold and venomous. The parents who brought a filthy piece of trash like you into this world must be crying tears of blood in the afterlife, Ryu said. Just like you are now. Songtak screamed in rage. You son of a... How dare you toy with me? The next moment, Ryu's kick sent him flying across the alley. As he crashed to the ground, Songtak's thoughts raced. Did he intentionally go for my eyes during the cooldown? No. That's impossible. Could he really know that eye contact was required to use Curse of Terror? No. There's no way, he convinced himself. It had to be a coincidence. A lucky hit. Still, the pain was unbearable. It hurts, damn it, it hurts, he howled inwardly. What am I supposed to do now? Is there really no way to kill this monster? Then, a single thought surfaced. His breathing slowed. I still have 1 more skill. A twisted smile crept across his face. That bastard underestimated me, he thought. Even if I die, I'll take him with me. Without hesitation, Songtak activated his final trump card. Corpse explosion. Die, you son of a... The alley shook violently as a massive blast erupted, tearing through the narrow space. People from nearby buildings came running, drawn by the deafening noise and the cloud of dust that billowed into the air. Whispers spread quickly as they took in the scene, shattered pavement, scorched walls, and debris scattered everywhere. No one could quite understand what had happened, only that something violent and unnatural had occurred. As officers rushed in to secure the area, yellow tape went up, pushing civilians back while investigators stared at the destruction with grim expressions. From that elevated vantage point, the entire scene unfolded beneath him like a distant play. Ryu watched the crowd gather, the police swarm the alley, and the confusion ripple through everyone present. He barely managed to escape, diving into a nearby house just before the explosion swallowed the area. Phew, Ryu muttered, catching his breath. I almost got killed by that lunatic. He glanced back toward the corner. Songtak lay unconscious in the corner, his body sprawled. You're insane, Ryu said with a sigh. You can't even see straight, yet you're using corpse explosion. If not for Ryu's ability to read thoughts, both of them would have been reduced to shredded flesh. No doubt about it, Ryu continued internally. He's scum who deserves to die 100 times over. But there's still a way to make use of him. The rune he possessed, the rune of item drops, was far too valuable to ignore. Songtak's in-game nickname was Stupid Idiot, ranking alongside Ma Kyungrak, better known as the Heavenly Demon, who had secured 2nd and 3rd place in the previous zone rankings. Of course, working with a serial killer was a serious problem. I don't plan on dragging him all the way to round 20, Ryu thought. But I can use him to help clear bosses before that. The drop rune did exactly what its name implied, it massively increased item drop rates. Against boss-level monsters, it multiplied the chance of special drops by 10. A 10% drop rate became a guaranteed 100%. That was how Songtak had managed to obtain legendary materials from the High Orc in the first place. If I use that rune properly, Ryu mused, it could be extremely useful. After all, Songtak had already started selling legendary materials on the player marketplace. With his abilities, there was no doubt he'd acquire even more valuable items in the future. The problem was his nature. Leaving a serial killer unchecked was unacceptable. He could harm innocent people at any moment. That thought made Ryu's lips curl into a chilling smile. Still, he said quietly, that doesn't mean there isn't a solution. Ryu didn't hesitate. With cold precision, he removed one of Ju's legs. After that, even with Ju left with only a single arm and one remaining leg, Ryu calmly administered first aid. His movements were efficient, almost clinical, as if this were routine work rather than the aftermath of a brutal confrontation. Once he was done, Ryu muttered to himself, "I treated his eyes properly. When he wakes up, his vision should be fine." Ju was now missing an arm and a leg. Ryu straightened up and continued, more to himself than anyone else, by crippling his real body, he won't be able to go around murdering people so easily anymore. His gaze hardened. What I need is his body in the other world. As long as that avatar can still move, gather items, and fight, this works. Even if Ju Song-taek was reduced to a disabled man in reality, his in-game body would remain completely intact. That was the key. Ryu smirked faintly. He'll probably try to get revenge when he wakes up, sure. But that won't be a problem. The face Ju had seen wasn't even his. The appearance Ryu had shown belonged to the already dead Hwang Young-min. With that thought, Ryu felt a rare sense of ease. Good. I can leave without worrying now. Time passed. Ju's eyelids trembled, then slowly opened. Consciousness seeped back into him bit by bit. At first, everything was a blur, a hazy fog that made no sense. Then, gradually, his vision sharpened. He groaned quietly. What the hell? For a moment, he wondered if everything that happened had been a dream. A nightmare, too vivid, too real. In it, he had tried to murder a buyer, only to be completely overwhelmed, beaten senseless by someone immune to his fear skills. The terror of facing an enemy who didn't flinch at curse of terror still clung to his chest. Doesn't matter, he muttered. It was just a dream, right? He shook his head hard, trying to chase away the lingering dread. Then he looked around. The room felt familiar. Too familiar. Where am I? His heart skipped a beat as realization struck. He was inside the second-floor building he had prepared in advance as an escape route. So it wasn't a dream. A chill ran down his spine. He tried to push himself up, placing his hand against the floor, and froze. Huh? His arm wasn't there. Where's my arm? Memories flooded back all at once. The buyer. The blade. The pain. That bastard cut off my arm. And then he noticed something worse. A lot worse. Oh shit, my leg. The scream tore out of him before he could stop it. Confusion, rage, fear, and an overwhelming sense of emptiness crashed into him all at once. He did this to me. I'll kill him. I swear I'll kill him. That was when his gaze fell on something unexpected. A neatly folded piece of paper lay on the floor nearby. Breathing heavily, Ju reached out and unfolded it. His eyes scanned the dense handwriting covering the page. Your name is Ju Song-taek, right? I checked your ID. Your address is written on the back. Do you really think losing your leg is my fault? That's on you, you bastard. Why did you hide a bomb inside a clothing collection bin? Were you trying to kill me with it? Honestly, I was furious enough to kill you. But since you're missing both an arm and a leg now, I decided to let you live. Who in the world attacks someone who tried to rob them, then even gives them medical treatment? Consider yourself lucky. Live properly instead of robbing people. I know your name and your address. Don't cause trouble for no reason. If you do, you'll really die next time. Ju's hands trembled as he finished reading. What? His mind reeled. My leg, this happened because of the corpse explosion? A wave of helplessness crashed over him, crushing his anger beneath its weight. For the first time in his life, Ju Song-taek felt something unfamiliar, powerless. Realizing he had been caught by his own scheme left a bitter taste in Ju Song-taek's mouth. The irony gnawed at him. Still, another thought crept in, sharp and suspicious. Does that guy seriously walk around with pen and paper? He muttered. Something felt off. Panic flared as he hurriedly searched his pockets. His heart sank. My wallet. It was gone. His face twisted in fury. Damn it. All my savings were in there. Up to 300,000 won in cash, vanished. The hypocrisy burned even worse. That bastard dares to lecture me about living a decent life while robbing me blind? What a joke. Even if he admitted, deep down, that losing his leg was the result of his own corpse explosion, there was no denying one thing: the buyer had taken his arm. That alone was reason enough to hate him. Arm gone. Leg gone. Item stolen. Wallet emptied. How was he supposed to let that go? Damn it, damn it. Ju roared, his voice echoing through the hollow building. I'll kill him. I swear I'll kill him, even if it costs me my life. Not long after, before the 7th round began, Ryu and Minjuri sat together at a Korean restaurant. Ryu took a bite, then asked casually, "Isn't the food here amazing?" Minjuri nodded enthusiastically. "Yeah. Honestly, it's the best I've had." Ryu smiled. "Glad you like it. Let's come here again." Again? Minjuri repeated, her tone thoughtful. Ryu hadn't meant anything special by it, but her expression shifted as if she'd read deeper meaning into his words. Catching that, he quickly clarified, I mean, occasionally. Not all the time. Oh, she said, her shoulders dropping just a little. I see. After a brief pause, she looked at him again. By the way, Min, you've been really busy lately, haven't you? Every time we talk, you say we'll meet later. Ryu waved it off lightly. Yeah, just some stuff. He didn't elaborate. Between weekend PCW meetings, player place responsibilities as a top executive, and the constant need to stay alert, his schedule had been packed. Even now, he could feel eyes on him. He already knew who they belonged to. Jeffrey Bishop, level 28 assassin. And the one pulling the strings behind him. Nathan Craig, Christine's father. At first, Ryu hadn't noticed anything strange. The person tailing him was using an invisibility skill, after all. But after several days of the same faint pressure brushing against his senses, he finally caught on. Activating his perception skill made everything clear. Someone had been shadowing him for a while now. They don't have perception, Ryu concluded calmly. If they did, he would never have been able to sense them in the first place. Anyone aware that invisibility could be pierced by perception would have kept their distance. The fact that the follower stayed so close told him everything he needed to know. Ryu started following him instead, and when Jeffrey undid his invisibility skill, Ryu read his mind. Reading his thoughts confirmed it. There was no murderous intent, no plan for an ambush, no grand scheme unfolding in the shadows. He was simply observing him. Collecting information. So Christine must have told her father about me, Ryu thought. That explains why Nathan is uneasy. It made sense. If someone suddenly told you that your daughter would be in danger during the 11th round, you wouldn't just brush it off. Even Ryu admitted to himself that, in Nathan's position, he would have gone straight to the so-called prophet to confirm the truth. Well, Ryu shrugged inwardly, as long as they don't make a move, there's no need to react. Let them follow him. To them, he would look like nothing more than an ordinary executive, commuting between home and office, attending the occasional PCW meeting on weekends. Since he was aware of the tale, there was little risk of being exposed. Lost in thought, he was pulled back to the present when Minjuri spoke up. Min, about what you told me regarding the 7th round, she said hesitantly. Ryu looked at her. What about it? She tilted her head. That's really all? I just need to remember those words. He nodded. Yeah, that's everything. Internally, he reaffirmed his decision. Giving any more details would only make things worse. If he revealed the quest itself, they'd be disqualified from the round entirely. And that wasn't what he wanted. I need at least 5 people to reach the final round, he reminded himself. But only those who deserve to make it. Turning back to Minjuri, Ryu smiled. Jury. Yeah, she replied. Let's survive all the way to the final round. The words caught her off guard. Still, after a brief pause, she smiled shyly and nodded. Yeah. At midnight, in July 2022, the 7th round officially began. The moment the 7th round commenced, all the players were summoned to a vast meadow. The area quickly filled with noise as people gathered, glancing around uneasily, whispering among themselves. Tension hung thick in the air. Then Priscilla appeared. Floating gently above them, she wore a bright, cheerful smile as if this were some friendly reunion. Hello, everyone, she said warmly. Have you all been doing well during the past month? No one answered. In a game where people died every single round, where survival came at the cost of others' lives, there was no way the players could feel even the slightest goodwill toward an angel. Their silence was heavy, almost hostile. Unbothered, Priscilla continued. There are 434 survivors this time, correct? She gestured around lightly. As you can see, the number of humans is too small for the game to function properly. Because of that, we'll be proceeding with area integration once again. Starting now. The instant her words ended, the ground trembled violently. The meadow warped and shifted, land folding and merging as if enormous puzzle pieces were snapping together with flawless precision. After the shaking subsided, Priscilla spoke again. 10 areas have been integrated. The total number of participants is now 4,992. The newly unified zone is designated as C2ESKA003. She smiled reassuringly. And since you're all Koreans, there's no need to stay on edge. At her explanation, the players exchanged brief glances and nodded. The tone was friendly enough, on the surface, at least. Then Priscilla's smile twisted. Now, she said, eyes gleaming, before we officially begin the round, we need to select area representatives once again. A wave of grim expression spread through the crowd. Those who understood what that meant knew one thing for certain: representatives would have to kill each other. Everyone frowned. Everyone except Ryu. So it's a representative selection match again, he thought calmly. And this time, I absolutely have to win. Unlike most players, Ryu actually wanted to become an area representative. He couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. The reward was simply too valuable. The authority granted to an area representative allowed the use of a special power, dominance. Dominance was a temporary ability that let the user enforce commands upon other players. However, it came with strict limitations. It could only be used 10 times, applied solely to other players, and, most importantly, it normally functioned only in the other world. In the real world, dominance didn't even appear on the status screen. It existed only in the skill window while holding the title of area representative. Once the player returned to reality, the authority vanished completely. But this time was different. As a reward for winning the representative selection tournament, the victor would be granted a single use of dominance in the real world. Just once. That single use was an opportunity Ryu could never let slip away. Still, his focus didn't stop there. This round also offers a rune as a subquest reward, he reminded himself. I need it. Currently, among the PCW executives, only Yami was a problem for him. To counter Yami's abilities, obtaining that rune was essential. On top of that, it was classified as one of the 18 crucial runes, items no serious contender could ignore. In this round, Ryu concluded firmly, there are 2 rewards I must secure. The unified representative title and the subquest rune. No matter the cost, I'm taking both. Meanwhile, Priscilla gracefully floated back toward the gathering of angels. It's time for us to choose our representative, she announced. The 10 angels of the newly unified zone exchanged polite greetings. They were meant to appoint a guide, someone to oversee and manage this domain. Yet none of them looked particularly eager. One angel spoke up. Is anyone willing to volunteer for the role? Another scoffed immediately. What a ridiculous question. Who would willingly burden themselves with that responsibility? A third angel suddenly changed the topic. By the way, Priscilla, I heard you had quite an interesting experience with Oliver last time. Yes, another chimed in. Wasn't it a king's game? Priscilla nodded. Indeed. If a human from the designated area wins, they can declare themselves king. Why don't we try that again this time? One angel suggested. That actually sounds fun, another agreed. Hearing their agreement, Priscilla couldn't help but feel pleased. After all, her assigned zone contained the strongest human of all, Black Scythe. This is my chance, she thought, excitement rising. I can finally claim the throne. Aloud, she said. For the representative selection, we'll go with the simplest option, a deathmatch. Wait. An angel interrupted sharply. That won't work. Your zone has Black Scythe. Another angel sighed. Yes, we all know. Everyone's heard it by now. He's the only human who surpassed level 50, right? If we do a deathmatch, someone else added, Priscilla would become king without question. That would be completely unfair. Priscilla's heart sank. She had secretly been hoping this would be her moment. So what do you suggest? She asked, masking her disappointment. A different angel spoke up. A strength-based game is pointless with Black Scythe involved. Instead, how about making it a race? The first human to complete the 7th round wins. Oh, one angel said thoughtfully. That does sound reasonable. Besides, another added, the 7th round isn't about physical strength anyway. One by one, the angels nodded, quickly reaching a consensus. Everyone agreed. Everyone except Priscilla. Someone turned to her. Priscilla, what do you think? After a brief pause, she sighed. It seems fair. She had her reservations, but there was no solid argument she could use to oppose them. The 7th round truly wasn't based on raw power. As the decision was finalized, doubt crept into her thoughts. Damn it, she muttered inwardly. I really thought I could seize the throne this time. After deliberation among the angels, we've decided on the method for selecting the unified representative, she announced. This time, it will not be a death match. A collective sigh escaped the area representatives almost instantly. Oh, thank goodness, someone muttered. They all knew it. Facing Black Scythe in direct combat would have been hopeless from the start. Unlike the previous round, Priscilla continued, the area representative who completes the 7th round quest first will become the unified representative. The mood shifted immediately. One of the representatives brightened and spoke up, unable to hide their excitement. So whoever finishes the quest first becomes the representative? That means I actually have a chance? They didn't know what the quest was yet, but anything sounded better than being forced into a fight they couldn't win. There's more, Priscilla added. As an additional incentive, the unified representative will receive one secret reward. She paused deliberately. This reward will only be revealed to the human who earns the title. She called it a secret, but Ryu already knew exactly what that reward was. All right, Priscilla said. Let's announce the 7th round quest. A quest window materialized in the air, glowing faintly. Every player stared at it, eyes sharp with anticipation. Round 7. The quest details, however, were completely obscured, nothing but question marks. Specific area, C2 ESKA 003. Participants, 4,922. Achievers, 2,461. Confusion rippled through the crowd. Angel, one player asked cautiously, is there some kind of system error? The quest details are hidden. Priscilla shook her head. It's not an error. The 7th round quest is classified as a hidden quest. Despite her calm explanation, the players looked more unsettled than reassured. Then how are we supposed to complete it if we don't even know what it is? Someone demanded. There will be no further explanation, Priscilla replied flatly. That's all. With that, she vanished. The other angels disappeared alongside her, leaving the players behind. They stood there, staring at the empty sky, looking like abandoned stray dogs. One person scoffed bitterly. So what now? We're just supposed to figure it out ourselves? They really don't care at all. As frustration thickened the air, another message suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Time remaining until round end, 1 hour 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Huh, someone blurted out. There's a time limit? What does that mean? Another asked. Are we supposed to do something before time runs out? A third cursed under their breath. Great. So now we're expected to guess the quest too. Someone tried to sound optimistic. Maybe it's a monster hunting quest. If we move around, we might stumble onto something. That forest over there looks suspicious, another pointed out. Let's check it. Slowly, the crowd began to break apart. Some wandered aimlessly, letting their instincts guide them. Others headed toward the strange forest looming in the distance. Still, nearly half the players remained frozen in place, unsure where to even begin. That was when a small group approached Ryu Min. It was the bodyguard, Co Aaron, No Pain No Gay, and Min Juri, the same people he had teamed up with during the 6th round. Bodyguard bowed his head slightly. Black Scythe. You're here. Ryu glanced at them. Why are you all together? We just happened to run into each other nearby, Bodyguard replied. Min Juri smiled warmly. It's nice meeting like this again. Watching the 4 of them together, Ryu felt a faint sense of familiarity. Did they grow closer because they were in the same party last round? He wondered. Bodyguard hesitated, then spoke. Black Scythe, about the 7th round quest. Do you have any idea what it might be? Any guesses at all? Ryu tilted his head slightly. Why are you asking me? The bodyguard scratched his cheek awkwardly. Oh, if this is uncomfortable, I'm sorry. I just thought that, well, with your insight, you might know something. Ryu answered without hesitation. It's a hidden quest. What do you expect me to do? I'm in the same position as everyone else. I see, Bodyguard said quietly. For a moment, disappointment flickered across his face. Then it was replaced by a small, almost relieved smile. It was the expression of someone finally finding a chance to be useful. Then, he said, Black Scythe, would you like me to share some information I have about the 7th round? Ryu's eyes sharpened. How do you know anything about the 7th round? Bodyguard answered plainly. I heard it from a prophet in the real world. Ryu frowned. Last time, he had gone out of their way to hide that fact. Now he was saying it openly, without hesitation. Was I naive to think I could trust him? Ryu thought. Lost in that realization, he stared at Bodyguard in silence. The bodyguard shifted uncomfortably, stumbling over his words. Why? He asked nervously, why are you looking at me like that? Ryu frowned and replied. You mentioned a prophet. That sounds ridiculous. The bodyguard shook his head firmly. It's true. I have a friend who's a prophet. I've already received help from them several times. He glanced sideways. Isn't that right, Co Aaron? Co Aaron nodded without hesitation. Yes. That's true. Ryu's expression didn't change, but inwardly he sighed. So Co Aaron too, great. That makes one more person I can't fully trust. While the others spoke, Min Juri stayed quiet. She looked unusually stiff, her eyes slightly widened, as if something had unsettled her deeply. The bodyguard continued, seemingly unaware. The prophet said something strange. Do not fall for temptation. No Pain No Gay tilted his head. What does that even mean? Min Juri's thoughts churned. The words gnawed at her. The prophet she believed only she knew, could it really be the same person? Unable to hold it in anymore, she spoke. Is the prophet's name? Ryu Min? The moment the name left her mouth, Aaron and the bodyguard froze. Their eyes widened, shock written plainly across their faces. Ryu, who had been watching everything unfold, let out a quiet breath inside his chest. Damn it, this is getting messy. Still, he steadied himself. It shouldn't be a problem as long as my identity as Black Scythe stays hidden. After a brief pause, he made a decision. For now, it's better if the four of them move separately. Out loud, he said calmly. If the prophet's words turn out to be true, then don't give in to temptation. It might be worth keeping that in mind. He continued. For now, we should split up and gather information on our own. The bodyguard blinked. Split up? Yes, Ryu replied. As we move around, we might discover new quests or clues. But what if this is a party-based quest? The bodyguard asked. Wouldn't it be better to stay together when we don't even know? Ryu said, there is no mention of party quest. Okay, bodyguard said quietly. I understand. Let's handle the 7th round individually. He bowed his head. Black Scythe, good luck. We'll meet again. Aaron followed suit, bowing politely. No Pain No Gay hesitated for a second, then awkwardly bowed as well. We'll be going now. One by one, they turned and left. Only Minjuri remained. Ryu looked at her. You should go too. She nodded slowly. Oh. I see. Okay. Though her steps were hesitant and her shoulders heavy, she eventually turned and walked away alone. Ryu exhaled deeply. This has become way more troublesome than I expected. He stood there, thinking for several minutes, replaying the conversation over and over in his mind. Then, a sharp scream tore through the air. Ryu moved instantly, sprinting toward the source of the sound without a second thought. What he found made him stop short. Minjuri was there, her expression twisted with a strange intensity, her breathing uneven and blood. Ryu rushed to her side. Minjuri, what happened? What's going on? She struggled to speak, her voice trembling violently. Black Scythe, no, Min. Please, help me. Ryu stiffened. She knows. His heart sank. She knows my real identity. He was certain of it now, yet when he searched his memory, there had been no sign. Not even the faintest hint when he'd brushed against her thoughts before. Her pupils shook as she continued weakly. Min. Ryu Min. You're Ryu Min, right? Ryu felt genuine shock ripple through him. My real name, how did she find out? She looked at him as if the answer should have been obvious. You know, don't you? Why are you pretending? You're my love. No matter how hard you tried to hide it, it was painfully clear. Ryu stared at her. So, you knew the whole time and just acted like you didn't? She nodded, her expression filled with exhaustion. Yes. Pretending all this time, it was unbearable. Ryu set that aside for the moment and spoke firmly. We'll talk about that later. Tell me first, what happened to you? Who did this to you? Ryu demanded, his voice tight. Tell me. Her condition was dire. Blood soaked her clothes, and her breathing was shallow, every second brushing dangerously close to death. In his sudden panic, Ryu had failed to activate his healing abilities right away. The realization struck him like a slap. With a sharp breath, he finally summoned his power. Warm light wrapped around Minjuri's body as her torn flesh slowly knit itself back together. The bleeding stopped. Color returned to her face. Relief softened her expression, and she whispered weakly, Thank you. Min. Ryu didn't relax. Who did this? He pressed. Who attacked you? She swallowed. Sang Cheol, he did. What? The word slipped out before Ryu could stop it. A blaze of fury ignited inside him, hot and violent, all of it aimed squarely at Sang Cheol. His grip tightened. Where is that bastard? He growled. A voice answered from behind him, dripping with mockery. Right here. Ryu spun around instantly. Standing there was the bodyguard, wearing a grin so exaggerated it looked like it had been practiced in front of a mirror. The kind villains wear when they think they've already won. You bastards, Ryu snapped. Wow, the bodyguard chuckled, that's a bit harsh, Prophet. Ryu's twisted expression slowly smoothed out. The raw rage in his eyes cooled, settling into something far more dangerous. So you already knew, Ryu said calmly. That I'm the Prophet. The bodyguard shook his head. Not at first. We only figured it out after interrogating that girl. He gestured lazily toward Minjuri. Up until recently, we had no idea. Minjuri lowered her head, her voice trembling. I'm sorry, Min, the pain was unbearable. Ryu didn't blame her. Not even a little. Instead, he fixed the bodyguard with an icy stare. The man laughed. Don't look at me like that. Do you have any idea how shocked I was? The weak-looking prophet turns out to be Black Scythe himself. Who would have guessed? Ryu lifted his chin slightly. Before I let my anger loose, he said coldly, explain yourself. Why did you attack Minjuri? The bodyguard shrugged. She was close to you. I figured a surprise attack might squeeze out something useful. Honestly, the result exceeded expectations. To think the prophet was Black Scythe, his grin widened. CEO Ma is going to be thrilled. That was enough. Ryu summoned his death scythe in one smooth motion, its blade humming with lethal intent. Do you really think you'll live long enough to report that? Whoa, the bodyguard said quickly, raising a hand. Easy there. Take one more step and I'll detonate the bomb hidden inside her body. Ryu's eyes narrowed. What? At that moment, No Pain No Gain stepped out from behind the bodyguard, scratching his head awkwardly. Sorry, Black Scythe. The bodyguard burst into laughter. He helped me out. The pieces snapped together instantly in Ryu's mind. His voice dropped. Did you really plant a black seed inside Minjuri's body? No Pain No Gain nodded silently. That single nod sent a shock through Ryu. At level 40, dark mages gained access to a skill called Black Seed. It allowed them to plant a demonic core into the ground, summoning a minion upon detonation. If planted inside a human body, the result was instant annihilation. The body would explode like a firework, and the demon would emerge from the remains. Ryu glared at him. You bastard. When did you reach level 40? No Pain No Gain finally spoke. Did you think I was just messing around? I worked hard too. Just like you, Black Scythe. Ryu's voice trembled with restrained fury. You worthless piece of trash. Remove the seed. Now. No, came the flat reply. Ryu's eyebrow twitched. Are you insane? He snapped. How dare you stand against me? Weren't you the one who practically worshipped me? No Pain No Gain met his gaze. Of course. To me, Black Scythe is like a god. He paused, then added quietly. But that's only if you can handle this perfectly. If you fail, then there's no reason to keep following you. The words hit harder than a punch. Sang Cheol. Co Aaron. Even Hio Taisuk. One by one, those who once admired him had turned their backs. The betrayal cut deep. Ryu exhaled slowly and looked at the bodyguard. What do you want? The man gestured toward Minjuri. See that precious girl of yours? Such a shame. Get to the point, Ryu said. And promise you won't hurt her if I comply. The bodyguard laughed. Fine. I promise. All right, Ryu said. What is it? Information, about the next round. The location of the hidden piece. The bodyguard replied. I have no interest in that. The grin vanished from the bodyguard's face, replaced by something cold and severe. Still trying to play us? He said sharply. You think we don't know how you manipulate things behind the scenes? Unbelievable. Then he gave his demand. Kill yourself, he said plainly. Right here. In front of us. His eyes flicked toward Minjuri. Do that, and we'll let her live. Ryu didn't hesitate. Understood, he replied calmly. As long as Minjuri lives, nothing else matters. Without a shred of doubt, he raised his scythe and pressed the cold blade against his throat. There was no trembling, no pause. In one clean motion, his head separated from his body and fell to the ground, rolling lifelessly across the floor. Then, reality snapped back into place. Ryu's consciousness jolted awake, as if he had been yanked out of a nightmare. A translucent window appeared before his eyes. Kill yourself without hesitation. Subquest completed. The instant he read it, understanding flooded in. So it was an illusion. Everything he had just experienced, the betrayal, Minjuri's injury, the ultimatum, none of it had been real. It was a fabricated world, shaped precisely to exploit his deepest fears. Still, Ryu exhaled slowly. There's no way I wouldn't recognize this, he muttered. I've been through it 99 times already. Then he corrected himself. No, this wasn't the system's doing alone. I did this to myself. His gaze shifted to another window. Temporary skill, Dominion. Remaining uses, 9. Target, Black Scythe. Status, used once. Dominion had been activated, and the target was himself. Ryu nodded. As expected. I used Dominion on myself so I wouldn't realize it was an illusion. The moment he had entered the 7th round, Ryu Min had already cast Dominion. The command he gave himself had been simple and absolute. Do not acknowledge that this is an illusion until the subquest is complete. The main objective of the 7th round was to escape the illusion. But if a player recognized it as an illusion from the start, the system wouldn't allow them to proceed. They would be frozen at the beginning, disqualified, and erased. Ryu knew this because he had already failed once before. I recognized it too early back then, he said quietly. The system warned me, and then I disappeared. The emptiness after that still lingers. That was why, whenever Ryu spoke of his prophecies, he never explicitly stated that the 7th round was an illusion. Knowing in advance was a death sentence. So I asked myself, Ryu said, what if I tricked the system instead? What if he made the system believe Minjuri was the person he loved most? Would it then shape the illusion around her and push him toward sacrifice? It worked. Because Ryu had conditioned himself to believe, no, to feel, that Minjuri was his true love, the system responded exactly as he predicted. Kill yourself without hesitation. And he did. Before entering this world, Ryu had needed to reprogram his own mind. I had to convince myself that I would willingly give up my life to save Minjuri. The 7th round constructed illusions based on inner anxieties. Ryu's greatest fear wasn't death, it was betrayal. The idea that those he trusted would turn on him once they learned his true identity. Ryu let out a small breath and smiled faintly. Looks like the brainwashing paid off. Just then, footsteps echoed nearby. CO Aaron appeared, glancing around before spotting him. Oh, Black Scythe. Did you clear the 7th round? Yeah, Ryu replied. You too? She nodded. I escaped the illusion as well. She hesitated, her cheeks flushing red as she checked to make sure no one else was nearby. The others are still trapped. I see, Ryu said. CO Aaron's expression suddenly turned serious. She took a breath, clearly gathering her courage. Black Scythe. This might sound sudden, but... She looked away, then back at him. I really like you. Ryu frowned. Don't joke around. I'm not, she said quickly. I know it sounds strange, but it's real. I just wanted to say it while we're alone. Ryu's hand tightened around his scythe. The air grew unnaturally cold. Whether she sensed the shift or not, CO Aaron forced herself to continue. Black Scythe, will you date me? There was a chilling sound. CO Aaron's head separated from her body and flew through the air. Ryu stared forward, his expression completely devoid of emotion. Enough with these ridiculous tricks. The illusion shattered. A final message appeared before his eyes. Main quest completed. Escape temptation. Time, 2 hours. At that moment, the illusion began to crumble. CO Aaron's body, the field, the air itself, everything dissolved like mist under sunlight. As Ryu stepped forward, the scenery peeled away layer by layer, revealing the truth beneath. Scattered across the area were other players, still trapped. Their eyes were shut, heads bowed, bodies standing stiffly in place like mannequins paused mid-scene. From the distance, Priscilla noticed the movement. Huh, she muttered, fluttering closer. Someone escaped already? Her curiosity sharpened as she approached. Then her eyes widened. Black Scythe? Ryu lifted an eyebrow, clearly amused. Why do you look so shocked? For a split second, Priscilla seemed genuinely stunned. Then, slowly, a grin spread across her face. The surprise melted into delight, and she burst into laughter, bright, wild, almost manic. Intrigued, Ryu tilted his head. Angel, what's so funny? Oh, right, she said, waving it off. This isn't the time. She straightened herself and smiled formally. Congratulations. You're the first one to break free from the illusion. To avoid drawing unnecessary attention, Ryu played dumb. Illusion? Oh, was that what it was? Priscilla chuckled. Please wait until the time limit ends. Rewards will be distributed once the results are finalized. A beam of light descended from above, wrapping around Ryu. When the light faded, all around him stood countless figures, players frozen in place, eyes closed, minds still wandering through fabricated dreams. So they moved us somewhere else after triggering the illusion, Ryu murmured. Most of them are probably still deep inside it. He glanced around calmly. The first illusion revolves around killing yourself, he thought. But that's just a sub-quest. Even if someone couldn't bring themselves to kill themselves, they wouldn't be eliminated outright. They'd simply lose the chance to earn a reward. Survival depended on the main objective. Resisting temptation. The second illusion followed immediately after. Temptation, Ryu continued inwardly. That's the real test. Just like before, the system tailored the illusion to each player's deepest desires. Wealth, love, freedom from pain, escape from suffering. Each person faced a different bait. In my case, Ryu sighed, CO Aaron confessed to me. If he had given in and allowed the time to run out, he would have been disqualified on the spot. But if he resisted, his ranking would be determined by how quickly he did so. Speed matters, he concluded. Which is why breaking free fast is best. However, killing CO Aaron the instant she appeared wouldn't have counted. The timer only began once temptation was clearly presented and rejected. That's why I waited for her confession, Ryu thought. The moment temptation truly began, I ended it. He let out a small breath and leaned back, bored. Checking the timer, he frowned slightly. Time remaining until round end, 1 hour 30 minutes and 51 seconds. An hour and 30 minutes left. Great. As time passed, a few players began to stir. Huh? What's going on? One muttered, blinking. Where are we? Another asked, panic creeping into their voice. Don't come closer, someone warned cautiously. Then another voice rang out, full of confidence. Even if you try to tempt me, it's useless. I already have someone I love. The angels began calmly explaining the situation, though their words only left the newly awakened players scratching their heads in confusion. Eventually, the countdown reached 0. Everyone snapped back to reality at once. Priscilla clapped her hands, smiling brightly. All right, everyone. Let's pull ourselves together. She looked around knowingly. By now, you should understand that everything you experienced was nothing more than an illusion. A translucent window appeared before them, displaying the quest details once more. Main quest. Escape temptation within 2 hours. Subquest. Kill yourself without hesitation. Priscilla spoke again, her voice ringing clearly across the silent field. As you've probably realized by now, the main objective of this round was to resist the temptation created by the illusion. As for the hidden subquest, she paused deliberately. That was the challenge of killing yourselves without hesitation. The reaction was immediate. What? Killing yourself was a subquest? One player shouted in disbelief. So that wasn't even the main scenario? Another groaned. You've got to be kidding me. How are we supposed to do something like that in such a twisted situation? Someone yelled. This quest is completely unhinged. Who can kill themselves without even thinking twice? Complaints erupted from all sides, frustration and outrage spilling freely into the air. A results window materialized before everyone's eyes. Round 7 results, all zones. First place, Black Scythe, level 54, Reaper, 1 second. Second place, Chrissy, level 27, Priest, 5 seconds. Third place, Heavenly Demon, level 29, Dark Knight, 6 seconds. Specific Zone C2 ESKA 003. First place, Black Scythe, level 54, Reaper, 1 second. Second place, on Sangcheol, level 34, Knight, 18 seconds. Third place, CO Aaron, level 34, Summoner, 24 seconds. The moment the rankings appeared, the crowd erupted again. Black Scythe is first, again? Even when strength doesn't matter, he still dominates? Look at that. 1 second, someone exclaimed. That's not human willpower. Some players could only shake their heads, unable to accept what they were seeing. Then, reward messages flooded Ryu's vision. Congratulations. You have achieved first place in this specific area. Congratulations. You have achieved first place across the entire unified area. Currently, Black Scythe holds first place both overall and within the specific area. As first place in your zone, you will receive a random selection voucher. As first place in the all zones, you will receive a special reward selection box. The other angels were left completely stunned when Black Scythe claimed victory yet again. Quiet murmurs spread among them, disbelief dripping from every whisper. That guy's mental strength is unreal. No matter how much they tried to hide it, jealousy leaked out. It wasn't just about Black Scythe dominating the round once more. What truly rubbed salt in their celestial wounds was Priscilla's triumph. She had seized the throne and become queen, and that fact gnawed at them far more than they wanted to admit. Some angels clicked their tongues, others frowned, and a few stared off into space, clearly unhappy. Priscilla, wearing an unsettling grin, clapped her hands together. All right everyone, have you checked your rewards? She spread her arms theatrically. Then it's time for dissolution. Her tone turned cold. Those who failed to rank high, and those who couldn't resist temptation within the time limit, farewell. No excuses allowed. Before anyone could protest, nearly half the players crumbled into dust and vanished without a trace. And then, another message followed. Subquest reward acquired, Rune of Mental Barrier. The acquired rune will automatically be engraved onto the player's body. Ryu smiled faintly. So this is it. I finally got it. An information window appeared immediately after. Rune of Mental Barrier. Effect, complete immunity to all mental type attacks. Ryu's smile deepened. Now I can deal with Yami properly. Priscilla, wearing an unsettling grin, clapped her hands together. Alright everyone, have you checked your rewards? As I mentioned earlier, Priscilla continued calmly, we agreed to appoint the player who cleared the mission the fastest as the zone representative. She pointed forward. As expected, the unified zone representative is this person. A system message flashed. Player Black Scythe has been appointed zone representative of C2 ESKA 003. No one objected. It was a result too clean, too overwhelming to argue against. Priscilla smiled brightly. And now, as promised, we'll deliver the final reward to Black Scythe, the Unified Zone representative. At last, the message Ryu Min had been waiting for appeared. Authority update. The temporary skill, Dominion, has changed. You may now use Dominion once in the real world. Ryu's eyes gleamed. This round had been worth every risk. Heavenly Demon jolted awake, sitting upright on his bed as if he had just escaped a nightmare. His chest felt tight, his breathing uneven. The illusion from the 7th round clung to him like a lingering shadow. For a moment, he questioned whether he was truly back in reality. The mental torment he had endured was far too vivid. Scenes he wished he could erase replayed mercilessly in his mind, especially the memory of his own brothers standing on that rooftop, eyes cold, hands trembling as they tried to end his life. It had only been an illusion, yet the pain felt real enough to scar him. It was an experience he never wanted to relive. As his thoughts settled, a disturbing idea crept in. What if that wasn't merely an illusion? What if it was a glimpse of something yet to come? The possibility alone made his stomach twist. Thinking of it as a future event only amplified his anxiety. His resolve hardened. He had to accelerate the growth of the company, no matter the cost. Only by doing so could he secure his father's recognition and protect himself from whatever fate awaited him. Then another inconsistency surfaced in his mind. He hadn't seen anyone with a class named Prophet. That bothered him. If someone truly possessed foresight, shouldn't they have realized that resisting temptation was the key to clearing the round? And if that were the case, shouldn't that Prophet have ranked first across all zones? This round hadn't required combat at all. A real Prophet should have broken free from the illusion instantly. Unless... Did the Prophet intentionally delay clearing it? Why would someone with such an advantage hold back? What was he thinking? Heavenly Demon muttered to himself, irritation and suspicion mixing together. By lunchtime, Ryu and Minjuri were seated across from each other, their meals untouched for the most part. The meeting had been arranged so Ryu could brief her on the upcoming 8th round, but something felt off. Minjuri looked unusually tense, her movements stiff, her gaze unfocused. Ryu noticed immediately. Is it too soon for this meeting? He wondered. She seems unstable. He spoke gently. Juri, what's wrong? You're barely eating. Don't you like the food? She hesitated, clearly struggling to put her emotions into words. No, it's good. Really. It's just... Despite her hunger, a heavy emotional shock weighed on her, making each bite feel difficult. Ryu carefully probed further, his perception brushing against her thoughts. Was the illusion in round 7 particularly hard on you? Minjuri froze. Her words caught in her throat. I don't know. She kept her head lowered, afraid that lifting it would expose her flushed face. Ryu quickly understood. Feeling awkward, he spoke in a softer tone. It wasn't terrifying, was it? Just embarrassing. Her silence confirmed it. Even after his advice, resisting temptation had been far more difficult for her than he'd anticipated. Let's leave round 7 behind, Ryu said calmly. It's already over. She nodded, relieved. Yes, you're right. Ryu continued, shifting the topic. There's something important I need to tell you about round 8. As always, he spoke with certainty, almost like delivering a revelation. Nearby, Jeffrey the spy sat within earshot. Ryu made no effort to lower his voice. He'll definitely pass this along to Christine, Ryu thought. And knowing her, one prophecy won't be enough to earn her trust. No harm letting them hear. The scene shifted. At a PCW meeting, the chairman sat staring at his phone, scrolling endlessly through news headlines. Every minute, another article appeared praising players for their recent achievements. His father's words echoed bitterly in his ears. The youngest son of the Osum group succeeded in player place. He's 3 years younger than you. And you're not even a player. No one bothers to write a single article about you. The chairman bit his lip hard. He hadn't known that player place belonged to Ma Jiang-rak. His teeth ground together. It's all because of that bastard, Ma Jiang-rak. If I had become a player, I would have been his equal. At the very least. Another article caught his attention. A Congress member was forming a special police force dedicated to handling players. That sealed his decision. He would move forward with his plan. He had to prove himself to his father, no matter what. Soon, Yami and Lost Yark joined the online meeting. The chairman leaned forward and spoke sharply. You said 3 players passed the murder test, right? Yami nodded. Yes. Good, the chairman replied. We proceed tomorrow. Elsewhere, inside a quiet church, Christine's father spoke in a firm, unexpected tone. Keep the prophet close to you. Christine's eyes widened. That was the last thing she expected to hear from her conservative father. Really, she asked. You believe him just because he got one thing right? Her father replied calmly, even if it was luck, think about it. What do you lose by listening? The remark left her confused. After a pause, she asked, did you run a background check on him? Yes, he answered. He's an ordinary young man. Commutes between home and work. Your fiancé does the same. They're even doing business together. Despite his reassurance, Christine remained unsure. At that moment, Jeffrey returned. The pastor looked at him curiously. What's this? You came back in a hurry. I just got information about round 8, Jeffrey said. From that guy. Christine's eyes sharpened. So, you heard another prophecy? Yes, Jeffrey replied. This one was very detailed. Her father nodded. Christine, if you're still doubtful, test it in the 8th round. Decide after that. She thought it over, then nodded slowly. That's not a bad idea. I'd prefer that. Jeffrey then recounted the conversation he had overheard earlier. Ryu had explained the strategy for round 8 in far more detail than before. Unlike round 7, this round would present numerous opportunities to earn experience points. Leveling up would be critical, and players would need to exploit every available element. Ryu had offered as much help as possible. Then he added one final warning. There's something else you need to remember. Minjuri looked up. What is it? In round 8, Ryu said, you won't be able to accompany Black Scythe like before. Her eyes widened. What? Why? Ryu explained the reason, leaving her momentarily speechless. This time something new was coming. In round 8. NPCs will appear. And no one would be able to face it the same way as before. A black sedan sat quietly in the underground parking lot, its engine humming softly in the darkness. Inside, Yami leaned back in the driver's seat with one leg crossed over the other, casually watching a live press conference on her phone. The glow from the screen reflected in her eyes while the politician speaking looked like the kind of man who practiced fake sincerity in the mirror every morning before breakfast. Humanity truly mass-produces these people. On the screen, Congressman Lee Song-hyun, we can no longer ignore the threat players pose to society, he declared with a stern expression. They are like a cancer spreading through the nation. A second later, realizing how dangerous that statement sounded politically, he awkwardly corrected himself. I mean criminal players, of course. Only criminal players. Yami smirked quietly. The congressman continued speaking passionately about rising crime rates ever since players had appeared in the world. Murders, disappearances, illegal organizations, black markets. He blamed nearly everything on players while pretending to sound reasonable. One reporter suddenly raised a hand. Congressman Lee, many citizens are asking whether these proposed laws will actually solve anything. Is there a real purpose behind them? Lee Song-hyun immediately straightened his posture like a man desperate to sound heroic. Yes, he answered firmly. Victims deserve justice. Criminal players must be punished before more innocent people suffer. Then, almost unconsciously, he muttered again. We must eliminate all players. The reporters froze. The congressman coughed lightly and forced a smile. I mean criminal players. Please don't misunderstand. Yami nearly laughed out loud hearing that. The man kept accidentally revealing his real thoughts every few minutes like a broken filter on a live stream. Some humans lie so often they eventually forget where the performance ends. The scene shifted. After the conference ended, Lee Song-hyun sat alone in a private waiting room watching clips of his own speech replay on television. His expression slowly twisted with bitterness once the cameras were gone. As if, he muttered coldly. All players should just disappear. Every single one of them. His eyes darkened. If players never existed, my son would still be alive. For a brief moment, genuine grief surfaced beneath his hatred. But instead of mourning properly, he had chosen obsession. That was the tragedy of it. Pain had rotted into fanaticism. There's no such thing as a good player, he whispered. They're all criminals eventually. After collecting himself, he left the room and entered the elevator with 4 bodyguards beside him. Even during the ride down, his thoughts remained consumed by his anti-player legislation. New restrictions. Surveillance. Registration laws. Special task forces. The man wanted an entire system built around erasing players from society. Several minutes later, one of the bodyguards opened the rear door of a black sedan waiting in the parking lot. Congressman, he said respectfully. Without suspicion, Lee Song-hyun stepped inside. Then he paused. A woman he had never seen before sat in the driver's seat. She turned slightly and smiled. Hello, Congressman. Nice to meet you. Lee Song-hyun frowned immediately. Who the hell are you? Before he could finish speaking, the same bodyguard who had opened the car door struck him sharply from behind. The congressman collapsed unconscious across the seat. The bodyguard calmly shut the door and looked toward Yami. It's done. Yami nodded lazily. I'll head out first. The sedan rolled smoothly out of the underground parking lot as if nothing had happened. In truth, Yami possessed one of the most terrifying runes imaginable. The seduction rune. A power so absurdly broken it felt less like a skill and more like cheating written directly into reality itself. With simple eye contact or physical touch, she could dominate members of the opposite sex completely. Up to 5 targets at once. Once enchanted, the victim remained endlessly loyal to her. Monsters and angels were immune, but ordinary humans? Players? Politicians? Powerful executives? None of it mattered. Level differences didn't matter. Professions didn't matter. Status didn't matter. If Yami wanted to, she could theoretically charm presidents, generals, billionaires, or CEOs. Frankly, the rune sounded like the kind of ability an author gives a villain after deciding balance is for cowards. The only limitation was that once she released a target, she could never dominate the same person again. Still, that barely counted as a weakness. During round 3, Yami had also chosen the Tamer class. Since her rune couldn't affect monsters, becoming a tamer perfectly compensated for that flaw. Monsters became her weapons while humans became puppets. Only 5 domination slots existed at once, but honestly, 5 was already horrifying enough. Having that rune transformed her life completely. Rules stopped applying to her. Money became meaningless. People became tools. Yet strangely enough, Yami eventually grew bored. Absolute control had a way of making the world feel dull. That boredom eventually led her to discover a strange cafe called Player Haven. At first, she simply found the place interesting. The atmosphere felt different from ordinary player groups. More organized. More ambitious. So she took their recruitment interview. Only to realize halfway through that joining basically involved becoming tangled in murder plots and criminal operations. For Yami, though, that wasn't exactly a deal-breaker. She had crossed that line a long time ago. Instead, another thought crossed her mind. If I climb high enough inside this organization, maybe I can control the person running everything. So she built trust carefully. She participated actively. Attended meetings. Earned recognition. Slowly, she rose through the ranks until offline meetings between executives became normal. That was when she finally met the founder of PCW. The chairman. The son of a massive corporation. When Yami first saw him, she smiled warmly. So you're the famous chairman behind Player Haven. The young man smiled back politely. And you must be Yami. The moment their eyes met, the system activated. Average person Song Jaegeum has been seduced. Yami blinked slightly at the notification. And normal person? She had assumed the chairman would obviously be a player. Learning he wasn't one genuinely surprised her. Still, whether he was a player or not changed nothing. From that moment onward, she controlled him completely. Internally, she smiled. So the chairman of PCW belongs to me now. Soon after dominating him, Yami gave her first order. Don't call me master in public. Treat me like an early executive member. Understood, the chairman answered obediently. With the air of a major corporation practically functioning as her personal servant, Yami's financial concerns vanished overnight. Yami quietly released the seduction effect on the 4 bodyguards. Only one name remained under her control. Song Jaegeum. The owner of PCW. That one was too valuable to discard. Without him, controlling PCW from the shadows would become troublesome. And Yami hated troublesome things. Humans already made enough of those naturally. No supernatural powers required. She leaned back in the car seat and closed her eyes for a moment. By now, the 4 bodyguards should have regained their senses. They were probably panicking, searching every corner for Assemblyman Lee Song-hyun after realizing he had vanished. That was intentional. The bodyguards needed to discover the kidnapping quickly. The chaos, the media frenzy, the police response. All of it was necessary for the plan to work. Ironically, the kidnapping itself had not been Yami's idea. It had been Song Jaegeum's. And that surprised her more than anything. A day earlier, during an online PCW executive meeting, the chairman had suddenly spoken in a calm voice. Tomorrow, we proceed with the operation. One of the executives frowned. What operation, Mr. President? Song Jaegeum answered without hesitation. We abduct National Assembly member Lee Song-hyun. The virtual meeting room had fallen silent. Even among criminals, there are moments where people collectively realize someone at the table is far more unhinged than expected. This was one of those moments. One executive cautiously asked, "You mean, actually kidnap him?" "We'll make it appear as if civilians did it," the chairman explained. "People with criminal records. Desperate men who need money. Disposable pieces. We'll hire them and create the illusion that they acted independently. And after that? We execute Lee Song-hyun publicly. His voice remained terrifyingly casual. Then PCW arrives pretending to rescue him. Unfortunately, we fail by a few minutes. By then, the congressman is already dead. Yami remembered staring at the screen with genuine amusement. It had been a long time since the chairman proposed something she actually liked. Cold, calculated, cruel, very human. Still, one thought irritated her. You should have informed me first before planning something this large. She made a mental note to warn him later. Not because she cared about morality. Just organization. Even villains need project management apparently. Hours later, the black vehicle arrived deep within a secluded mountain valley. The location was deliberately difficult to trace. No nearby roads. No signal towers. Just endless forest and silence. As soon as the car stopped, Yami stepped out. Cold mountain air brushed against her face while the unconscious congressman remained slumped in the back seat. The wooden cabin ahead looked abandoned from the outside, but inside several executives were already waiting. Yami dragged Lee Song-hyun inside and dropped him onto a chair. A few minutes later, his eyes slowly opened. He blinked repeatedly, still dizzy. The first thing he saw was a room full of strangers staring at him. The second thing he realized was that this was very, very bad. "Who are you people?" he demanded. Yami smiled pleasantly. "Wait a moment. I need to get rope first." The way she said it so politely somehow made it worse. As Yami walked away, one of the executives stood up and shoved the congressman back into the chair. "Sit down, old man." Lee Song-hyun glared furiously. "Do you idiots even understand what you've done? I'm a member of the National Assembly." One executive laughed. "So what? If we wanted, we could kidnap the president too." Another smirked. "You're going to die soon anyway. But technically we won't be the killers." Lee Song-hyun frowned. "What nonsense are you talking about?" The criminals burst into laughter. "We'll become heroes after this." That line genuinely carried the unsettling energy of people who had completely abandoned reality. Humans always become terrifying once they convince themselves they're righteous. History has been demonstrating that disaster for thousands of years. Yami returned carrying rope and immediately pressed a finger to her lips. "Don't spoil the plan so carelessly." Then she approached Lee Song-hyun. "All right? Sit quietly while I tie you up." "What exactly are you trying to do?" he shouted. Yami tilted her head slightly. "You already understand the situation, Congressman. You've been kidnapped. Soon, you'll die." Her voice stayed calm the entire time. "Then why provoke me?" Lee Song-hyun clenched his fists. Yami suddenly smiled as if she had discovered something amusing. "Oh? I see." Her eyes narrowed. "You want to see your son again that badly?" The congressman froze. "What? Don't worry," Yami whispered softly. "We'll send you to him soon." His face twisted with rage. "You filthy dash." He lunged toward her. "Big mistake." Yami sidestepped effortlessly and drove her heel straight into his stomach. The impact sent him crashing onto the floor. He gasped violently, struggling for breath. "Did you really think you could overpower me just because I'm a woman?" she asked coldly. "Stop resisting." She grabbed him by the collar and lifted him with surprising strength. Then their eyes met. That was the moment everything changed. Yami activated the seduction rune. "Stay still," she said quietly. "We'll send you off peacefully. Don't you want to see your son?" Lee Song-hyun's trembling body slowly relaxed. The rage disappeared from his face. So did the fear. His expression became empty. Obedient. "Yes," he answered weakly. One executive blinked in disbelief. "What the hell?" He turned into a puppy. Another laughed nervously. As expected of Yami. To the others, it looked terrifying. To Yami, it was routine. A system message appeared before her eyes. Ordinary human Lee Song-hyun has been seduced. Yami sighed internally. Another slot consumed. She hated wasting enchantment slots on ordinary people if she could avoid it. The seduction rune only allowed her to maintain control over 5 targets at once. Still, this one was necessary. A politician controlled through grief was useful. A politician willing to die willingly was even more useful. And somewhere far away, Song Jae-gyum was probably smiling to himself, believing he was the mastermind behind all of this. Which was adorable, honestly. Humans always think they're in control right before becoming someone else's chess piece. Yami slowly scanned the room before speaking. "In a little while, the chairman will arrive with the criminals. Be ready. Once they get here, we start immediately." The executives nodded. Yes. Lee Song-hyun had already been tied tightly to a chair. A black cloth bag covered his head, leaving him completely disoriented. In front of him, one of the executives adjusted a phone mounted on a tripod. A live stream setup. Yami glanced at the device. Everything prepared? One executive pressed a few buttons and checked the signal. Yes. We can begin streaming anytime. Good. Yami folded her arms. The chairman should be here soon. We just wait. At that exact moment, the cabin door creaked open. Every person inside immediately turned toward it. For a second, anticipation filled the room. Then disappointment followed. It wasn't the chairman. It was Lost Yak. Or at least, the person everyone believed was Lost Yak. Ryu Min stepped inside casually while wearing Lost Yak's appearance like it was perfectly natural. Yami frowned instantly. Why are you here? Her eyes sharpened. Shouldn't you be keeping watch outside? Don't tell me the police already traced this place. Ryu closed the door behind him and answered calmly. No. It's not that. Then why did you come in? He shrugged. I got bored standing outside. I was curious how this little show would end. The moment those words left his mouth, Yami's eyes narrowed. Something felt wrong. The atmosphere around him was different from usual. Subtle, but enough to trigger her instincts. She clicked her tongue. Hey, Lost Yak. Do you even understand how important tonight is? Yes. Then why are you acting like an idiot? She snapped. I told you to stay outside. We need to finish the performance before the police arrive. Ryu tilted his head slightly. Before the hired criminals arrive, you mean? That's right. Then he smiled faintly. But the chairman still isn't here. The sentence sounded harmless. Yet somehow the room temperature dropped after he said it. Yami's expression stiffened for the briefest moment. True, she admitted. Why isn't he here yet? Ryu looked at her quietly. That calmness made her increasingly uncomfortable. Then he spoke again. You used informal speech just now. Yami blinked. What? You dropped the polite tone with me. He sounded completely unconcerned. Yami stared at him in disbelief. Did you forget I'm your senior? Ryu shrugged lazily. Seniority doesn't matter much in this world. One executive awkwardly looked away after hearing that. Honestly, wise decision. When psychopaths start arguing about workplace hierarchy during a kidnapping operation, survival instincts suggest silence. Yami let out a dry laugh. Looks like you've finally lost your mind. Still, she forced herself to remain composed. For now, let's focus on the urgent matter. We'll discuss your attitude later with the chairman. But Ryu refused to let the topic die. So why isn't the chairman coming? His voice carried a strange edge now. Isn't this supposed to be the important part? Yami suddenly felt irritated. She immediately pulled out her phone and dialed Song Jaegeum. No answer. Her brows furrowed. Why the hell aren't you answering? Ryu nodded casually. But you really have no clue, huh? This time her patience cracked a little. What are you talking about? His lips curled upward slightly. I've already done this much, and you still haven't figured it out. Now the irritation in Yami's eyes shifted into genuine confusion. Slowly, she lowered the phone from her ear. What exactly are you trying to say? What do you think? Her gaze sharpened instantly. The chairman not showing up, is that you're doing? Ryu gave an amused smile. You're only realizing it now? That answer hit harder than she expected. The room went silent. Hey! Her voice turned cold. What did you do to him? Ryu walked forward without fear. Why should I tell you? At that point, everyone in the room realized something was seriously wrong. The man standing before them wasn't behaving like Lost Yak anymore. He looked almost dominant. Like someone who had been pretending to obey until the exact moment he stopped caring. Yami's irritation finally boiled over. She stepped closer and locked eyes with him. A bastard like you should have been filtered out during the interviews from the beginning. She exhaled sharply. My mistake. Then her eyes glimmered faintly. The seduction rune activated. Look at me, she commanded softly. Where's the chairman? Tell me properly. Usually, that was enough. Men folded instantly beneath her power. Fear, loyalty, obsession. The result barely mattered. Once the seduction took hold, resistance disappeared. But Ryu simply stared back at her. Completely unaffected. Then he answered calmly. Why should I? Yami froze. For the first time in a very long while, genuine shock appeared on her face. What did you just say? I said, Ryu repeated casually, why should I answer you? Silence. Heavy silence. Yami felt as though someone had smashed a hammer into the back of her skull. It made no sense. She had controlled countless men before. Executives. Killers. Wealthy heirs. Politicians. Weak-minded fools practically lined up to surrender themselves willingly. Yet the man standing in front of her looked at her as if her ability meant absolutely nothing. And that? That was terrifying. Inside her head, thoughts raced rapidly. This is strange. I activated the seduction correctly. Then why isn't it working? A possibility suddenly crossed her mind. Could Lost Yak actually be a woman? Her rune only worked on the opposite sex. But no matter how she looked at him, the figure standing before her clearly appeared male. To confirm it, she activated the seduction again. Her voice became softer, more commanding. "Tell me where the chairman is." Ryu looked completely unimpressed. Instead of answering, he casually leaned against the table. "Why do you keep ordering me around?" Yami's eyes widened slightly. Something felt deeply wrong now. Then suddenly, a system message she had overlooked appeared in front of her vision. A powerful mental barrier is blocking the seduction. You cannot seduce player, Black Scythe. For a second, Yami forgot how to breathe. Not because the seduction failed. That alone was shocking enough. But because of the name written in the message. Black Scythe. Her heartbeat dropped instantly. The deceptive nature of the seduction rune had always been one of its greatest strengths. Even disguised identities became exposed through direct interaction. Which meant there was no mistake. The person standing in front of her was not Lost Yak. It was Black Scythe himself. The infamous monster every player knew about. The man whose name had practically become myth at this point. Yami unconsciously took half a step back. "Why you're..." Before she could finish speaking, Ryu smiled. Not warmly. The kind of smile that makes every survival instinct start screaming at once. "Oh?" His eyes narrowed slightly. "Did you see my nickname?" He chuckled quietly. "The rune of seduction is pretty sneaky, isn't it? It even reveals real nicknames." Yami swallowed nervously. "How do you know about my rune?" The instant she asked that question, the atmosphere changed. Ryu's expression turned completely cold. Gone was the casual mocking tone from before. Now he looked genuinely dangerous. "I've told you several times already," he said quietly. "Why do I have to answer your questions?" Silence fell across the cabin. A heavy, suffocating silence. Someone nearby audibly swallowed. Even the executive standing behind Yami hesitated now. Because the pressure coming from Ryu felt abnormal. Not loud. Not explosive. Just terrifyingly controlled. And honestly, those are usually the dangerous ones. The screaming villains are manageable. It's the calm people smiling while planning violence that tend to shorten life expectancy. Yami carefully observed him without speaking. A man immune to seduction. That alone already shattered one of her biggest advantages. But worse than that, it was Black Scythe. The strongest player alive. Her thoughts rapidly reorganized themselves. Force won't work. Not against him. At least not directly. She quickly tried analyzing the situation logically. The chairman's name still remained inside her enchantment list. That meant Song Jaegeum was still alive. Probably. And if Black Scythe truly intended to kill her immediately, he would have already done it. Which meant he wanted something. That gave her a small opening. Carefully suppressing her anxiety, Yami forced a smile onto her face. "Black Scythe?" Her tone became noticeably more cautious now. "If you tell me what you want, I'll do my best to cooperate." Before Ryu could answer, one of the executives stepped forward. "Miss Yami, is something wrong?" The others had already sensed the strange atmosphere filling the room. Slowly, several executives positioned themselves around Yami protectively. They were trying to appear loyal, brave, useful. Honestly, from Ryu's perspective, it probably looked like a group of raccoons attempting to intimidate a tiger. Ryu glanced at them and suddenly smiled again. "Look at these idiots." The executive stiffened immediately. And Yami felt a chill crawl down her spine. Because there was something deeply unsettling about that smile. It wasn't anger. It wasn't excitement. It looked more like someone finally deciding they were done pretending to be patient. One of the executives stepped forward nervously. "Miss Yami, is something wrong? If you explain the situation, we can dash." "Shut up." Her voice snapped like a whip. "You idiots are only making things worse. Stay quiet." The room instantly fell silent. Ryu watched the scene with amusement. "These guys are sharper than you, actually," he said calmly. "They noticed the atmosphere changing before you did." His eyes shifted toward the executives. They may not understand what's happening, but at least they know when danger is standing in front of them. Then, in the blink of an eye, Ryu moved. A sharp slicing sound cut through the cabin. Nobody even understood what had happened at first. The three executives remained standing for half a second longer before their bodies suddenly collapsed one after another like dominoes. Thud, thud, thud. Their severed heads rolled across the wooden floor. Blood splattered everywhere instantly. Warm red streaks spread beneath the chairs and soaked into the cracks of the old cabin floorboards. And Yami couldn't move. Not because she was restrained. Because her body had frozen completely. She hadn't even seen the attack happen. Her eyes widened slowly. "I didn't see him draw the weapon. I didn't even see him swing. That realization crushed the final bit of confidence she still had. Until now, some small part of her had still believed she could negotiate from a position of control. That illusion disappeared alongside those 3 heads. Ryu slowly rested the scythe against his shoulder. But unlike them, he said softly, you still don't understand your place. Yami swallowed hard. At that moment, she fully accepted reality. There was no plan left. No trick. No manipulation. No escape through clever words. The man standing before her was far beyond anything she could handle. Finally, she forced herself to speak. What do you want? Ryu answered immediately. First, release Congressman Lee Sung-hyun from the seduction. The moment he said that, hesitation appeared in Yami's eyes. Because releasing someone from seduction meant permanently losing control over them. She would never be able to enchant the same target again. That was exactly why she hesitated. Gathering what little courage remained, she asked carefully, and if I refuse? A wet sound echoed through the room. Yami blinked. Then looked down. Her arm was gone. For a second, her brain refused to process it. Only when blood began pouring onto the floor did reality hit. She hadn't even seen the strike. Ryu's voice remained cold. Courage is admirable, he said. But you picked the wrong opponent to test it on. He stepped forward casually, picked up her severed arm from the floor, and pressed it back against the cleanly sliced shoulder. Then healing magic activated. A pale glow spread across the wound. The flesh connected. Bones fused. Muscles restored themselves unnaturally fast. Within moments, the arm was attached again. Yami stared at it in disbelief. She flexed her fingers slowly. It moved. Not perfectly, but enough. Ryu glanced at her. It won't feel exactly the same as before, he said. But you'll live. Yami was genuinely stunned now. Reattaching a severed limb wasn't simple healing. Even she possessed recovery skills, yet restoring an entire arm like this was beyond her capabilities. And they technically shared the same basic healing skill category. So why was the difference this massive? What kind of monster is he? As if warning her not to waste time thinking, Ryu lifted the scythe again. Now, he said quietly, let me repeat myself. His eyes locked onto hers. Release Congressman Lee Sung-hyun from seduction. This time Yami obeyed instantly. I released him. Ryu silently watched her for a moment while reading her thoughts. No deception. She was telling the truth. A second later, Lee Sung-hyun suddenly groaned behind them. Ugh, my head. The congressman lifted his head weakly before immediately starting to shout. You lunatics! Do you have any idea what you've done? Kidnapping a member of the National Assembly? He glared wildly around the room. The police are probably already searching nearby. Release me immediately before this gets worse. Honestly, politicians really are built differently. Man wakes up tied to a chair beside 3 corpses and instantly resumes lecturing people like a disappointed school principal. Ryu walked toward him calmly. Hello, Congressman Lee Sung-hyun. The congressman froze. I'm here to rescue you. Then Ryu glanced back toward Yami. But first, I still need to deal with her. His gaze alone made Yami flinch. Then he asked, do you want to live? Yes. The answer came immediately. Then if I spare you, Ryu continued, will you promise never to use your ability again? Yami nodded desperately. Yes. I swear. Her voice trembled. I'll never use it again. I swear to God. Then she corrected herself quickly. No. I swear to Black Scythe. Ryu stared at her quietly for several seconds. Then finally nodded. Fine. He lowered the scythe. I'll show mercy. He turned slightly toward the cabin door. Leave. Yami hesitated. Even now, suspicion filled her eyes. You're really letting me go? Yes. You're not planning to cut my throat the second I turn around? Ryu almost looked offended. Don't be ridiculous. Go. And so she ran. The moment she exited the cabin, she sprinted down the mountain trail as fast as she could. Branches scratched her arms. Her breathing became ragged. Cold sweat soaked her back. Yet she didn't dare stop moving. Only after descending far enough that the cabin completely disappeared from sight did she finally slow down. She turned around cautiously. Nothing. No footsteps. No pursuit. No presence. And that's when realization hit her. He really let me go. A laugh escaped her lips before she quickly covered her mouth. Even then, nervous laughter kept bubbling out uncontrollably. What the hell is this? Her shoulders shook slightly. Does he actually like me or something? The idea sounded absurd even to her. Why else would he spare me? She continued walking while muttering to herself. Was it because I promised not to use my ability? A grin slowly spread across her face. Or did I look pitiful to him? Then her smile widened arrogantly. Maybe Black Scythe fell for my beauty. Human arrogance really survives everything. Terror, near death, dismemberment. Give people 10 minutes and they start romanticizing the serial killer who spared them. Yami laughed quietly again. Whatever the reason. Her eyes darkened. He's naive. She bit her lip smugly. Believing someone's promise that easily. Then she scoffed softly. I've manipulated countless men before. Her expression slowly twisted into confidence once more. But I've never met one as foolish as him. Her voice became cold. Why would I keep my promise? Yami walked down the mountain trail with a smug smile slowly spreading across her face. What a complete idiot. She let out a quiet laugh. Promises? Oaths? Those things are for fools. Her voice dripped with mockery. Why would I ever keep something like that? From the very beginning, she had never intended to honor her promise to Black Scythe. The words had simply been a tool. A survival tactic. Say whatever keeps you alive today and betray them tomorrow. That was the kind of person she was. Honestly, some people treat morality like a free trial subscription. Useful for 7 days, then immediately cancelled. Yami brushed her hair back and continued muttering to herself. And the guy who believed me, she scoffed. What a sucker. Still grinning, she prepared to continue down the mountain. Then suddenly her detection skill reacted. A presence. Right in front of her. Yami's body froze instantly. Slowly, mechanically, she lifted her head. And her blood ran cold. Black Scythe stood there silently on the path ahead. Like death itself had decided to wait politely for her arrival. Yami's lips trembled. Ryu smiled faintly. As expected, he said calmly, you really aren't trustworthy. Panic immediately surged through her. Black Scythe, I think there's some misunderstanding. I heard everything. Her expression stiffened completely. Every excuse died before leaving her mouth. Ryu tilted his head slightly. I heard everything. The muttering. And the laughter. To be honest, your laugh sounded creepier than the angels. Yami went silent. For once, words failed her. Still, desperation forced her to try. Me Mr. Black Scythe, you misunderstood. It's not what it looked like. I confirmed enough. Ryu slowly stepped toward her. Each step made Yami instinctively retreat. You're the kind of woman who can't be trusted. At that point, real fear finally consumed her. Not nervousness. Not tension. Fear. Raw survival instinct. Wait, she shouted hurriedly. Please reconsider before killing me. Her breathing became uneven. I'm useful. Even if I look weak, I can still be valuable to you. Ryu stopped walking. Then he asked quietly, useful? Yami nodded rapidly. Yes. I promised Ash. Ryu suddenly laughed. Not loudly. Just enough to make the atmosphere worse. You promise? His eyes became mocking. Didn't you just say promises are meaningless? Yami's face went pale. Without giving her time to answer, Ryu repeated her own words back to her. Promises are for losers. That single sentence crushed her completely. Yami swallowed hard. Then. Her voice shook. You're going to kill me? Kill you? Ryu almost sounded amused. Why would I waste something valuable? He slowly lifted a hand. The rune of seduction is absurdly overpowered. His gaze locked onto her. It would be a shame to throw away an ability like that. Yami blinked in confusion. What? Then she saw it. Ryu's eyes glowing purple. An overwhelming pressure exploded outward instantly. Skill activated. Ruler's authority. Ryu's voice echoed like an absolute command. Yami. The pressure intensified violently. Become my slave. At that exact moment, system notifications appeared before Ryu. Skill, Ruler's authority activated. Remaining uses, 8. Real-world uses remaining, 0. Target, Yami. Command successfully executed. Yami's pupils turned pale purple. The resistance vanished from her expression entirely. Her posture straightened mechanically before she lowered her head respectfully. It is an honor to meet you, Master. Her tone had completely changed. No arrogance. No manipulation. Only obedience. What are your orders, Master? She asked softly. I will obey any command. Ryu looked down at her silently. Then a faint smile appeared. With this, the rune of seduction belonged to him now. And by extension, so did PCW. Everything was proceeding exactly according to plan. Hours earlier, after learning about the chairman's kidnapping scheme, Ryu had already decided to intervene. But instead of acting immediately, he chose to wait. He followed Song Jaegeum invisibly while observing the situation unfold. There was no reason to rush. The chairman eventually met with the hired criminals in an abandoned area. One of the thugs grinned greedily. So you're really tripling the payment after this? The chairman answered coldly. Yes. Another criminal narrowed his eyes suspiciously. You're not planning to screw us over afterward, right? Song Jae-gyum clicked his tongue impatiently. If you're scared, leave now. I'll give the 50 million won to someone else. The thug quickly raised his hands. Relax. We never said we wouldn't do it. A cruel grin spread across his face. Besides, killing people isn't even shocking anymore these days. Watching from the shadows, Ryu sighed quietly. Whether players or ordinary humans, trash always seemed to gather naturally around power and money. Humanity really treats moral collapse like a competitive sport. Ryu waited patiently. Then finally, the moment arrived. The chairman's phone rang. Yes, Yami. Song Jae-gyum listened briefly before nodding. Understood. I'll bring him now. After ending the call, he turned toward the bodyguards. Gather everyone and follow me. But before anyone could react, thud, thud, the bodyguards suddenly collapsed unconscious one after another. The criminals panicked instantly. What the hell? Song Jae-gyum's eyes widened as a figure emerged from the darkness. Lost yak? Ryu smiled beneath the disguise. Well, he said casually, your turn now, chairman. Before Song Jae-gyum could even scream, Ryu knocked him unconscious as well. The remaining criminals stared in terror. One of them stammered. AA player. Another took a step back desperately. We can't fight one of those monsters. Ryu slowly unsheathed his scythe. You shouldn't have volunteered for murder. A crimson flash cut through the darkness. And within seconds, the 6 criminals became nothing more than scattered blood across the ground. Efficient. Clean. Brutal. Ryu quickly erased every trace of the scene, left chairman there. Even if he wakes up later, it won't matter. By then, control of the situation would already belong to him. After arriving near the mountain cabin, he observed Yami dragging Congressman Lee Song-hyun inside. Then everything proceeded according to his expectations. He entered the cabin, rescued the congressman, killed the executives, and spared only Yami. Why? Because killing her would have been wasteful. The true power inside PCW wasn't Song Jae-gyum. It was Yami. The chairman held the title. But she controlled the organization from the shadows. And now, she belonged to Ryu. Ryu had long believed that controlling Yami meant controlling PCW itself. On the surface, Song Jae-gyum was the chairman, the public face standing at the top of the organization. But he was under Yami's seduction. Yami was the one who truly moved people. She manipulated the executives, controlled information, and quietly steered the entire group from the shadows. If she changed direction, the organization would follow without even realizing it. That was why Ryu never viewed her as someone he simply needed to eliminate. She was far too valuable to waste. But there was another reason he had targeted her. The rune of seduction. Even now, thinking about it made him acknowledge how absurdly powerful it was. Unlike ordinary authority-based skills that only worked under strict conditions, Yami's rune ignored almost every limitation. It didn't matter whether the target was a player or an ordinary civilian. Status, profession, physical strength, influence. None of it mattered once the enchantment took hold. In many ways, it was even more terrifying than the authority possessed by a zone representative. Ryu quietly reflected on it as he walked through the dark mountain path beside her. It's superior. That was the conclusion he had reached long ago. A zone representative's authority still had boundaries. But seduction crossed those boundaries effortlessly. A single glance, a brief moment of contact, and someone's loyalty could be rewritten completely. Against ordinary people, the rune was practically unfair. Even powerful players could fall if they lacked resistance. That was precisely why Ryu had avoided confronting Yami directly until now. How was he supposed to approach someone who could enslave others so casually? One mistake would have been enough. One moment of carelessness and even he could have ended up as another obedient puppet following behind her with dead eyes and blind loyalty. The thought alone was irritating. Of course, from the beginning, Ryu had never truly planned on killing her. Despite all the threats, despite the scythe at her throat, he had already decided her fate long before tonight. Killing Yami would solve one problem, but controlling her would solve dozens more. Through her, he could seize influence over PCW, gain access to information, and most importantly, claim the power of the seduction rune for himself without even possessing it directly. That was the real reason he had worked so desperately to obtain the rewards from the 7th round. The rune of mental barrier. Without it, none of this would have been possible. Ryu remembered the moment he first realized Yami's abilities could no longer affect him. The sensation had been subtle, almost disappointing in how cleanly the seduction rune failed against the mental barrier. Her enchantment was powerful, but the rune protecting his mind simply rejected it completely. For the first time, Yami had encountered someone she couldn't dominate. And that single fact shattered the balance between them instantly. Still, Ryu had been careful even after subjugating her. Back inside the cabin, Congressman Lee Sung-hyun had still been watching everything unfold. There was no reason to reveal the truth in front of him. If the congressman saw Yami suddenly kneeling and calling Black Scythe her master, unnecessary suspicions would arise immediately. So Ryu intentionally lured her outside before using ruler's authority. From Lee Sung-hyun's perspective, it would simply look like Black Scythe had shown mercy and allowed her to escape. A believable misunderstanding. Humans loved believing in dramatic mercy anyway. Makes the world feel less horrifying for them. After placing Yami under his control, Ryu immediately gave his first command. Never call me master in front of other people. Yami lowered her head silently as she listened. And don't bow to me either, he continued calmly. Act naturally. If you suddenly start treating me differently, people will notice. Understood. Her response came without hesitation. Even though her tone sounded calm, Ryu could already read her thoughts clearly through the authority binding her. There was no rebellion left. No hidden resentment. No intention to betray him later. In Yami's mind, the matter was already settled completely. He is my master. The thought repeated itself naturally inside her head without resistance. Ryu observed her quietly for a moment before turning away. Completely controlled. The realization was strangely satisfying. Not because he enjoyed dominating others, but because for the first time since meeting Yami, he no longer had to treat her like a hidden threat waiting behind every conversation. The woman who once manipulated everyone around her now stood firmly under his command. And with her, PCW had effectively become his as well. Ryu looked at Yami with an unreadable expression before giving his next order. Run down the mountain path as fast as you can. The police will be here soon. When you meet the chairman, tell him Lost Yak betrayed him. Yami immediately lowered her head. All right, master. I mean, Black Scythe. Don't call me that, Ryu replied sharply. And forget that I'm Black Scythe in the first place. She hesitated for a second before asking carefully, then, what should I call you from now on? For the first time since taking control of her, a faint smile appeared on Ryu's face. Just use my real name. Ryu Min. He wasn't worried about his identity leaking anymore. Yami's will now belonged entirely to him. The rune's control wasn't superficial loyalty either. It rewrote the target's instincts themselves. Creepy ability, honestly. Without another word, Yami disappeared into the darkness of the forest trail. Inside the cabin, Lee Sung-hyun sat frozen in place, trying to process everything that had happened. His thoughts were a tangled mess. I was really kidnapped. The memory replayed vividly in his head. The strange woman in the parking lot. The blackout. The ropes binding him to the chair. The threats. Every detail pointed toward a genuine abduction attempt. And that woman, she was definitely a player. His jaw tightened. So this was retaliation for the anti-player legislation he had been pushing forward. But then another thought surfaced. The man who saved me, what exactly is he? The atmosphere between him and the woman hadn't looked friendly. She had been terrified of him. Begging, even. But fear alone didn't automatically make someone righteous. For all he knew, he could simply be a more dangerous monster cleaning up loose ends. That uncertainty made him even more uneasy. A few moments later, footsteps approached. Ryu Min entered the cabin calmly as if nothing unusual had happened. He walked over to Lee Sung-hyun and tore apart the ropes binding him. Sorry for the delay, Congressman Lee Sung-hyun, he said. I had some unfinished business to handle outside. Lee rubbed his sore wrists and narrowed his eyes. Unfinished business? You mean that woman? Yes, Ryu answered plainly. She was the one behind your kidnapping. You don't need to worry about her anymore. The congressman stared at him silently, trying to read his intentions. Ryu noticed immediately. You probably want an explanation, he said. But first, let's clean this place up. He activated a skill. Erase traces. The bloodstains vanished. The corpses disappeared completely as if they had never existed. Lee Sung-hyun's eyes widened for a brief moment. Still, he regained his composure surprisingly fast. Politicians adapt frighteningly well when reality becomes insane. Probably a survival mechanism. You're a player, he muttered. Yes. Ryu gave a faint shrug. I know you don't think highly of players. You seem disappointed that one of them saved your life. Lee remained silent. Ryu then began explaining the situation, carefully mixing truth with lies so naturally that even an experienced investigator would struggle to separate them. As you probably guessed already, many players resent the law you proposed, he said. The group here was one of them. I received information through someone I occasionally work with, which allowed me to discover their plan beforehand. He described everything in detail. The kidnapping setup. The route. The timing. The fake criminal involvement. Every piece sounded believable because most of it was real. Then Ryu added something unexpected. To be honest, Congressman, I actually believe your law is necessary. That sentence genuinely shook Lee Song-hyun. A player, supporting the law? For the first time since waking up, confusion overtook his suspicion. Ryu continued calmly. I didn't want someone like you to die pointlessly, so I betrayed them. Lee slowly glanced toward the spots where bodies had disappeared earlier. The corpses I saw. They were players involved in the crime, Ryu replied. I killed them all. If you want their identities later, I can provide them. The congressman studied him carefully. What do you want from me? His voice turned cautious. If you're expecting compensation for saving me, continue pushing the law forward, Ryu interrupted. Maintain your current stance. That's all I want. Lee blinked. That's it? I don't need anything else, Ryu said. I acted according to my beliefs. For a moment, embarrassment crossed the congressman's face. After spending months convincing himself every player was a threat, being rescued by one clearly hit him like a truck. In any case, thank you, he said quietly. You saved my life. I won't forget that. Before Ryu could answer, distant footsteps and voices echoed from outside. Police. Ryu glanced toward the window. Looks like they tracked this place down. I should leave now. Lee frowned. You're leaving just like that? Ryu had already turned away when the congressman suddenly called out. Wait. Ryu stopped near the window and looked back. At least tell me your name. A faint smile appeared on his face. I am Black Scythe. Then he leaped through the window and disappeared. A few hours later, the entire country exploded into chaos. News alerts flooded every screen. Breaking news, National Assembly member Lee Song-hyun kidnapped and miraculously rescued. Major player regulation bill faces crisis following kidnapping incident. 4 players confirmed as kidnappers. Public opinion immediately turned hostile. Comment sections erupted. These player freaks are out of control. They kidnapped a congressman? Are you kidding me? All players are dangerous. But the atmosphere shifted again when new information surfaced. Breaking, Congressman Lee Song-hyun rescued by another player. Hero player Black Scythe saves Congressman. Who is Black Scythe? The internet practically caught fire after that. A player saved him? Wait, Black Scythe? That Black Scythe? He's always ranked first in the rounds. So he's basically one of the strongest players alive? No way. A real top-ranked player appeared in the real world? Bro sounds like a final boss. Found the fanboys already LOL. Humanity really can turn someone into a celebrity in under 10 minutes. One rescue operation and suddenly the Grim Reaper gets fandom edits. Civilization is exhausting. Elsewhere, Yami scrolled through the articles with visible amusement. Ryu Min, she said with a grin, look at this. People are actually praising Black Scythe. Really? Ryu took the phone from her and skimmed through the comments himself. A small smile formed on his lips. Interesting, he murmured. Who would have thought helping someone once would improve my reputation this much? He handed the phone back. There's no need to rush. I'll build my name gradually. The atmosphere inside PCW had also changed completely after the incident. The murder tests are gone, Yami reported. We replaced them with evaluations focused on character and background checks. Good, Ryu said. With the leadership changing, it's time to clean this place up. He leaned back slightly before continuing. If someone applies to the PCW, have the chairman investigate their criminal record first. Reject anyone suspicious immediately. Understood. The interviews are one thing, Ryu said, but what about the current members? More than half died in the last round, Yami answered. Around 4,000 are still left. Ryu's eyes narrowed slightly. They all passed murder tests, right? Yes. Every single one either killed someone or participated indirectly. For a brief moment, silence filled the room. Then Ryu let out a quiet breath. These kinds of people aren't even worth killing anymore. He rested his chin against his hand, thinking carefully about what to do with the remaining members. And then, slowly, a sly smile spread across his face. An image surfaced in his mind. The heavenly demon. Ryu chuckled softly. Let's leave the trash to the janitor. Time flowed onward, and before anyone realized it, August 1st had arrived. The date marked the beginning of the 8th round. Nearly 2,000 players materialized at the same time inside a vast white dimension that stretched endlessly in every direction. There was no sky, no ground texture, no landmarks, just an empty pale world that felt strangely detached from reality itself. Confused murmurs immediately spread through the crowd. Where are we? What is this place? Is this another waiting area? Some players looked around nervously while others cautiously checked their weapons and status windows. The atmosphere carried that familiar tension every round brought, the uneasy feeling that something terrible was about to begin. Amid the sea of unfamiliar faces, Min Yuri suddenly spotted someone. Black Scythe. A smile appeared on her face almost instantly, waving calmly in the distance. She hurried toward him without hesitation, weaving through the crowd until she finally stopped beside him. Black Scythe. Ryu glanced at her and gave a faint smile. You found me pretty quickly. Of course, she answered proudly. With the tracking skill, it was easy. The moment those words left her mouth, she froze. A look of panic crossed her face as she realized she had accidentally revealed something she probably shouldn't have. Ryu raised an eyebrow slightly. The tracking skill, he repeated. That wasn't among the abilities I recommended you learn, was it? Min Yuri laughed awkwardly and avoided eye contact. There was no way she could honestly admit she had specifically learned the skill just so she could locate him faster every round. Her ears turned slightly red, but she tried her best to hide it. Ironically, she wasn't the only one who had done something ridiculous like that. A cautious voice approached from nearby. Hello, Black Scythe. Ryu turned his head and saw No Pain No Gain approaching them carefully. The dark mage wore an oddly polite smile. Ryu narrowed his eyes internally. Did he learn tracking too? The thought alone made him feel strangely irritated. No Pain No Gain greeted them again. Hello, democracy. Min Yuri responded politely. Hello, No Pain No Gain. Ryu silently looked between the two of them with mild disbelief. He had spent so much effort giving practical advice about useful combat and survival skills, yet somehow people kept wasting skill slots on things like tracking him down. Honestly, from his perspective, it was absurd. Then Min Yuri suddenly remembered something. Oh, Black Scythe. I saw the news. You saved Congressman Lee Song-hyun. No Pain No Gain immediately jumped into the conversation with visible excitement. I saw it too. Black Scythe, that was incredible. I even left supportive comments under every article about you. Ryu remembered seeing countless comments online praising him earlier and suddenly understood where some of them had come from. No Pain No Gain smiled brightly. You were amazing. For some reason, that overly enthusiastic expression made Ryu deeply uncomfortable. It felt less like admiration and more like a devoted fan meeting his idol for the first time. Before the awkward atmosphere could continue, the empty white space suddenly rippled. A shining figure descended from above. An angel. Long silver hair flowed behind her as radiant wings spread outward with dramatic elegance. Unlike Priscilla, this angel carried a more theatrical energy, as though she enjoyed being the center of attention. She smiled broadly at the gathered players. Welcome, everyone. I am Ariel, the newly assigned supervisor of Zone C2 ESKA 003. She paused dramatically and spread her arms. No applause is necessary. Silence. Not a single person clapped. The angel's smile twitched slightly. I thought at least one of you would clap, she muttered with narrowed eyes. That's honestly disappointing. A few awkward players quickly started clapping out of guilt. The scattered applause echoed pathetically across the white dimension. Ryu thought to himself. This is painfully awkward. Thankfully, Ariel's mood improved almost immediately. Thank you for the warm welcome, she said cheerfully. Now then, shall we begin the explanation for round 8? At that moment, system messages appeared before everyone simultaneously. Round 8 quest. Escort the Emporium to its destination. Subquest, kill the traitors. Reward upon success, unknown. All zones participants, 3,047,910. Achievers, 0/1,523,955. This zone participants, 2,166. Achievers, 0/1083. The moment players finished reading, confused voices erupted everywhere. Escort the what? What's an emporium? Wait, are we escorting merchants or something? Is this some kind of roleplay event? The confusion only seemed to amuse Ariel. She burst into laughter. Roleplay? Ha ha ha. No, no. We would never ask you humans to do something that embarrassing. Some players looked offended by that statement, but Ariel ignored them completely. What you'll be escorting are emporiums from other realms, she explained. There are 3 races participating in this round. She raised 3 fingers. Human emporiums. Elf emporiums. Dwarf emporiums. You will choose one of them and act as their escort. A player immediately raised his voice. We can choose which race to escort? Correct, Ariel answered. However, each emporium comes with a different difficulty level. Choose carefully. That instantly changed the mood. Now people started taking the quest seriously. Another player asked, how long does the mission last? 5 hours, Ariel replied smoothly. If your chosen emporium reaches its destination safely within that time, the quest will be cleared successfully. And naturally, she added with a grin, you'll be attacked by monsters along the way. Groans spread through the crowd. Someone shouted, are we forming parties? Yes. Ariel answered enthusiastically. Large-scale parties this time. Isn't that exciting? Honestly, from the players' expressions, almost nobody looked excited. The 2,166 players in this zone will split according to their choices, Ariel continued. And no, you won't know what emporium the others selected beforehand. That statement immediately made several players nervous. Hidden information usually meant hidden traps. One player spoke up carefully. So, all the parties are basically trying to protect their own emporium separately? Exactly. Ariel's smile widened further. Oh, and one more important detail. The atmosphere became tense again. As for the subquest, she said slowly, your objective is to uncover the traitors hidden among the participants and eliminate them. Instantly, the crowd erupted. Traitors? There are enemy players among us? What do you mean hidden? Ariel seemed delighted by their reactions. The traitors' objective is simple, she explained. They must prevent the emporium from reaching its destination. They are not members of your party. They can attack using any means necessary. And of course, she added casually, you are allowed to kill them. A cold silence followed those words. The atmosphere suddenly became much heavier than before. This round wasn't just about surviving monsters. Now players had to suspect one another too. If you successfully discover and eliminate a traitor, Ariel continued, a special subquest reward will be granted to the individual who contributed the most. She laughed lightly. Well then, that concludes the explanation. A countdown timer suddenly appeared in the sky above them. Mission begins in 10 minutes. Ariel slowly rose into the air again while waving cheerfully. You now have 10 minutes to choose your emporium. Best of luck, everyone. As soon as the angel disappeared, the quiet white space exploded into discussion. Players immediately began debating which emporium they should choose. Some were trying to analyze the safest route, while others simply followed their instincts. 1 out of 3, huh? Then the smartest option is probably the easiest one. I think the elf emporium might be safer. No, humans are probably the most stable choice. Other races feel risky. I'm sticking with the human emporium. Voices overlapped from every direction as players argued about probabilities and survival rates. Watching them, Ryu already had a rough idea of how the choices would distribute themselves. Most players would choose the human emporium first. Humans naturally trusted what felt familiar. After that, the elf emporium would likely attract the second largest group because of its fantasy-like appeal and assumed balance. The dwarf emporium, meanwhile, would probably end up with the fewest participants. From Ryu's perspective, however, the reality was completely different. If the goal was simply to clear the round safely, then the dwarf emporium was by far the easiest route. The monsters appearing there were relatively weak, making survival much simpler compared to the others. After that came the elf emporium. The human emporium, despite sounding comfortable, was actually the hardest among the three. But surviving the round and achieving high rankings were two entirely different things. Escort missions only determined whether you passed. Rankings depended on contribution points, and contribution points were heavily tied to combat performance. Stronger monsters meant greater rewards. Weak enemies meant safety, but also poor experience gain. High-risk battles, on the other hand, accelerated growth tremendously. It was a trade-off every player had to decide for themselves. Low danger and low rewards. Or high danger and rapid growth. Min Yuri looked toward Ryu thoughtfully. Which one are you planning to choose, Black Scythe? Ryu answered calmly, not sure yet. What about you? Min Yuri hesitated instead of answering immediately. Unlike most players here, she already knew a large portion of the 8th round structure because Ryu had explained it to her beforehand in the real world. That was precisely why she was conflicted. The dwarf emporium had low difficulty. Easier enemies meant a higher survival rate. But easier enemies also meant lower experience points. If she chose the safe route, her level growth would slow down. And if the gap between herself and Black Scythe widened too much, she feared she would eventually become unnecessary to him. That thought bothered her far more than the danger itself. Ryu quietly listened to her thoughts through Dominion and inwardly sighed. Unnecessary worries. If he had known she would stress over something like this, he would have simply ordered her to pick the dwarf emporium from the beginning. Instead, he decided to give her a subtle warning. Democracy, he said casually, why are you thinking so hard? Min Yuri looked up slightly. I don't know what's on your mind, Ryu continued, but greed usually causes trouble. Focus on surviving as long as possible. That path benefits you, me, and everyone around you. Min Yuri froze for a brief moment. The timing felt too precise. It was almost as though he had seen straight through her concerns. Can he actually read people's minds? The thought sent a strange chill through her. Before she could ask anything, a new system message appeared before every player. Emporium selection begins. Please choose the Emporium you wish to escort. 1. Human Emporium. 2. Elf Emporium. 3. Dwarf Emporium. The moment the message appeared, players began making their selections rapidly. Whatever. I'm going with human. I want to see elves in person. Number 2. I'm choosing dwarves. Safer option. As soon as each player selected an Emporium, their bodies vanished in flashes of light and teleported away. One by one, the white dimension emptied. Eventually, Min Yuri looked back toward Ryu. Black Scythe, I'm choosing the Dwarf Emporium. Want to come with me? Ryu shook his head. No. You go ahead. A trace of disappointment crossed her face, but she nodded anyway. I don't know which one you'll choose, she said softly, but I hope things go well for you. We might not see each other again for a while, so let me at least cast a buff before I leave. Warm light surrounded Ryu as her support magic activated. Ryu gave a small nod. Thanks. No Pain No Gain also waved awkwardly before disappearing after making his choice. Soon, most of the remaining players vanished as well. Only Ryu remained standing alone in the endless white space. Another system notification appeared. 1 minute remaining until automatic penalty. Ryu calmly closed his eyes. 30 seconds. 10 seconds. 5. 1. 0. Ryu deliberately made no selection. Immediately, a new message appeared. You have failed to choose an Emporium. At first glance, the 8th round seemed to offer only 3 choices. But in reality, there had always been a hidden 4th option. Choose nothing. A faint smile appeared on Ryu's face as the next message appeared. Player Black Scythe has joined the traitor group. Round 8 objective changed. Objective, prevent the Emporium from reaching its destination. Success reward, unknown. Failure penalty, retry with 20% reduced stats and debuffs. 3 consecutive failures will result in elimination. Nearby, several remaining players stared around in confusion. There were fewer than 30 of them total. Then Ariel appeared once more, descending gracefully before the small group. Oh? So these are all the traitors. The angel slowly looked over the small group gathered in the white space before finally explaining the truth behind their situation. You became traitors because you failed to choose an Emporium, Ariel said with a smile that felt strangely playful despite the seriousness of her words. From this point onward, your role is simple. Prevent the Emporiums from reaching their destinations. A few players immediately reacted in confusion. Wait, traitors. So we're the enemy side now? Ariel nodded casually, as if discussing the weather. While the regular participants escort the Emporiums and form parties together, you traitors will operate separately. You do not share experience points, and you cannot form official parties. The moment those words sank in, dissatisfaction spread through the group. One player groaned loudly. What? Then how are we supposed to hunt monsters? Another glanced toward Ryu and clicked his tongue in disappointment. We thought Black Scythe was on our side. I was actually excited for once. Several others shared the same reaction. The moment they had seen Black Scythe among the traitors, many secretly believed they had hit the jackpot. Even if the mission was dangerous, having him nearby felt reassuring. But now the realization hit them that they wouldn't be receiving any party benefits from him at all. Ariel watched their expressions and laughed softly. This setting is built on distrust, she explained. That's the entire point. She floated slightly higher before continuing. Imagine one of the traitors suddenly loses his mind and exposes the identities of his fellow traitors to the escort groups. What would you do? One player answered immediately without hesitation. We'd kill him ourselves. Exactly, Ariel replied with satisfaction. But if you were in a party together, friendly attacks would be disabled. No damage could be dealt between members. In other words, you wouldn't be able to eliminate a betrayer. The players finally understood why the system prohibited parties altogether. It was intentionally designed so traitors would never fully trust each other. If one person endangered the group, the others needed the ability to silence him immediately. So that's why we can't form parties, someone muttered bitterly. Ariel's smile widened. Correct. Then she added another cruel twist. Oh, and one more thing. I'll also be hiding everyone's nicknames. The group instantly erupted again. What? You're hiding our names too? How are we supposed to identify each other then? Ariel folded her arms innocently. If traitors knew each other's nicknames, recognizing allies later would become far too easy. This measure exists specifically to prevent that. One player frowned and pointed around. But our faces are exposed right now anyway. Ariel shrugged lightly. Nicknames are easier to remember than faces. Who could possibly memorize every face here in such a short amount of time? At those words, Ryu quietly smiled to himself. For ordinary people, that might have been true. But he was not ordinary. In the few moments since gathering here, he had already memorized every single face among the 29 traitors. Even if their names disappeared, he would still recognize all of them instantly later. Ariel clapped her hands once, regaining everyone's attention. Now then, let's continue. Her expression became more serious as she explained the next part of the system. You traitors will face the Emporiums in a fixed order. First the Dwarf Emporium, then the Elf Emporium, and finally the Human Emporium. The difficulty increases in that exact sequence. One player nervously raised his hand. So what happens if we fail against the Dwarf Emporium? Do we retry it? Ariel let out a small laugh. Oh no. You move on. The atmosphere instantly became heavier. If you fail, she continued, all of your stats will be reduced by 20%, and you'll be forced to challenge the next Emporium instead. Silence spread through the group. Everyone quickly realized how brutal the system truly was. Each failure not only weakened them permanently, but also pushed them toward an even harder battlefield. Fail the easiest stage? Then survive a stronger one while weakened. The more they failed, the more impossible the challenge became. When that understanding finally settled into their minds, almost every traitor arrived at the same desperate conclusion. We absolutely have to succeed at the Dwarf Emporium. This is our only real chance. But Ryu Min's thoughts were completely different from the others. He had no intention of clearing the mission on the first attempt. In fact, repeated failures offered enormous advantages for someone like him. If the traitor group failed repeatedly, they would eventually pass through all three Emporiums. That meant access to monsters from every route, vastly larger experience gains, rare items, and most importantly, the reputation rewards unique to each Emporium. Especially the runes. If he raised his reputation high enough within each faction, he could monopolize rewards others would never even see. For ordinary players, failure meant disaster. For Ryu Min, failure was simply another opportunity to grow stronger. It was risky for everyone else. But for him, it was almost ideal. Finally, Ariel slowly unfurled her radiant wings, filling the empty white dimension with blinding light. Well then, she said with a grin, it's time to begin. Her golden eyes swept across the 29 traitors gathered below. May your betrayal entertain the higher-ups. The instant her words ended, brilliant light swallowed every traitor at once. And just like that, the mission of the 29 traitors officially began. A flash of light swallowed the traitors, and when their vision returned, they found themselves standing in a bleak mountain region beneath a gloomy gray sky. A thin layer of fog drifted through the rocky terrain, obscuring distant peaks and giving the entire area an eerie atmosphere. Jagged cliffs surrounded them on all sides, while cold winds occasionally swept through the mountain paths. Several players immediately looked around in amazement. So this is another world? One player stared at the unfamiliar landscape with wide eyes. Another snorted in response. We've been getting thrown into other worlds for multiple rounds already, idiot. A female player ignored their argument and focused on something else. Wait, I can't see anyone's username. Did they hide them? As confusion spread among the group, Ryu ignored the conversation and examined the information window floating before him. Current participants, 230. Traitors, 29. Objective, escort the Dwarf Emporium safely. Eliminate all traitors. Rewards will be distributed according to individual contribution. The moment several players noticed the display, new questions immediately arose. Hold on. Why can we see the number of traitors? Does that mean there are really 29 traitors among us right now? The crowd instinctively began looking at one another. Suspicion quickly spread. Although nobody could see usernames anymore, everyone now knew one uncomfortable truth. 29 enemies were hiding among them. At any moment, the person standing beside them could be one of those traitors. The atmosphere became noticeably more tense. Unlike the others, however, Ryu wasn't bothered at all. He already knew exactly who the traitors were. Back in the waiting area, he had memorized every single face. While the others were blindly guessing, he could identify each traitor immediately. At that moment, one man glanced toward Ryu and flashed him a smile. It was subtle, but obvious enough. The man was a fellow traitor and seemed to believe they shared some secret understanding. Ryu almost sighed. What an idiot. A smile like that could attract unnecessary attention. If the fool kept acting suspiciously, he might expose himself before the mission even truly began. For a brief moment, Ryu actually considered killing him later if he became a liability. Before he could think further, a cheerful voice suddenly called out. "Oh, Black Scythe." Ryu turned and immediately saw Min Yuri approaching. She looked genuinely delighted. "Wow, I never expected to see you here. Did you end up choosing the dwarves after all? You didn't secretly follow me, did you?" The excitement in her voice was impossible to hide. Ryu couldn't help finding it amusing. "Well," he replied casually, "your buffs are pretty useful." It was meant as a simple compliment. Unfortunately, Min Yuri seemed to interpret it very differently. Her face instantly reddened. Why yeah. Of course. I mean." She awkwardly looked away while trying to compose herself. Then, eager to change the subject, she quickly asked, "By the way, why can't we see anyone's nicknames?" Ryu shrugged. "I'm not sure." Naturally, he already knew the reason. But there was no need to explain that. Min Yuri glanced around the area. "There are fewer people here than I expected." "That's true," Ryu agreed. Just then, another familiar face cautiously approached. Black Scythe?" Ryu looked over. "Co Aaron." Co Aaron's eyes brightened immediately. A warm smile appeared on her face. "I didn't think I'd run into you here. It's really nice to see you again." For a moment, she looked genuinely happy. Then her gaze shifted toward Min Yuri standing beside him. The smile disappeared almost instantly. "Oh? Min Yuri is here too." Min Yuri greeted her politely. "Co Aaron. It's good to see you." "Yeah, good to see you too." The response sounded noticeably less enthusiastic. It wasn't difficult to understand why. Ever since the previous rounds, Co Aaron had noticed that Min Yuri somehow always ended up near Black Scythe. It wasn't exactly a secret anymore. Black Scythe had saved her life before, so naturally she felt grateful toward him. But seeing Min Yuri constantly at his side stirred an emotion she wasn't entirely comfortable admitting. Jealousy. A small, irrational jealousy. Meanwhile, completely oblivious to the subtle tension between the two women, Ryu asked a simple question. "By the way, where's the guy who's usually with you?" "You mean Sang Cheol?" Co Aaron replied. "Yeah. He chose the Human Emporium." Ryu blinked. The Human Emporium? Even Co Aaron seemed uncertain. For some reason, he really wanted to go there. "I see." Ryu's expression remained calm. Internally, however, he was surprised. The Human Emporium was the most dangerous route among the three. Ryu had already made that clear. Yet Sang Cheol had deliberately chosen it anyway. Was he aiming for stronger enemies? Higher experience? Faster growth? Perhaps Ryu had underestimated him. The possibility crossed his mind briefly. Before he could think further, a deep rumbling sound echoed across the mountain road. Everyone turned simultaneously. A caravan was approaching. Wagons slowly emerged from the fog, rolling across the rocky terrain. Fortunately, there weren't many of them. Only 10 wagons in total. Seeing that number immediately eased the players' concerns. With just 10 wagons, keeping track of the convoy would be much easier than protecting dozens scattered across a long route. Eventually, the caravan came to a stop. A short, stocky figure climbed down from one of the wagons. Just as everyone expected, it was a dwarf. The dwarf stroked his thick beard and laughed loudly. "Welcome, warriors from another world." At that moment, a system message appeared. Translation activated. Communication with other species enabled. The dwarf's words instantly became understandable. He stepped forward confidently. "My name is Heimer, blacksmith of the Dwarf Emporium." His sharp eyes swept across the gathered players. "It seems you're the warriors summoned from other realms to escort us. Am I correct?" The players nodded. Heimer clapped his hands enthusiastically. "I knew it. My instincts never fail me." He laughed again before pointing toward the wagons behind him. "The cargo we carry consists of precious ores, refined metals, and rare materials. All of it must be delivered safely to the kingdom of Albits beyond the cargo mountains." His expression grew more serious. "Unfortunately, the roads ahead are crawling with monsters. The journey has become too dangerous for us to complete alone." He spread his arms toward the caravan. "That's why we sought assistance from the divine temples." Then, with a grin, he looked back at the gathered players. "And apparently, they sent us all of you." The players exchanged uncertain looks as they listened to the dwarf's explanation. "Are they actually real?" one player asked quietly. Another shrugged. "They're probably just NPCs." "Who cares?" a third player said. "Whether they're real or not doesn't matter. We just need to complete the quest." Most of the players shared that attitude. To them, the dwarves were simply part of the mission, characters connected to a quest objective. Ryu, however, saw things very differently. As he watched the dwarven caravan prepare for departure, He silently reflected on the importance of this moment. This is round 8. It's the first time we've officially met beings from other realms. Most players would overlook that fact. They would focus solely on clearing the quest, earning rewards, and moving on. Few would bother building relationships with races they assumed were temporary. But Ryu knew better. The races of this world would not disappear after this round. Dwarves, elves, and other races would continue appearing in future rounds and future opportunities. More importantly, the reputation established now would carry forward. A good first impression could open countless doors later. A bad one could remain attached to a player forever. And among all the races, dwarves were especially valuable. They were famous for creating legendary-grade weapons, rare equipment, and divine crafting materials that ordinary players could only dream of obtaining. No intelligent player would willingly throw away those future benefits by making enemies of them. Unfortunately, the traders didn't know any of this. As Ryu casually scanned the crowd, he noticed several familiar faces among the hidden traders. Their eyes were fixed on the dwarves with obvious hostility. Many were already calculating when and how to attack. Fortunately, they weren't foolish enough to act immediately. If a trader suddenly slaughtered a dwarf in front of hundreds of players, their identity would be exposed on the spot. For now, they could only wait and search for opportunities. Just then, one of the dwarves raised his voice. "Warriors from other realms." The entire caravan turned toward him. "We look forward to working alongside you." The dwarf lowered his head respectfully. "We humbly request your protection." A system message immediately appeared before everyone's eyes. Time remaining until destination, 4 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Quest has officially begun. The countdown had started. For the next 5 hours, they would have to escort the dwarf emporium safely through dangerous territory while defending it from whatever threats awaited them. The caravan slowly began moving. Players quickly spread out into defensive positions. Some stayed close to the wagons, guarding the valuable cargo directly. Others climbed nearby rocks and elevated terrain to act as scouts. Several groups moved ahead of the caravan to clear potential threats before they could approach. Ryu observed the formation with approval. At least the players weren't completely incompetent. As the wagons rolled deeper into the mountain pass, the steady clatter of wooden wheels echoed through the valley. Most players remained alert, gripping their weapons tightly while scanning the surrounding terrain. Nobody knew where monsters might appear. Nobody knew when an attack would come. Yet among the tense crowd, a few individuals seemed remarkably relaxed. Ryu, Min Yuri, Co Aaron. Unlike the others, they showed no signs of nervousness. Not long afterward, movement appeared ahead. A group of large green-skinned creatures emerged from behind the rocks. Orcs. One player blinked in surprise. "Wait, are those orcs?" Another laughed. "These guys again? Didn't we fight them back in round 5? The moment the monsters were identified, much of the tension disappeared. Back during round 5, orcs had been terrifying enemies capable of overwhelming most players. But times had changed. The average participant was now well above level 20. Their equipment was stronger. Their skills were stronger. And most importantly, their experience had grown significantly. What had once been a deadly threat now looked more like a minor obstacle. The orcs charged with savage roars. The players responded instantly. Blades flashed. Spells exploded. Arrows streaked through the air. Within moments, orcs began dropping one after another. Several players cut through them effortlessly, treating the battle as little more than a warm-up exercise. The first wave was wiped out almost immediately. However, the victory didn't last long. Before the corpses had even cooled, another group of orcs appeared from a different direction. Then another. And another. The attacks kept coming. One player frowned as he wiped blood from his weapon. "There sure are a lot of these things." Another groaned. "Seriously? Why do they keep appearing?" The orcs weren't dangerous individually, but their numbers seemed endless. Every time a group was eliminated, another emerged from somewhere else in the mountains. The constant interruptions prevented the players from relaxing for even a moment. As Ryu continued cutting through orcs, his mind calmly calculated the scale of the round. Based on the information he already knew, there would be roughly 4,600 orcs in total. Every 10 minutes, a new wave would arrive, and each wave contained monsters equal to about 20 times the number of players. There would be 30 waves altogether before the escort mission ended. To most people, that sounded like an enormous number. But the reality was a little disappointing. One player frowned after checking his gains. "The experience from these things is terrible." Others quickly realized the same thing. Because the 230 escort players were all considered part of a massive party, the experience earned from each kill was divided among everyone participating. As a result, the rewards felt underwhelming. The only exception was the trader group. The 29 traders weren't in a party. They operated individually. That meant every monster they killed, every item they obtained, and every experience point they earned belonged entirely to them. Meanwhile, system messages continued appearing before Ryu. You have defeated an orc. Experience points acquired. You have defeated an orc. Experience points acquired. Orcs fell one after another beneath his scythe. To Ryu, the monsters were little more than insects swarming around him. After a while, he checked his notifications and smiled slightly. I've already killed 463. He had personally wiped out nearly 10% of the entire orc population by himself. The result was obvious. His level continued climbing rapidly. Experience bonus, 1.5x active. Title effect applied? Thanks to his buffs and bonuses, he had already gained 3 levels from the very first wave. His current level had reached 55. At this pace, reaching level 60 before the round ended seemed almost guaranteed. Not long after the final orc from the first wave fell, one of the dwarves shouted from the front of the caravan. Move out! Let's continue! The wagons immediately started rolling forward again. Unfortunately, the brief moment of peace didn't last. Exactly 10 minutes later, distant war cries echoed through the mountains. The second wave had arrived. One exhausted player groaned. These lunatics are already back? We haven't even had time to rest. Complaints spread throughout the escort force. Nevertheless, everyone resumed fighting. More orcs poured from the surrounding hills, forcing the players back into battle. This time, however, some players were losing motivation for an entirely different reason. Black Scythe. Everywhere they looked, Ryu was cutting through orcs like a human blender. One swing. 4 orcs dead. Another swing. More monsters collapsed. The difference in strength was almost absurd. His high level combined with Min Yuri's powerful buffs made him look completely unstoppable. A player pointed toward him in disbelief. Did you see that? Black Scythe just killed 4 of them with one attack. Another player looked down at his own weapon. I can barely kill one at a time. A third sighed dramatically. This is depressing. Someone laughed. If he's killing everything anyway, do we even need to fight? Maybe I should just ride the Black Scythe bus. Several players quietly adopted that mentality. Instead of actively hunting, they started hanging back and letting stronger players handle the work. Why struggle when someone else was already carrying the group? When Ryu noticed this behavior, he smirked to himself. In their eyes, I look like another party member. They're thinking they can sit back and let me carry them. Unfortunately for them, that wasn't how this round worked. Contribution determined rankings. And rankings determined rewards. The players who chose to slack off now would regret it later. Min Yuri understood that perfectly. Unlike the others, she wasn't wasting time. She continuously moved around supporting the escort force. Her contribution wasn't measured through kills. It came through buffs. And her buffs were ridiculous. A female player suddenly gasped after receiving one. What? 60% stat increase? Nearby players immediately crowded around her. No way. Seriously? Can I get that buff too? Within minutes, people were practically lining up to receive Min Yuri's support magic. Elsewhere, CO Eren was also contributing heavily. She focused on defensive support, repeatedly casting shield abilities on frontline fighters and protecting weaker players from unexpected attacks. Watching both women work, Ryu felt no concern about their rankings. They were earning plenty of contribution without needing to chase monsters. As for himself, he simply continued hunting. The second wave eventually ended. For a brief moment, the battlefield grew quiet. Players leaned on their weapons and caught their breath. Many looked completely exhausted. One dwarf immediately shouted from the caravan. If you're done fighting, keep moving. A player protested. Can we take a short break first? The dwarf shook his head firmly. If we stop, the monsters will catch up and surround us again. We must continue moving. The caravan resumed its march. Standing nearby, Ryu silently observed the tired faces around him. For him, this wasn't difficult. For ordinary players, however, the round was becoming a war of endurance. There was almost no time to recover. No time to relax. No time to breathe. And then Ryu noticed something. It's about time. As if on cue, a player suddenly raised his voice. Everyone! The surrounding players turned toward him. Instead of endlessly killing monsters, shouldn't we start searching for the traitors? The statement immediately attracted attention. At this rate, we might collapse from exhaustion before we ever discover who they are. Several people nodded. He's right. We can't ignore the traitors forever. Finding them should be our priority. The man continued. I have an idea. The crowd listened carefully. We know traitors aren't part of our party. He pointed toward the surrounding players. If we attack normal allies, party protection should prevent damage. His eyes narrowed. But if we attack a traitor, they should take damage. Understanding slowly spread across the crowd. The man continued. So why don't we test everyone? We attack each other one by one. If someone takes damage, we'll know they're a traitor. For a moment, silence filled the area. Then several players nodded enthusiastically. That actually makes sense. It would make finding traitors much easier. Let's do it. Weapons were slowly raised. Suspicious gazes spread through the escort force. The atmosphere immediately became tense. One by one, players turned toward those around them. Some looked nervous. Others looked offended. And then a swordsman found himself standing directly in front of Blackscythe. The man raised his sword. But his hand trembled slightly. Testing random players was one thing. Swinging a weapon at Blackscythe was something else entirely. Meanwhile, Ryu simply stood there calmly, completely unconcerned. The swordsman's hesitation only grew stronger under that composed gaze. The moment the idea spread, the players stopped hesitating and began testing one another on the spot. A man standing beside Blackscythe turned toward him with his weapon raised, clearly considering whether he should test him too. But after one look at Ryu's calm expression, the courage drained out of him. Instead, he awkwardly shifted and stabbed the player on Ryu's other side. Clang! A sharp metallic sound rang out. The blade connected cleanly, but no damage was dealt. It was exactly as they had expected. Since the target was a regular escort player and part of the same side, the system prevented friendly fire. It felt less like stabbing a person and more like striking a block of iron. Nearby, two players decided to test each other at the same time. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Both thrust their weapons forward. Clang! Clang! Again, no blood. No damage. Just that same hard metallic impact. One of them let out a relieved laugh. Wow! It really doesn't hurt at all. You're definitely on our side. Once that was confirmed, the method spread like wildfire. All over the area, players started stabbing, slashing, and striking the people beside them, trying to expose the hidden traitors as quickly as possible. Metal rang from every direction as allies hit allies without consequence. In a twisted way, the scene looked almost absurd, hundreds of players attacking one another not to kill, but to prove they weren't enemies. This will expose them fast. Keep checking everyone. Don't let anyone slip away. Ryu quietly watched the chaos unfold and shifted his gaze toward several faces he already knew were traitors. His eyes narrowed slightly. If those idiots don't do something now, they're finished. And the traitors knew it too. Panic spread among them almost instantly. Some tried to move away from the crowd. Others looked around desperately for a way out. But once the testing method began, the pressure on them skyrocketed. They had only one real option left: complete the traitor's objective before they were all discovered. Then it happened. A blade stabbed into one player's shoulder. This time, blood sprayed. The player screamed. He took damage. That guy's a traitor. In an instant, the surrounding players piled onto him. Swords, spears, and skills came crashing down from every direction, and the exposed traitor didn't last more than a few seconds before he was cut down on the spot. Found one here. There's another one over there. More voices erupted from across the battlefield. One by one, hidden traitors were being dragged into the open. Some were caught because they failed to dodge in time. Others were forced to defend themselves and exposed their status that way. A few tried to run and only made themselves look even more suspicious. One traitor ducked behind a boulder, trying to hide from the testing frenzy, but a player noticed him immediately. "Why are you hiding? Are you a traitor?" The traitor didn't even bother answering. He swung first and killed the man outright. That only made things worse. "He killed one of us. Get him!" Players immediately gave chase, and the entire area descended into chaos. The traitors had lost the luxury of subtlety. Their only remaining hope was to kill the dwarf leader before the escort force could wipe them out. Forget the rest, kill Heimer. With that desperate decision, the remaining traitors rushed toward the dwarven caravan. Their target was obvious: Heimer, the dwarf blacksmith leading the Emporium. Heimer, who had been standing near the wagons and shouting instructions a moment earlier, stared at the sudden charge in confusion. Warriors of the other realm. What is going on all of a sudden? He had no idea why the people hired to protect him were now charging at him with murderous intent. A traitor's blade swung toward him. And Ryu moved. He had been waiting for exactly this moment. As the players around him turned on one another and the battlefield dissolved into confusion, Ryu slipped away from sight with the smoothness of someone following a plan he had already played out in his head. Using invisibility as cover, he switched appearances and emerged once more in the form of Lost Yak. This time, he wasn't carrying his scythe. That would have been too risky. If Black Scythe suddenly appeared and cut down the traitors in front of everyone, it would draw too much attention and create questions he didn't want to answer. So instead, he drew a sword he had prepared in advance. It wasn't his main weapon, but against 4 desperate traitors, it was more than enough. He stepped between Heimer and the attackers just as the first strike came down. Steel clashed. The traitor's weapon was knocked aside. Ryu didn't even look back as he spoke. "Are you alright?" Heimer stumbled backward, startled. Who are you?" "Stay behind me," Ryu said flatly. "They're after you." In a single glance, he sized up the battlefield. 2 traitors in front. 2 circling behind. Their movements were frantic, sloppy, desperate. They knew they were running out of time. "Who the hell is this bastard? Don't interfere unless you want to die. We don't have time for this. Kill him." All 4 traitors lunged together, still hoping to break through and reach Heimer. It was hopeless. Ryu met the first attack head-on, parrying the incoming blade with practiced ease. In the same motion, he drove his sword straight into the attacker's chest. The traitor choked, eyes widening in disbelief. Ryu yanked the sword free and turned instantly, slicing across the second man's shoulder with enough force to nearly split him open. The man screamed and staggered backward, clutching the wound. The remaining 2 froze for half a second, shocked by how quickly the fight had turned. That half second was all Ryu needed. A flash of steel cut through the air. Then another. By the time they understood what had happened, their own bodies were already collapsing. Their severed heads hit the ground a heartbeat later. Ryu looked down at the corpses with cold indifference. "You brought this on yourselves." The nearby players, who had only just caught up to the scene, stared in open disbelief. "Who is that guy? He's insanely strong. I thought Black Scythe was carrying the whole escort team, but this guy's no joke either." Because Ryu was wearing Lost Yak's face and using a sword instead of his scythe, no one connected him to Black Scythe. To them, he was just another absurdly powerful escort player who had appeared out of nowhere and butchered 4 traitors in seconds. Heimer, meanwhile, was still trying to calm his racing heart. His hands shook slightly as he stared at the corpses lying around him. What in the world is happening here? Ryu turned toward him and answered in a measured tone. "There are traitors among the escort force. Earlier, the players started attacking one another to identify them. These men were exposed and tried to kill you before they were caught." Realization slowly dawned on the dwarf's face. A traitor, among the warriors from the other realm. He rubbed his beard and let out a heavy breath. "We narrowly avoided disaster." Then Heimer straightened and looked at Ryu properly, gratitude clear in his eyes. "You saved my life. Please, allow me to thank you. May I know your name?" That put Ryu in a slightly awkward spot. He couldn't introduce himself as Black Scythe. Not here. Not in front of this many witnesses. So instead, he chose something else. He displayed one of his titles. The one ahead of others. The words appeared above his head in place of his hidden nickname, visible for everyone to see. Unlike nicknames, titles couldn't be concealed once shown. The reaction was immediate. "What's that? Wait, why can we see his title but not our nicknames? Is that some kind of special status?" Some players, unfamiliar with the concept of titles, even mistook it for a hidden nickname. Their confusion only deepened the atmosphere around him. Ryu wasn't surprised. Titles were much rarer than runes, and most players hadn't earned even one. But the dwarves' reaction was what truly mattered. The moment Heimer saw the title, his expression changed. "Ah?" His eyes widened slightly, and then he broke into a delighted grin. "So you are one ahead of the others." A few nearby dwarves also leaned in, murmuring among themselves as though they recognized the significance of the title. Their reaction made it obvious that, in this world, titles meant far more than simple decorations. To beings of other realms, a title seemed to carry weight, history, perhaps even a kind of legitimacy. Ryu immediately understood the value of that response. To the players, it was just a rare title. To the dwarves, it was something closer to a credential. Heimer chuckled warmly. "You truly are ahead of the others. We've heard of such titles." A couple of other dwarves approached as well, praising him and nodding with visible approval. Ryu almost laughed at how smoothly it worked. "I didn't know I was this famous." "Modesty suits you," Heimer said with a grin, then his expression turned solemn again. "Still, title or not, what matters is that you saved us. If you hadn't stepped in, I'd be a corpse by now. You have my sincere thanks." Right then, a system message appeared before Ryu's eyes. The reputation of Black Scythe among the dwarves has increased from neutral to friendly. Reason, title effect, the one ahead of others. A small smile touched his lips. Just as he had expected. This was the real value of titles. Not vanity. Utility. Now, even if he encountered other dwarves beyond Heimer, there was a good chance this title would continue working in his favor. That alone made it worth more than most players would ever realize. While Ryu quietly absorbed that benefit, the rest of the battlefield remained chaotic. Players were still hunting for hidden traitors, and the escort force hadn't fully stabilized yet. But before that mess could settle, another problem arrived. The orcs came back. A fresh wave surged in from the mountains, interrupting the traitor hunt before it could properly finish. Seeing that the situation would only get more chaotic from here, Ryu decided to remain in Lost Yak's appearance for the time being and return to cutting down orcs while keeping one eye on the battlefield. As soon as the next wave of orcs crashed into the escort line, Ryu moved again. Even while disguised as Lost Yak and fighting with a sword instead of his scythe, he still carved through the monsters with absurd ease. Orcs rushed him from every direction, but none of them lasted more than a few seconds. One had its throat opened before it could even raise its weapon, another was split down the chest, and a third collapsed with its head rolling across the rocky ground before it understood what had happened. His movements were clean, efficient, and almost annoyingly calm, as if he were cutting down training dummies rather than charging monsters. The dwarves watching from the wagons couldn't hide their admiration. To them, the appearance of the man bearing the title the one ahead of others had already been reassuring, but now that they were seeing him fight up close, their confidence in reaching the destination rose even more. The man wasn't just carrying an impressive title, his skill backed it up completely. Even compared to other battle-hardened warriors, he stood out. One dwarf found himself staring in awe. Having someone like that with us, maybe we really can make it to the end. Another looked at the sword in Ryu's hand and felt a surge of pride at the thought of a warrior like him using a dwarf-forged weapon someday. To craftsmen like them, that kind of thing mattered. If a fighter of that caliber ever chose one of their creations, it would be something worth bragging about for years. Ryu, meanwhile, had his own frustration to deal with. He kept swinging the sword, kept dropping orcs one after another, but the difference was obvious to him. His pace had slowed compared to when he fought with his scythe. It wasn't enough for anyone else to notice a weakness, but to Ryu, the gap was irritatingly clear. He let out a faint sigh as another orc dropped at his feet. If I had my scythe, I could have killed 4 with that one swing. The sword was serviceable, but it wasn't his weapon. More importantly, he couldn't reveal his transformation in front of everyone. Not here, not while he was still building trust with the dwarves and trying to keep his cards hidden. The disguise, the title, the rescue of Heimer, all of it was buying him something far more valuable than a few extra kills. Friendship with the dwarves was worth far more than a little inconvenience. So he endured it and kept fighting. Wave after wave came and went. Orcs poured down the mountain paths, only to be cut down by the escort force before they could break through to the wagons. Ryu continued hunting in Lost Yak's appearance, steadily killing monsters while the rest of the players struggled to keep pace. By the time the 29th wave finally ended, the entire battlefield looked like a graveyard. The ground was littered with orc corpses, broken weapons, and exhausted players trying to catch their breath. Then the system window appeared. Participants, 190. Traitors, 5. Only 10 minutes remained. The moment the numbers appeared, the players' faces changed. There are still 5 traitors left? What the hell? We still haven't found all of them. The shock spread quickly. After everything they had done, forcing people to stab each other, exposing traitors one by one, chasing down anyone who acted suspiciously, they had still failed to root them all out. One player clicked his tongue in frustration. We already made everyone attack each other. How are 5 of them still hiding? Another player frowned and voiced the suspicion many were already thinking. Maybe they're assassins. Or maybe they've got invisibility skills. That's possible. No, wait, someone else said, trying to think more clearly. Before we start guessing, let's first talk about whether there's anyone we haven't tested yet. That immediately made the nearby players pause. Another man answered with confidence, we stabbed everyone. Are you sure? The question made him falter. What about Black Scythe? Silence. For a second, nobody answered. Then someone let out a dry laugh. Stab Black Scythe? Who the hell would be insane enough to do that? Seriously, is that even an option? You'd have to be out of your mind to walk up and poke Black Scythe with a sword. The mood turned awkward almost instantly. Because the more they thought about it, the more obvious it became. While they had been busy testing everyone else, no one had actually dared to test the one person standing above the rest. No one wanted to be the idiot who pointed a weapon at Black Scythe and prayed he wouldn't take it personally. That's it for today. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more. We'll see you in the next one.